But what puzzled the Lord was, if the other party is an alchemist. I have a special affinity for weapons. It's not difficult to understand. Just this painting and calligraphy. It belongs to the field that literati and poets excel in. Even if the technique is refined, no matter how strong the strength is, it's also difficult to gain recognition, unless one comprehends the artistic conception in the work, the true meaning that you want to express. Only then can it be recognized. Just the calligraphy and painting inside. Let's not talk about the name yet. I don't even know what the painting is. The era is not small. How to know the meaning to be expressed? The ideas to be imparted. Is it possible that this young man is still a calligrapher and painter? That's all for now. Everyone coincidentally looked at Sun Chang. I want to see how he explains it. However, Sun Chang saw everyone's puzzled expressions. With a proud expression, he looked at everyone. And carry your hands behind your back. Speaking slowly, a calligrapher or painter. My young master has long been here, and in the early days, he can create works of Wujin with just one turtle. Understand calligraphy and painting. It's as simple for him as following Archie. Everyone heard this. The corners of the mouth twitched uncontrollably. What the hell is this? Create a 5-entry artwork with just one turtle. I'm afraid even 4-star calligraphers and painters can't do this. At this moment, in the crowd, suddenly someone spoke up and said, he was fortunate enough to have some understanding of chi refining in calligraphy and painting. It doesn't mean that treasure hunting is also powerful. Or maybe he's just lucky. Elder Lu beside me speaks classical Chinese. I couldn't help but say that I hope he's lucky. Treasure in the flowing wine and curved water. Each one is a precious treasure left by our ancestors. Everything can be sold at sky-high prices. I have already recognized the owner twice. If we continue, if you accept it, I'm afraid our treasure trove will go bankrupt. Master, upon hearing this, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. I hope so. We have already lost 2 items in a row now. If this continues like this, even if the treasure appraisal pavilion is wealthy, it cannot withstand it. At this moment, Lao Chun, I finally suppressed the urge to vomit blood. I'm also sure to reassure a few people. I have also encountered the challenge of fetching water from a flowing cup. The third treasure belongs to the treasure beyond heaven. There is no record of what material or spirituality it is. It's almost impossible to recognize it. Not to mention making him acknowledge his identity. The old minister just finished speaking. I saw Sun Chang with a domineering attitude. Step forward again. What do you mean by asking him? Our young master doesn't recognize this third treasure anymore. I can't make him recognize me as the master either. However, when Lao Chen heard Sun Chang say so, with a disdainful snort on his face, he let out a cold snort. Then he turned his face away. At this moment, Sun Chang had a thoughtful expression on his face. Look at Elder Chen. You don't need to hum anymore. How about this? I'll give you a chance to recoup your investment. Let's keep pressing 3,000 snacks. If my young master really can't recognize it, what is this treasure? It is also impossible to make them recognize the owner. I won't take the snacks you lost. Similarly, if recognized, how about losing 3,000 snacks to me again? Upon hearing this, Lao Chen was immediately stunned. He meows. I just said that his young master cannot pass the level. But as soon as you enter, you can let 2 treasures dominate. Who knows this pervert inside this time? What other abnormal things can be done? Meow is really deadly. However, Sun Chang on the side had a gloating look on his face. Glancing at old Chen, he sneered and asked, what's wrong? Didn't I just say that this is some kind of extraterrestrial treasure? Is it impossible for anyone to recognize it? Now I dare not again. You have a chance to recoup your investment. You're not useful, are you? As a 4-star sword, Master Bao's expert in transforming complexity and purification. I think he's the king of eloquence, right? I dare not even bet on things I am certain of. Do you have this courage? Do you have a hair? Old Chen, who had been mocked, was now so angry that his face turned red, hot all over the body. I wish I could kill the other party with one palm, but we cannot take action because of this matter. Just as a 4-star appraiser, in just a few minutes, I was despised twice by a servant. Who can tolerate this? But at this moment, suddenly, someone came out from behind and said, okay. I said, you butler. Almost enough. Old Chen heard someone speaking for him. The pent-up anger in my heart finally dissipated. I was just about to express my gratitude to the other party, but I heard him continue talking about Elder Chen. I don't want to bet with you. Just in case you lose again, there won't be any snacks for you. What can we do? So, steward's son, please forgive me for a moment. It's not easy for them either. Do people have short aspirations when they are poor? There's nothing we can do about it either. Just finished speaking, I saw Old Chen taking a mouthful of aged fruit juice gushing out. At this moment, Old Chen is almost going crazy. You should know that on this star continent, the wealthiest profession is an appraiser. He is a renowned 4-star appraiser. Moreover, he is one of the best among them, not to mention being rich enough to rival a country. But it's also about the same. But at this moment. But he was openly accused of being poor and having short aspirations. This completely broke his heart. So old Chen couldn't bear it anymore. Roar at Sun Chang and bet. Who's afraid? Sun Chang saw the other party hooked. I looked at Yuan Tao behind me with satisfaction. Later, I told Lao Chen that it was decided like this. It's just that. What if you lose and don't have any money to... Upon hearing this, old Chen, the response without a good expression said it's... If it were really me, I would have lost. I will borrow from Elder Lu. And Elder Lu on the side. Look at how they're making such a big fuss. I was just about to step forward and persuade you. Old Chen quickly waved his hand and showed. Don't worry, brother E. 1 more, 2 more, no more 3. I don't believe this red-haired kid has this kind of ability. If he could really recognize it. Even if I were to lose everything, I would still admit it. Old Chen just finished speaking. I heard another sound coming from inside the door. This sound is the same as before. It is a treasure recognition. At this moment, Lao Chen's face turned pale. Then I saw him sitting on the ground crying. Everyone looked at the wall with a blank expression when they saw this. No more daring to speak out. It's less than 20 breaths. The fourth sound sounded again. At this moment, Elder Lu heard a series of bells ringing one after another. I can't bear it anymore. Hurry up and shout to the Lord if this continues. It will really go bankrupt. Why don't we forcefully stop it? The Lord's face turned pale upon hearing these words. My whole body trembled involuntarily. The corners of the mouth kept twitching. At this moment, the prison feels like a stroke. After all, for so many years, there have also been countless people who broke into the flowing cup to fetch water. Not to mention until now, no one has been able to recognize opinions from the 10 treasures yet. Even if there is one, it can be considered incredible. This guy is really good now. Not only can one of the 10 people in the regulations successfully pass the level, and make all the treasures identified recognize him as the master. He really wants to continue like this. I'm afraid the entire treasure trove Think of this. The elder directly ordered 2 elders to come forward with him. Stop the formation. The 2 of them dare not be negligent. Quickly rush to both sides of the stone gate. Immediately reach out and press the switch. As a result, the formation stopped running. Sun Chang can be found behind. Seeing them suddenly operate like this, the brow tightened. What are you guys doing? Upon hearing this, the Lord turned his... We just stopped the formation just now. It won't cause any harm to your young master. Although Sun Chang is a second-rate person, but it's not foolish to see how many hearts they have. Impatient as if burning to death. I also guessed the little 99 in their hearts. Then he started despising a few people until he couldn't afford to lose and stopped. Right. The Great Treasure Appraisal Pavilion did not expect to have such means. Isn't it embarrassing to say it out loud? After being ridiculed by Sun Chang, the leader of Sage, the Lord's face turned red on the spot. After all, he knew the other person was right. I really can't afford to lose. This is something that our ancestors spent hundreds or thousands of years on. Accumulated treasures. All the keys have been washed out. What face is there to face our ancestors? Although we have stopped the flow of wine and water now, do not let the treasure continue to come out. But the Lord also knows that this is unfair to Zhang Xian. We'll have to figure out a way to compensate him later. Later, the abbot made an agreement with the 2 elders. Open the door, but we haven't waited for many people to open it yet. Suddenly, the entire ground shook uncontrollably. Everyone was caught up in this sudden scene. I almost fell and lost a dog. Immediately after, the bell rang deafening, resounded throughout the entire hall. The Lord saw the scene in front of him. Suddenly, the whole person roared like a demon. Liang Guanku, this Miao Zhangxian, are you still an individual? Even the water intake control panel of the flowing cup recognizes you as the master. At this moment, the abbot dared not hesitate at all. He brought 2 elders and rushed in. As soon as I came in, I saw the whole room empty. Only Zhang Xian remained standing there, laughing like a second-hand commodity. Just ask the other person helplessly. Why did you also collect the water from the flowing cup? You see, this flowing cup of water is a treasure of the Jianbao Pavilion. He represents the majesty of the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion. Can you stay with us? But Zhang Xian heard the other party say so, with a face full of unwillingness. Are you joking? There are so many treasures inside. How could I possibly surrender and return it? So I responded to the Lord. It's not a question of whether I should keep him or not. He wants to recognize me as the master. He's going to follow me now. I can't do anything either. The Lord also understands. Once these treasures are acknowledged, forcefully asking someone again, there's no difference between this and robbery. Kuliushang Chu Shui. It's their treasure trove. One of the most precious iconic items. We must never lose him. Otherwise, there's no need for headquarters to blame him. This cabinet leader will also take responsibility and resign. So the abbot helplessly said to Zhang Xian, he took the initiative to recognize you as the master. I know that. Just you see. If we could keep him, we, Jianbao Pavilion, are willing to compensate you. Zhang Xian heard the other party say so, two eyes shining directly. A look of financial obsession. Just start calculating an account with a few people. You see this flowing cup fetching water. It contains 10 treasures, right? Each item is priceless. I'm not talking about Zeta either, calculated based on 5,000 snacks. All in all, it's only 50,000 yuan. If we also include this console, add another 10,000. In other words, can you give me 60,000 snacks? This thing will be returned to you. 3 people heard it. I was suddenly dumbfounded. These 60,000 snacks are worth billions of dollars. He meowed and said he wasn't a lion, but opened his mouth loudly. This is a profession that makes people's scalp tingle. It can not only suck away a person's soul, you can also refine living people into refined beings, so as to control with the soul. This profession is called a witch soul master. Just now, male lead Zhang Xian wants to win 5,000 spirit stones. You can go to the auction to buy witch soul spirits. I just broke through the Jianbao Pavilion and used the Liushang water extraction formation. This not only successfully cleared the customs, but also, he is in charge of the entire operation platform for water intake from the flowing cup. However, the Lord and others also came before Zhang Xian at this moment. I hope he can fetch water from the flowing cup. Leave them a treasure trove. Just Zhang Xian looks like a money addict. I want to sell the treasure for 60,000 spirit stones. Sell it back to the Lord and his team. This made the Lord and others suddenly dumbfounded. You should know that these 60,000 spirit stones are of extremely high value. Now they want. In addition to the 5,000 spirit stones successfully paid to pass the level, there won't be any more spirit stones left. And Zhang Xian saw a few people crying like ghosts. I don't want to make things difficult for them either. As long as they can collect some books about Hua Fanjing and the Witch Soul Master, you can also avoid spirit stones. However, when the abbot learned that Zhang Xian only wanted books, I also felt happy in my heart. After all, compared to these books and treasures, it's simply not worth mentioning. So at this moment, the Lord of the Pavilion, I have also been thinking of the other person for myself. Just a greedy person. And I felt ashamed. After hearing the quantity requested by Zhang Xian, his face turned green and he meowed. Where can I find so many books for you? 1,000 copies each. Now the entire Wancheng Alliance. Being able to find 100 or so books is considered good. Subsequently, I explained to Zhang Xian about the quantity of books. I will try my best to accept it, but it may not necessarily be able to be packed up like the number. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian no longer faced difficulties. Let them quickly find it. Then he returned the flowing cup and curved water to them. It's the beginning of recognizing the Lord. Zhang Xian has no intention of returning the 4 treasures. The Lord and others dare not speak up. After all, we can retrieve water from the reflux cup and the other 6 treasures. I'm already lucky. I quickly thanked Zhang Xian afterwards. I gave 5,000 snacks to the other party. However, Sun Chang saw a few people enter for so long and still haven't come out. Also walked into the room. I just saw the young master accept their snacks. Just talk about Elder Chen owing them 6,000 snacks. I told it to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian heard the butler say this. First, I was taken aback. Then he looked at Old Chen with a surprised expression on his face. Elder Chen, you are much more generous in your competition as the Lord of the Pavilion. Lao Chen cried when he heard this. How could I be generous? It was your good butler who took my life. On the other hand, Zhang Xian saw Sun Chang exhibit such behavior. I couldn't help but marvel at how well it was done. The only regret is that there were too few snacks pressed down. Only 6,000, why not? We need to press 10,000. Old Chen was dumbfounded when he heard the other person say that. Thinking of him meowing. 6,000 snacks were tricked by this second-hand butler. I'm almost going crazy myself. This young master is quite good. As soon as you speak, it's 10,000 yuan. Just the old minister's entire fortune now. I can only gather 3,000 snacks. He discussed the remaining half with Zhang Xian. Give it to him in a year. But Zhang Xian disagrees with this proposal. After all, he has come all the way from the novice village of Tianxian King City. It's only 2 or 3 months. So many things happened. 1 year later, it can be imagined. These 3,000 snacks are not painful or itchy for him. So after several discussions, the two of them, Old Chen decided to collect the treasure he had been collecting for many years. Take it out and give it to Zhang Xian to choose snacks at will. Soon Zhang Xian saw it. Old Chen collected various treasures, placed in front of oneself. But after scanning with the words of fame and fortune, Zhang Xian, I didn't see anything worth taking down. As Zhang Xian shook her head helplessly, tell Lao Chen about your entire life. Did you just take back these useless things? It's very awkward for Lao Chen to hear such words from the other party. He knows that the handsome guy in front of him is a master appraiser. It's normal not to have high expectations. He just spent his whole life collecting treasures. In the other person's eyes, it's just a piece of crap. I feel very embarrassed in my heart. However, at this moment, Elder Lu on the side saw old Chen's helplessness. Using phonetic techniques, ask him to take out the unidentified object he received last time. What if you get caught? Can offset 6,000 snacks. It can also be considered a profit. Old Chen also found it ridiculous upon hearing this. I explained to Zhang Xian that there is another treasure. Let it wait for a moment. Not long after, Old Chen brought a crystal clear item from home, items like planets, handed it to Zhang Xian. I haven't waited for Zhang Xian to speak yet. Sun Chang, who was standing nearby, pulled his money and said, I said Elder Chen, isn't it a bit unfair of you to do this? I want to get a glass balls to offset 6,000 snacks. However, Zhang Xian ignored a few people. The eye of reason was opened, looking at the round ball in Old Chen's hand. But I found that I couldn't see through it. So he took off the glass ball. Mindfulness deficiency in the heart. A book about this object emerged. Zhang Xian casually opened it. I just found out from the content of the book. This is a combination of Heavenly Palace techniques, made by refining in the Heavenly Palace Academy. Unparalleled skills. Cannot be opened without a specific method. It can hold some important confidential treasures. When visible shortcomings, Zhang Xian was also startled. Why are there only 17 places? So little do you need to know. The first treasure that came out of the flowing cup just now. Bronze hammers have 72 shortcomings. Of course, it doesn't mean there are fewer shortcomings. Treasures are precious. This is also related to the complexity of some items. The greatest truths are the simplest. The more complex something is, the more loopholes it has. However, this spherical object not only has a meticulous structure, but also, its complexity far exceeds that of bronze hammers. This weapon with a single function. There are still so many shortcomings. See here. Zhang Xian knows very well that this thing is definitely a treasure. However, Lao Chen watched Zhang Xian stare at the ball for so long. No sound. Can't help but ask Zhang if she can tell what this is. Zhang Xian heard someone calling her. Just come out of the library and respond. I haven't seen what this thing is yet, but if you're willing, let's use this item to offset the bet. I also want to spend more time researching. Lao Chen saw that the other party liked it. I also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Gu Laojian, who was the auction time is also about the same. Take Zhang Xian and others to the auction site. Shortly after, a few people arrived at the auction house. There is a crowded crowd inside. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Then he opened his eyes of reason and looked at. I found that there are many powerful people. There are dozens of strong people in the mortal. At this moment, a few people follow behind the Lord of the Pavilion. We soon arrived at room 1 as well. After a few people sat down, Zhang Xian inquired about the astonishing situation of soul free from the Lord of the Pavilion. Then the Lord introduced it. This soulless golden statue was refined from living beings. The whole body is made of copper, rubber, and iron pillars, which are incredibly hard. Defense is invincible. The power is also extremely strong. The most crucial thing is that he can also can be easily controlled. It's said that which soul masters have a powerful ability, but their physical strength is relatively. So we use our souls to control them. This way, we can be invincible. It makes people tremble at the sound of it. Speaking of the profession of soul sorcerer, in ancient times the poison master forcefully extracting a person's soul from their body, refining the body into gold coins. There are some powerful soul sorcerers, even capable of creating a terrifying army of gene people. The methods are extremely bizarre and evil. That's precisely why the famous teacher hall back then was dedicated to the harmonious development of the mainland. I personally took action to eliminate it, so the profession of soul wizard was also lost as a result. Understand these. Zhang Xian suppressed the tension in her heart. I slowly asked the head of the cabinet about the elders. I heard that this profession can awaken dormant souls. I don't know if it's true. The Lord heard the other party asking such a question. Just responded that the soul is complex and mysterious. You can only design with a 5-star renowned teacher. Otherwise, even the pinnacle of the complex toasting process would be achieved. I dare not touch it either. But the soul wizard did not reach this level of strength. It can also be done. After all, this profession can even drain the souls of living people. Awaken the sleeping soul. It should be easy for them. However, during their conversation, the auction below has also begun. This pervert in front of me, a painting that actually treats others as treasures. It was destroyed on the spot. This scared the old man so much that he felt numb all over his body. But the next moment, not only did the old man become foolish, everyone was dumbfounded. Just now, the male lead Zhang Xian learned from the senior minister that the amazing witch soul is crafted by a witch soul master using living people, can perfectly accommodate the soul's location, and the profession of witch soul master. Not only can it take away the souls of living people, it's even easier to awaken a sleeping soul. After learning about these, Zhang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, his purpose for this trip is to anger the students, awaken the sleeping soul and come. However, the auction also began at this time. The person in charge of today's auction is not someone else. It's the old Chen we know. After all, as a 4-star appraiser and elder, when the host is more persuasive. At this moment, after looking around for a week, old Chen, just say to all the guests who come to the auction, the items auctioned today, covering weapons and armor, antique calligraphy, paintings, and exotic treasures from beyond the heavens. There are also 35 amazing puppets left behind from ancient times. Every item has been appraised by our treasure pavilion, and provided accurate judgments. The comments are precise and without any falsification. Old Chen Gang has finished introducing everyone in the audience. So many treasures participated in the auction this time, and they were discussing it one after another. The cabinet elders in the room were also deeply moved by the situation, because he didn't expect it either. This soulless experience is amazing. It will attract so many strong people to participate. At this moment, Jean Lao, who was standing beside, also agreed and said, yes. Usually there aren't so many people at auctions. This time, it's obvious that they came all for the amazing purpose of soul free. But this way, I'm afraid 3,000 snacks may not be enough to buy it. Zhang Xian heard them say so. Let's just laugh and take one step at a time. Not enough to compete. Master, just keep lending me some money. Upon hearing these words, Gu Lao's eyes immediately turned pale. I lost this guy and he still remembers this. However, at this moment, old Chen on the stage is about the same time. I said to everyone, please be quiet. The auction is now officially starting. The first treasure being auctioned now. It's the 500-year-old ice spirit grass. He has a miraculous effect on those who practice the ice-cold attribute technique. If you refine it into a pill and take it, absolute increase in cultivation level. The bottom price is 220 spirit stones. Each price increase shall not be less than 20 snacks. Soon everyone in the audience shouted for prices one after another. After a round of bidding, finally, 540 snacks were sold. Subsequently, several more items were auctioned off. Treasures with transaction prices around 1,000. When it comes to the fifth item, I saw the old minister take out a long sword, gently pull out. Suddenly, a chill shone brightly. Amazing breath. At the same time, it also introduced to the guests. This sword is from 300 years ago, led by the 4-star peak Chi refiner Jumuzi. A cold silver sword made by condensing 37 types of ores. The most precious one among them is a Yin Cold history. If the user has a Yin Cold attribute, the power will also double. Can exert stronger combat effectiveness. The starting price for this sword is 500. Each time the markup is not less than 50. After listening to the introduction, everyone, they started bidding one after another, quickly raised the price to 950 snacks. At this moment, Zhang Xian in the room turned her head to look at Zhaoya. Tell him this sword is perfect for you. Do you want it? Zhaoya was originally looking at this sword. I really like it in my heart. Unfortunately, there are no snacks available. Although Zhang Xian asked him, just Zhaoya knows that she wants to take down this sword. Expensive. So he shook his head and responded, teacher, I don't want it anymore. Snacks should be kept for purchase. Soulless gold yuan fury charge. Waiting for him to wake up. Zhang Xian also knows Zhaoya's thoughts. I just haven't encountered anything suitable before. Now that we have encountered it, naturally, we need to buy it. Later, he said that if you like it, you can do it. You don't have to worry about snacks. I'm trying to figure it out. Zhaoya was stunned when she heard this. Teacher, for these 5,000 snacks. Everyone dismantled their treasure trove. Where else can I get more snacks now? The teacher wouldn't want to demolish this place too, would he? So he responded, teacher, I really don't need it. Besides, where else can I earn more snacks now? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I smiled slightly and said two simple words to Zhaoya. Just turn around and look at Sun Chang. Ask him to call the person in charge of the auction over. The people in the room were also very puzzled when they saw the situation. I don't know what Zhang Xian is up to, and Sun Chang didn't think much about it either. After listening to the instructions, I followed Zhang Xian's instructions and went ahead with it. Soon, a middle-aged man walked in with him. However, after the middle-aged man entered, salute and greet the elderly in the room when you see them. After being introduced and recommended by the senior minister, everyone got to know each other for a while. Not long after, Zhang Xian spoke up and said, if it's just, actually, I called you over this time. I want you to help me auction off this painting. Cabinet statement. A mouthful of old blood almost sprayed out. I threw it away. This is a painting of a flowing cup fetching water. Damiao's front foot just recognized you. The back foot is about to sell him. Zhang Xian, you are simply insane. Then he awkwardly said to Zhang Xian, Teacher Zhang, this painting is incredibly precious. Why don't we just stop selling it? Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. Also responded, buddy, if you feel it's a pity to sell it, you can buy it back. It's better to stick to the original price of 5,000. The Lord was reluctant to hear this. Unfortunately, Jianbao Pavilion doesn't have as many snacks left, so I could only shake my head and say, you should continue. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at Luoji's performance. Tell him to take a look. This painting. It's taken from the flowing cup of Jianbao Pavilion. Now I'll take it to you for auction. Is it okay to sell 5,000 snacks? Yes. In Luo Zhisher's opinion, although this painting is of extremely high level, full of spirituality, it's almost impossible to sell a painting of 5,000 snacks. After all, is this painting made only without a name? I haven't left any ink treasures yet. As everyone knows, the most valuable aspect of calligraphy and painting is not the artwork itself, but it's like antiques, the sedimentation of the era left behind and the fame of the painter. If this is the work of a renowned figure from the Alliance of Civilizations, 5,000 snacks are fine, but now that it can sell for 500, it's already quite high. After listening to the explanation, Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned. Think carefully and feel that what the other person said makes sense. Subsequently, the origin of this painting was explained. I told Luo Zhi once. Just based on Zhang Xian's words alone, it cannot be confirmed. Still unable to sell at a high price. Unless there is a skilled calligrapher or painter. Nominate for this image. Even if the fame is not great, as long as the level is similar, can express the true charm, obtain spiritual recognition. It can also double its value, but even so, it can only reach around 2,000 spirit stones. But it's not that easy to nominate a painting. Everyone has different ideas. The perception after viewing the artwork is also different. So if the thinking is slightly different from the author's, will not be recognized. Thus, not only does it fail to enhance the value of calligraphy and painting, if not handled properly, it will also damage the original art style, causing a sharp drop in value. Knowing this, Zhang Xian also wants to try herself at this moment. Without waiting for everyone to speak, Zhang Xian casually flipped through it, removed the ink and brush, and placed the painting on the desk in the room. After all, Zhang Xian is different from others. They may need to figure out the author's language. All kinds of brain teasers may not be understandable. Could Zhang Xian Yu, Tian Dao Library? You can give an accurate answer to the name of this painting. Ge Laoyan saw the other person put on a posture of putting pen to paper. I nervously leaned over. Please think twice before taking action, Teacher Zhang. This is a precious treasure left by our ancestors. You could ruin him with just one stroke of your pen. Zhang Xian responded with a smile on her face upon hearing this. Since it can add value, why didn't you mention it? The old minister was very anxious when he heard this. Because he feels, what if this fails? Just haven't finished waiting for the senior minister to finish speaking yet. Sun Chang came up to him. Changge Lao said. I said, Lord Sage, look at your expression. I don't believe my young master can speak the truth. How about we make a bet? Not coming big. Just bet on 3,000 snacks. The senior minister is very speechless. I wonder who these meows are. None of your servants are normal. But just when the cabinet elders were still thinking about how to respond to Sun Chang, suddenly, I felt a crazy surge of spiritual energy around me. Accompanied by a series of bird-like chirps, the sound suddenly plunged into the depths. Accompanied by afterwards, a loud roar echoed throughout the entire auction site. Birds can be seen everywhere in the entire room, as if confirming one's identity. Excited to the point of continuous hissing and soaring in the air, Luoji saw the scene in front of him. My body keeps trembling. I can't believe it. I actually witnessed a truly enchanting scene with my own eyes. Lingji's breakthrough work was born in front of him. At this moment, the old minister was completely foolish. This is a work from the 7 Jin dynasty, Lingji breaking through the ordinary. Only a 6-star calligrapher and painter can achieve this. What kind of monster is this mysterious cat? I actually tried it. You can elevate this artwork to this level in one go. How many calligraphy, painting, and poetry are these? A realm that can never be reached in a lifetime of extreme poverty. How many people are there again? A masterpiece of the 7 realms that I will never encounter in my lifetime. I lost this pervert. How abnormal is he really? He meowed. Just now, his butler asked me to bet. Give me some hair. This is not a bet. It's obvious that he wants to withdraw money from me. Meanwhile, at the auction of Haning Jian is currently underway. Also, the loud noise just now caused an uproar throughout the room. It just stopped. At this moment, birds are dancing in the room. Also flew up the window of the private room to the sky above the auction house. a fiery red flying bird after another, dancing gracefully above everyone's heads. No one saw this situation. Don't exclaim. Just some of them have never seen the world before. I thought I had a hallucination, but many of the people present are strong warriors like Hua Fanjing, quickly recognized. These birds are illusory creatures. Someone made the 7-step transformation. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone is in chaos. I heard it's a work of 7 evolutions. The atmosphere on site reached its peak directly. They're all crazy. You should know that within this vast alliance of 10,000 cities, for thousands of years, never before has there been a beautiful and poignant painting, now able to see. Who doesn't want to take possession of the major aristocratic families? However, after Zhang Xian, who was still unaware, finished writing it, put away the ink and brush, just smiling, looking at the expressionless Luo Zhisher beside him, loudly say that I know it's like this now. Can you sell it for 5,000? And he resigned in a daze. It was Zhang Xian's shout that finally calmed me down. Is it worth 5,000? Absolutely worth it. Because he knows. 6 nominated peak paintings. It can be worth 5,000. This is a work of 7 entries. Even if it sells for 10,000, there may still be people willing. What he didn't expect was the inconspicuous young man in front of me. I wrote a few words casually. It can increase the value of the artwork by 20 times. I lost this ancient painting and said that one character is worth 1,000 gold. In front of him is a younger brother. How much gold is this word worth? Who can calculate it for me in the comment section? He really meows so terrifyingly. Think of this. Luo Zhisher involuntarily walked up to the painting. I want to see what words were written. Can instantly elevate a painting to the 7-entry system. Take a closer look. Luo Zhisher's body couldn't help but shake. I almost fainted. I can also throw this cat away. Ranking male lead. Seeing the other party offer 25,000 yuan to buy his calligraphy and painting. Not only does he not sell this painting to someone who is only willing to bid 20,000 yuan. I gave Zhang Xian 98 points directly for this operation. Just now, male lead Zhang Xian, after being nominated for calligraphy and painting through the Tiandao library. Instant. The entire auction venue is surrounded by spiritual energy. However, the auction organizer Luo instructed, witnessing the painting in front of oneself with one's own eyes, instantly transformed into a work of strange stillness. I was instantly dumbfounded. After calming down, I couldn't help but walk towards the painting. I want to take a look. What words did the other party write on the painting? Why can the work be quickly elevated to the level of 7 quiet works? But when he approached, he took a closer look. I just realized. 5 words were written crookedly on the painting, drunk and dreaming. Rolling up straight is very confusing. This painting is all about birds. Isn't naming based on birds the norm? Why give this work such a name? The key is that returning his meow is the right thing to do. What the hell is this? Is it possible that the author of this painting was drunk? The painting I made after waking up from my dream. If that's really the case, I'll lose it. How did he see it? Zhang Xian saw that everyone was unaware, so he stepped forward and looked at the painting to explain to everyone. This painting was created 800 years ago. Wu Xuanzi, a 5-star calligrapher and painter from the Wancheng Alliance. What was done after getting drunk? Why for so many years? No one can recognize the spirit bird in the painting. It's because he drew the white hornbill incorrectly. I guess he also felt extremely absurd at the time. Once it spreads, I'm afraid it will affect my reputation. Just tear it off. I also feel a bit regretful. So I directly removed the name and signature. So that's why we have this headless work. The Lord was greatly shocked upon hearing these words. I couldn't believe it, looking at the red hair in front of me. It's like watching a monster. Are you really a human? Meow of him. This can all be identified. After Zhang Xian finished explaining, people who see the entire auction house, everyone turns their gaze to room 1. Just waved your hand. Okay, I've said it to Mr. Luo. Let's not delay the auction either. You can take it over for auction first. Even the fallen officials dare not delay. Be careful when picking up calligraphy and painting. Old Chen walked outside the room to inquire about the situation. I told all the guests about the origin of this painting, and then excitedly announced until now. The owner of this painting intends to auction it off. The starting price is 8,010 yuan. Each bidding shall not be less than 1,000. The auction is now starting. As soon as Lao Chen finished speaking, I saw all the guests explode the crowd. Various discussions have been logged into the internet one after another. The bidders are even crazier. In less than 3 breaths, it was shouted at a price of 11,000. However, in another private room of the auction house, this young master who doesn't seem like an ordinary person. I think the work of melancholy and tranquility is also very interesting. And the old man behind him saw this and wanted to bid for the young master. Take a picture of this. But this young master told the other party not to worry. Wait for the people downstairs to call until the end before getting married. The old man heard the other person say so. After hesitating for a moment, he responded, "If you wait until the end to bid, young master, I'm afraid the price will be inflated. I'm afraid the snacks on my body won't be strong enough by then. Shooting without soul is amazing." Although the old man said so, but before this young master came, I inquired about the amazing seller with no soul. His longevity seems to be coming to an end. If you guessed correctly, even if you give him more snacks, it's useless. I guess what the other party wants is the Kaching Royal Talisman, and the higher the star rating, the better. The old man heard the young master say so. First, I was taken aback. Later on, I realized, the other party is in this situation. Not selling snacks is also understandable, as long as we can help him break through his cultivation level. Only then can it achieve its goal of increasing lifespan. Then this matter naturally becomes, and the young master is already a genius teacher. Provide guidance and breakthroughs to some ordinary people in such places. It shouldn't be difficult to get them promoted. So the old man also thinks that with the young master's ability, at this famous teacher competition, there's no problem getting a top 3 ranking, although those few are not easy to deal with. But the young master also, not easy to deal with. However, the scene returns to the auction. After looking around for a week, Lao Chun, shout loudly for 20,000 snacks at a time. 20,000 snacks twice. Is there anything higher than this price? If not, then this drunken dream is definitely the madness of room 14. Old Chen hasn't finished speaking yet. I heard the old man shouting from the window just now. "My young master, 21 jade talismans from the 4-star city." Upon hearing this price, everyone on site is once again in a frenzy. You should know that these 21 jade talismans are priceless in the market. Although one jade talisman can exchange for 1,000 snacks, but it's not easy to make a purchase. So on the black market, these 21 pieces can be sold for around 25,000 yuan. So in the eyes of everyone, these 21 jade talismans are more than before 20,000 snacks. But Zhang Xian collapsed because of it. After all, he is different from ordinary people. If it were someone else, getting a 4-star course is absolutely exciting. For Zhang Xian, not to mention 4-star, even if the class is taught by a 5-star or 3-star renowned teacher, it's of no use to him either. After all, among the great teachers, even if it's a fear of the master of heaven and man, I cannot guarantee that all the content told is correct. You dare to hear the library. So at this moment, Zhang Xian was crying. What came to mind later? Just turn your head and look at the senior minister. Let him use phonetics to tell the old minister. This painting does not accept jade talisman transactions, as long as it's temporary. The old minister was stunned when he heard this. What the hell? Just temporary. Is the jade talisman not fragrant? Just seeing the affirmation on Zhang Xian's face, Gulao stopped talking. So I communicated with old Chen. Meanwhile, in room 23, this young master is still unaware. With a confident expression on his face, he muttered to himself, "What the young master wants. See who else can argue with me." However, the old Chen on this side of the screen, I was shouting just now, "Is there anyone who has a higher prepaid price than 21 pieces?" Immediately after, I heard the senior minister say to him, "Listen to what Zhang Xian just said." After finishing, old Chen also became foolish. This second-hand product only has snacks. After calming down, with a worried expression, he shouted again that the seller only accepts snacks. If there is no price higher than 20,000 snacks, then this painting belongs to the friend in room 14. And this young master in front of us. Elder Chen suddenly said that he doesn't accept snacks. A touch of darkness in both eyes. I almost fainted. Although I am very puzzled. But after receiving renewed affirmation from old Chen, he became unusually angry. His face turned dark. Just shouted to the old man beside me, "Quickly check for me. What is the origin of the seller selling this painting?" Meanwhile, after drinking 20,000 snacks 3 times, Mr. Chen downstairs. No one is bidding again. Final. This drunken dream is sold for 20,000 yuan worth of snacks. Ask a calligrapher and painter in room 14. I took a picture of it, and just went to inquire about the old man who transformed into the master. At this point, we also returned to room 23. Send back the message you heard to his young master at home. But I haven't received much information. I only know that he is a friend of the head of the treasure appraisal pavilion. Specific identity unknown. Although the young master was very angry after understanding the situation, but he also knows, what is currently more important is the astonishing lack of soul in front of us. So for now, we have to give up. However, the auction is soon coming to an end. Zhang Xian has also gained a lot this time. Not only did he earn 20,000 snacks, I also took a picture of the Coldine sword for Zhaoya. At the same time, he also took photos of a long spear and a suit of armor. Gave Yuan Tao Zhangyang. There is only one last treasure left on the auction floor now. That is to say, the highly anticipated soulless golden man, accompanied by old Chen's introduction. A figure holding a soulless golden man appeared in front of everyone. Just Zhang Xian saw it. The soulless golden man in front of us is no different from a human. Just a lot of metal added to the body. I feel my body is harder. Then open the eye of clear reason to view. But I also got nothing. This thing is very clear. It's clearly beyond the scope of his analysis. At the same time, old Chen at the auction house saw the old man come out. Immediately after, he said to everyone that this soulless creature is astonishing. After passing through the sage master of the treasure appraisal pavilion and myself, after the joint appraisal by Elder Lu, confirmed without error, he belongs to the guards of the ancient soul master. The value that has been passed down to this day is immeasurable. Just as for what price to auction off, decided by the owner personally. Now, please have this auctioneer say a few words to everyone. As soon as Lao Chen finished speaking, I saw the old man next to me walking out. At this moment, Zhang Xian finally saw the other person's appearance clearly. Just looking at the other person's aura, it looks a bit strange. So I opened the eye of fame and fortune and checked it. Observed the other party's situation. But at first glance, Zhang Xian was very puzzled. Why is this old man in front of us? It seems he is clearly the person who has reached the dual peak of Huafan realm. Use your own rational eyes. But you can see some of the problems with him. Normally speaking, the eye of clear reason. Only people who are one level higher than the user can be seen. And the old man in front of us is a double. It's clearly 2 levels higher than Zhang Xian. After checking, Zhang Xian always felt that this person was very abnormal. No matter how you look at it, it's extremely uncoordinated. However, on this side of the auction house, everyone saw that the seller was an old man. Everyone is discussing each other's good luck. Being able to find such a good treasure. It's hard to be rich or not. At this moment, old Chen looked around for a week. Just say to everyone, please be quiet. Since everyone wants to buy this thing, then please listen. What is the item he wants to exchange? There is only one prerequisite. It must be done within 1 day. Trade the exchanged items that can be obtained. As long as this is achieved, everyone can freely quote. Everyone heard that the conditions were so generous. Suddenly, I was energized. After all, they can come to the auction. The person who can easily take out so many snacks. Naturally, there is a background of one faction's influence. So the seller offers this condition. For those who desire this soulless and astonishing figure, it's simply the best. At this moment, the old man on stage slowly spoke up. The thing I want is very simple. You can speak freely. As long as the treasure is what I want and meets the prerequisite conditions, you can exchange directly. Everyone was a bit confused when they heard this. How should I say this? Guess randomly? I'll throw it. If I haven't heard anything satisfactory yet, then we won't sell it. However, the young master in room 23 heard this, excitedly whispering about an interesting old man. He really knows how to play, and the old man behind him. Seeing the young master's confident expression, I asked in confusion. The young master can see the other party's intention. The young master only responded later, saying, this old man wants a big one. As a result, without restrictions, there is no bottom price. Wanting to snatch an amazing soulless person, in order to obtain it, they will recklessly increase the price. Tell him a price that satisfies him. Thus, prices will fly around the world. Various treasures emerge endlessly. He just needs to be in it. Choose the one you desire the most, or the one with the highest value. It will definitely be much stronger than the normal auction price. And Zhang Xian heard the old man downstairs say so. I'm also stunned. How can I satisfy him? At this moment, Prince Zhao couldn't help but snort coldly. This guy really has a big breath. Soul free is amazing, even if it's precious. It's just a puppet who has been dead for countless years. It's uncertain whether it can be used or not. Want to purchase? I just want to observe. It's just the skill of an ancient soulless master. But there may not necessarily be many people who really want to buy it. Go Lao heard that Zhao Gongzi said so. I just explained that it's not true. Everyone wants to achieve this amazing purpose of obtaining the soul-free statue. It's not the thing itself, but it's the inheritance of which soul masters. Once one comprehends the mysteries within it, it can transfer the soul. After all, human lifespan is limited, but the soul can live for a long time, if you take good care of it. Amazing with the help of which souls, surviving for 400 to 500 years is not a problem. Zhang Xian on the side, after hearing the content of their conversation, I also sighed and said, if that's the case, then, the soulless creature is astonishing and will bring about a bloody storm. Meanwhile, on this side of the auction house, I saw an old man come out first and foremost, calling out for a heavenly book umbrella. This perverted flavor is too strong. Everyone on site couldn't understand. Why does the male lead treat someone over 100 years old? I have this hobby. Just now, this soulless gold coin can make people live for another 500 years. At the moment of great anticipation, finally appeared at the auction venue of Jianbao Pavilion. However, many noble families strive to capture this precious treasure. We have prepared the next city that we can buy. Temporarily come to participate in the auction. Unexpectedly, the seller does not intend to bid on a temporary sale this time, but I want to exchange things for things. As long as the personnel present can produce items that satisfy him, you can immediately make a deal. But just as everyone was discussing it, an old man walked out of the crowd, calling out for a heavenly book umbrella. Others were very puzzled when they heard this. What is the Tianshu umbrella? Dare to come and exchange too. Later, someone recognized this umbrella. It was just introduced that he is a mid-level spiritual weapon, taking the Tianshu star in the Big Dipper as a reference. Made by condensation, its attack and defense are integrated. It is a rare treasure. Over 100 years ago, it caused a sensation throughout the entire Wancheng Alliance. If we exchange it for spirit stones, the value is immeasurable. I didn't expect this spiritual artifact to also be taken out. After listening to the introduction, everyone was extremely surprised. But at this moment, on the side, someone shouted that the heavenly book umbrella was indeed extraordinary. But I want to replace the soulless head. It's amazing and obviously not enough. I'll do it myself. I see that, sir, your breath is weak. It should be that the body is not very healthy. I have a millennium blood god here. Even if there is a loss of qi and blood, Shuyuan is approaching. After swallowing, it can also guarantee an additional 10 or 8 years of life. Everyone was surprised. Major forces are coming one after another. They each revealed priceless treasures. However, at this moment, the old man standing in the middle spoke up. Thank you all for actively participating. Your treasures are all very precious. Unfortunately, none of these are what I wanted. Everyone became unhappy upon hearing this. One of them also complained that it's not what you want. What exactly do you want? Why don't you say it out loud? So many of us. As long as it can be taken out, take it. What cannot be taken out can only be considered unlucky. Blind people also agree that it's correct. Just say what you want directly. Don't make us guess. Although I really want to buy the soul-free golden man, but I don't have that much time to spend with you. Soon, others also started arguing along. Let the sellers say what they want one after another. Don't tease everyone here. However, the old man noticed that everyone began to be dissatisfied. What knowledge are you trying to respond to? Suddenly, my body trembled. Standing stiffly in place without saying a word, everyone saw him hesitate to speak, immediately filled with anger. I wish I could go up and give him 2 big bullies. Dong and Zhang Xian saw the scene in the private room. I also feel very strange. Just as I was about to use my rational eyes to see what was going on, suddenly, a book appeared in my mind. This made Zhang Xian, who was originally confused, even more confused. After all, libraries generally do not have books in this situation. Just how did he run out this time? Although Zhang Xian is very puzzled, but he knows it's useless to overthink now. So I took down the book and casually opened it. But when he saw the content in the book, I can't believe it all over my face. Surprisingly, there would still be such a thing. However, the old man standing in the middle suddenly slowed down. Looking around a week later, I just said to everyone again, I know why you want to purchase this item. If anyone can give me the treasure I want, not only can we obtain this soulless golden man, I will also take him to excavate the location of the golden man, exploring the secrets of soulless masters. Everyone was in an uproar upon hearing the words. Just now, everyone had an angry expression on their faces. I want to give him some big fights. On the other hand, now, everyone wants to rush forward and pick up their thighs. You should know that ancient soulless masters were all involved in souls, claimed to be the richest profession. The appraiser is far inferior to one. Can you really explore the secrets of such people? You will surely find infinite wealth. But even so, everyone just reported a round of treasure exchange with them. I can't even make it catch my eye. However, just as everyone was frowning and worried, a sound came from the private room. I am a seedling of a 1,000-leaf tree. Zhao Gongzi heard someone leaving the 1,000-leaf tree, immediately stunned, because he knows, this is the legendary spirit tree that can protect the family. One stem produces thousands of branches, 1,000 leaves on a branch. After fully growing up, it will automatically protect its owner like Lingding. In fact, the power is even more powerful than the 4 heavens of the realm of transformation. These treasures can also be exchanged for a soul scripture element. It won't be too much of a loss. What he didn't expect was, the old man standing in the middle actually refused directly. Am I crazy to lose this old man? This is a spirit tree that never falls for 1,000 years. He can not only protect his family and ancestors, still an ancestor who can guard the family. At this point, everyone who participated in the auction went crazy. He's so meow that he's not even interested in this. What else can be traded? After classical Chinese, the old man waved his hand and said to everyone, I still say the same thing. As long as what you bring out is something that interests me, naturally, it will change. It's not that the more valuable the better. However, at this moment, Old Chin couldn't bear to watch it either. Come to Luo Zhishi's side. I just told him that this guy is here to cause trouble, right? If this continues, not only can it not be sold, you can't get any commission either. Why do auction houses still allow such people to participate? Luo Zhishi heard Lao Chen say so. Just responded that he wasn't causing trouble. And he participated in this auction. I also paid for 5,000 snacks first. I heard Luo Zhishi say that. Old Chen also fainted. What does this old man really want? At this moment, there was a sound coming from the private room on the 23rd. I will award half of the 5-star distance courses to renowned teachers, along with 1 imperial talisman. Upon hearing this, everyone exploded once again. Crazy. I used half a 5-star talisman to trade. You should know that the entire alliance of 10,000 cities has been formed so far. Not a single one has been released yet. The course talisman of this level of renowned teacher. This half. I believe many people know the meaning behind it. He is above 4 stars. Less than 5 stars. But he is much stronger than the average peak of the 4 goods. Just a little short of getting a 5-star rating. That's why we have this level. The old man heard someone issue a pre-symbol of this level. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke up and agreed to trade with the other party. At this moment, the young master in room 23 heard that the other party agreed. Just showed a confident smile. So he instructed the old man, take the jade talisman and trade with the other party. But at this moment, Zhang Xian stood at the window of the private room. Shout down, don't rush to agree to the deal for now. I haven't provided a quote yet. Without waiting for everyone to doubt, Zhang Xian shouted directly, I can help you get it out. Everyone was wide-eyed when they heard this. Who is this Miao guy? This flavor is too strong, isn't it? This pervert is just too perverted. The front foot said to help the old man get it out. Then he hit the old man with a set of 5 consecutive whips. Just now, bidding at the auction house. This soulless gold coin can make people live for another 500 years. His master agreed. Others can exchange tone with a course preview. At this moment, just heard the male lead shout, don't rush to make a deal. I can help you get it out. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. What kind of situation is this? Help him get it out. What are you doing? Is this flavor that strong? However, the young master in room 23 heard the other party shouting like this. Immediately spewed out a mouthful of juice, thinking of him meowing. I will send a remote customer pre-service ticket. Its value is priceless. Anyone can afford to buy aftermarket weapons. If there were a normal quotation, I would endure it too. Can I help you get it out? What is this called? And this old man is aging badly. A shaky appearance. It looks like it could hang up at any moment. You still need to help him get it out. I lost it because I thought it was wrong. It's still your taste that people can understand. And the old man beside the young master heard what Zhang Xin said. I was also scared. Gaped for a long time. After calming down, he scolded carelessly and abruptly. This old man looks like his life is not long. I shouldn't be tempted by physical pleasure. And even if you like it, there's no need to find a man, right? But even if it's really about finding a man, as a practitioner, it cannot be done in front of everyone's eyes either. Accept this request. Also, this guy in room 1 is like a dung beetle. Wearing a mask smells shameless. However, just as everyone was discussing the old man, when I was with Zhang Xian in room 1, I heard standing in the middle. The old man, who was so excited that his whole body trembled, said, this handsome guy. This statement is true. Zhang Xian heard the other party's response. Just say for sure, as long as you give me the amazing soul free, I will definitely do my best to help you get it out. After receiving a positive response from the other party, the old man, I just agreed to the transaction directly. Everyone saw the situation. He's all meowing and almost fainting at the scene. This not only subverts their 3 views, and it also directly destroyed their values. After all, no one can understand an old man. Surprisingly, it was for temporary pleasure. You would rather not. So many priceless treasures. We need a teenager. But the most confusing thing is, room 1, this pervert. How do you know the old man likes this bite? However, the young master in room 23 heard that Maija agreed. I suddenly felt like a bolt from the blue. Using such a scarce jade talisman myself. Surprisingly, it can't compare to a male god. I lost it because the master was blind, or has his cat's world changed? After feeling depressed, I just turned my head to look at the guard beside me. Align and instruct you to also go and provide a quotation. Just say we can also help him get it out. And he can do whatever he wants. Ensure that all conditions and postures are met. The old man was dumbfounded when he heard this. This sacrifice is too great, isn't it? For a soulless creature that is astonishing. The young master can actually do this. Then he awkwardly said to the young master, don't do it. This sacrifice is simply too great. If the master finds out about this matter, Even if an old slave has 10 lives, it's not enough. The young master heard the other party say so. Just let out a cold snort of anger and sacrifice. I sacrificed you, big-headed ghost. Meow, do you still want me to go up? I, Song Chao, am a 4-star celebrity and capable of doing such a thing. Are you kidding? If you want to go, you go too. As long as he agrees to sell me the amazing soul-free product. Just take good care of him, never neglect. The old man burst into tears upon hearing these words. Young master, don't do this. Old slave, I'm not at my age to play like this. How can I go out and meet people in the future? But Song Chao doesn't listen to the other party's complaints. Continue to ask him to come forward and provide a quote. Otherwise, wait until they complete the transaction. It's too late to say anything. The helpless old man looked hopeless. Just stepped forward and shouted, my young master has a quote. He is also willing to help you get it out. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone exploded at the auction venue. This is a great auction. How did it become like this while selling? He meows all over. Don't be frugal anymore. However, Zhang Xin in the room. If you hear someone, you can also help him get it out. I looked over in confusion. I asked this gentleman, how do you want to help him get it out? Let's see whose method is more sophisticated, so that the seller can make a choice. Upon hearing this, Song Chao, a mouthful of juice sprayed out with it. I lost this guy not only for his strong taste, but also for his taste. We still need to discuss it in public. Can he be any more shameless with his meow? Zhang Xian saw no response from the other party. Just keep talking if you can't say it. It means you have no way. It's for malicious bidding. At this moment, Song Chao was asked by Zhang Xian. I feel increasingly angry in my heart. Not long after, he roared, of course this method is that one. This is a method that everyone knows. What else is there to say? Zhang Xian, who has been single for 20 years, was very puzzled when she heard this. What exactly is that method? You made it clear. He was possessed by an evil spirit, suffering greatly. What exactly is your method? Can you tell me if you can help him get it out? If effective, I can let you try it first. Upon hearing this, Song Chao immediately petrified. What do I call losing this? How does this bastard talk with a trap? At this moment, he, embarrassed to the point where I thought about going back to my mother's womb and starting anew. Not long after, he spoke slowly and said, as far as I know, the possession of evil spirits is an invasion of the soul. You said it can be eliminated. Is it difficult for your excellency to master the soul? As soon as Zhang Xian heard the other person asking like this, then he responded by saying that the possession of evil spirits is as poisonous as poison, blending with the soul. I am powerless to do anything about it. Upon hearing this, Maiju immediately fainted. At this moment, he also asked anxiously, why did you say you could help me get it out? Listen to the other party's response saying that since he can see it, can you explain it in such detail again? There must be a way to do it. It's even more confusing. When I was very confused about what was going on with the other person, I heard him say it again. Alright, give me the amazing soul free. I will take action to help you solve it. There are so many people here. It's not convenient to go into detail either. I heard the other person say that. The old man hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Then look around for a week. Just said to everyone, thank you all for your amazing enthusiasm in purchasing without soul. We have found the buyer now. I'm really sorry, everyone. I have decided to sell it to this gentleman. I can only apologize to everyone here. After finishing speaking, he astonishingly collected the soul-free item into the ring. Go straight to room 1. However, Zhang Xian's operation today, it also aroused curiosity from many people. After all, he can easily draw 7 pieces of artwork. You can still tell at a glance that someone has been possessed by an evil spirit. I have no interest in carving 4-star jade talismans. So the people present, including 4-star teacher Song Chao in room 23, they will investigate him thoroughly. Soon, the old seller also arrived in room 1. Zhang Xian saw the other party release the soul-free golden man onto the ground. I leaned forward and took a closer look. I just realized that this golden man is about the same size as a real person. Full body gold, like cast steel. However, its appearance and skin are unpredictable. I'm also very curious. But this is not the time to study this thing either. Then he astonishingly placed this soul into the storage ring. Just look up at the seller in front of you. However, the old man saw the person he was trading with. Surprisingly, he is just a young man around 20 years old. I also feel very broken in my heart. After all, he couldn't understand. A person who can tell at a glance that they are possessed by an evil spirit. It's the young man in front of us. But the other party can speak confidently. There is not a single mistake in what was said. It's hard to believe again. Later, he said to the other party, please ask the handsome guy to take action. Solve the hidden danger for me. After Zhang Xianwen responded, just turned around along the other side. Then he turned his head to look at the Seg master beside him. Use phonetic communication with Jinlang to tell them there's something going on. I want them to help out. After receiving a response with the consent of both parties, Zhang Xian will handle the matters that require their cooperation. I told them to listen. After listening, the two of them were stunned for a moment. Then they glanced at each other. Just awkwardly told Zhang Xian, is this really good? After receiving Zhang Xian's affirmation again, the two of them. No more talking. As Zhang Xian shouted out, I offended you. I only saw Lord Sage and Mr. Jin's colleague. Place your hand on the elderly person. 2 streams of true qi suddenly surged out. Imprisoned it. The old man felt uneasy about the sudden surprise attack. Lei's heart tightened. Suddenly thought of something. So I roared loudly, you bastards. I actually want to forcefully grab it. Soul free is amazing. However, if the organizer only sees this situation. My face turned pale. My heart trembled. I looked anxiously at Zhang Xian, nervously shouting Zhang Shi. You can't do this. Zhang Xian responded to the other party's words and said, don't worry. If you want to kill him, I've already filmed him dead. Is it still enough to lock him up? I heard Zhang Xian say that. The steward finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, I still want to hold an auction in the future. It's probably getting cold. And at this moment, the old man from my family heard their conversation. I also saw that they didn't kill themselves. I just breathed a sigh of relief. I know I'm overthinking, so I asked Zhang Xian what she really wanted to do to herself. Zhang Xian heard the other party's question like this. Just smiled. Didn't you ask me to help you exorcise evil spirits? How can we expel you if we don't suppress you? Zhang Xian finished speaking, not waiting for the other party's response yet. Just show a smile. Immediately after, a slap hit the other person's face. The old man who was beaten and rolled all over the ground. With a bewildered expression, he wanted to ask the other person why he had to behave like this. But unexpectedly, he hasn't spoken yet. I saw Zhang Xian kick again. With a sound, I saw the old man being pushed against the wall. Not long after, I saw him struggling to stand up. At this moment, the old man was extremely angry, staring at Zhang Xian with murderous eyes. Roar loudly, Liang Guangpu. You didn't explain your words clearly to me. I want your life now. Everyone saw the situation. I don't know what Zhang Xian really wants. This old man is almost dying. Why are you still using such a tough move? Are you really not afraid to kick him out? However, Zhang Xian ignored everyone. Walk up to the old man again. Immediately followed by a series of consecutive kicks. Directly kick the old man into a pig's head. At this moment, the old man could no longer bear such shame. My eyes are full of killing intent. Roar at the other party again and I'll kill you. Just Zhang Xian doesn't care. On the contrary, with a slight smile, he replied, did I hear you correctly? You're going to kill me. Don't you still want to use my hand to help you kill him? Why are you killing me again now? The old man trembled uncontrollably upon hearing this. Then he shouted, who do I want you to kill? I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Xian saw that the other party was dead and stubborn. He responded with a smile once again, saying, I don't know, do I? Do you have the courage to come over and sacrifice someone else's body? Erasing their souls. But now you don't have the courage to admit what you did. How dare you say you don't know in front of me? Zhao Gongzi and others heard Zhang Xian say so. Everyone was stunned. Then he looked cautiously at the old man. After all, robbing is a special technique used by soul masters, also known as borrowing the body to revive the soul. As long as the witch soul masters whose aid is about to be exhausted, they will forcibly suppress the souls of others, or kill, revive with the help of the other person's body. Zhang Xian saw that everyone had a dull expression. I couldn't help but laugh. Tell everyone not to worry excessively. He's just been taken away now. Not completely possessed yet. If he were successfully possessed now, I really can't solve it. However, the old man heard Zhang Xian's words. Suddenly, his face darkened. I gritted my teeth and said, don't talk nonsense. I haven't been pardoned by anyone. I am currently possessed by an evil spirit. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian shook her head. So he turned around along the old man. Speak to him. What means did you use to suppress the other person's soul? I'm not really sure. Just what exactly happened. I can still tell, if I'm not mistaken. When I first arrived at the auction house, it's still his soul that dominates. At that time, he didn't want to say what he wanted. But it's your suppression of him. It makes it impossible to declare it to fear. You were also questioned by everyone just now, causing emotional loss of control. This is what gives you an opportunity to take advantage of. And you are also occupying its body. I just told everyone that if anyone buys soulless, it's amazing. Take whoever you want to find the tomb of the soul master. If I'm not mistaken, you're saying that to attract others to come over. Okay, set a trap. Kill more powerful people. Otherwise, how could he possibly want to go for a second time? After all, when I first went there, almost possessed by evil spirits, resulting in his own dying soon. Have you become accustomed to being abused? I don't think he's looking for his own way out, right? So there is only one truth. Xinglao, Dalao, and others heard Jiang Xian say so. First, for a while. Later on, I recalled the scene when the old man was forced to question by everyone just now. Just suddenly realized. Just these things. How would this handsome guy know? However, at this moment, Jiang Xian did not wait for everyone to doubt. Just look at Mr. Jin and Mr. Gu. Tell him that he still needs to work for the two of them. Unfastened the seal on his body. The two of them heard. I was momentarily stunned. Didn't that mean he was pardoned? If you untie it, don't be afraid of the other party's chaos. Immediately after, I heard Jiang Xian confidently say that he has his own limits, so the two of them stopped worrying too much. Simultaneously press your hand onto the other person. After a loud bang, the seal was then unsealed. At this moment, the old man snorted coldly. Since you can't exorcise evil spirits, then I'll take my leave. Then he turned around and left. But I haven't taken 2 steps yet. I was stopped in front of Jiang Xian. At this moment, the old man sneered coldly. Shout to Jiang Xian, what's wrong? Just based on your strength, you want to stop me. However, Jiang Xian did not waste any words with him. He looked up and kicked him again. At this moment, the old man was kicked several meters away. Not long after, he slowly got up, glared angrily at Jiang Xian. However, Jiang Xian did not pay attention to the other party. 2 steps forward, a backhand is a slap. Directly knocked the old man over to the ground. Everyone looked at each other in confusion upon seeing this. Looking at Jiang Xian in disbelief, this old man is clearly Hua Fanjing Erzhong. How can I completely resist his half-step? Hua Fanjing's Zhang family. Here, Zhaoya and others are different from other people who look frightened. Instead, they exclaimed excitedly to each other. Has the teacher's strength increased again? Only then did Prince Xiao speak up. It's not that your teacher's strength has increased, but this old man's strength has weakened. It looks like he's Hua Fan Erzhong, but now his combat effectiveness. At most, it's just the initial strength of Hua Fanjin's pet. At this moment, Jiang Xian heard that everyone had finished discussing. Just said to the old man lying on the ground, are you surprised? Unexpectedly. Now it's not just me who can see it. Everyone else has also understood. Do you have anything else to say about this? However, old Gu Laojian no longer spoke up. I asked Jiang Xian what caused the decline in his strength. Classical Chinese writer Jiang Xian also analyzed to everyone. It's actually quite simple. Those who have been pardoned and those who have been pardoned, their strength is not equal. If I'm not mistaken, the person who has been pardoned is the peak of the second tier of the Huafan realm, and only one soul that has been pardoned has emerged. Although he occupied the right place through shooting, Fan's body lacks the ability to adapt to the other person, especially when I beat him up again just now. Difficulty in matching body and soul. Even if we can control the other party without revealing any flaws, but unable to mobilize its true source. That's why it looks so weak. This is also why Jiang Xian used the eyes of fame and fortune at the beginning. Can see the reason for the flaws on the other person's body. Normally speaking, Jiang Xian is only half of Huafan's strength. He uses the eyes of fame and fortune. I can only see through the people in the early Jin dynasty of Huafan. So Jiang Xian guessed the person who stole the house through this incident. Only the strength of Huafan in the early Jin dynasty dare to let Mr. Jin and Mr. Gu unlock each other's seals. However, the old man heard Jiang Xian's words. My face turned pale instantly. I want to refute but don't know how to explain it. Just don't install it anymore. So he stood up, roaring at Jiang Xian, you're right. I am the one you described as someone who has taken over. Everyone was also shocked to see the other party admit it. Just now, everyone heard what Jiang Xian said. I'm only half believing and half doubting. I didn't expect it to be really like this. Jiang Xian saw the other party speak the truth. I just responded by saying that it's okay to admit it. Actually, what I just said was my guess. If you don't admit it, I also feel like I guessed wrong. After all, Jiang Xian can only see flaws in the Tianda library. There is no analysis of the specific situation. No answer has been given. So just now he also went through many flaws in the other party, combining some knowledge I have seen in the book. Identified. I want to deceive the other party. But he didn't expect to get it right either. However, the old man heard the other party say so. I was so angry that I almost fainted. If we knew that the other party was guessing, he won't admit even if he dies. But now he's saying it even if he doesn't say it. Regretting is useless. Then his face changed. Just sneered at Jiang Xian. My soul now dominates. That is, the owner of this body. Even if you know. What's the use of saying I'm a runaway? Can you still kill me? Even if I step forward and kill you. But do you dare? How dare you? Everyone heard the other person say so. Just look at Jiang Xian in unison. I'm afraid Jiang Xian might kill the old man here. After all, many people know. The other party came here to trade. If he really dies here, At that time, it will be difficult to find a treasure trove in auction house. Zhang Xian also knows that this matter does require careful consideration, although this will have an impact on the treasure hunt and auction house. But what worries him is, we cannot let an innocent person die because of this. However, the old man saw everyone's expressions of difficulty, just showed a proud expression, laughing, since you all know, you can't kill me here, how about this? I also have a suggestion for you. Let's continue trading. Even the soul-free golden man belongs to you, but you have to help me kill the original owner inside my body. Anyway, it's all a transaction. Zhang Xian also responded by saying that what he said was correct. My goal is just to have the soul-free golden man. Now the golden man has arrived. There's really no need to cause any more trouble for oneself, but I always like to go against the trend. Didn't you say there's nothing I can do? Then try my method, will it work? When everyone heard this, my heart trembled uncontrollably. If that's the case, but something big is going to happen. Jin Lao also looked at the young master with a worried expression on his face. I want him to persuade me. Unexpectedly, Prince Zhao responded to Mr. Jin with a serious expression. This is the obligation and responsibility that a renowned teacher should have. He can't avoid it. After all, on this star continent, famous teachers can enjoy noble status. Naturally, they also have to shoulder their due responsibilities. Although Zhang Xian mentioned the name and background of this old man, I don't even know. There's not even a single intersection. But now it has been taken away by the soul of the witch soul master. Hold one's life on a precarious tenure. Zhang Xian has seen it with her own eyes now. If not prevented, where is the morality in his heart? What qualifications are there to educate the world? Guide students. As a renowned teacher, teaching students not only involves imparting sophisticated techniques. Let him become successful and benevolent. What's more, we also need to establish a correct outlook on life for them. Otherwise, being educated would also be a disgrace. So we lose the true meaning of being a renowned teacher. However, at this moment, the old man heard the other party tell the truth. The originally proud smile immediately sank down. So he asked the other party, why insist on opposing oneself? Later, I heard Zhang Xian respond by saying, do the right thing. You are being paranoid. I just drove you out. This body doesn't belong to you, so you don't have the right to possess it. Just finished speaking, Zhang Xian raised her hand and took out a few silver needles. Throw it at the old man. The next second, the old man's face turned pale, eyes showing wings of terror, falling directly to the ground. Everyone went crazy when they saw this. Golao also had an incredulous expression on his face. Look at Zhang Xian. Silver needles entering the body can make the soul lose control. What kind of true qi is needed to achieve this? However, the old man lying on the ground at this moment had a terrified expression on his face. After being penetrated by a silver needle, he was burning like a flame all over his body. The pain is unbearable. My whole body is about to crack. At this moment, his pupils contracted in excruciating pain. Suddenly remembered something. Confirmed, this is the true qi of the 3rd grade. As a soul wizard, he also knows. The true qi of the top 3 grades is not only pure and refined, it also has the function of exorcising evil and warding off evil. Just what puzzled him was, the master teacher hall only has Khan's family, and only its true disciples have this kind of true qi. But how could this young man in front of me think of this? He knows if this continues like this, there must be only one dead end. So his eyes swept over everyone present, seeing everyone with different cultivation levels. Upon closer inspection, I realized, the big back head in front of us has the lowest strength. I believe the vigilance should not be high. It will also be easier to get rid of it. So I silently recited in my heart to bid farewell. The soul immediately transforms into an intangible and formless smoke. He flew straight towards the big back not far away. However, the senior minister in front of us, seeing the old man standing beside, suddenly stiffened his body. Stuck in place, motionless. A joy in my heart. Just shouted and the soul wizard left. When everyone heard the sound, it was indeed so. Not long after, I saw the old man's body shake. My eyes opened accordingly. The soul of the original body returns to the physical body. Although he was being controlled by someone just now, but he still has a perception of what happened on site. So the old man saw Zhang Xian, just walked up to the gift of thanks, but he still wants to deal with Zhang Xian. When expressing gratitude, suddenly heard the boy in the room sneeze. An ominous omen suddenly appeared in my heart. Turn your head and look. Discovered that the opponent is a warrior. I couldn't help but shout, oh no, that witch soul is his. He's robbing the house. Everyone heard the old man say that. I suddenly froze in place. The old man then pointed to Sun Chang, who had a big back. When I was taken away, he sneezed just like him. Upon hearing these words, Sun Chang was initially taken aback. Then, with a bewildered expression, he went to feel his body. But I didn't notice anything unusual. I just told everyone that I don't feel anything. Don't you think I'm doing well now? The old man looked bewildered when he saw the other person. Just keep explaining that this guy is incredibly cunning. I must know that once I forcefully occupy my body, will be expelled by zombies. So once it enters your body, it hides. However, Zhang Xian on the side was also very angry when she heard this, because he never expected it. This guy dared to take over after being driven away. Sun Chang knew so long ago. Just now, we should have directly used true chi to kill it. But for him, this situation is just right now. It's not difficult. Even a 7-star master skilled in soul summoning want to be in. It's difficult to find hidden souls inside the human body. But Zhang Xian is different. After all, he has the Heavenly Way library. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian, I'm asking Sun Chang to play a set of boxing techniques for him to see. Soon he was among the books in the library. Seeing the hiding place of the soul, he swung a silver needle again and stabbed Sun Chang. Immediately after, I heard a piercing roar emanated from Sun Chang's body. How did you know I was here? Zhang Xian saw the other person make a sound. He angrily scolded me and said, now get out of here. I don't have to kill you. However, the Witch Soul Master at this moment never expected it. Even if one hides so well, they will still be discovered. So he started running wildly inside Sun Chang's body. At the same time, he also roared at Zhang Xian, wanting me to come out. There's no door. Since you want to kill me, then let's all perish together. Old man Luo Zhu saw the situation, urgently requesting the other party not to harm the innocent. Can be driven crazy by Zhang Xian as a Witch Soul Master. At this moment, I completely ignore what others are saying. A demonic aura instantly enveloped the body. However, Sun Chang was possessed by demonic energy. I feel like my whole body is exploding at this moment. This pain make him involuntarily let out a fierce roar. Meanwhile, the crowd also clearly heard the roar of the Witch Soul. Anyway, they're all dead. Kill one to recoup the cost. Kill two and I'll make a profit. I have no heart or ambition. You can't catch me either. You can't do anything to me. I have killed him now. I can still devour others. You guys just wait to die. But at this moment, a demonic aura suddenly exploded from Sun Chang's body. A strong and mellow true chi emanates from the inside out. Immediately after, I heard the soul wizard shouting for help. Everyone stood there dumbfounded when they saw this. Then he looked towards Zhang Xian. I want to learn the whole story from him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xian was also confused at this moment. I don't seem to have figured out what's going on either. But just when everyone was puzzled, a true chi burst out again from Sun Chang's body. At this moment, I saw Sun Chang's face shining brightly, like eating hundreds of pig whips. Fierce, don't. Step forward. I don't know what's going on when I say it to everyone. No intention to kill him. Old man Luo Zhu saw the situation. The whole body trembled uncontrollably. Just exclaimed, this is the nourishment of the witch soul. Cultivation has skyrocketed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian curiously turned around and looked at the other person. What does witch soul nourishment mean? At this moment, I saw the nervous old man Luo Zhu respond. Witchcraft soul masters are different from normal dancers. The latter cultivates true chi and physical body, and what they cultivate is the soul. Therefore, they will integrate their lifelong cultivation into their souls. Even if they take possession of someone else's body, it can also quickly recover. Not so weak as to be unbearable. Now his soul has been erased by Sun Chang. It is equivalent to transforming one's cultivation into nourishment. Inject everything into the other person's body. So at this moment, Sun Chang, it's as fierce as eating hundreds of pig whips. Just Zhang Xian heard this, still looking at the old man with a bewildered expression. Ask if the soul of a witch soul master can still practice like this. However, the old man Luo Zhu saw Zhang Xian's expression. Turning his head again, he looked at Sun Chang not far away, still standing there with a bewildered expression on his face. I wonder what kind of monsters these master and servant are. This owner who is not yet 20 years old. Not only can it use silver needles, drive out the soul of the witch soul master, his servants even directly swallowed it back. These two are really little cows riding motorcycles. Bullish roar. I only responded to Zhang Xian later, right. The power of a witch soul master is pure soul power. No attributes. Any practitioner can accept it, and there won't be any conflicts. If I'm not mistaken, Sun Chang's cultivation will definitely skyrocket as a result. Jin Lao and a few people from the ancient tomb beside him. I heard the old man say that. I was scared and my face turned pale. Murmured this second item in his mouth. He can even swallow a witch soul master. As drug masters, they know the profession of witch soul master. In the ancient times of this continent, one of the most terrifying professions. Any strong person who encounters it will change their color. Result. This second-rate guy unknowingly turned the other side around. I lost it. No wonder he was so arrogant when he was in the poison hall. It turns out he's really capable. Think of this. Jin Lao turned his head to look at the ancient tomb. Instruct him on the cultivation of this guy's soul. have no bottom. I can't offend this pervert in the future. Gumu heard the teacher say so. Just look at Sun Chang not far away. I sighed in my heart that this butler is so powerful. How strong should his young master be? However, just as everyone was shocked, when Sun Chang, the second-level commodity, had such ability, suddenly, I saw his aura rising continuously, breaking through from the royal realm all the way to the semi-modernization of Nanjing. Just as everyone was scared and their eyes widened, suddenly, a powerful aura surged out again, directly breaking through the biochemical environment of the half-step path, early stage of heterogeneity. At this moment, Sun Chang, the scent on my body hasn't stopped yet, still continuously rising. The next second, I saw Sun Chang breathe a little bit, immediately rushed to the middle stage of the first level of the transformation of the mortal realm. As the true chi recedes from the body, Sun Xiangsai blinked his eyes in confusion. Tell me what's going on. Why did my strength suddenly explode? Just finished speaking. Suddenly remembered before going to the poison hall. The young master is afraid of getting into trouble. Once left a true chi in the body. Think of this. Just exclaimed, that's right. It's the young master. It's the true chi left in my body by the young master. Then he quickly ran to Zhang Xian. Thank him for saving his life and achieving salvation. Halfway through the conversation, I saw Zhang Xian with a heavy expression on his face, arriving in front of the old man Ruozhu. Tell him, Senior Ruozhu, that I really want to ask, where did you capture the witch soul master? Can we get a few more heads over here? I want to let a few of my students also be quiet by the way. How many breakthroughs are there? Everyone heard this. They all spewed out a mouthful of 82-year-old bone juice. How big is this Mars that I lost? Others turn pale when they hear about the witch soul master. How far is it? How far is it? This guy is really good. We need to get a few more. We also need to let his students compete. The old man heard the other party's request as the candle fell, immediately covered in cold sweat, thinking of him meowing. There weren't many witch soul masters in ancient times. Now we can find something purely by chance. Do you really think it's winter melon, radish, tofu residue? Grab a big handful. Dig a sack. How many more heads are needed? The old man complained before explaining to Zhang Xian. Teacher Zhang, this was just an accidental encounter. It's probably difficult to find anything else in this world. Zhang Xian's face was also filled with regret upon hearing these words. After all, he just saw Sun Chang. This guy's breakthrough is so satisfying. I also want a few students to grow quickly, since the other party has already said so. Now we have to give up. Later, I inquired about it from the other party, the amazing witch soul and the situation of the witch soul master. After detailed description by the old man Luo Zhu, Zhang Xian also decided to explore the purpose of the witch soul master. So the few of them agreed to go together in 3 days. Later, the old man Luo Zhu saw that nothing was wrong. I bid farewell to everyone. Soon after, Gu Lojian's room quieted down. I just awkwardly said to Zhang Xian, Teacher Zhang, I don't know. I'll go explore the witch soul master's cemetery in 3 days. Can I follow over and take a look? The resignation-style classical Chinese on the side also echoed the same sentiment. I also want to go. Teacher Zhang also brought me along. Zhang Xian saw that the two of them were also going with him. The brow tightened. Just wanted to refuse. He suddenly thought of something. Immediately changed his face. Tell both of them that they can go if they want. Just you need to take him. The two of them were immediately dumbfounded upon hearing these words. At this moment, Zhang Xiankai looked at the old minister again. Ask him if the treasure appraisal pavilion has a library for storing books. I want to go and see if there are any books about witch soul masters. After hearing the other party mention the existence of such books, just call Zhaoye and the others to your side. Tell a few people what to do next. We're going to the witch soul master's tomb. This place is extremely dangerous. So these days, you need to improve your strength as soon as possible, to ensure one's own safety. During these 3 days, snacks are free for you to use, but we must break through to the supreme respect of the Tao. Otherwise, there's no need to follow and retrieve it. After finishing speaking, he took out a pile of snacks and threw them to them. After a few people took the snacks, responding to Zhang Xian in unison, we will not disappoint the teacher's expectations. However, at this moment, Zhaoye thought to herself, although it is difficult to break through the path of supreme respect from the Grandmaster, but the teacher has explained all the issues related to cultivation. Everyone also has techniques specially created by teachers. Nowadays, with so many snacks available, if a successful breakthrough cannot be achieved, that's really a student who doesn't deserve to be a teacher. At this point, Zhang Xian had finished explaining the matter. Just qualified guys go to the library. As soon as I entered, I was stunned by the magnificent scene before my eyes. Soon Zhang Xian started collecting. It took almost a day to complete. He exhausted himself and collected all the books. After returning to the residence to rest for a day, just released the golden man who stored the ring, reaching out and touching. silently reciting defects in one's heart. Quickly, a book formed in my mind. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at the pile of densely packed text on the book. The general meaning recorded is, this first-level soulless head is amazing. A special puppet crafted by a witch soul master. He has a sense of autonomy. You can also let the soul of the witch soul master invade. Control it. What Zhang Xian didn't expect was, this amazing one was not forced to be refined, but it's a golden man who voluntarily wants to become a witch soul master. Just this golden man. It has no effect on restoring Lu Chong. The only thing that can be used is as a flesh shield. See here. Zhang Xian called out to Liang Guanbo directly. It costs so much, and it's causing chaos throughout the city. Finally, tell me this is just a flesh shield. I threw it away before putting it away. Meanwhile, also bring the round ball that was welcomed at Lao Chen's place yesterday. Take it out. Continue to check what this item is for. Soon, the spherical book appeared in my mind. Not long after, Zhang Xian found a total of 17 defects in this book. Then I saw the ball in my hand suddenly snap. One divides into two. Zhang Xian was immediately startled. I didn't expect this seamless ball. Surprisingly, it can still be opened. But just as he lamented that the workmanship was too exquisite, I just realized that there is a box stuck in the sphere. So he took it out to investigate. After all, it's clever to put things in this sky machine. The items inside the box are definitely not simple either. After opening the box, I just realized there was a beast skin inside. Take a closer look. I saw 5 big characters written on the animal skin, red dust stepping on the sky. Then he opened the animal skin. I just saw the first line inside. The recorded poem is 3,000 miles in the red dust, smiling and stepping into the blue sky. Look down. The origin of this thing is recorded at the end of the poem. The content is about stepping into the sky in the mortal world. The creation of the noble sanctuary of the Nikong sect. On the day of siege. Carrying the mountains. 3,000 miles in one step. Soaring in the 9 heavens. I sell the blessings of the saints. Passing on the heavenly steps in a volume. Spread to future generations. I hope future generations will treat me kindly. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Specially placed in the coincidence of the heavenly rooster. I am not a descendant and my blood cannot be turned on. After reading the content on animal skins, Zhang Xian, I just understood. Come here. So this is the step created by Kong's disciples. I thought it was actually created by a student of the Kong family. I believe this technique is of great value, so we just checked if there were any defects. I will use the Heavenly Tao library again to search. Watch as you silently recite in your heart. Defective books reappear. After Zhang Xian finished flipping through the entire book, it surprised him immensely. I didn't expect that there were only about 40 flaws in this technique. After all, the martial arts that Zhang Xian had seen before. Basically, there are hundreds of shortcomings. So every set of martial arts he created himself. It takes thousands of books to gather and make up for it in order to generate. So in Zhang Xian's opinion, the shortcomings of this technique are less than 50. If we compare it with the techniques circulating outside, that's really impressive. It's still a bit too much for Zhang Xian. After all, the technique he created through the Heavenly Tao library, there are hardly any loopholes. At this moment, Zhang Xian suddenly thought, if we apply this set of steps, if deeply integrated with one's own heavenly path, will it go further? Think of this. Zhang Xian immediately went to the library, merged the 2 secret manuals together. After a lifetime of integration, I saw a new book appear in front of me. Zhang Xian immediately leaned forward upon seeing the situation, opened the pages of the book casually to check. Suddenly, my eyes lit up. Just now, there were over 40 flaws in the technique. Now it has dropped directly to only 3 places left. Although compared to self-created vulnerability-free techniques, there are a lot of people. But if there are only 3 places, it's still worth cultivating. At this moment, Zhang Xian no longer hesitated. Just look seriously at the dense content. Take a closer look. Suddenly stunned. The first page of the content shows the steps of the mortal world stepping into the sky. At this moment, Shi Tianwan. Zhang Xian also murmured nervously. Is this a flying technique? Doesn't Shi Tian mean being in sync with the heavens? At this moment, Zhang Xian was overjoyed. You should know that flying is important to him. Whether in the past life or in this life, it is the biggest dream. If we look at the cultivators across the entire continent, even the peak powerhouse of Huafan realm wants to fly. Only by relying on the discomfort of flying can one gallop across the world. I can't help but feel excited in my heart. Just open the book. The content is overwhelming. Zhang Xian reads while reading, shocking the power of this technique on one side. Quickly, Zhang Xian absorbed the contents of the secret script. He sat cross-legged and began practicing. After repeated practice, I just realized, this technique can only last for less than 3 breaths, and the consumption of true qi is very high. so I thought with a dejected expression. I still hold on to the belief that after learning, can act well in front of everyone. I didn't expect him to meow so badly. I'll lower my cultivation level. Let's start loading when the steam storage capacity is sufficient. So he got up and stretched lazily. Just as I was about to go out, I saw Sun Chang rushing over to greet me, and with a disdainful expression, he said, "Young master, there's a guy outside who insists on seeing you. I have already driven him away 3 times. I shamelessly kept coming over these past few days. Do you think I should tell Mr. Jean? Let him just throw that guy out directly." Zhang Xian was taken aback upon hearing these words. "I don't have any acquaintances here either. Who is this person? Why do you want to see me?" At this moment, Sun Chang also responded angrily. "Who knows who that second-rate guy is? I asked several times, but the other party didn't say anything. It's still dragging like watching Archie's videos every time, like a boss who doesn't like it. I feel angry just looking at it." It's even more strange that Zhang Xian was said by Sun Chang. Thinking to myself, in this world, is there anyone who doesn't like manga? Is that really more dragging than Brother Chang? Later, he asked if the other party was still there now. I heard Sun Chang say he's still there. So Zhang Xian asked Sun Chang to lead the way. Go and see what this second-hand product really wants. However, the scene came to the reception room of the treasure appraisal pavilion. At this moment, I saw the young man sitting inside. It's Song Chao from room 23 of the auction, and his elder. Escort them here. It's because the auction has passed. Find out. Zhang Xian is just a person who has just become a 2-star famous teacher. So as a 4-star renowned teacher, he wants to use a star-rated one. Use seniority to suppress each other. Let him transfer the amazing soul-free item in his hand. But I didn't want to come 3 times in a row. Not only did I not see anyone, he was also lured out by the other party's butler as a fraud. The old man just thinks that Zhang Xian is not an ordinary person. It may not be easy to transfer the soul-free golden man, so I looked at the young master. Ask him, "Young master, you said that guy. Will you agree to sell us the soulless golden man?" Song Chao snorted coldly upon hearing this. As long as he was a renowned teacher. Even if you don't sell, you have to sell. As long as I am willing. He is a small 2-star teacher. I'll give him some guidance casually. Not to mention the astonishing lack of soul. Even if he were to apprentice on the spot, it wouldn't be a problem. The old man also thinks it makes sense to hear the young master say that. After all, the strength of our own young master, if placed in the alliance of 10,000 cities, confront with others, it can also be called a top figure. However, at this moment, Sun Chang also brought Zhang Xian to the reception room. When he saw the 2 people in the hall, he said to Zhang Xian, "Young master, they are the ones who have seen you repeatedly." Zhang Xian approached and took a closer look. I just realized that I don't even know these 2 people. So confused, he asked if you wanted to find me. I don't know what happened. After hearing this, Song Chao, he stood up with a domineering posture. That's right for Zhang Xian. The renowned 4-star teacher Song Chao came here to find you. Zhang Xian was taken aback upon hearing these words. Why would a 4-star renowned teacher come to me? Later, Zhang Xian clasped his fists and met with Master Song. Song Chao noticed the other party's attitude. I nodded with satisfaction. Just as I was about to pose as an equipment and give him a lecture, I heard a voice from outside. "Teacher Zhang, you're out of customs now. The thing you asked me to find earlier. I have already collected everything." However, it was only after the senior cabinet member entered the room that he saw other people present. Upon closer inspection, he quickly clasped his fists and said that he had met Master Song. Then he ignored the other party. Just go straight to Zhang Xian and, the other day, Zhang Xian returned the Liushang water intake workstation to the Jinbao pavilion. Find the designated books for the conditions proposed by the time. After Zhang Xian took the storage ring, close your eyes and peek inside the ring. I just found out. It's filled with Hua Fanjing inside. A triple technique and martial art. There are tens of thousands of books available. Seeing so many books, Zhang Xian was overjoyed in her heart. He happily praised the senior minister. And the senior minister saw that the other party was satisfied. Flip through casually. I took out an identity token and handed it to Zhang Xian. At the same time, it was mentioned that this was after the last time Liushang took water and cleared customs. The 5-star appraiser badge bestowed by the headquarters. After receiving the badge, Zhang Xian took a look. I couldn't help but say, what the hell? This is a 5-star rating. The assessment of this appraiser is too easy, isn't it? But at this moment, Song Chao Jian, who was ignored on the side, was chatting and laughing with him. Suddenly, his face darkened. Just angrily rebuked the 2 of them for this pervert. In less than 10 minutes. Let a top talent be fooled twice in a row. Still willing to offer it to him. All assets worth billions of dollars. Just now, the 4-star renowned teacher in front of me, Song Chao. In order to obtain the soul-free gold yuan in Zhang Xian's possession. 3 visits to the door. They were all rejected by Butler Chang as scammers. However, this time it finally came in. I also waited for Zhang Xian, although after meeting Zhang Xian's attitude made Song Chao very satisfied. Just when he was about to toast Zhang Xian, the senior cabinet member is here. I'm here, so come on. But as soon as they met, the senior minister gave Zhang Xian a package containing tens of thousands of books, a storage ring for transforming Sanskrit purification weapons and techniques. He also handed him a 5-star sword gemstone badge. So at this moment, the two of them, we happily discussed the matter of books and 5-star badges. Time passed by little like this. However, Song Chao on the side was ignored for nearly 20 points. Clock's time. At this point, he couldn't hold back anymore. Swing a sleeve. Hands behind your back. Turning away from the two of them, he coldly rebuked Master Zhang Sage. I am a proud 4-star carrier. You actually ignored me. Is this your hospitality? Just when Song Chao wanted to continue training, I heard the old guard beside me awkwardly said to him, the young master's family has already left. Upon hearing these words, Song Chao was initially taken aback. Then he quickly turned his head to look. Sure enough, I noticed that the two of them were walking out of the room chatting and laughing. Immediately, a mouthful of juice spurted out in anger. Immediately after, his face changed and he roared loudly, throwing thunder at Lu Shi. Stop it all for me. At the same time, the whole person is like a phantom. Instantly fly tens of meters away, right in front of the two of them. Without waiting for the two of them to be shocked, Song Chao scolded Zhang Xian and said, do you know your cultivation technique? Did it put you in danger? Zhang Xian was taken aback upon hearing these words. As Su, my own martial arts are all selected from the Heavenly Tao Library. There is not a single error. How could there be a problem? After thinking about it, I finally understood. Many famous teachers rely on deception to forcibly recruit students. Just responded. You can see that there is a problem with the technique I am practicing. However, at this moment, Song Chao saw the other party hooked. I feel very proud in my heart. Just keep talking. That's right. If you want to break through the current realm, I can give you some guidance. Let you avoid detours. Next, I would like to talk about some common problems in cultivation when trying to intimidate the other party. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xian's brow suddenly furrowed at this moment. After circling around Song Chao, he said, Master Song, have you been feeling a dull pain in the Huihai acupoint lately? Baiqi acupoint also has some fluff. Difficulty concentrating mentally. More than this, when you were practicing, do you still feel a slight numbness in your left leg? Frequent twitching of the right foot. After hearing these words, Song Chao's face immediately turned pale. Tai Ching is trying to refute some knowledge. Then I heard Zhang Xian say again, if I'm not mistaken, you should be practicing the Heavenly Han Supreme skill. The way of cultivation is correct. The technique is the ultimate spiritual quality. It's not weak either. Unfortunately, 3 months ago, when you forcefully increased your strength to challenge the 4-star spiritual master, there has been a disclosure. Now it has only led to Han Shujing's blockage, left leg numbness, symptoms such as weakness at Baiqi acupoint. There is also a rupture of the red intestine meridian. That's why I feel my right foot twitching. There is a slight pain in the Huihai acupoint. Upon hearing this, Song Chao was initially surprised. Thinking about these questions, even my own teacher, who is a half-step 5-star teacher, there's no way to solve it. I thought I could only work and consume it. But unexpectedly, the other party made it clear and straightforward. At this moment, Song Chao no longer had the same arrogance as before. But with a look of panic, he asked Teacher Zhang, there is a solution to this. Zhang Xian saw the other person speak up. A simple response can solve the problem. But we need 5,000 snacks. By the way, I'll help you break through some boundaries. If I'm not mistaken, you should have consulted many people about the problems you have encountered. Unfortunately, no one has a way to solve it for you. Of course, I don't need to handle it for you. You can also achieve it within a year. Let it automatically recover. Just as a genius, you, unable to cultivate for a year. The consequences can be imagined. Song Chao no longer hesitated when he saw the situation. I casually flipped through a pile of snacks and dropped them on the ground. Just tell Zhang Xian, Teacher Zhang, please smile. At this moment, Zhang Xian also nodded with satisfaction. Then he extended his palm. Put all the spirit stones into the storage ring. Start explaining the solution to the other party. However, at this moment, the cabinet elders standing beside were also dumbfounded. This little brother, guide a 4-star renowned teacher casually. How high is this guy's level? Soon, Zhang Xian also finished giving guidance. At this moment, Song Chao also looked at him with gratitude on his face. Alright, the fist salute is done. Thank you for the guidance from the other party. Zhang Xianjian is fine. Just leave with the senior cabinet member. At this moment, the old guard inside the house came up to him, asking the young master with a puzzled expression. Aren't you going to ask him for the amazing lack of soul? Why did you give him money instead? Upon hearing this, Song Chao was immediately stunned. After calming down, I exclaimed in surprise that I had given the money. Suddenly remembered something. So I told the old man. That guy just made a vow of longevity to me. I was so scared that he fell for it. I lost it, but what puzzled him was, the oath of longevity has high requirements for the star level scale. I am a 4-star renowned teacher. Star realm can only reach 12 o'clock. The other party is just a 2-star renowned teacher. How did he make himself obedient? I dare not refute it. Besides, even if the star scale is higher than my own, just having a vow of longevity is not enough. We also need the recognition of our predecessors. Moreover, the more ancestors recognize it, the more convincing the power, the stronger it will be. This guy is just a 2-star teacher. How could my state of mind be higher than mine? More people are recognized than me. If not, how did you explain it just now? What the hell am I losing this guy for? However, the elderly guard beside him, seeing the young master standing still and pondering this matter for a long time, just changed the topic. Ask him if he has asked about anything amazing about the lack of soul. Song Chao suddenly heard the old man talking. I just recovered, right? I forgot to ask earlier. After consultation between the two, decided to have the old man go and talk to Zhang Xian. Soon the old man arrived in front of Zhang Xian. Speak directly to him. Willing to spend 2.5 steps on the course jade talisman of a 5-star famous teacher. Purchased the soulless golden man in his possession. Zhang Xian stopped when he heard the words. If you want it directly, just take 40,000 snacks. We will not accept any jade talismans. If there are no snacks, please leave. The old man was momentarily stunned upon hearing these words. Then he nervously asked Zhang Shi, really willing to sell? Upon hearing their conversation, Song Chao learned that the other party had agreed. He quickly came up to him. Tell Zhang Xian 40,000 snacks. I just finished speaking. I saw him take out a pile of snacks from his hand, fall to the ground. Zhang Xian immediately activated her piercing eyes upon seeing the situation. At first glance, not much. Just finished 40,000 snacks. So the leader collected all the snacks into it. Later, he threw the soul-free gold yuan beside the other party. Just say a simple sentence. Now this golden man is you. Then he turned around and left. However, Song Chao, who took over the soul-free golden man, encountering Zhang Xiandao repeatedly, quickly put the golden man into the storage ring. You can see that after Zhang Xian left, suddenly stunned again. I lost it. Why did I get hit again? Oh my god, my 40,000 snacks. But the old man next to him doesn't know yet. After seeing the young master achieve amazing results as he wished, he also stepped forward and clasped his fists, congratulating the young master. Shiti Wuhuan is an amazing statue. Just finished speaking. I only heard Song Chao shout loudly, get lost. The old man was suddenly stunned, and looked at the angry young master with a puzzled expression on his face. Stand still and get angry. However, Zhang Xian on this side of the screen, after obtaining a large number of books and snacks, he is also preparing to improve his cultivation well. So I started in the library, organized the newly collected content. Quickly, the heavenly Dao technique, which has undergone one layer of complexity, has emerged. It was not until Zhang Xian was about to cultivate that she realized, the spiritual energy of Lingshi takes less than 2 breaths. It was sucked dry. If we use them to impact the environment, how much do we need? Besides, we need to absorb them one by one. I haven't broken through in cultivation yet. People are probably going to be exhausted to death. At this moment, Zhang Xian suddenly thought of the matter of the formation, so he got up and went out. I quickly found the senior minister. Just consult him. Is there a mage guild in Red Sea City? Get recognition from the other party. After the response, Zhang Xian asked the senior minister to take her on a trip. So Gulao took Zhang Xian away. I arrived at the Archmage Guild in less than 10 minutes. The middle-aged man at the front desk greeted the visitor, Mr. Gu. Understood that the two of them came to look for household matters. Quickly brought them to the household affairs. At this moment, the old man sitting in the room saw the student walking in with someone. Looking up, I realized it was an old friend match, Lord of the Pavilion. With a smile on his face, he said, I've always been the one looking for you. What wind brought you here today? Go Laoanhoan nodded and responded, saying that he came to see you this time. Chairman of Zhengda. Mainly, my friend Jean wants to purchase genuine cards. After careful consideration, I still think your place is the most reliable. So this is it, isn't it? After listening to the introduction, President Zhang, get up and look at Zhang Shui. I feel very confused. The always unruly old race. What's wrong with this young man who doesn't even have the ability to speak? Such a respectful attitude. Although I am very curious in my heart, but there aren't many questions either. So he said, I don't know what type of formation card Zhang Shi wants. Is it a trapped sand formation or a phantom formation? I have engraved some here. At this moment, Zhang Xian spoke up and responded, hello, Chairman Zhang. I want a gathering circle. The chairman was taken aback upon hearing this. Later, he said you wanted to gather a spirit formation. It's just that he didn't shake this thing. Basically, they are arranged in a fixed place. Zhang Xian also found it strange to hear the other party say that. How could there not be such a vibrating disc? Later on, I learned. He hasn't portrayed it yet. But if you want, you can also carve it out. Just heard the other person say. It takes a lot of time to carve this thing. Ask President Zhang. How long does it take to depict this gathering spirit array? Can you hear the other person say it's been a month? If it's fast, it'll take half a month. Zhang Xian immediately shook her head and said, has it been too long? President Zhang meets with the other party. Shaking his head, his face immediately darkened. Just said coldly, what's wrong? You don't believe in my abilities anymore. Zhang Xian noticed that the other party's tone was displeased. Only then did I realize that my words had been misunderstood. Sorry to explain. I'm not saying you can't carve it out. I just feel like the speed is too long. I want it now. If it can be engraved within an hour, I can wait a little longer. However, upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, President Zhang's face turned pale instantly. Just shouted, Gulao, this is your guest. I don't welcome Xiao to drop off guests here. This pervert kicked it down. Just scared the two old men on the side. Almost drove westward ahead of schedule. Go talk to Tefageta about driving. Just now, Gulao brought Zhang Xian to the Alliance Mage Guild. Find an old friend, President Zhang. I want to purchase a magic plate from him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xian, a second-level product. I heard the other party say. The formation takes 1 or 2 months to depict. Disgusting them for being slow. He also said that if it were an hour, it would be about the same. Upon hearing this, President Zhang. Suddenly, blood pressure rises. Just let out a roar. I don't welcome guys like you who talk nonsense here. Xiao Wu escorts guests for an hour. You meow as a guest. Is drawing formations as easy and simple as eating and drinking water? Gulao leaned forward when he saw the situation. What are you doing, old friend? Why is there such a big fire? My younger brother Zhang Shishui is a renowned teacher. He is also a 5-star appraiser. But he may not necessarily understand the formation. So Lao Zhang, can you please be tolerant? However, President Zhang heard that the other party is a 5-star appraiser. I was also startled instantly. I thought he was a wealthy second generation. Can make his old friend so afraid of him. I didn't expect it to be a 5-star appraiser. He meows. But this identity allows you to walk horizontally in Red Sea City. No wonder the other person speaks so unreliable and casual. Later, he withdrew his previous attitude. Immediately bow and embrace with fists. I don't know the identity of Teacher Zhang. How much have you offended? Please forgive me. Zhang Xian didn't care when she heard this. Then he waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. If we can't depict the formation in a short period of time, is there any other way to activate the giant spirit array? Just sell me any set. Chairman Zhang heard the other party say so. And then he responded, yes, there is. Just you're not a political mage. Is this thing also considered scrap for you? The chairman thought he said so. The other party will know the difficulty and retreat. I never thought he had just finished speaking. The other party said they just need to sell it to him. How to arrange it? He will find a way. Listen here. The president's face showed a difficult expression. Thinking about this old race. Why did you bring such an unreliable guy? Then he shook his head in response. This is not for sale or not. Let's not say in advance. So expensive things can only be bought back as scrap. Trade unions also have regulations. It's usually impossible to bestow without being a town mage. Not to mention selling it. But it seems that you were brought by Lao Sai. If it can be proven that you can set up a magic array, then I can show you the array diagram. You can also sell them to you in formation. But if you can't even do this, then don't make things difficult for me. However, Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. He responded with excitement on his face. As long as the formation can be avoided, it can be dealt with. Okay, please wait a moment. As soon as the words fell, as soon as Zhang Xian closed her eyes, she entered the library. And Chairman Zhang, who was standing nearby, saw the situation. Looking at the senior minister with a puzzled expression, wait for a moment. What's the meaning of this? Can't we set up a formation now? Close your eyes. Just a moment, we can arrange it. Lao Sai, take a look. Look who you brought with you. Golao sees his old friend going crazy. He also stepped forward and said to him, Old Zhang, please calm down a bit. Let's first focus on cultivating positive energy. Let's get ready with the official machine. Since my little brother can say that, there must also be his ideas. Listen to me, that's right. You should prepare first. The chairman felt a bit dizzy hearing the other party say that. But there is always this attitude of unwavering belief. Let him also be in a dilemma. Think of this. Old Zhang waved his hand slightly irritably, gesturing for the small military general beside him. Bring over the flags and equipment of the gathering spirit formation. Everything you need will be ready soon. Also neatly placed on the ground. Although the old minister asked his old friend to prepare the things, but what he did to this little brother? Still harboring doubts. After all, the town judge is involved in countless mysteries. Not only do we need to understand astronomy, civilization, geography, etc. Even the yin and yang of the 5 elements need to be proficient in the heart. Even if you want to learn and sell now, you have to read a book or find a teacher, right? He just stood there with his eyes closed. What's the meaning of this? However, at this moment, Zhang Xian was in the library. Also collect books about formations previously. Combine them all into one heavenly way formation. Looking at the secret method synthesized in my hand, Zhang Xian dare not hesitate. Quickly absorb the knowledge from the book into your mind. Quickly, 10 breaths have passed. Zhang Xian opened his eyes wide. Just look at the 2 people in front of you, and the righteous energy placed on the ground. I just asked the other person, did you bring all the righteousness? Then I can set up my formation here, right? After receiving a positive response from the other party, Zhang Xian walked straight towards the vibrating machine on the ground, and on the side, Chairman Zhang. Seeing that the other party not only failed to observe the environment, I haven't set the direction yet. I haven't even taken out my compass. Just walk straight towards the shaker like this. I feel very speechless. If you don't understand anything, you won't be shocked. I'm so scared that he can go to heaven. Then he snorted coldly at his old friend, Old Sai. You need to bring a cover-up person in the future. Don't do anything. Cats and dogs are all coming here. Belt. Gu Laoinian also responded awkwardly, saying to Lao Zhang, don't do this. Actually, Zhang is quite impressive, but when Lao Zhang heard his old friend say that, he scolded me for being amazing. This is also called impressive. I don't care if he's a 5-star sword gemstone or not. You can take it away directly in a moment. The formation is that the union does not welcome such frivolous people. However, just as Gu Lao wanted to replace this little brother, when saying a few kind words, I just heard that Zhang Xian had agreed. Upon hearing this, Mr. Gu immediately turned his head and looked over. Only then did I realize the flag of Zhangxian town standing not far away, surrounding a circular person in a special way, also half squatting within the formation. Just asked the little brother with a blank expression, is this the gathering spirit array you want to set up? Just haven't received a response from Zhangxian yet. President Zhang looked disdainful and said, it's just a formality. No intention of playing chess. This can also be called a formation. Ridiculous. As an outsider, even the cabinet elders cannot understand the formation. I just saw old Zhang so angry. I just asked in confusion what's wrong. Can't he use the formation he set up? At this moment, Lao Zhang didn't want to talk to him either. Let the students on the side evaluate it. After hearing the teacher's instructions, the students. I just nodded in response. He took a step forward to explain the position of the array machine and flag he made. Is that considered correct? But the formation is not strictly arranged according to the pattern. It means he can use it. What's more, he also needs to trigger changes in spiritual energy in the formation. Look at the surroundings he has arranged. The spiritual energy has not changed at all. That means the formation flag is not embedded in the most accurate position at all. No integrated environment. Nature has no power either. So this formation is called a waste formation by us. Upon hearing this, Mr. Gu, suddenly, his expression became flustered. I didn't expect my little brother whom I had always admired. I thought he understood everything. I didn't expect it. However, the students of Lao Zhang had a dull expression on their faces. Just continue to analyze. The formation that Zhang is about to form is the Great Spirit Formation. That can naturally gather spiritual energy within the formation. If it doesn't work out, the formation will be filled with surging spiritual energy. The surrounding spiritual energy will also constantly gather towards the center. And now he's laying this one. There is no intention of gathering spiritual energy at all. As my teacher said, the formation he set up is only in shape, without intention. Chairman Zhang standing nearby. The student's words are also similar in meaning. Just step forward and say it's okay. Teacher Zhang, I think it's for the sake of the face of the Sage Lord. I don't care about your reckless behavior either. That's all for today. You go back. But Zhang Xian heard the other party say, the formation that I have painstakingly arranged myself, it has become a joke. Just ask the other person with an unhappy expression, I'll set up the formation properly. How did it become the nonsense behavior you described? Old Zhang is still trying to show off his strength when he sees that the other party is dead and stubborn. I angrily rebuked you, this giant spirit formation. No spiritual artifact was activated. If Phasian has no intention. What do you mean it's not nonsense? Zhang Xian only understood after hearing these words. So it turns out I didn't activate the formation. I thought it was something. So he responded by saying that he had just formed his formation. I'm afraid you won't be able to see clearly. That's why it didn't start. After speaking, he stepped on the ground with one foot. A surge of spiritual energy surged wildly from the ground. like all the spiritual energy in heaven and earth condensed here. Several people were scared at the sight, making their eyes and eyes speechless. Surrounding spiritual power, continuously gathering at Zhang Xian's location. However, the resulting hurricane hit their faces, like cutting with a knife, make them scream in pain. At this moment, Chairman Zhang, he looked at Zhang Xian in the formation with a frightened expression on his face, and let out a scream. This is a perfect fusion. Water waves do not generate. Once activated, it can create a flawless formation that can shatter the heavens. Diagnosed, how is this possible? Go Lao heard his old friend say so, also recovered from the shock. I just asked in confusion what the flawless formation is. At this moment, Lao Zhang explained the formation to his old friend. Different levels of formations are arranged as formations. Their power varies greatly. However, if the formation can integrate with the environment, can successfully activate the formation, causing it to generate power. Even if it reaches 20%, known as entry level, can leverage some of the power of the environment. The bonus for array power is 40%. It has also reached the ultimate realm. If we can make the formation and environment complement each other, it's already 60%. This is also commonly referred to as the advanced realm. Such a realm, I can only go out once or twice occasionally. If it's 80%, then we can leverage the natural forces between heaven and earth, can form storm and rainstorm, make it difficult for the trapped life to break through, suffer unspeakably. Speaking of which, Zhang Huichang's face turned pale and he said that once it reaches 80%, even if the enemy can break through the formation, but who can break the environment? Its level of terror is self-evident. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Ge was initially taken aback. Later, I asked if what you said was 80. What about 100%? At this point, President Zhang continued to explain. 100% is your flawless formation, this little friend. This formation blends perfectly with the environment. When not starting, he won't cause any changes to the environment. Water waves do not rise, but once it's in operation, the environment will be completely affected, thoroughly integrated. Make no distinction between what's one S own and what's another S. So, in that case, environment is both a formation. Formation is also an environment. Imagine this. Practice in formations that gather spiritual energy. How can it compare to being in a natural environment? Having endless spiritual energy to assist in cultivation, faster and more efficient. Speaking of which, President Zhang couldn't believe it at this moment. This guy in front of us doesn't even know about the formation plate, but it can't be saved with the formation flag. Formation that can mobilize the environment. This can only be achieved in formation rooms above 6 stars. Did he meow? Did I have a hallucination? Is this pervert really a change? State. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian also walked out of the formation. Say to the president, now you can take the flag and map of the gathering spirit array. Did you sell it to me? After hearing this, Lao Zhang just awkwardly responded that it's possible. But I would like to ask Teacher Zhang, what star array mage are you? May I know? Zhang Xian heard the other party ask like this. Did you just shake your head and respond by saying you're talking about me? I haven't taken the assessment yet, so I'm not a mage yet. Upon hearing this, Lao Zhan was immediately stunned. What the hell? Randomly place one with only 6-star array mages or more. A formation that cannot be formed. Surprisingly, he's not even a mage yet. Suddenly, I thought of something. My eyes lit up. He looked at Zhang Xian with a longing on his face. Ask the way. I wonder if Teacher Zhang can participate in the assessment in our guild. If you pass the assessment here, the giant spirit wave chess and formation chart you want, you can receive a pair directly as a gift. Zhang Xian nodded repeatedly in response when she heard that she didn't spend money. After all, the array mage is also one of the top professions in the upper 9th tier. It doesn't matter to Zhang Xian where she takes the exam, because he wants to obtain a higher level of fame and fortune. We also need some auxiliary professions. Later, I asked what I needed to prepare. What are the assessment contents? President Zhang introduced Zhang Xian in classical Chinese. The assessment of the Red Sea City Labor Union is to break through Xinhai. He has a total of 4 levels. Each is filled with a 4-level formation. By passing one level, you can become a 1-star town mage. Passing the second level is Master Urshing Town, and so on. After understanding these, Zhang Xian is also as usual. Before the exam, one must first read a book. So this time is no exception. Zhang Huichang learned that he wanted to read a book. Arranged students to take Zhang Xian to the library. 2 hours passed quickly. President Zhang and Gala saw Zhang Xian come out of the library. Bring him directly to the Xinhai corridor. But Zhang Xian just went in not long ago. The old man outside the Xinhai corridor. As soon as Chairman Zhang arrived, he inserted someone inside. I thought the person who went in would be his student Xiao Wu. I never thought he would be a boy I had never seen before, and it's still a lazy state. It looks like I haven't slept for days. So he went up and angrily rebuked Lao Zhang, the chairman of the Dao Zhang. What do you mean? Knowing that I am 3 students. I made a decision a month ago to venture into Jinhai today, and my students have only been inside for less than 10 minutes. Just make one. The guy who has never appeared in the union goes in. Are you intentionally trying to stir up trouble? Upon hearing this, Lao Zhang shook his head and responded to Elder Wang. Why are you in such a hurry? One more person venturing into the sea of formation. It's also a good thing for your students. The old man heard the chairman say so. He angrily scolded and said, if only he could break through. That's naturally a good thing. Just look at his expression of wanting to find a bed to sleep on. If it can be cleared. The sun really rises from the west. Such people go in. Seriously causing psychological pressure to my students. How else are they going to break through later? President Zhang was so excited to see the other party. I also comforted you, don't worry. I can make him jump the queue and venture into the sea of shock. Naturally, it is a recognition of his strength. That's why I did it like this. Lao Zhang hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw the fragrant first long spear in front of me. Shake it and it will disappear. Then he smiled and said what to Elder Wang? I have successfully passed the level now. You don't have to worry either. It will cause psychological pressure on your students. Elder Wang heard this. Just retorted. My student went in 10 minutes earlier than that guy. How do you know it wasn't my student who cleared the level? Upon hearing this, Lao Zhang was momentarily stunned. I thought to myself that what the other person said also made sense. Zhang's guy looks like he wants to sleep. I've only been in for less than 2 minutes. It's impossible to pass the level so quickly and successfully. However, at this moment, the cabinet elder standing beside looked at the incense burner in front of him, and hearing their conversation, I asked the chairman in confusion, what do these few fragrances mean? The chairman briefly introduced his old friend out of curiosity. This incense burner is refined in conjunction with the Jinhai corridor. As long as someone passes the level, it will automatically ignite. He is also known as Jinhai box. The 4 inside also represent the success of the 4 levels. The clearance box will be destroyed. Just like now. If the first box goes out, it means someone has passed the first level. If he hasn't cleared the level, he will continue to ignite it. Commander of the 4 passes. Just the long gun was cut off. I just know that someone has successfully passed the level. Who exactly is it? He won't show it. When I learned that these cabinet elders still want to ask something, I saw the second gun also go out. President Zhang was also startled by the situation. I just passed the first level in less than a minute. Why did you pass the second level too? Then he couldn't help but ask the elder beside him. Is this level difficult or not? It was also your student who broke through. Elder Wang's face also darkened at this moment. He is well aware of the level of strength of his students. Even if you have to clear the level, it will take at least 20 minutes or more. It can't be his student in less than a minute. However, just as a few people were lost in thought, the third long gun in front of me shook again. Then it goes out directly. Elder Wan was shocked upon seeing this. Almost cried to death on the spot. Even if one's own students eat spinach vigorously, it's also impossible to do it in less than 3 minutes. I've passed 3 levels in a row. And Chairman Zhang, who was standing nearby, was also very shocked at this moment. Although I know that the other person is not very capable of passing 3 levels, I don't find it strange. It's just that the speed is completely beyond his comprehension. However, just as both of them looked at the 4th long gun in confusion, suddenly, the long gun shook again. The 2 of them almost gave their souls down there when they saw this. But after a while, I saw that the long spear hadn't been extinguished and turned around. It reignited and burned again. Elder Wang shook his head and said, I want to pass all 4 levels in one breath. It's not that easy. But now I can pass 3 levels in a short time. It's already quite incredible. However, the cabinet elders behind saw that the long spear had not been extinguished. Slightly disappointed in my heart. After all, in his opinion, Zhang Xian is omnipotent. That's why Gulao thinks. He will still be like running into a flowing cup to fetch water. There's a big commotion here at the Formation Union. It seems that he filtered it himself now. Think of this. Gulao is about to go to the entrance of the long corridor. Check if Zhang Xian has come out yet. Suddenly felt a shake on the ground. Then an earthquake-like sound sounded. Everyone's faces darkened when they saw this. Just look around. I want to see what exactly happened. Why did there suddenly come a loud noise? However, at this moment, the 4 seasons formation of the entire union suddenly disappeared. The warmth that used to be like spring in the main hall suddenly disappeared. A chill of winter swept across my face. We haven't finished waiting for everyone to be shocked yet. The 4th long incense of Jinhai Xiang suddenly went out in front of me. Immediately after, the incense burner made a crisp sound. A big crack opened up. Lao Zhang saw the scene in front of him. A mouthful of 82-year-old fruit juice spurted out. As soon. This is a weapon sent by the headquarters to lay by a strong person. The grand formation can make the guild feel like spring all year round. The countless formations of Jinhai Corridor can operate normally. It also relies entirely on the formation to maintain. But a good formation. Why was it suddenly broken by someone? Just when Lao Zhang's face was dull and lifeless. I saw a few figures coming out of the long corridor. These few people. It was the formation apprentice who entered 10 minutes earlier than Zhang Xian. Elder Wang on the side watched as the students came out. Just welcomed it up. Ask what exactly happened inside. At this moment, the senior walking ahead responded tremblingly, saying, "There was a guy just now. Looks young. As soon as I came in, I quickly formed all the formations. It's cracked." Lao Zhang heard the young man say so. I couldn't help but feel curious in my heart. Just stepped forward and asked him how he broke through the formation. "Did you use the star-chasing formation of the Grandmaster of Peking University? It's still the search engine and formation of the Great Master of Nanyang. It won't be the 5 elements formation. Master Sai Yan left behind a powerful formation to break through. In this world, there are only 3 things that can achieve this speed. What type is he using?" The person asked by the senior is the president. I also nervously responded by reporting to the chairman. "That guy. All 3 of these are useless." Then he had a look of mental breakdown on his face. Speaking of him again, he used force. It's foot old Zhang and old Wang who heard the senior say so, suddenly stunned. Not long after, he muttered to himself with confusion on his face. What are the ways to break through the formation? Is it called a foot? The senior saw the teacher and the president's faces full of confusion. Continued to explain. That guy went from level 1 to level 4. Formation activated wherever it goes. He just steps on it and breaks the formation. Then he gave all the relevant information. Elder Wang heard this. A mouthful of juice sprayed out again. After calming down, he angrily scolded you and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Stepping on it can break through for a while." At this moment, the senior responded with a puzzled expression, "Yes, teacher. And all the formations encountered by the other party are the most difficult. Let's not talk about the first 2 levels for now. Encountered the Cloud Sea trapping formation and the patient. What is terrifying is, the 3rd level unexpectedly encountered the green and red flying flower formation." The chairman heard the other party say so. I almost couldn't catch my breath. Are you asking in a panic what you mean? He encountered the most difficult formation for 3 consecutive levels. Still breaking one with 1 foot. What is the 4th level formation? At this moment, the senior responded with a shocked expression on his face. The 4th level is the latest maze-killing formation. Old Zhang and old Wang heard this formation. My legs are soft. This is a 4-star peak formation. Not only can he instantly confuse those who enter the formation, it can also erase all the people in the formation. If it were the 2 of them going in, I can't even come up with such a terrifying formation in a minute. This guy is not only fine, but also can even break the formation. And I also killed the Union's 5-star formation, by the way. Most important of all, I lost him only with my feet. I broke through the 4-star peak and 5-star formation. Oh my god, this guy is here to clear the level. Still here to dismantle the Union. However, just as everyone was in chaos in the cold wind, Zhang Xian walked out. At this moment, you could also see it on his face. He still had some nervousness in his heart, although the previous 3 perspectives are not difficult for him. But the 4-star peak's fan-killing formation, if it weren't for his mood scale reaching 12.0, if it's comparable to a 4-star teacher, I'm afraid as soon as I enter it, I'll be completely mesmerized. He probably doesn't even know how he died. However, the cabinet elders and Lao Zhang here. See Zhang Xin come out. He walked over with a look of awe. Asked Teacher Zhang, "How did you break all the formations? Even the 5-star formation is not spared." At this moment, Zhang Xian responded with lingering fear that it had not been broken. It's just a court of justice. By the way, I've crossed Jinhai. Now he is already a mage. Am I right? President Zhang heard the other party say that they just stopped the formation. I just breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, this 5-star formation will be broken. He can't get drunk and not confess. Later, I talked to Zhang Xian about the matter of Master Zhen. According to his clearance, should have been able to become a 4-star array mage. But Zhang Xian only has the ability to transform complexity into half a step. It's impossible to meet the requirements of the headquarters. President Zhang thought for a moment. He was given a badge of a quasi-4-star array mage. Because of this quasi-4-star rating, it is specifically designed for those who have a talent for formations. Specially designed for geniuses who have not yet reached the standard of cultivation. As long as someone holds a quasi-4-star badge, cultivate to reach maturity before the age of 30. To Huafan Realm. Triple promotion automatically promotes you to the official 4-star array mage. No need to take another exam. After understanding these, Zhang Xian asked the chairman, I can now be considered a 4-star myself. So the formation map and flag of the approaching formation. You can also get a 4-star rating. Lao Zhang saw that the other party was so anxious and wanted to gather a spirit formation, so I dare not delay either. Quickly had the students bring the things to him. After Zhang Xian took the jade plaque that stored the array map, the Divine Master will enter immediately. See detailed explanation of the array diagram. My face suddenly darkened. Just ask President Zhang what. This 4-star gathering spirit array. Only 10 spirit stones can gather spiritual energy at a time. Lao Zhang heard the other party say so. He also responded with a furrowed brow. Can gather the spiritual energy of 10 spirit stones at once. It is already the highest level gathering formation in our guild. Even the cultivation of the fourfold strong in transformation and cultivation is sufficient to sustain it. Does Zhang sure think it's not enough? It's obvious that President Zhang thinks the 4-star gathering spirit array is suitable for normal practitioners. It's already quite sufficient. Just our male lead Zhang Xian. How can it be compared to normal people? After all, he is a super pervert. His pure natural chi is unparalleled by others. Therefore, he needs a lot more spiritual energy than a normal person. So at this moment, Zhang Xian asked helplessly, do you have any formations? You can put unlimited spirit stones at once. The president was startled when he heard this. Then he couldn't help but respond. You have to unleash this giant spirit formation infinitely. Yes, there is. However, our union only has a maximum level of 4. What you're looking for is a level 5 formation. Although I have a map in my hand, but there are neither chess nor machine formations, so giving you the array diagram is useless. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xianwen looked dejected and annoyed himself. After working for half a day, not only was the formation displayed, I even broke through the town customs. In the end, he still meowed with a bamboo basket to fetch water. Only 10 pieces can be placed in the empty space. There's a ghost use for it temporarily. At this moment, Lao Wang, who was standing nearby, stepped forward and said, in fact, even without a formation machine, it is possible not to create a level 5 formation. As long as you can use the array disc, it's fine. But I want to depict a 5-star array. Without a 5-star array mage, it's impossible to carve. Lao Zhang almost died of anger when he heard this. I know there are number 5-star array mages. What's the use of mentioning this thing? I just saw Zhang Xian next to me again. There seems to be a glimmer of hope on my face. I just said that although I have a level 5 blank array disc, I have one. But I have also personally experimented with it. It is incredibly hard. If there is number 5-star dedicated carving knife, I can't even draw the patterns. So it's impossible to carve on the array disc. However, Zhang Xian cannot control so much at this moment. Finally caught a life-saving straw. I have to give it a try no matter what. Otherwise, he wants to use the spirit stone to quickly break through his cultivation level. There's nothing we can do about it. So the president was asked to provide the 5-star blank array disc and array diagram. Take it out and show it to him. If there's really no other way, we can only give up on it. Lao Zhang saw him persist like this. I had to let him try. Quickly. I took out 2 items from the storage ring. After Zhang Xian took the jade plaque of the formation chart from the president's hand, immediately enter the divine inspection to see the formation map. After understanding the difficulty of the array diagram, I could only sigh helplessly. Immediately after, I took the blank shaking disc from the president's hand again. Zhang Xian knows the difficulty of dealing with this shaking disc, so I started using it as soon as I got it. Tiandao Library investigates its defects. Not long after, in the Golden Book, seeing a pile of densely packed defects. Later, I saw one of the records stating that weapons of grade 0 intermediate cooperate with weapons. Disputes can also leave traces. Only then did I have the spirit. Immediately after, I will review all the defects thoroughly. Just open your eyes and look at a few people. May I ask which of you has a common level 0 intermediate grade? Lend me to use for a moment. Upon hearing these words, Lao Zhang was initially taken aback. Although I don't know what the other party is coming for, but after a day of contact, I don't think the little friend in front of me is a random person. So he took out a long sword from the storage ring. Pass it over. Zhang Xian took the long sword and gently pulled it away. A cold light shot straight up to the tip of my eyebrows. Just as the long sword was unsheathed, the spiritual energy suddenly converged onto the blade of the sword. I haven't waited for Zhang Xian to react yet. The long sword broke free from his hand and flew out directly. President Zhang saw the situation. I'm sorry, she said awkwardly to Zhang Xian. Master Zhang has been following me with this sword for a long time. Some pregnancies. It should be better if I persuade him. Then he approached the long sword. Tell him about the small sword. Be obediently obedient. Don't resist. At this moment, I saw the long sword as if it had been wronged, trembling even more violently. The cabinet elder standing beside saw the long sword so resistant. I couldn't help but ask old Zhang. I said, you've been buying this jade-deficient sword for so long. He hasn't fully acknowledged his identity yet, has he? Upon hearing this, Lao Zhang was also full of satisfaction. The embarrassed response said, "You know too. It's very complicated to identify the owner of this weapon. Over the years, I accompany my wife every day, even eating and sleeping together. Our relationship has improved a lot now. He will still listen to what I say." Then he said, "Zhang, sure. Take it easy. Let me calm him down for half an hour. There shouldn't be any problem." Zhang Xian heard the other party say they wanted to appease him for such a long time. Only then can a level 0 mid-level weapon be obedient. I was speechless for a moment. I couldn't help but shake my head and say to him, "Half an hour is too much trouble. You'd better give me the sword." President Zhang was stunned when he heard this. "I'll tell you after." Taking a moment to relax. "Do you have a way?" Zhang Xian watched the other person silently chirping. "I'm too lazy to say anything to him." Reaching out, he took the long sword away. "Close your fingers together and point 3 times on the sword." Long sword suddenly became restless. Zhang Xian's face darkened when she saw this. "Just angrily scold me and tell me to be honest. Stay with me. Dare to jump around again. Believe it or not, I'll depose you in minutes." Just finished speaking, I saw the long sword make a loud sound. Immediately stopped jumping. Immediately after, a voice sounded again from inside the sword, like a bell ringing through the hearts of everyone. However, the common owner, President Zhang, saw the situation. "I almost fainted. This is spiritual turbulence. I lost my jade and liked my sword. I have been with you for 5 whole years. I haven't even been with my wife for the past 5 years because of you. So far, I haven't completely tamed you. It's better now. This pervert just cursed you. Just recognize him as the master." What exactly happened to him? Gu Lujian's old friend beside him. His face turned pale and pale at times. "I'm afraid he'll be depressed and die." I quickly used phonetic techniques to say to him, "Old Zhang, don't rush, don't rush. Teacher Zhang, you're just borrowing. I won't take your sword away. Relax your mind, old Zhang." When he heard Gu say this, just eased a little bit. But looking at Zhang Xian, I was also very puzzled. Later, I asked him, "Teacher Zhang, don't you want to depict the formation? What is the purpose of having the long sword blade master do now?" At this moment, Zhang Xian did not respond to him, but instead, used true qi to throw the array directly onto the wall. Firmly fix it on the wall. Then I saw Zhang Xian's eyebrows tighten. A powerful aura formed by merging the body with the sword blade. In an instant, a surge of sword energy surged out. Without waiting for everyone to be surprised, Zhang Xian quickly waved the sword blade in her hand. Just emit a cold sword aura, suddenly rushed towards the vibrating disc on the wall. At this moment, I saw a series of brittle sounds coming from the vibrating plate on the wall. Fine lines slowly appear on the smooth surface of the disc. This scene shocked everyone greatly. The chairman and elders beside him. These 2 4-star peak formation mages learn formation knowledge for a lifetime. I've never heard of being able to depict a formation disc from a distance. Not to mention using common characterizations. They carve thousands of empty discs. Until now, there is still a possibility of making mistakes. We still need to carefully carve a formation disc. It's better now. This guy picked up his long sword and started chopping wildly. But what Chairman Zhang didn't expect was, as the 4th strongest of Huafanjing, I haven't fully grasped the sword heart realm. The other party is this guy under 20 years old. Surprisingly, it has been achieved. Suddenly, Lao Zhang's body shook. I just thought of using a level 0 long sword with sword heart skills. Leave traces on the array disc. At this moment, I just looked seriously at the formation disc on the wall that was chopped by Zhang Xian. Fine lines slowly appear on the smooth surface of the disc. Chairman Zhang's eyes turned black with fear from the quilt wood. I almost fainted. What kind of monster is this guy? However, I don't know how long it has been. Lao Zhang saw Zhang Xian panting heavily and stopped. "Go forward and advise. Teacher Zhang, don't worry. The main plate cannot be carved in a day. You can take it slow." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian also nodded and gestured. Then he began to flirt in place. Just when I saw the vibration plate fixed on the nearby wall, he furrowed his brow. Because in his current state, the steam is almost exhausted. However, the shock absorber cannot withstand half of it. It's impossible to carve a beautiful image for him in one breath. After all, based on the current steam volume, we still need to adjust for 1 or 2 more days. Only then will the steam be restored. If that's the case, then I made an appointment with the old man Luo Zhu 2 days ago. Tomorrow's exploration of the tomb will be delayed. Suddenly, a flash of thought flashed through my mind. I just realized that even with a sword, one can overcome it. So a knife can also be used. Although using a sword consumes a lot of true energy, can use a knife but has no impact at all. Think of this. Zhang Xian stood up. Looking around a week later, I asked a few people, everyone, who has a level 0 medium grade big knife in their hand. Everyone was stunned again when they heard this. Isn't this depicted with a sword? Why do we need another knife? Gu Lao delayed for a moment. Just take out a big knife from the storage world. Throw it to Zhang Xian. After taking the knife, Zhang Xian returned the long sword in her hand to old Zhang. However, after receiving the sword, Lao Zhang's face was embarrassed, because he knows that the sword has 0. Once you recognize your master, you should stay by his side. Although the original owner was unwilling, but we can only reluctantly give up our love, even if forced to stay. It cannot stimulate its spirituality and power either. Like this, it's better to be a natural person. Maybe it can be sold for a good price. Later, he spoke to Zhang Xian about Zhang Shi. I see that you have a connection with this jade-deficient sword. He is the one who can inspire your spirituality. Fully acknowledge the master. This kind of fit is very rare in the world of cultivation. As long as there is one instance, it will be spread as a good story. Great reputation. Although I have been holding this sword for almost 5 years now, but we cannot make their spirituality submit either. So I want to give him to you. It would also facilitate your compatibility. Not waiting for Zhang Xian's response, Lao Zhang wanted to throw the long sword back to him, but at this moment, suddenly hearing a crisp sound again, the roar of the long sword, old Zhang saw the situation. My face turned pale. Her whole body trembled incessantly. At the same time, muttering to oneself, spiritual turbulence. This knife has also recognized its owner. He meows me. Just finished speaking, spiritual agitation is very rare, can be passed down as a good story. This knife immediately stirs up. Do you want it to be so fast? You are spirit soldiers, right? What about your spirituality and dignity? What about a rebellious and disobedient attitude? When did it become so easy to talk to? But just as everyone was surprised, when he can make 2 spirit soldiers recognize the Lord in succession, Zhang Xian ignored others. Swing the big knife and chop towards the formation plate on the wall. Under this blade of light and shadow, the originally smooth mirror-like array disc is now covered in warmth. However, Lao Zhang felt that the other party will definitely make a concerted effort. Characterize the array disc. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xian swung the big knife in her hand at this moment. I turned around and asked everyone who still had a long spear. Upon hearing these words, everyone was immediately speechless. Who would have thought that this guy would switch swords after using them? I don't even need a knife now. We still need to use a long spear. Next second, I saw someone throwing a long gun in the crowd. After Zhang Xian took the long spear, one gun after another. Not long after, the Union used the long corridor to assess array mages. In a flurry, they blend together. Suddenly, dust flew up in the air, a house full of smoke and dust. Lao Zhang saw the scene in front of him. Everyone is stupid. He meows me. No wonder my eyelids twitched all day yesterday. This guy said he came to buy some soil. As a result, the formation C was stopped. Now even the walls have been demolished. Who did I hire and who did I provoke? Why did you just send a red-haired monkey? Come and make a scene in the guild. However, Mr. Gu ignored his old friend. Just walked straight up to Zhang Xian. Ask him if the shaking plate is damaged, right? At this moment, Zhang Xian also scratched her head before responding. I'm not sure myself. Then he hurriedly walked forward. Find the vibrating disc out of the dust. Lao Zhang saw the other party pick up the vibrating plate. I also came over. I glanced at it. Discovery of uneven depth of patterns on the vibration plate. Like gossip. It's like it contains the spirit of heaven and earth. It makes people feel dizzy at first glance. If the shaking disc is not driven, it is difficult to tell the quality from the pattern alone. So I asked teacher Zhang Xian to see if it could be activated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately infused her true qi into her. However, apart from the radiance emitted by the true qi, other than the sound of airflow, there is no movement in the shaking disc. Everyone was surprised to see him meowing. This second item, an operation as fierce as a tiger. The result is 0 to 5. At this moment, old Zhang sighed, my friend, don't be discouraged either. Swordsmanship weapons are too powerful. Although you have restrained your strength very well, it's not appropriate to just use it to depict the formation cards. Upon hearing this, old Wang on the side suddenly thought of something. I just exclaimed that it's not right. If it's not successful, the shot plate should be damaged. But this thing is as round as one smooth breath. It's obvious that there hasn't been any damage. President Zhang heard what old Wang said. I just remembered that it was indeed the case. So he asked if it was a carving mistake. Although it does not have the function of a giant spirit, but also keep the array disc intact. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, with a heavy expression on his face, he replied that it was impossible to carve the wrong one, because he strictly followed the details of the formation diagram himself, combined with the heavenly way formation to depict. There can't be a single mistake. However, just as Zhang Xian planned to use the Heavenly Dao Library, when checking, the neighboring minister stepped forward and said, let me take a look. Qi Lao just took the formation plate from Zhang Xian's hand. I haven't had a chance to take a closer look yet. The array disc automatically flew back to Zhang Xian's hands. At this moment, the old minister was trembling uncontrollably, trembling and murmuring in his mouth. As expected, it was so. The chairman saw his old friend's anxious expression. I hurriedly approached and asked what was wrong. Did the shaking disc fail? Gulao finally recovered at this moment. I came over to respond that it was unsuccessful. How is this possible? The shock disc just flew back from me to Zhang Shi's hands. This is clearly a manifestation of spirituality. 2 4-star array mages heard this. My face turned pale instantly. The two of them stared at each other with 4 eyes bigger than a bull's eye. The president's expression changed at this moment. With a face full of fear, he exclaimed that he had been diagnosed. This is a skill that only a level 6 array can possess. This is just a level 5 array disc. And the other party reluctantly made it difficult. He can be considered a 4-star array mage. How can we carve a disc with more than 6 stars? Spirit activated autonomously. However, when Zhang Xian saw this matter, several people seemed to have gone crazy. I also looked puzzled and asked what was going on with you guys. Did I really damage the formation disc? Later, President Zhang introduced Zhang Xian in detail. The array disc in front of us. This array has been successfully depicted so far. It also carries spirituality. Not only can he immediately unleash 90% of the power of the formation, he will also grow automatically. In the future, its power will become stronger and stronger. Even without the need for steam infusion, he can also be autonomous. Although it looks, there is not much difference between activating with steam and not using it. But in reality, its role is very significant. Like a master encountering danger. Unable to access the array disc. However, this tower with spirituality. Perhaps it can save a life. Therefore, this type of array disc. It is one of the most beloved life-saving items for cultivators. Just this thing. It requires a mage with at least 6 stars to depict it. And it's not always successful. This still requires a lot of luck. This has always been passed down. In legends, such formations rarely appear. So when I first saw it, I couldn't remember such a thing. After listening to the detailed introduction, Zhang Xian, a joy in my heart, drip blood onto the array plate. Soon, the array will emit spirituality. Integrate with his spirit. Later, Zhang Xian arrived. Once the fusion is complete, just throw it away casually. Activate Fang Yuan immediately on the array disc. Thousands of meters of spiritual energy are like the water of the Yangtze River. Fierce gathering. Because the spiritual energy fluctuates too violently, the entire union sounded the alarm. Like a strong wind blowing through a cave. Not long after, feeling the strong spiritual energy of the formation, Zhang Xian, wave your big hand. Put away the vibrating disc. Just look at Lao Zhang and ask Chairman Zhang. I don't know how much this blank vibration disc costs. I'll pay you. Lao Zhang heard someone calling him. I just recovered from the shock. He looked at Zhang Xiankai in front of him with a bewildered expression. Awkwardly responded by saying that I was distracted just now. I didn't hear clearly. Later, I heard Zhang Xian mention the price again. Old Zhang quickly responded to Teacher Zhang. What language is this? This thing doesn't have much effect in my hands. Why are we talking about money or not? Just give it to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, just shake your head and say something so precious. Can't give it to me. No merit without reward. How about you look like this? Since you haven't tamed this jade deficient sword yet, let you be the master. Then I'll give you a hand. Can it be considered as a reward for purchasing the town property? Upon hearing this, Lao Zhan was immediately stunned. I have recognized you as the master. Can he still make him recognize me as the master? This weapon is meant to stir up his spirituality. Like a romantic relationship. We need to spend time with them day and night to strengthen our relationship. Losing this thing can also help. How do you feel about him meowing? It's like helping with a bridal chamber. At this moment, Zhang Xian, I just smiled slightly and replied, of course you can. Then he took the long sword from old Zhang's hand. Just say to him, you meow. Listen to Chairman Zhang obediently for me. Let him be the master. Otherwise, believe it or not, I'll kill you in minutes. The two old men were immediately scared when they heard these words, and their faces turned pale. Thinking of him meowing. I thought this pervert would use some methods. I didn't expect it to be a threat. After calming down, Lao Zhang shook his head. I was about to approach and persuade the other party. Don't do this useless thing. Just heard a roar. Then I saw Yuk's sword charging straight towards him. After taking the long sword, Lao Zhang felt his spirituality embracing him. At this moment, old Zhang is going crazy. I spent a whole 5 years on myself, but it cannot match the other person's words. However, at this moment, Zhang Xianjian obtained what he wanted. President Zhang has also repaid the kindness of sending the formation plate. Just clasped hands and said to a few people, everyone, that's all for today. I have something else to do. I'll take my leave first. After Gulao and Zhang Xian left, President Zhang and Elder Wang, I started to inquire about Zhang Xian's identity and background. It doesn't feel simple. Help, go investigate thoroughly. An hour passed quickly. Students have also taken Zhang Xian from Tianxian Wancheng to the present. all situations in less than 3 months. I handed the paper strips to President Zhang. After understanding these situations, the two of them just conclude. The other party's trip is to attend a civil ceremony, so we discussed reporting this matter to headquarters. However, the screen also followed Zhang Xian back to his residence. At this moment, I saw him sitting cross-legged in the middle of the giant spirit formation. Flip through casually. Put a large amount of spirit stones into the formation. Quickly transformed from a semi-Buddhist mirror. We have reached the peak of the first level of Huafan mirror. At this point, Zhang Xian's physical strength has increased to 200,000 points, to match the power of ordinary cultivators in the intermediate stage of the double mirror. Compared to that, it's only strong, not weak. His lifespan has also increased to 200 years old. Just 50,000 spirit stones earned by Zhang Xian. I used it all at once. Time is coming soon. The next morning. At this moment, Zhang Xian slowly walked from the room to the hall. And a few students and an old man, Lord Luo and others have already been waiting here. After a while, Zhang Xian saw that everyone had arrived. I also glanced at the students next to me. Only then did I realize. Their cultivation has all broken through to the supreme realm. And the eldest disciple Zhaoya. It has even broken through to the mid-stage of the supreme realm. I only watched later. Sun Chang on the side also noticed. His breath. Compared to 3 days ago when we just broke through the midterm of the environment. He became more stable, so he turned his head to look at Mr. Zhao and the others. Just asked them what their plans are. I want to go to the Witch Soul Tomb together. We still need to return to Wanlian City. However, when Jin Lao saw the other party asking such a question, I just spoke up and said that this trip to the Witch Soul Tomb is extremely dangerous. We can't. I haven't finished speaking yet. I was interrupted by Prince Zhao and said, of course I have to go. The ancient profession of soul wizard. I have only learned about some in ancient books. If I could personally observe the inheritance of this profession, even if it's dangerous, I still want to go. Upon hearing this, Lao Jin, I was suddenly scared and looked panicked. I was anxious to talk to the young master. His body cannot withstand this kind of turmoil. But unexpectedly, the words were not finished yet. Zhao Gongzi stepped forward to comfort Dao Jin Lao. Take it easy. Although my abilities are not strong enough, but it's still possible to save your life. Besides, aren't there still zombies here? And, I also want to go and see how he caused chaos in the Witch Soul Tomb. At this moment, Mr. Jin noticed his tone and spoke in such a way. It's definitely not good to say anything else. I had to nod in agreement. Later, everyone was allowed to ride on the young master's savage beast together. Go to the Witch Soul Tomb. They flew for 3 days soon. During this period, Zhang Xian was not idle either. Not only did it consolidate my cultivation, I also organized it. The previous cabinet member helped collect it. Some books about witch soul masters. I just didn't get any useful information from it. At the same time, in order to prevent any accidents from happening at the Witch Soul Tomb, I also spread a true aura of the heavenly way to several students, and explained to them that in case they are pardoned by the Witch Soul Master, don't rush to swallow it. Otherwise, there won't be enough time to ask the other party if there's anything. Later, they also arrived. Juku Mountain, where the Witch Soul Tomb is located. He belongs to the border area of the 10,000 Cities Alliance. If we just need to go to Juku Mountain, we still need to pass through the winding mountains. However, the spiritual energy here is very abundant. Many wild beasts also gather here. Therefore, this place has also become an extremely dangerous area. Many people keep a distance from this place whenever they hear it. Not to mention heading here. But you can't fly wild beasts here either, because there is a demon dust beast living near the Witch Soul Tomb. The strength of this beast is the 4th peak of the Huafan realm. Not only does it fly very fast, and it's also very vicious. Countless people died in his mouth. Therefore, to avoid being attacked by wild beasts in the air, they just want to stay out of his range of activities, landing at a distance of several hundred meters, because Luo Lao had gone through 3 months before. I have a clear understanding of the daily routine of demon beasts, so we need to wait for him to go out and forage for food. Only then can we find the opportunity to communicate from here. But Zhang Xian has never been here. I don't know how strong this beast really is. Later, I talked to everyone about everyone. Let's land 1 kilometer ahead of schedule. Let's first understand the surrounding environment. So a few people landed in this valley. But just as Luo Laogang finished speaking to Zhang Xian, when the Witch Soul Tomb was deep in the valley, a few figures emerged from the jungle. Standing in front of Zhang Xian and a few others, scream at who? How dare you break into this place recklessly? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately looked over. At this moment, I realized that the other party was several people born in the 1980s. Judging from the scent on their bodies, they are both strong individuals from the Huafan realm. The person who took the lead has even reached the triple realm. However, Mr. Jin on the side saw the situation. Suddenly, a killing intent surged out. And take a step forward. You guys are hiding here and acting sneakily, angrily rebuked. What exactly do you want to do? Take the lead, this guy. The old man who came out to shout was Hua Fanjing, a strong warrior in charge of the fourth charge. I just responded to the senior. Our head teacher is handling things inside. I hope a few of you can take a detour. Jean Lowen's face darkened as soon as angrily rebuked and took a detour. We also had things to deal with in the past. Get out of my way. Several people saw the other party's tough attitude. No more talking. Immediately put on a posture of facing off. Jean Lao saw that the other party had the intention to take action. Staring wide-eyed, my whole body emitted a wave of extremely strong pressure like a dragon or a tiger. It's chilling. At the same time, he angrily shouted that he wanted to take action. You have confidence that you can stop me. However, under such a terrifying aura, a few people not only have no hind legs, but also, and the guy who took the lead still took a step forward. Response, since the senior wants to forcefully pass. Even if I can't stop it, I still need to block it. Then I saw several people simultaneously wielding swords. 6 swords form a sword net. Chao Jinlao suddenly stabbed over. This is a combination formation. Although a few of them only have cultivation levels of nearly 2 or 3 levels. If fighting against a quadruple powerhouse in singles or in combination, there is no chance of winning at all. If a few people cooperate to use a combined attack formation, it will be different. He can not only complement his own shortcomings, can still showcase its strengths, maximize their respective strengths. So even in the face of the 4 strongest beings in the mortal realm, not weak at all. At this moment, Jean Lao saw the opponent using a powerful combination formation. There is no sign of nervousness at all. With a leap, he swung a palm, block all the incoming sword nets. However, Zhang Xian on the side saw this too. I was also scared a lot, because this is also the first time he has seen it. Huafan Mirror, a quadruple powerhouse, displays martial arts skills. He didn't expect that although Jean Lao didn't use any weapons, but each move can bring its own martial arts combat power. Light or heavy, it can mobilize the air around it. Despite their clever combination formation, these 6 people, but it's not that easy to hurt him. At this moment, Jean Lao is also trapped by 6 sword energies, so I want to break through in a short period of time. I'm afraid it's not that simple either. As one violent collision after another sounded, the battle between the 2 sides has become increasingly fierce. Beside Gu Laojian, the 2 sides fought fiercely and could not be separated. I'm afraid delaying here for too long will disturb the demon beasts, so he quickly joined the battle. A few moves down, the opponent's long swords were subsequently taken off. It stopped as if it had collapsed, panting heavily. When Zhang Xian saw that Liang Lao still wanted to go up and beat him up, just stepped forward and said, okay, don't fight, they're all our own people. Both sides were stunned at the words. And this guy in front of me. He also looked at Zhang Xian with a puzzled expression on his face. I'm curious why the other person would say it's all their own. Zhang Xian ignored everyone's doubts at this moment. I dug out a trainer badge from my pocket, stepped forward and say below, Trainer Zhang Xian. I'm sure all of you are animal trainers, right? Several people identified themselves when they saw each other. I just breathed a sigh of relief. Then they all displayed their respective badges. Gu Lao's eyebrows tightened when he saw this. I walked up and asked, it's been a while since we've been making a fuss. You are all from Shaodong. Below is Sai Xiaoyu from the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion. I don't know if your hall leader is Han Chong or Luo Ming. Upon hearing the name, the Sanqing Beast Master was initially taken aback, because he knows about the entire alliance of 10,000 cities. Only one treasure trove sits in the Red Sea City. Although this cabinet major is not as good as their hall master, but its status is not inferior at all, even respected by various professions. So he quickly clasped his fists and said to the old minister, it turns out to be the Lord of Sage. The younger generation is disrespectful. Our hall leader is Han Chong. After Gu Lao learned about the situation, I just asked with a puzzled expression on my face. Your animal halls are located near Wanlian City. It's 100,000 miles away from here. Why did you come to this border area? After a few conversations, I finally found out the purpose of their trip. Mainly, Lord Han wants to tame the demons and mythical beasts here. Because 3 years ago, the hall master brought 12 elders to surround and capture the demon beasts. As a result, success or failure is imminent. So during these 3 years, he comes over whenever he has free time to try to influence difficult beasts. So far, their relationship as one person and one animal is still quite good. So the master also plans to use his last resort today, taming it. However, in order not to be disturbed, only then did we have the battle we just had. Understand these. The old minister knows that his old friend is inside, to tame the notorious savage beasts in the 10,000 Cities Alliance. I'm also very worried. So he said to the other party, let's go take a look. If Lao Han encounters any trouble, we can also help Chi Yi Air. The beast master saw the other party say so. It's not easy to refuse either. 11 seconds later. Just take a few people with you to the location of the hall master. Quickly, a few people crossed the valley. I saw several elderly people guarding outside the huge cave. It seems like they're waiting for something. However, the old man standing in the middle heard footsteps. I quickly turned my head and looked over, watching a large group of people walking towards their direction. His face darkened. When I was about to get angry, I just found the figure of the sage master in the crowd. Then he asked the old man with a puzzled expression on his face, "Why did you come here?" As soon as I heard that, I responded by saying, "We came here to search for something nearby. I happened to pass by this place. Wasn't this stopped by your student? I just found out that you plan to tame this demon beast again. That's why I came over to see how you're doing." At this moment, Lord Hantang smiled bitterly and said, "It's hard to say, buddy. This demon beast contains dragon bloodline inside its body. Proud and introverted personality. After spending these 3 years together, there hasn't been much progress either. If it weren't for the envoy from the Phantom Empire coming down in a few days, I wouldn't be so reckless as to try to recapture him today. You also know that there are 2 major factions in the alliance of 10,000 cities. Now Lord Luo and I are competing. Everyone wants to have the opportunity to exchange and study with the Empire. So if I can't do it before the envoy arrives this time, taming him, I won't have much chance of winning against Lord Luo. So now we can only wait for the demon beasts to rest. When foraging, tame it." After explaining, Master Han looked at Zhang Xian and the others, just asking, "Why did you bring so many juniors out this time?" When Gu Lao heard the words and was about to explain, Zhang Xiankai came out to respond, saying that he will be leaving next. He is the lover of the Sage Lord. Han Tang was initially stunned by classical Chinese. "My old friend. Sage Master is a 4-star appraiser. Compared to him, his high status is not weak at all. How could I be with a little guy under 20 years old? Be friends." Then he asked Zhang Shui with a puzzled expression on his face, "I don't know what profession this Zhang little brother is in." The beast master who had fought with Mr. Jean at this time, just stepped forward and said, "Report to the master. He is a 2-star animal trainer. I just saw the badge. I heard the students say that. Lord Han is very curious. This level of animal trainer. Grab a bunch of them in their hall." When Lord Sage has fallen to the point of becoming friends with such people. Although I am very curious in my heart. But Lord Han didn't show any expression on his face either, handed up and smiled. It turns out that the little brother is also an animal trainer, reaching 2 stars at such a young age. Indeed, the hero is young. However, the senior minister noticed that the other party spoke in a somewhat sarcastic manner. I also want to explain. When making old friends value Zhang Xian, suddenly, there was a surge on the ground. A roar came from directly ahead. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xian immediately turned her head and looked over. As soon as his eyes freeze, he exclaims loudly, "Impressive." From this roar, Zhang Xian has felt the opponent's strength. Don't say anything else. With just this sound, the cultivators below the Imperial Mirror were yelled at by him like this. I estimate they will all be shocked to death on the spot. However, at this moment, Han Tangju's eyes lit up. I turned my head and looked at the elder beside me. Order him to wake up. Let's start. The elder beside me, classical Chinese, took a step forward. I dug out the storage ring from my hand. The body of a huge spirit snake beast was thrown in front of us. Zhao Gongzi next to him saw a wild beast lying on the ground. "I can't quite believe it," he said. "This dear beast that transforms into 2 worms. Surprisingly, they can still be hunted and killed." Sun Chang heard the other party say so. I also asked in confusion what happened. "Is this wild beast very powerful?" At this moment, Prince Zhao explained. Deer beast is a type of spiritual beast that transforms into a 2nd-level worm. His cultivation level is not high, but the speed is extremely fast. The meat is more delicious. The prey favored by spirit beasts and even cultivators. Its quantity is rare. There may not be a head in the entire Juku Mountain. Can hunt and kill it. It must have taken a lot of time and cost. However, the beast warrior who heard the two talking, proudly raising money as well. "It seems like you know quite a bit. This dear beast." 17 animal trainers from our animal hall were mobilized simultaneously. It took nearly half a year. We only managed to catch up after laying a network of traps. It can be said that in the entire Wancham Alliance, I can't even find one of them. It can be said that it's hard to find a fortune. Zhao Gongzi saw the other party's arrogant expression, but he knows that this dear beast is indeed not easy. Because I was in the royal palace back then. There was once a prince who fell ill. We need this spirit beast for medicinal purposes. Even after offering a high reward for 5 years, I still haven't received it. In the end, the prince also suffered from insufficient medication, causing death without treatment. So Zhao Gongzi has no intention of refuting at this moment. Go Lao watched the lively discussion among a few young people, also stepped forward to add, This deer beast not only has delicious meat, but also, the most important thing is that this spirit beast feeds on spiritual medicine, although not very strong. But the spiritual power is very strong, like a demon hunter. If eaten by other spirit beasts, the other party is also easily able to break through the realm, achieve higher strength. So some people also call him mobile sports singles. Listen here. Sun Chang also understood the high value of it. I couldn't help but admire Lord Han. In order to tame this head, demons and mythical beasts spare no expense in spending their blood. However, at this moment, Han Tangju in front, I heard the person behind me whispering. I didn't pay attention either. Just took a deep breath. Just take a step up and shout, Brother Yaochen. I have already prepared what I told you last time. It's right here. Come out and take a look. Just finished speaking. I saw a roar coming from the cave. I immediately saw a dragon beast fly out, looking at the deer beast on the ground with red eyes. Han Tang's independent statement. Just show a satisfied smile. Continue talking to the dragon beast, Brother Yaochen, as long as you agree to my conditions. The body of this herd of deer is yours. Then I saw the dragon beast let out a low roar. I turned my head and looked at Han Chong. I seem to want to hear what conditions he has to say. Master Han understood the other party's meaning. Just spoke up and said, Brother Yao Chang, over the past 3 years, we spend our days and nights together. I believe you understand my personality traits as well. Actually, my request is very simple. I hope you can be my favorite. But don't worry. We can sign a fair contract. Before doing anything, as long as you don't want to, can refuse. Old Han just finished speaking. I heard a roar from the dragon beast. At the same time, a breath emanated from the whole body. It's chilling. I feel like he's about to take action and swallow the other person at any moment. After all, this dragon beast, he possesses the bloodline of the spirit clan within his body. Super fine. How is it possible to submit to a small human, fluffy pet beast? However, Han Tang firmly believed in the attitude of the dragon beast. My face also turned a bit ugly. Later, he greeted with a smiling face. Speaking of my identity in the human world, I'm sure you know too. I am the proud lord of Shaodine Hall. The position is also at the forefront within the 10,000 Cities Alliance. So, Brother Yaochen, as long as you're with me, I will only consider you as my best friend. Cultivation materials. As long as you speak up, even if it's difficult, I will always find a way. Help find it. Although spirit beasts have a long lifespan, if one can improve solely by absorbing spiritual energy, the required time is relatively much longer. But as long as you're by my side, it's definitely much better than you staying here. After speaking, he waved his hand and asked the elder next to him to come over. At this moment, the elder came up to him. Stack snacks on the ground as soon as possible. Lao Han immediately said, there are over 8,000 snacks here in total. As long as you agree, I can give it to you now. However, the snacks scattered on the ground. It doesn't seem to have caused any reaction from the dragon beast. Old Han hesitated for a moment upon seeing the situation. With one bite of his teeth, he dug out a box from the storage ring. Put it on your hand. Then he talked to the dragon beast about Yao Chen. Brother, if you don't like the snacks on the ground, then take a look at this thing. It will definitely be of great benefit to you. Then the box was opened. Immediately, the spiritual energy around became even stronger. At this moment, I saw a spirit stone placed inside. Zhang Shen leaned forward to take a look at the situation. I asked in confusion what kind of spirit stone it was. Take a serious look at Go Lao's classical Chinese. I was suddenly scared and my eyes widened. I just responded that this is a medium-grade spirit stone. Its value is supreme. Although you can exchange 10,000 snacks for a mid-range snack, but the effect of replacing it still cannot be achieved. There are not many in the entire Wancheng Alliance. I didn't expect Lao Han to be able to bring out one. I'm afraid it will cost no less than land beasts. At this moment, Master Han's face was full of reluctance as he spoke to the dragon beast. As long as Brother Yaochen agrees to be my animal pet, this mid-range snack is you. I haven't finished speaking Korean yet. I heard a low roar from the dragon beast. Then I saw him turn his head around. I snatched the snacks over. Han Tang's opinion suddenly froze. What is this called? I have worked hard to accompany you for 3 years. Meow, what do you want to eat? Go ahead and help kill yourself. I spend a lot of effort searching for whatever good thing I want. The front and back of the saddle are like a little brother. It's better now. If you see something you like, just grab it. I lost it. It's just that Lao Han wants to one day subdue the other party. I also prepared for the worst. So the formation was also arranged here in advance. So at this moment, Lord Han turned to the elder behind him. Shout out the activation array using phonetics. Everyone heard this. Quickly flew towards 4 directions. At the same time, several people exuded a surge of true energy. Call out in unison to activate. In an instant, fog rose up in the air. A straight beam of light. like an unguarded demon beast attacking. Jean Lao's robust pupils contracted beside him. I couldn't help but shout out the diagnosis. This is the mist-trapped shock. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded with a serious expression and said, "That's right. This formation was over 1,000 years ago, created by a 4-star peak array mage. This formation is based on the natural environment, made from the violent spiritual energy within it. Any life trapped in it will be instantly enveloped. At that time, let alone escape. Even breaking free is extremely difficult. It seems that Han Tangzhu is trying to catch this guy. I really put in a lot of effort." At this moment, Gulao also echoed beside and said, "Yes, if you guessed correctly. After failing once 3 years ago, Lao Han. During this period, I have been trying to please this big guy on the surface. I also put in a lot of effort behind the scenes. After all, this formation has not undergone 5.5 months of adjustment. It is also impossible to start at any time, so if he fails again this time, I'm afraid he might also feel the same way, not worthy to be the lord of the Beast Hall anymore." However, during a brief conversation between a few people, the dragon beast has been trapped by the mist formation. At this moment, I saw him wildly beating inside the formation. Waves of violent power spread everywhere, causing strong shaking on the ground. At this moment, Lord Han took a step forward. A cold snort is useless. No matter how hard you struggle, there's nothing you can do. The dragon beast heard the other party say so, more restless and restless. The roars echoed through the entire wound. After all, his relationship with Lao Han over the past 3 years, it also made him relax his vigilance towards humans. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been trapped. So at this moment, the dragon beast is full of hatred. I wish I could tear apart the old Han in front of me with one bite. However, Lord Han watched as the dragon beast bared its teeth and roared. "Just advise, buddy. This is a level 4 peak formation. No matter how strong you are, I don't know how to crack it. It's almost impossible to rush out. Can we continue with the topic we just discussed? As long as you can promise to be my favorite. What was promised before is still valid. If you don't agree, given your current situation, I'm sure you should also understand. Very likely to be beheaded." The elder next to me saw this going on. It's not a long-term solution either. So he went up and asked the hall master what to do next. Upon hearing this, Lao Han responded by saying what else could be done. "We can only wait until he submits." Suddenly thought of something. So the elder had the deer beast roasted, so that the fragrance can trigger his gluttonous habit, so as to achieve the goal of softening. Elder who heard the master say so. "No more talking. Go straight to the deer beast. If we start a fire, we need to grill him." However, at this moment, Zhang Xian behind her looked helpless as she used phonetic techniques. Say to a few people, "I advise you not to grill it." The master and several elders turned around at the same time to look, discovered that the sound transmission comes from this 2-star beast chamber. All of them showed an unhappy expression. However, Hu Changlao, who was currently living, furrowed his brow. Asked the other party why they cannot take the exam. Zhang Xian originally wanted to provide a detailed explanation of the reason. "I just saw a few people looking down on themselves." Simply respond that there is no reason. "I'm worried that you might use roasted deer beasts to seduce him. You just can't handle the final situation." Upon hearing this, Elder Hu angrily rebuked and said, "It's just roasting a deer beast. What else can't be dealt with? You're just a little 2-star. What can we know? Don't pretend for me here." An alarmist talk. The testimony of the speaker next to it also waved his hand to signal not to leave that second cargo. Just continue grilling. Zhang Xian is also very speechless at this moment. Good advice means not listening. I didn't want to deal with it afterwards either. Quickly, several elders roasted the deer beast. After Zhang Xian saw the fragrance, "Just shake your head. Tell a few people, let's step back a few hundred meters first. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll suffer a disaster without reason. After speaking, turn around and leave first." The old minister suddenly looked at Zhang Xian like this. First, I was taken aback. Then I'll see everyone follow along. So I could only follow up and go forward. At this moment, Lao Han heard Zhang Xian say so. I saw them all walk away again. I was so angry that I almost exploded. After all, at this moment, Lao Han couldn't tame this dragon beast. It's really frustrating. In addition, Zhang Xian just appeared to be disobedient to the elderly. The posture of being at a disadvantage in talking to them. As a 4-star beast master, he, dismissed by a 2-star kid, still saying discouraging words. So Lao Han is still secretly angry at this moment. Then he said to the elders beside him, "Don't pay attention to them. Let's hurry up and grill. The more fragrant it is roasted, the better." At this moment, Zhang Xian and a few others also walked away. It stopped hundreds of meters away. However, the elder suddenly remembered something. Just frowned and asked Zhang Xian, "Are you worried about getting damp? The roasted meat of this heron beast now exudes a fragrant aroma. It will be a drug coveted by all spirit beasts. Once cooked, it is highly likely to startle countless spirit beasts to come. Just if it's really a beast tide coming, let's just avoid this distance. It shouldn't be of much use, right? Zhao Gongzi heard the elder's words. I just realized it. It was recorded in the book. When Yanling has experienced this situation, the scent of this deer beast is so strong. It's also very normal to attract spirit beasts. If it really needs to appear, isn't it possible to hide as far as possible? Isn't staying here for death now? However, upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian, it was also a speechless response to the beast tide. Thank you for being able to come up with it. If even you could see it. This deer beast's meat is fragrant and overflowing. If it attracts the covetousness of other spirit beasts, the most powerful animal trainer in the beast hall wouldn't know about him. Don't worry, this won't happen. At this moment, Prince Zhao was even more puzzled. If it weren't for dampness, why do we have to leave again? And this meat is so interconnected that we can hardly resist it. How can spirit beasts withstand it? Zhang Shen gave him a disdainful look when he heard the words. I just said that you are usually incredibly smart. Why did you ask that today? Even if the meat of deer beasts is very fragrant, how far can it emit? Besides, what is this place? This is the territory of demon beasts. Even if other savage beasts smell the fragrance, does he dare to come over? Besides, there won't be any other spirit beasts within a radius of 10 kilometers. Deer beasts are fragrant again. It's also impossible to make the spirit beasts 10 kilometers away restless. Listen here. Sun Chang also curiously asked the young master. You said it's not damp. Why do we have to be so far away? Zhang Xian didn't want to explain too much at this time. Just let everyone continue reading and you will know. The cabinet elder standing beside is still a little worried about his old friend at this moment. After all, he has some understanding of Zhang Xian. I know he won't speak recklessly. I won't make random decisions either. So he awkwardly said, Teacher Zhang, if there is really danger over there, please give me a hand. Save Han Tanzi. He just neglected you because he didn't know your skills. Actually, he's not bad. Zhang Xian also knew the other party's concerns upon hearing these words. Then he responded by saying that the senior minister, take it easy. It's really dangerous. I will take action. I'm just afraid of making a move. They will be unhappy first. Take a look at the situation. I will talk about it at appropriate time. If I'm not mistaken, the unexpected events are about to begin. When everyone heard this, they looked towards the direction of the land beast. The sugary scent gradually enters the screen. Inside the formation, I also started saying Demon Dust Brother to the closed-ended dragon beast. Did you smell something? If you become my favorite, he's yours now. Let's talk about it. You're just by my side. I won't mistreat you, right? As long as I am entrusted with my duties. Naturally, you can also return to freedom. So don't dwell on it anymore, okay? Lao Han has just finished speaking. I heard the elders say that the meat was roasted. So the elders took the roasted meat. Bring it in front of the dragon beast and the hall master. At this moment, Tang Jigan brought meat. With a smile on his face. Just as I was about to use meat to seduce the other person, I just realized that a perfectly roasted whole deer was missing a leg. So the hall master was so angry that he exploded. Just cursed directly at a few elders. Who among you stole it? Stand up for me. Everyone was stunned at the words. Later, I looked over and realized that one leg was indeed missing. Just nervously responded, Master, we didn't steal food. Lao Han heard several people say no one after another. My face turned green with anger. Everyone said they didn't. Where did that meat go? Can't it still fly? Elder who still doesn't believe what everyone is saying when he sees the hall master. Just as I was about to explain something again, I was stunned when I saw the scene in front of me. However, the leader of the church turned his gaze towards the direction the elder was looking at. I almost fainted. I threw a good roasted whole deer. One leg was missing again during the conversation. At this moment, elder who in front of him pointed towards the grilled meat, and shouted loudly, Lord, look what this is. Old Han Classical immediately lowered his head and looked. I immediately realized something was wrong, because of the deer beast directly ahead. I don't know when a group of dense insects crawled all over. It looks the size of an ant, but, wherever they go, lean meat disappears immediately. Only bones remain. It's obvious. Just now, both legs were eaten clean by this thing. The hall master saw the insects in front of him. I was stunned for a while but still couldn't figure out what this was. Suddenly, a flash of thought flashed through my mind. I seem to have thought of something. My body trembled involuntarily. Then he exclaimed in surprise that something was wrong. However, at this moment, the trapped dragon beast raised its mouth, like laughing coldly. And the distant cabinet elders saw this. He also looked at Zhang Xian with confusion and asked what had happened. At this moment, Zhang Shenkai responded solemnly, saying that this is a soul-eating ant. In ancient books, it is recorded that they were the nemesis of witch soul masters. eating by devouring souls and spiritual energy. Then he looked at Luo Zhu beside him. If I guess correctly, the witch soul tomb you mentioned. It should be under that pool, right? The old man was stunned for a moment when he heard these words, then he asked in confusion. I only said it was near here. Teacher Shang, how did you know? Only then did Zhang Xian explain. Although soul-eating ants are the nemesis of witch soul masters, but they are afraid of water. The soul wizard also knows this well. So if the soul wants to be preserved for a long time, it can only be buried underwater. Upon hearing the other party's words, Luo Zhu suddenly remembered something. I can't help but shout that it's not right. Although this witch soul tomb is buried underwater in the pond, but only in the underground palace. He is not immersed in the water. Although it's a soul, it can no longer enter the water. But that palace is definitely accessible. At this moment, Zhang Xinkai responded solemnly, saying, for thousands of years, no one has entered the witch soul tomb. Closed very well. The scent inside has never leaked out. But after you went in, you came out with a soul, causing leakage of breath. That's why these soul-focused guys attracted it over. They just haven't been here for long. I just haven't found the entrance yet. If we continue to indulge, if you arrive a month later, I'm afraid even if I go in, I won't be able to find my soul. The old man was also very curious when he heard Zhang Xian say that. Even soul ants can devour souls. I like to eat the meat of deer and other animals. Under normal circumstances, they don't have much impact on humanity, do they? Why are we hiding so far away? Later, Zhang Xian responded by saying, this thing can only devour souls. It can also devour spiritual energy. And the biggest consumption of formation operation is spiritual energy. Everyone heard this. I nervously looked towards the direction of the trapped formation. However, at this moment, Lord Han also realized that something was wrong. The pupils involuntarily contract. Tighten your whole body. Just exclaimed in shock, oh no. So he quickly ordered a few people to increase their strength. Strengthen the formation. I haven't finished speaking Korean yet. Just heard an angry roar. At this moment, the dragon beast trapped in the formation waved its wings. The entire ground trembled violently. The next second, with a roar, I saw the dragon beast break through the formation and emerge. At this point, the elders had not yet reacted. He was flown up to him by the dragon beast. With just one flick of their wings, they can fly several people tens of meters away. Statement of opinion by the speaker. I can't take care of that much anymore. Concentrate the true chi of the whole body on the hands. Just give a palm to the dragon beast. As the smoke and dust dissipate, the dragon beast not only didn't get injured at all. On the contrary, the aura became even more intense. After a roar, I haven't waited for the hall master to react yet. The huge wings of the dragon beast are a bit fierce. Just evacuate the hall master. However, the hall master who was blown into the air. A sip of juice flowed out with it. Then I remembered what Zhang Xian had just said. So he stood up and looked at the dragon beast. Tell him, Yaochen brother. We have been together for 3 years. You should know my temperament and temperament. I definitely didn't mean to harm you today. How about this? Let's call it a day. Let's continue to get along fairly. But the master hasn't finished speaking yet. A huge figure had already appeared in front of him. When the dragon claws are raised, they will strike. Come down. When Lao Han, who had been beaten to the ground, was about to get angry, once again, the dragon beast flew over. I stepped on several feet in a row. At this moment, the hall master was completely angry. The true chi of the whole body keeps gushing out from the inside out. With a roar. Together, we want to showcase a set of martial arts skills. But we haven't waited for him to hit it yet. Just got a big nose from a dragon beast. Fly him 100 meters away with a fan. At this point, the hall master had already been beaten to a pulp of meat and vegetables. I can't even tell the direction when I look up. Just suddenly realized. The cabinet elders and others who just walked away. I'm not far from myself now. Then I saw Zhang Xian standing beside me. The hall master was almost infuriated by him. He actually leisurely looked towards himself. He also asked a few students behind him if they saw it. This is the consequence of not listening to others. In the future, you guys go out and explore. Be sure to pay attention to absorbing more opinions. Do not be stubborn and self-serving. Anyway, don't learn from him like this. Also, if he had woken up earlier just now, if you can make a move, demon beasts will inevitably be disturbed. The timing of using martial arts is so poorly coordinated. It shows that his judgment on martial arts is not very good either. You should cultivate your martial arts skills well in the future. Don't think about taming this and taming that every day. 3 years and its consumption here. It's better to hone one's own strength, stronger than anything else. The hall master, who was already severely injured, hearing the other person using themselves as a negative example. What he said is useless. The whole body has exploded due to the gas. But what Zhang Xian said is absolutely right. Even if he wants to stand up and refute, he doesn't know how to counter it. So at this moment, the Hall Master is both angry and helpless. After all, Zhang Xian's matter is in the eyes of the Hall Master. It's not as simple as being a 2-star beast master anymore. But now he can't help but think too much. The most important thing in front of us is to deal with this dragon beast, so he got up and flew over. At this moment, the elders also came up to them. With a loud roar from the Hall Master. An instant formation of a combined attack formation. At this moment, the distant minister saw this formation. It's just a few 3-star beast masters from earlier. The tactics used against them. But the comparison between the two. The formation displayed by these old men now. More powerful power. I just sighed and realized that the main Hall Master really relied on this trick. This is probably after the failed taming 3 years ago. I started practicing continuously. That's why we have the power and effect we have now. Zhang Xian on the side heard the other person say so. Just asked the senior minister. Do you think their formation can win the dragon beast? Gulao Classical responded by saying that it was based on their cooperation. I have practiced countless times. And this formation has tremendous power. It shouldn't be difficult to completely suppress demon beasts, right? After all, Gulao himself is a powerhouse of the Huathan 4th level. Knowing that the formation formed by the cooperation of several people has infinite power. If we unite, I'm afraid even the strongest of Huathan's 5th level anger can fight in one battle. So now we have to deal with one head. There are only 4 peaks of demon beasts. Natural issues are not a big deal. Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. I shook my head in response and said, you should. I don't think so anymore. Do you think the master and the others have a trump card? So aren't there any demon beasts? Imagine this. If a combined attack formation can suppress it. These years have long been slaughtered by the League of Nations. Besides, this is actually a killing formation. Be able to kill the people or creatures surrounded by it. But he is determined to tame it. He doesn't dare to make a fatal move. Restricted everywhere. How can we maximize the power of this formation? However, during the conversation between Zhang Xian and the others, the Hall Master and several elders on this side of the screen, give the dragon beast a big pussy. The blood of the fan ran wildly. Seriously injured. Upon seeing this, Gulao urgently shouted and asked Zheng Shi to take action. Save Lord Han. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, how can we save it when there is a response with a raised voice? I doubt the cultivation of reverence. Not a match for this demon beast, right? The nearby master heard their conversation. His eyes were also filled with despair. However, upon hearing this, the senior minister nervously said, Teacher Zhang, think about it again. I know you must have a solution. Otherwise, the demon beast will really have to kill the Hantang master. They will definitely hit us later. Zhang Xian saw that the other party was so anxious that their words were incoherent. Is there a way to laugh? I do have one. Mr. Gu heard the other party say so. I asked excitedly. What method? And not far away, the Hall Master heard the words. It seems to have regained momentum as well. Stand your ears up. I want to hear what method it is. At this moment, Zhang Xian just spoke up and said that the solution is very simple. I just need the dragon beast to release the person. Upon hearing this, Lao Han, a sip of aged fruit juice accumulated for 60 years. It all sprayed out. Did I say human language when I lost these 2 goods? Let the dragon beast release the person. You really treat him like your little dog. I can listen to you. He meows. You can't see that this savage beast is now raging fiercely. Do you really want to eat me? Oh my god, let someone go. Does this guy brag and not draft? However, just when the head of the hall was beyond love, Go Lao immediately asked, what do we need to do to make Rong Shou release the person? I'm getting ready right now. At this moment, Zhang Xian also spoke up in response, saying, actually, there's no need to prepare anything. I just need to tame him and make him my pet. Upon hearing this, Lao Han, suddenly, my eyes darkened. I almost died of anger. Losing this guy is really a pervert. He meows me. I spent a full 3 years on it. I gave him everything good. If it were so easy to tame. As for me being stepped on by him now, I can no longer rely on this pervert. So the Hall Master instantly surged with a force from within his body. I want to push away the opponent's dragon claws. Just exerted force as a result. The dragon beast felt the opponent's movement and stomped on it suddenly. This step directly plunged the Hall Master into the ground by half. Nido Shen Laohan spewed out another mouthful of juice. Under this fierce impact, the physical injury instantly worsened. My whole life is hanging by a thread. However, at this moment, the dragon beast still had no intention of stopping. Raise the dragon claws again. Tang Zhijing also gave up struggling. Close your eyes and wait for death to come. However, at this moment, a thunderous roar, resembling the crowing of a cow, could be heard in the distance. The Hall Master just felt that the pressure in front of him had disappeared. Open your eyes and take a look. I just realized that the dragon beast in front of me is also gone. At this moment, the Hall Master thought he had already been trampled to death. I felt my body temperature still after touching it twice. I pinched my stomach again and realized that I hadn't died yet. So I endured the pain and got up to check what exactly happened. At that moment, the scene in front of me stunned the hall master, Ma Lin. I can't believe even if I kill him, the ferocious and violent dragon beast just now he obediently lies in front of this young man, continuously licking the soles of the other person's shoes. The respectful and pleasing look on this face, like a tamed bulldog that has been tamed for many years. The owner I saw. I'll lose the vow I made just now. The expression of looking at treasures like dirt. What's going on with this look of admiration now? However, the hall master still thought he had misjudged due to his blindness. Rub your eyes hard. I looked over again. I just realized. The other party also kicked the dragon beast impatiently. Let him go and graze on the side. Don't get his shoes dirty. Seeing this scene, the hall master spewed out another pile of fire. My heart is full of doubts. Suddenly remembered. My old friend has always been very respectful to him. Is it difficult for the other party to have any other identity? So after adjusting the breathing, just endure the excruciating pain and bow in front of Zhang Xian. Speaking of Han, thank you, Master Zhang Xiaoxi, for saving my life. At this moment, Zhang Xian also looked indifferent. Waved your hand. I replied out of consideration for Lord Sage's face. Just made a move. If you want to thank me, then thank Mr. Sai. After hearing these words, the master once again thanked Zhang Xian. I turned around and thanked my old friend. The old minister was treated so politely by his old friend. I'm sorry to say, brother. It's been so many years. Don't be so polite. Besides, I didn't help anything. This dragon beast was tamed by Master Zhang. Lao Han heard his old friend call him Zhangshi this time. My heart couldn't help but shake, because he always thought. Go Lao called out Zhang Xiaoxi. At this moment, I thought of something. So I asked if teacher Zhang was a famous teacher. At this moment, Gu Lao explained that Zhang Shi is not only a renowned teacher, he is also a 2-star animal trainer, still a 5-star appraiser and quasi-4-star array mage. Listen here. The master's face turned red, exclaimed awkwardly with so many professions on his face. As soon I saw the other person as a 2-star animal trainer in front of me, speaking with a hint of contempt. I didn't expect the other party to be a renowned teacher. This profession is not to be underestimated or insulted. Just now, I treated him like this. No one dares to say a word for themselves even if they are killed on the spot. What's more, the opponent is still a 5-star sword treasure master and a quasi-piercing star array mage. This is Sun Chang. Seeing the other party scared, he also took a step forward and said, otherwise, you might think my young master, just a 2-star beast trainer. My young master is not just the profession you just heard about. He is still the president of the First Labor Union and an alchemist, and calligraphers and painters. I heard Sun Chang say that. Lao Han swallowed his saliva directly. Shake all over. I want to learn a profession by myself. It will require countless efforts and endless time. The young man in front of us actually holds 7 professions simultaneously. I lost it. How could the Phantom City Alliance have such a pervert? This is too scary, isn't it? No wonder Lord Sage respects him so much. If I had known he had these identities earlier. He meows me. I dare not pretend in front of him even if I die. Sun Chang was scared out of his wits when he saw the other party. Continuing to say, our young master saved your lives. You don't just want to say thank you, do you? Just now, I saw you taming a wild beast. I have taken quite a few good things. Now your lives are in danger. Not even one wild beast, right? Han Tangju's classical Chinese body couldn't help but shake. Only then did I realize that something was indeed appropriate for me. The grace of saving lives is as great as the sky. But I only said one grateful word myself. It's also very hasty. Then, when the dragon beast was trapped earlier, I took out the medium-grade spirit stone that I had retrieved, pass it over, and said to Sun Chang, this spirit stone was originally intended to attract demon beasts. Seize the opportunity to tame it. It doesn't seem very useful now. Just give it to teacher Zhang as a token of gratitude for saving his life. After Sun Chang casually picked up the snacks, she pursed her lips and said, why is there only one piece? Your lives are so worthless. The master's face turned red upon hearing these words. I awkwardly replied that it's gone. This is the only piece in the entire wealthy family. After all, the entire Wancheng alliance doesn't have many coins. If he can find one, it's already considered lucky. At this moment, Sun Chang looked disgusted and said, forget it. Just one piece, right? Then it was handed over to Zhang Xian. However, Zhang Xian, who received the snacks, also nodded in satisfaction. After casually putting away the snacks, he looked at the hall master. Tell him that this mid-range snack is exactly what I need. I am being disrespectful, but you can also rest assured. I won't take advantage of you. I will help you heal your injuries now. Even if it's even. Just the hall master heard about this young man under 20 years old. He said he wanted to cure his illness for himself. Suddenly, my face was filled with disbelief. Later, I remembered that the other party was the chief physician. Just nodded repeatedly and agreed. So he spoke up and said, "Teacher Zhang, I don't know what medication you need. I still have quite a few here." After finishing speaking, I was about to take out the medicine from the storage ring. Just hear each other. "Speaking of drugs, you don't need that demon beast. Come over here for a moment. Help me knock this guy unconscious." Everyone was stunned at the words. Didn't I lose this guy to help heal his injury? What does it mean to knock him unconscious? At this moment, Sun Chang saw that everyone was scared and dumbfounded. Just stepped forward to explain. "Don't be nervous, everyone. This is my master's unique method for treating dizziness." Without waiting for everyone to be surprised, the dragon beast grazing on the side has flown over. The testimony of the speaker panicked. Immediately look at Zhang Xian and say, "Teacher Zhang, I'll just let it go if I feel dizzy. How about we take some medicine or something more convenient?" Zhang Xian frowned at the words. "I just replied that it's not that troublesome." "What the hell are you still writing ink on, demon beast? Hurry up and take action." As soon as the words fell, I saw the dragon beast let out an excited long hiss. Then he flew over. A big pussy directly knocked out the hall master with a fan. Zhao Gongzi next to him saw what was happening in front of him. My body couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, secretly grateful. Fortunately, he was just on the prescription wall at that time. I passed on the treatment method. Otherwise, I'm probably going to be knocked unconscious. However, Zhang Xian was facing the hall master who had fainted before. Swing a few shots in a row. Put away the needle in no time. Then ask the senior minister to wake up the other party. At this moment, Mr. Jin and Mr. Zhao saw the situation. I didn't quite react. "What's wrong?" "It's cured now. Just throw a few shots and it's over." And after Lao Han was awakened by the cabinet elders, I nervously took a few steps back, quickly speaking, "Zhang Shi, let's not treat it." But I haven't finished speaking yet. Suddenly felt a continuous flow of energy in the body, completely different from the previous state. My heart is full of doubts. So he activated the true chi inside his body. Moment. A powerful force gushed out from the inside out. However, the elders on the side saw the situation. My whole body trembled uncontrollably. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Lord of the Hall, your previous hidden injury has healed." The hall master only reacted upon hearing these words. So he hurriedly, looking at Zhang Xian and asking about the diagnosis. "Teacher Zhang, you even cured my internal injury." At this moment, Zhang Xian just waved her hand. The response is yes. "Look, you have a problem. I handled it by the way. There's no need to add any extra money for this." Kulao Han heard the other person say the word "by the way." I almost went crazy. You should know about his hidden injury. I searched for all the members of the physician union in Wanlian City. There's no way to handle it. He thought his meridians were blocked by a poisonous substance. I can never recover in this lifetime. I didn't expect him to mention this to the other party yet. The other party easily cured him. Later, I asked the elder beside me. "I've been unconscious for several hours now. Elder, upon hearing this, calculate it." I responded by saying that I have been unconscious since then. "It's less than a minute, right?" The hall master was stunned when he heard it for a minute. I thought to myself that it has been half a minute since I woke up. The other party spent less than half a minute. Can make accurate diagnosis. And he cured himself. How was this achieved? This guy is really terrifying, isn't he? So I suppressed the excitement in my heart. Say thank you to Teacher Zhang for his treatment to Zhang Xian. Also, I hope you can take action. Treat Elder Hu and his team. They were all injured because of my situation. I haven't received a response from Zhang Xian yet. Sun Chang took a step forward. My young master is a skilled physician. Treating illnesses requires consultation fees. The hall master nodded repeatedly upon hearing these words, indicating. I then proceeded to store the ring. Pull it out. Previously, I took out thousands of snacks that tempted demons and mythical beasts. Put it on the ground. Zhang Xian remained silent upon seeing the situation. Simply put the snacks into the storage ring with a quick reach. Just look at Mr. Hu and the others. I believe my treatment method is correct. You all know, right? So the elder beside nodded quickly. Say you know what to do. So he turned around and looked at the dragon beast, shouting, "Come on. Give me a hard beating. I can bear it." Everyone was speechless when they saw the situation. I lost this guy. Treat a sick child. As for making the colors so rich. However, Zhang Xian spent less than 2 minutes. I cured all 4 elders. Old Han beside him was instantly stunned when he saw the scene. I thought to myself, this pervert is really not human. Shout out. You can make this big meat-eating creature, the dragon beast, willing submission. He can also go to the side to eat grass. Just swing a few needles casually. Just heal the severely injured person. This is probably only a 5-star animal trainer and physician. Can we achieve this? A few minutes later, Elder Hu and others, the leader of the church, after the injury has fully recovered, just finished the play with Zhang Xian and the elders. Just leave first. Although their purpose of coming here this time it's to tame the demon Chen Shousheng, defeat the master of another longevity hall, Romy, thus obtaining the qualification to go to the headquarters for further studies. But now the hidden weapon in the body has been restored. Even if there are no demon beasts, he also has confidence in defeating Romy. So for them, the purpose of this trip can also be considered achieved. After a few people left, Luo Zhu looked at Zhang Xian with a hint of admiration and asked Zhang Shi, should we go in now or take a break and adjust? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian asked everyone to wait for a moment. He will break through for the demon beast now before entering. Quickly, after Zhang Xian's manipulation, it was resolved. Dragon beast instantly transitions from the 4th level realm, breakthrough to the level of 4.5. Without waiting for everyone to be shocked, Zhang Xian instructed the dragon beast to guard outside. As long as someone or a spirit beast breaks in, kill with lawful authority. Subsequently, several people began to jump into the pool one after another. After 20 minutes of diving, they finally arrived at the underwater tomb of the Witch Soul Master. Led by Luo Zhu, the sect was quickly opened. After passing through several government channels, I also collected 4 mouths from it, amazing artifacts that hold witch souls. Soon, Zhang Xian and others, we arrived at the main tomb chamber door where the soul of the Witch Soul Master was stored. After the outer stone door is opened, what caught everyone's eye? It's not a room or hall, but it's a place like a paradise on earth. Everyone was shocked to see this. Why is there such a world underwater? At this moment, the old man said with a frightened expression on his face, is this a phantom formation? However, Zhang Xian shook his head and responded at this moment, this is not a formation. The master was very puzzled when he heard the words. So he took out a puppet from his hand and threw it in. The puppet has just entered the house, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Everyone was startled by this situation. At this moment, the elder suddenly remembered something. I exclaimed in surprise, could this be a teleportation formation? It is said that this formation has reached over 6 stars. We can transfer some materials. However, once it reaches 8 stars, all living organisms can teleport. In other words, we can directly transport humans from this place, transferred to another location. Everyone was surprised to hear this. Zhang Xian also widened her eyes at this moment. I shouted out a cow's fork, because he knows. The array mage is a top-notch profession. The requirement for cultivation is extremely high. If the strength cannot be reached, it is impossible to learn deeper knowledge. Just like himself. Even if a 5-level array is depicted, it's just a quasi 4-star array mage. I can't even get a 4-star badge. So we can arrange an 8-level formation. The cultivation level definitely exceeds the 9th level of Huafanjing, entered a higher realm. Such a powerful figure can personally come here to set up the formation. So how strong should the owner of this witch soul tomb be? At this moment, Luo Lao looked at Zhang Xian with a frightened expression on his face. Asked Teacher Zhang, do we still need to go in this situation? At this moment, Zhang Xian also entered into contemplation. If his guess is correct, continuing forward is bound to be terrifying. Even with the protection of the heavenly Tao's true qi, it won't be of much use either. So for him, this trip can be considered as a dead end without life. But if Zhang Xian doesn't come in, Lu Kong wants to treat it again. Well, it's still far away. At this moment, he recalled his student Lu Chong. Without hesitation, he blocked everything for himself at that time. There was a resolute expression in his eyes. Murmured to himself, for me, this teacher. He's not even afraid of death. What am I afraid of? So he waved his big hand. I instructed you to wait here. I went alone. If I don't come out for 2 hours, then please trouble Master Sai and Prince Xiao. Take my students and Sun Chang out. Zhao Yuan took a firm step forward with her eyes fixed on him. Speaking of teacher, I'm not going anywhere. I want to be with you. Following that, Yuan Tao and others. With a firm gaze, he said, we are also. Wherever the teacher goes, we go. I'm sure everyone knows about these students. If it weren't for Zhang Xian, they are just the heavenly Xian King City. Just an unknown student. And now, one by one, they have achieved supreme success. Immediately Beishan. Now their teacher is dedicated to their junior brother Lu Zhong. Not willing to risk one's own life. As students, how could they possibly back down? However, Zhang Xian saw the students like this. A warm wave in my heart. But the situation ahead was really strange. It's too dangerous to let them go. Think of this. His face darkened. Just reprimanded a few people and said they should all stay here. Well, what's wrong? You're not even listening to your teacher anymore. I heard Zhang Xian say that. Jiaya still firmly said, please, teacher, don't drive us away. Knowing that the teacher is risking their own life. As a student, I cannot lead by example, even if they survive. In the days to come, they will also face conscientious condemnation day and night. I will never be able to feel at ease for the rest of my life. However, Wang Yi, who usually has a relatively weak personality, at this moment, a resolute expression was also revealed. Step forward and say, "Teacher." Even if it means disobeying the orders of the teacher, I will also follow along. Zhang Xian can't persuade many people. I also know that they don't want to be alone. Go on an adventure. Finally, he nodded. Tell everyone that since you really want to go, then come with me. However, Zhao Gongzi and others who witnessed the scene, I am deeply moved by this in my heart. It's for students. Students as teachers. This is the real teacher and student. Previously, a few of them were still thinking, Zhang Xian is such a capable person. Why do they have to bring a group of people with poor strength? The young guy is following behind. Now I realize that these are the real teachers and students. Teachers can be different for students facing danger. Students can also remain steadfast in the face of danger for their teachers. However, just as a few people were feeling emotional inside, suddenly felt a powerful aura descending before my eyes. A special force has converged from heaven and earth. It's not spiritual energy. Not really brave. Let someone take a sniff. I feel my mind clearer. This force converged straight ahead towards Zhang Xian, like a torrent. Make him bigger and taller. Higher temperament. Seeing the scene before my eyes, Zhao Gongzi suddenly thought of something. My whole body trembled involuntarily. Later, he exclaimed in surprise that the diagnosis was indeed from a renowned teacher named Tianren. Jinla classical Chinese's face turned green. I just murmured, how could this be possible? Thinking of Tianren as a renowned teacher, this is equivalent to God recognizing one's identity. He can automatically advance to become a renowned teacher. Even without assessment, it will be recognized. The mainland has been passed down for so many years. Only Kong Shi has succeeded. The teacher in front of me actually achieved it. The cabinet elder beside him also had a frightened expression on his face at this moment. After all, as the head of the treasure appraisal cabinet, I have also heard of the saying Tianren famous teacher. However, just now this descending aura fell on Zhang Xian. Not only does it make people feel very powerful, it also gives people a sense of natural submission. Immediately, he agreed that this was indeed a teacher appointed as a renowned teacher. And it doesn't seem like it's just 2 stars. However, being forced, surrounded by immense energy, Zhang Xian. At this moment, I was also stunned in place. I can't believe it all over my face. Because just now when Zhang Xian promised Zhaoya and others, it doesn't mean anything else. I think students can't always protect me. Under his wings, sometimes we also have to experience danger. Just like a sapling. If we keep using walls to guard it, without experiencing storms, one can never grow up and become successful. After understanding these, I agreed directly. Little does one think, the elevation of one's mood will once again trigger the renowned master of the heavenly blade. This situation, he has already encountered it once before. The special power that keeps flooding into the mind, although it made him feel a bit dizzy. But they also know that this is a great opportunity for promotion. Think of this. Zhang Xian didn't hesitate at all. Immediately concentrate. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, crazily absorbing the special power surging from the air. With a sound, Zhang Xian was impacted by this powerful force. The mood scale keeps increasing. The whole person's thinking is getting faster and faster, and becoming increasingly clear. At this moment, the scene arrives at the Wanlian City famous teacher hall. At this moment, Lord Kong was sitting on the upper left, looking around. A week later, tell a few elders about this famous teacher competition. As the host, we need to prepare well. Strive to achieve a good ranking. But I haven't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, a bell rang out. Everyone's pupils immediately contracted upon seeing this. Then he looked towards the direction of the rheumatology hall. My colleague exclaimed in surprise. 10,000 vibrations. The sound of bells and chimes. Diagnosed as a renowned teacher in heaven. I don't know how long it has been, Tang Tangju shouted in a dry voice. Although Master Tian Blade appeared in the corresponding guild, but now the unparalleled geniuses of major powers. Most of them have already arrived in Wanlian City. This is also highly likely to have been triggered by them. Several elders also agreed upon this and said, yes, received recognition from the heavens in Wanlian City. It seems that this champion must be this person. However, after Su Shi and Ling Shi exchanged a glance on the side, at the same time, the figure of Zhang Xian appeared in my mind. She exclaimed, could it be him? But the two of them quickly realized it. Zhang Xiankai has just been admitted as a 2-star renowned teacher, and their strength is not even comparable to the supreme respect. How could it possibly trigger the renowned master of the heavenly blade? Such a large formation. That's why I realized it wasn't him anymore. At this point, the screen returns to Zhang Xian's side. I don't know how long has passed. He just stopped at this moment. Then he stood up and felt the changes in his body. Only then did I realize that cultivation is still the peak of the first level of longevity enhancement. But the interstellar scale has been raised from 12.1 to 14.1. Now I have a deeper understanding of weapon cultivation. After all, at this moment, Zhang Xian's span is significant. Although it's not as difficult as the Heavenly Way strategy, if we rely solely on cultivation, it is impossible to complete without decades of hard work. In other words, this time, Master Tianblade is on the mental state scale. Let him save decades of cultivation. In addition, his rational eyes and vow of longevity have also made progress. The former can already be easily seen through existence beyond 2 levels of oneself. Now it's easy to see through a big realm. As for Shiyin Tianshou, the operation of thoughts can speak fluently, make people happier, difficult to refuse. Previously, it was necessary to consume soul power to bewitch Song Chao. Various persuasions. Now, as long as we speak, Tianshou will operate. Others will involuntarily believe, cannot refute. More importantly, gaining recognition from heaven and earth. I also have a deeper understanding of famous teachers. A state of mind that is clear will go further. So if Zhang Xian wants to break through now, it becomes very simple. At this point, he felt the changes in his body. When he looked up again at the attention of the Witch Soul Master, I just realized that this room is not a mechanism. It's not a formation either. Just furrowed her brow. It is said that this is a means for witch souls to become blind or lose their souls. That's it. So what we see now is all fake. All are illusions. Luo Zhu couldn't believe it when she heard this. If it's an illusion, so why did the puppet just now suddenly disappear again? After all, he thinks that illusions can at most make people psychedelic. I won't teleport things out. But as soon as the puppet walked out of the passage, it disappeared without a trace. This is obvious. It was teleported away by some powerful formation. Zhang Xian saw everyone's faces full of confusion. Just explain it. Witchcraft soul is the process of deceiving living beings with souls. Let's see the same picture. Naturally, it is believed to be true. But puppets are different. He has no soul, no thoughts, unable to confuse, so it's not disappearing, but rather being present. I really can't enter the illusion realm. We naturally cannot see it. Listen here. Luo Zhu suddenly thought of something. My face suddenly turned pale. I almost fell to the ground. Then he nervously said, if that's really the case, then. So this is the Holy Spirit illusion sea of the Witch Soul Master. Everyone looked confused when they heard the words. Even the well-known SEG Bamboo. I don't know why. At this moment, Luo Zhu trembled on one side. Explained on the one hand. The Holy Spirit illusion sea is a special technique used by Witch Soul Masters. Can utilize soul power, create an incredibly realistic scene. It makes people involuntarily walk in, like a mirage in the desert. Once inside, it's like the soul leaving the body, being controlled by him and unable to escape. If we had just gone in, it's like the soul leaving the body. Even if he doesn't die, he's almost like a dead person. Everyone heard the old man say so. They were all scared and their faces were hard to predict. However, at this moment, Luo Zhu was also very puzzled and said again, if you can only use the illusion of the Sea of Victories, indicate that the other party's level is at least 6 stars or above. Is it difficult for this twilight snow? Jin Lao's classical Chinese on the side. He nervously said that this level of powerhouse, we can't get involved. Upon hearing their conversation, Zhang Xian gave a bitter smile. In your opinion, leaving now is indeed a good idea. But I'm afraid it's already too late now. However, Zhang Xian's words were not yet finished. Everyone heard sinister laughter coming into their ears. Immediately after, a strange and piercing sound came. It's chilling, as if echoing deep in the souls of everyone. Little does one think, my divine illusion sea was so easily seen through. Not bad, not bad. It seems that a few good bodies have arrived today. As soon as the words fell, suddenly, a flickering light appeared in the room. Immediately after, the scene of the utopia disappeared without a trace. However, what caught everyone's eye was an empty hall. The area is not small, but there is only one coffin inside the entire hall. At this moment, Zhang Xian's mood became clear. Full operation. There is no longer any sense of tension, and negative emotions such as fear. Then he spoke to the voice in the dark. It seems that, are you trying to poison us? Immediately afterwards, a burst of laughter came from somewhere else. Ha ha ha, then he said, I've been sleeping for so many years. It's rare for someone to enter. Of course, we need to dodge. How else can I recover? It's over, it's over. The male protagonist's soul has left his physical body. The profession he encountered today, not only is it spine-chilling, its elusive means. It makes it even more difficult for people to know where he is hiding. Strength is even more terrifying. Just one move. Take the most advanced senior among the crowd. Fly tens of meters away. Just now, Zhang Xian discovered that the main eye hole of the Witch Soul Master is not a formation, but it's a fantasy realm set up by a Witch Soul Master. Once this illusion is entered, it will cause the soul to automatically detach. Extremely terrifying. However, after everyone understood the situation, I wanted to escape from here, but it was too late. Because at this moment, in a place where everyone cannot see, there were bursts of terrifying laughter that followed. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. I have been sleeping here for so many years. It's hard to wait for you to come in. Just obediently let me take you away. Zhang Xian smiled at the words. The response is that they want to use our bodies to resurrect. Then he immediately activated the words of reason. Keep looking around. I want to find the source of the sound. Because Zhang Xian knows. This guy must be very strong when he regenerates. But since the other party has been dead for countless years, now we see everyone entering the tomb. I would rather be confused by the illusion of the division commander than appear. It indicates that he is not as terrifying as imagined. Just find his hiding place. Perhaps there will be a turning point. But after Zhang Xian looked around, but I didn't find anything. At this moment, another voice came from the darkness. Don't waste your efforts. As long as I don't want to appear. Just relying on the strength of three-legged cats like you still want to find me. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Xian fell silent upon hearing these words. Because this sound is transmitted through the soul. Resounded directly in their minds. Indeed, as the other party said, as long as he doesn't show up, it is indeed impossible to trace its whereabouts. Then he turned his head and glanced at Mr. Jin, Mr. Gu, and others. I also discovered this matter. They shook their heads and sighed at their helplessness. However, just as Zhang Xian was thinking of a solution, Jin Lao's eyes were firmly fixed as he spoke to him using phonetic techniques. Master Zhang, take the opportunity to leave with the young master and others. I'll find a way to hold him back. Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. A joy in my heart. Just asked Mr. Jin, do you have a way to find him? At this point, Mr. Jin responded that there was currently no solution available. There are several things on the body that can work on the soul. Perhaps there will be some effect. But while the two of them were communicating using phonetics, the voice of the soul wizard came again, trying to poison me. You also need to find me first. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian asked with a frightened expression on her face, can you hear our conversation using phonetics? However, the soul wizard hiding in the dark coldly rebuked him. Who does the brat look down upon? I can communicate with you all with my soul. What is this little trick of sound transmission in front of me? I know exactly what you're thinking now. Okay. I advise you not to make meaningless struggles anymore. Although there are no mechanisms or threats in this channel, but he can open and close it. When you were confused by the sea of holy mythology just now, I have already closed it. Even if you want to leave now, it's too late. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned around and looked back. Take a closer look. Only then did I realize that it was indeed as the other party had said. The passage behind. I don't know when it was blocked by a large rock. At this moment, Mr. Jin's face softened. Without demur, he swung his big fist and hammered towards the rock. With a violent shaking, the rock seemed to be protected by something massive. Even though he has fancy. Even if we travel over 100 miles, we cannot shake it. Not to mention breaking open. The senior minister also took out a long knife when he saw the situation. Stepped forward and kicked several times. As a result, it had no effect like Mr. Jin. At this moment, the soul wizard hiding somewhere laughed and said, this is a broken dragon lock arranged by the 6-star sky engineer. Unless you reach the 9th level of transformation and propagation, with the power of 30 million cauldrons. Otherwise, just obediently wait here for death. Or be pardoned by me. Everyone's face turned pale at the words. Now trapped here. Even if not pardoned, they will also die soon due to a lack of food and water sources. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian's eyebrows tightened. Just come to the rock. Just reach out and touch the rock. Quickly retrieve books from the Heavenly Dao Library. Understand the situation of this level 6 broken dragon lock. Therefore, his face also became very ugly at this moment. Although this Duan Long has all its shortcomings, but according to the power of all of them now, there's no way to crack it. That means the other party is right. Without the power to turn back the 9 mirrors, it's impossible to break this thing. However, at this moment, Zhao Gongzi, who was standing beside, took a step forward. Don't be nervous, everyone. Since this guy wants to take it away, that definitely can't trap one's own will here too. Everyone was stunned at the words. Only then did I understand what Prince Zhao was saying. I suddenly felt energized. And Zhang Xian thought for a moment. I also agree with this statement. Later, he also agreed that what Zhao Gongzi said was correct. How to leave a lifetime. Let's wait until we solve this guy before making any plans. The soul wizard heard the other party say so. Just sneer and brag without praying, right? Want to solve me? Do you have this ability? However, behind the nearby Jin Lao classical Chinese, I started cautiously looking around. It seems like they want to find out where the other person is. Then he held the jade bottle in his hand. Just say it doesn't matter if we have the strength or not. Just give it a try and you'll know. Kojin hasn't finished his old words yet. Suddenly, I was struck straight by a beam of light on my chest, and then the whole person was directly thrown to the wall. Just stopped. Everyone saw the situation. Everyone clenched their fists and let out a cry of surprise. After all, Mr. Jean is among everyone. His strength is considered the strongest. I can't even withstand a move now. However, Mr. Jean was injured. Zhang Xian on the side is not in a hurry about this matter, but instead, take the opportunity to look towards the place that emits light. Then a related book appeared in my mind. After understanding it, I realized that this is not the martial arts of a witch soul master, but rather an attack launched by the authorities. At this moment, Luo Zhu on the side saw Zhang Xian's actions. Just said it's useless. The soul wizard cannot let anyone find his location. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to carry out a raid. I haven't received a response from Zhang Xian yet. The voice of the soul wizard is coming again. Don't come looking for me. Where are you? You can't find it. You don't have to think about how to kill me either. Your strength is not enough yet. Since you dared to come in here, be prepared to be taken away. It's just that, so many of you, I only took one away, so others are safe. Upon hearing these words, Gu Lao coldly snorted and farted. Safety, don't talk nonsense here. Shortly after, in the conversation between both parties, Zhang Xian just realized that the other party wanted everyone to pass the level. The person who can pass the level is the one he wants to take away. If everyone doesn't break through, the soul wizard will kill everyone present one by one, until the last person willingly challenges the level. Understand these. Zhang Xian doesn't talk nonsense either. Let the other party take him directly to pass the level. Quickly, a huge stone monument appeared inside the main hall. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw, on the stone tablet is the soul summoning technique of the witch soul master's cultivation method. Only then did I understand that the other party wanted to be among them. Choose someone who can practice witchcraft and soul magic to seize the place. Later, I spoke to the soul wizard. This soul stirring technique looks good, but do you have any similar techniques? The more, the better. Why don't I have a 1000 copy first? Let me take a look. The witch soul master in the dark heard the other party say so. I almost died of anger. You came here for wholesale, meow. One book is not enough. Another 1000 copies. Depressed for a moment, just said coldly. The soul calling technique is the fundamental method for becoming a witch soul master. Only one. There is only this one martial arts book available. There is no second option. Zhang Xian has learned all of this. Just go straight to the stone tablet. After reaching out and touching, the book appears immediately. After checking, it was discovered that, successfully learn this soul stirring technique. If you become a witch soul master, it will become inhuman. Once the soul leaves the body, whether it's a ghost or not, I can never return to my original physical body again. Just the current situation. Zhang Xian is also caught in a dilemma of choice. You need to cultivate. Never again. May become a renowned teacher and Taoist priest. If fetal poisoning occurs, one will die. Don't cultivate, do you? This guy is highly likely to turn his face on the spot. Can kill others at any time. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. If we improve the defect in the hunger strike area of the hidden soul, not allowing the separation of spirit and flesh, and it can perfectly blend together, isn't it solved? But the soul wizard has long been lost. This guy hiding in the dark. It's impossible to come up with more techniques. Zhang Xian suddenly encountered difficulties again. Suddenly realized. Which soul master? Simply put, it is also a cultivation method for a special soul, to achieve immortality by shooting others. Although there are no more witch soul masters techniques available now, but regarding the introduction of the soul practice methods for spiritual power, I have also collected a lot along the way. Think of this. Zhang Xian started in the library, retrieved the relevant books that were previously collected, then merged tens of thousands of books and soul summoning techniques together, quickly merged into a cheat book. After receiving this book, I saw it written on top that the human soul is incredibly wonderful, can integrate body cultivation. It can also be separated and become a witch soul master. The two are relative and mutually unified. See here. Zhang Xian's eyes were shining brightly. The shadow soul ahead. I think the 10 defects have now been perfectly resolved. So I started practicing this technique. Quickly master the technique. At this moment, the power within the body keeps surging. The soul gradually emerges from the body. Pull it out. Accompanied by an influx of energy. Zhang Xian's soul successfully separated from her physical body, floating lightly in mid-air, watching oneself standing quietly in place. At the same time, he also looked around. I want to see if I can sense the soul of the witch soul master. After looking around, I didn't find anything. Then he returned to his physical body again. Suddenly, my eyes darkened. Today, this pervert is absolutely amazing. I even made a tune in front of everyone. The puppets witnessed this scene. They all call this pervert the real pervert. Just now, after Zhang Xian's soul left her body. Just look around, but still unable to find the trace of the witch soul master. So he returned to his body. Just the soul and body have just merged. Zhang Xian felt a blackout in front of her. My body couldn't help but shake. Open your eyes again. I saw Jiaoya and others surrounding me. I asked the teacher with a worried expression on my face. Are you okay? Are you okay? At this moment, Zhang Xian also smiled. The response is that the teacher is fine. Don't worry, everyone. At the same time, I am also very puzzled in my heart. Just now, his soul was detached. In theory, that soul wizard should be able to discover it, right? Why hasn't the other party made any movement? Is it difficult to form the soul formed by the heavenly Tao soul attraction technique, different from the witch soul master? Can't he see? Think of this. Zhang Xian revealed a meaningful smile, waved his hand to everyone. Tell everyone not to rush into cultivation for now. I just watched it once. I think this technique, there's simply no way to successfully lure people's souls. Is this guy trying to deceive us? Did you intentionally use fake martial arts? However, the witch soul master who heard these words, who said this is a fake technique? He coldly scolded. Don't pretend to understand if you don't. Nonsense here. At this moment, Zhang Xian shook her head and explained that you should take a look at this paragraph. It says to release all the true qi in the body and bleed, combined with the soul to condense and form. Everyone knows, if practicing normally, they all gather the true qi from the acupoints into the dantian, then make use of it. And this one actually disperses one's true emotions. Power melting. Coordinating scattered skills is not beneficial. If we really want to do this, how can we make progress? Even if the strongest person follows this method of cultivation, it will also become weaker and weaker. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. And Mr. Gu, who was standing beside, heard this. I also thought that there is no problem with the circulation of true qi in the Zhu acupoint. It must emanate from the acupoints. If the speed is fast, this is exactly the method of dispersing energy. So I responded by saying that I told you this. This set of martial arts is really similar to scattered martial arts. Zhang Xian smiled with satisfaction when he saw someone from the Milky Way. Then he continued, do you think so too? Looks like this guy who doesn't show up. I want us to gradually lose our jobs. Boil the frog in warm water. When our strength weakens, kill us all together again. I heard the other person say that. The soul wizard refuted the stinky boy. Don't talk nonsense here. A bunch of nonsense. True energy emanates into middle school. The fusion of talent and soul. Let the soul exist apart from the body. Otherwise, you have not reached the level of Huafan martial arts and tranquility. Weak soul power. There's no real qi. How can a precious sword walk independently? Zhang Xianjian, the witch soul master, refutes. Just continue explaining that true qi protects the soul. That sounds great. Then let me ask you. True energy must emerge from theology. What's the meaning of this? Anyone who practices martial arts knows the existence of the spiritual convergence of the world in theology. If true qi is to gush out from here, mild dizziness, serious death. If I read correctly, I really need to practice according to this method. Even if the soul is detached from the body, the physical body can also suffer serious injuries or death. Taking my cultivation as an example, I am now Huafani Zhongzhang. Endure this kind of cultivation, even if lucky enough to successfully lure the soul out of the body. After separation of spirit and flesh, even the flesh and soul cannot be unified. Want to maintain a normal appearance. If you don't want to be discovered by outsiders, take pills every day to maintain. Is that right? I heard this. The soul wizard was stunned. After all, these are the fate of their profession. No witch soul master will publicly announce this one. How did outsiders know so much detail? Then he asked the other party how they knew about these things. At this moment, Zhang Xian also responded by saying, you don't have to worry about how I found out. Anyway, follow your soul summoning technique to summon souls. If the cultivation of the soul master reaches the level of Healingjing, it can alleviate a lot. But even if your strength reaches your level, but traveling during thunderstorms, do you dare? Witcher, hearing what Zhang Xian said, I'm completely panicked. After all, the soul belongs to Yin. Thunder belongs to Yang. Even if the witch soul master wants to travel with the help of his own body, whenever encountering a thunderous sky, one must avoid it. Cannot be like ordinary people. This is the same as the rejection just now. All belong to the realm of witch soul masters. This guy just glanced at the soul calling technique. Just calculate these. How could this person be so perverted? However, Zhang Xian noticed that the other party did not respond. I also know the flaws in the records of the Heavenly Tao Library. There won't be any mistakes. So he laughed and said, let's not talk about thunder sky. Just talk about the night. At this moment, when the yin energy of heaven and earth is at its heaviest, yin qi enters through the body. Do you also feel itchy all over your body? Only when the soul is detached can confusion be resolved. Soon, Zhang Xian identified multiple flaws in the witch soul master, and the martial master of soul power. That's the so-called taboo in their profession. I said it all once. After listening to these, the soul wizard is foolish. After calming down, I responded by saying that none of this is useful. Whether it's a warrior or a witch soul master, as long as one practices, it is a struggle against life. How can it be smooth sailing? Since it's all like this, it's better to cultivate, so it can have an infinite lifespan. Zhang Xian looked at the other person, still with a stubborn attitude like a dead duck, just shook his head and said, infinite lifespan. Then I'll just laugh. Do you really think so? Can the lifespan of the witch soul master profession be unlimited? Even if you keep practicing, you can resist the decay of flowing light. But this kind of estimation is really something you can bear. If I'm not mistaken, your physical body has already rotted away, right? Without the nourishment of the physical body, even if you survive, it will also suffer day and night, unbearable pain. Don't say anything else. Just talk about the time when the yang energy is at its peak at noon every day. Do you feel the whole body? A piercing pain like a needle. If it weren't for this underground palace hidden in the darkest part of the water pool, do you think relying solely on this soul, you can still live until now? This is a witch soul master hiding in the dark. I can no longer suppress my inner fear. His voice trembled more and more as he spoke. Nini, how did you come to know all of this? Although you're right, there are indeed issues with this set of techniques. No technique can be without flaws. Listen here. Zhang Xian responded by saying that you were wrong. You think the sentence is thoughtless when watching Shadow Soul. Soul flows from the Tianzhu cave, coming out through the Huishan cave. If we change it to the theology of the Soul Great Soul Fighting Society, learned from Tianzhu, what kind of effect will it have? After hearing what the other party said, the soul wizard, first, I was taken aback. After realizing it, he retorted. The soul naturally carries positivity, not completely dominated by yin qi. If we change it like this, the requirement for true qi is extremely high. You must have a very pure true qi to do it. But this pure true qi is very rare in the world, so the general true qi, I want to carry it in such a narrow space of theology. Souls are definitely unable to pass through. Zhang Xian didn't believe the other party. Just ignore it. Turning around, he instructed Zhaoye beside him. Can you demonstrate your true qi? Show this guy who dare not show his face. Upon hearing this, Zhaoye took a step forward. True qi instantly condenses into the body. The soul of the witch feels the purity of this true qi. Suddenly became speechless. Not long after, he squeaked and whimpered about this. How is that possible? At this moment, Zhang Xian smiled and said, can it be? It's just that. Not everyone's true qi can be so precise. But it's okay. If you want to learn, take me as your teacher. I can teach you. Everyone heard this. Everyone spewed out a mouthful of juice. I lost this guy. Do you want to talk like this? Aren't we trapped by the other party now? Didn't the other party clamor to hit us? Isn't he a soul wizard? This is one of the most bizarre professions in ancient times, an existence even more terrifying than a drug master. Moreover, the other party has a super strong strength of over 6 stars. What are you saying? You're about to take them in as students. Can the other party agree? Is this pervert supposed to be so perverted? Sun Shang, Zhaoye, and others who can be on the side, different from the surprise of others. At this moment, their faces were filled with admiration. This is simply too reckless. What witch soul master? What 6-star powerhouse? This is not the same as being fooled by the young master. However, at this moment, the voice of the witch soul master seemed to shake for a moment. I worship you as my teacher. Then he roared angrily and recklessly. You're a guy who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. How dare you speak wildly in front of me? I won't teach you a lesson today. You don't even know what the sky is high and the earth is thick. Immediately after, a clicking sound was heard coming from inside the hall. Subsequently, I saw a sword blade strike straight towards Zhang Xian. It's just that the hidden weapon hasn't arrived yet. Zhang Xian has already left the original place. Easily dodged this blow. Then Zhang Xian sneered. Don't waste your efforts, okay? If it were you personally taking action, perhaps it could still hurt me. If this kind of hidden weapon is used, let's save it. The agency we encountered before entering, I cracked them all. Do you think these things can hurt me? The witch soul master heard Zhang Xian say so. I also recalled being able to come to the main tomb. The previous institutions were all very powerful, but they were all kicked and stopped by this pervert in front of them. Think of this. He didn't say much anymore. The agency is no longer in use. Not long after, Zhang Xian saw that the other party did not use the mechanism again. I also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, what he said just now was purely to intimidate the other party. I didn't expect that the deception was really successful. So he put on a regretful expression, shaking his head and sighing. You have such a great opportunity in front of you, but you don't know it. Grasping is truly a soul. I don't even have a brain. Upon hearing this, if the soul wizard had a physical body, I'm probably so angry that I'll vomit blood on the spot and die. He meows, and others tremble when they see me. I dare not even breathe in the air. This pervert is actually good. Not only do you want to take me as your disciple, he even scolded me for being brainless. When I thought of this, I angrily scolded. Don't think that if I want to take it away, I'll throw myself into a trap. If you really want to die, I don't mind killing you now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, with a disdainful expression, he took a step forward and said yes. Yeah, I want to die. Come on, come kill me. Do you dare? Do you dare to make a hair? Who do you think you are? You are just a monster that has been dead for countless years. Now we can only rely on these mechanisms to show off. If you could really kill me. I'm afraid I just made a move. Do we have to wait until now? The ridiculous soul wizard trembled uncontrollably in anger. And Zhang Xian, I also faintly heard Nini's voice in my mind. Then he looked disdainful and said, don't do anything. You asked me to come. I am most annoyed by people like you. If you have the ability, come quickly. Don't grind around here. Why don't we hurry up and get all three perspectives out? Who dares to call themselves a 6-star witch soul master? In my opinion, it's nothing. Never mind, I took back what I just said. Look at your cowardly appearance. Even if you want to become my teacher now, I don't want to. I'm still afraid of affecting my reputation. Listen here. The soul wizard exploded directly. Immediately after, there was a violent shaking in the main hall. With a loud bang, a powerful pressure instantly enveloped Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian suddenly felt a tightness in her neck at this moment. It's like being held by an invisible big hand. The whole person was directly lifted up. Everyone became anxious when they saw the situation. However, just as a few people were about to charge forward, I heard Zhang Xian, who was being pinched, laugh and say she wanted to kill me. It's not that easy. Then Zhang Xian waved her big hand. Something resembling scales appeared in front of me. Immediately after, I heard a clear spiritual sound coming from the scales. In an instant, a light and shadow spread from Zhang Xian's hand to her whole body. However, the soul wizard held the hand around Zhang Xian's neck, a pain as if burned by fire, forcing her to quickly retract her hand. But even so, people heard his painful howling and screaming. The crowd heard such a gruesome scream. He looked at Zhang Xian with a shocked expression on his face. I thought the other party would personally take action. He must be in trouble. I didn't expect to just bring out an unknown item. Just beat the other party like this. However, the severely injured witch soul master. At this moment, he also angrily roared at him, meowing. I'm going to kill him. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian responded coldly, saying that she wanted me to die. It's hard to say what I just said. Just now, I'm afraid you don't have a chance anymore. Just finished speaking, I saw Zhang Xian's body shake. He suddenly bumped into the stone monument in front of him. The stone tablet was instantly shattered by the impact. At this moment, Zhang Xian had no intention of stopping. Still rushing forward without stopping, quickly arrived at the coffin. Just as everyone thought, when he definitely wants to open the coffin lid. At this moment, I saw his palm touch the coffin lid. Then it transformed into a phantom. I took more than 10 consecutive shots around me. Without waiting for everyone to doubt, Zhang Xian stopped. I turned my head and shouted "Sai" to the senior minister. Master, bring a knife. Upon hearing these words, the old minister was momentarily stunned. After realizing it, he immediately threw the long knife over. After taking the knife, Zhang Xian's entire body emitted a strong aura of weapon controversy. At this moment, I saw his sword shining like a rainbow. The breath is like the sea. I swung the big knife in my hand and chopped it towards the coffin, accompanied by a loud bang. Everyone is stupid. This old demon who has lived for tens of thousands of years. But he was taught a lesson by a young man under the age of 20. Just now, Zhang Xian swung her big knife and chopped at the coffin. With a sound. Immediately after, the entire coffin seemed to have been ignited with explosives. The coffin lid was directly ejected. Everyone was very puzzled when they saw the situation. A decent coffin. Why did Zhang Xian chop him? But Luo Lao beside me. At this moment, his expression was different from everyone else's. Because he knows what this coffin is. That's why my whole body trembled involuntarily. He muttered to himself that he had been diagnosed. This is a red gold coffin. Even if Hua Fanjiu admires the strong, there's nothing he can do about it. This zombie broke it open with just one knife. How is this possible? However, Gu Lao saw the terrified expression on Luo Zhu's face. Looking at the coffin in front of me again. Suddenly, the pupils contracted. It seems like I remembered something. So he anxiously asked about the red gold coffin. What you're saying is that a 6-star alchemist uses deep-sea coal iron, cooperate with melted gold, a red gold coffin that can only be refined. Legend has it that once this coffin is locked, no one can break it. can sleep peacefully for thousands of years. How did it break open now? After all, as the head of the treasure appraisal cabinet, I have seen countless treasures. So I have heard of many treasures. Ordinary coffins are divided into 9 grades. Just like the 4 people outside before. It is called Jingjing. The 7th grade coffin is made of crystal clear casting. Extremely sturdy. Even if it's a mid-level weapon at level 0, it's almost impossible to break through. And above the 9th grade of Jingjing is red gold. This red gold view was refined by a 6-star alchemist. Once locked, even the most skilled grave robbers cannot open it, unless it exceeds the strength of Huafan Jiuchungjin. That's why the red gold coffin died, and no one can break it. The saying goes that sleeping peacefully for thousands of years is worry-free. So many people with strong cultivation, to prevent being disturbed after death. Everyone will hire someone to create such a coffin. It can keep the corpse from rotting. It can also prevent Xiao Xiuji from being harassed. This is the peak powerhouse of Lian Huafan. A coffin that cannot be broken open. At this moment, I was unexpectedly stabbed by Zhang Xian, splitting and exploding into pieces. That's why Gu Lao and Luo Lao are so shocked. Not being scared to death on the spot is good. What just confuses the cabinet elders is, this guy. Not only can one see the flaws of the hidden soul technique at a glance, he also injured a 6-star witch soul master with one move. Now it's even more like breaking open the red gold coffin with a single blow. So in his opinion, Zhang Xian's martial arts are proficient in Xian, invincible divine power. But such a talent, how could it be just Huafan making a comeback? However, the two of them were not completely shocked yet. Zhang Xian here is wielding a big knife. There is no intention of stopping. At this moment, I saw him pick up the knife and drop it. I chopped at the little cutie inside the coffin. Blade not yet reached. The knife aura shakes the little cutie into powder. Instantly scattered everywhere. The cabinet elder beside him looked puzzled upon seeing this. As long as one's cultivation can reach the 9th level of transformation and multiplication, light soul power increases. The physical body will also become perfect and flawless. Like diamonds. Flowing water does not rot. Corrupt but not harmful. Even if he dies. For many years, it has been protected by a red golden crown. It should also be invulnerable to knives and guns. How could it turn into powder all at once? That's why I said, why is the zombie's swordsmanship so strong? However, Mr. Jean, who was just injured, after taking the pill, I have also recovered quite a bit now. Upon hearing this, he stepped forward and said, although Zhang Shi's swordsmanship is very powerful, the knife aura is also very strong. But with just one strike, you can split the red golden crown open. Once again, the body of the 9 heavens strong has been chopped into pink and tender pieces. I still can't do it. Upon hearing this, Mr. Gu continued to ask, what exactly is going on here? At this moment, Mr. Jean also shook his head in response and said, let's take a look at him first. Only he knows about this matter. When everyone heard this, they looked ahead. At this moment, Zhang Xian still had no intention of stopping. Retrieve a few silver needles casually. He stabbed straight into the coffin. Immediately afterwards, everyone heard a sound of terror. What are you doing? However, at this moment, Zhang Xian smiled lightly and respond that I'm not doing anything. Just dug you out. As soon as the words fell, I saw him use a big knife to scare the coffin, causing it to jump on the ground. Therefore, a pitch-black lotus flower appeared in front of everyone. Laurent, who witnessed this scene, was very surprised. In this bottomless tomb, under the unbreakable red gold coffin, surprisingly, there is such a strange lotus hidden. So I stared at the lotus flower in front of me for a moment. Suddenly, Luo Lao thought of something. Sudden constriction of pupils. My whole body began to involuntarily tremble. Not long after, he exclaimed in surprise that he had been diagnosed. Is this the Hell 7-star lotus? Gu Lao Classical Chinese also asked curiously. Hell 7-star lotus. What's that? At this moment, Luo Lao's voice still trembled slightly. Legend has it that the 7-star lotus of hell is the ultimate treasure of the witch soul master. Can be used to recondense the body. And the condensed body has innate constitution. Nevertheless, but this one seems a bit off. As far as I am concerned, the Hell 7-star lotus survives by absorbing power. If you guessed correctly, the body of the owner of this tomb, it should have also been devoured by him. Otherwise, this will transform back into a physical body of 9 Chongqing. It's impossible to turn into smoke and dust with just a light touch. Listen here. Everyone just understood. Just now, Zhang Xian's blade hasn't touched the other party yet. The reason why it can be turned into smoke and dust with just a knife. At this moment, Luo Lao still couldn't understand in his heart. So he asked in confusion, raise lotus with corpses. In theory, this lotus flower should soon become the physical body of the tomb owner. But he gallops across the world. Why are you still sleeping in the tomb? Even thinking of taking us away? Although I don't know the reason behind it. But Zhang Shi can directly break through the coffin and take it out. I'm sure he will know. Everyone turned to Zhang Xian upon hearing this. However, at this moment, the black lotus flower was pierced by Zhang Xian with a silver needle, also exhibiting abnormal restlessness, sudden as if there is life. Then a frightened voice came from within the lotus flower. Say, let me go. This voice, the voice that everyone heard in their minds just now, is the same. So Zhang Xian and the others were looking for it just now. The witch soul master that cannot be found. So it's hiding in this lotus flower. However, Zhang Xian heard the other party say they wanted to release him. By Lianhua sneered and let you go at a glance. So you can figure out a way to continue killing us. Idiot, listen to the other person say that. The soul wizard quickly responded, saying that as long as you are willing to let me go, I can give you all the treasures I have. Even this hell 7-star lotus can be given to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian snorted coldly. To the point of death, he still wants to deceive me. You have treasures. Do you have a hair? If I'm not mistaken, your so-called treasures have all been replaced with snacks. Come and feed this lotus flower, right? Give it to me. That's true. Sorry for what you said. You're shameless. Here. The soulless corpses inside the lotus flower panicked upon hearing this. Then he nervously asked, how do you even know this? Zhang Xian laughed at this moment. How do I know? The lotus flowers are surrounded by powder formed by the fragmentation of snacks. Do you think I can't recognize it? Because just now when Zhang Xian took out the lotus flower, he's not buried underground, but there are snacks all around, devoured and turned into powder. It looks like dust on the ground. After all, when he practiced using the gathering spirit array earlier, used a lot of snacks. There have also been a lot of such waste before, so he could tell at a glance. Just these waste residues. It's completely different from the inferior snacks he had during his cultivation. I'm afraid these are all mid-range snacks. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, just wave and ask everyone else to come over. At this moment, Prince Zhao took the lead. Come up to me. Just ask what exactly happened just now. Zhang Xian saw everyone walking over. I just took a picture of the black lotus flower. Come on, you come on. Tell me what's going on here. But a few breaths have passed. Zhang Xian noticed that the other party remained silent. A silver needle appeared at the fingertip. He walked straight towards the lotus flower. Immediately after, inside the lotus flower, a scream of agony and a sound of weakness emanated. Say no, don't. I said, can't it be done yet? Because of the needle that Zhang Xian just injected. If we deepen it a bit further, the witch soul master in the lotus will scatter his soul. So he had to obediently admit his cowardice. So he said, my name is Mo Lingsheng. He is a 6-star witch soul master. The cultivation has also reached the peak of transforming and multiplying into the 9th level. Unfortunately, I didn't break through that step in the end. Although the soul is immortal, but the physical body doesn't wake up. However, just as their lifespan was nearing its end, I discovered this hell 7-star company. I'm sure everyone knows about this thing. He is the simplicity of our witch soul master. As long as we can refine him, it can completely transform into a physical body, and it will also come with its own innate body. So I started arranging for future generations, exhausting family assets to build tombs, just to be able to refine this thing with peace of mind. Listen here. Zhang Xian also understands that this thing is rare in the world. If it were known to other witch soul masters, he's in trouble. That's why I made a fake death for Bai Yuan's ears and eyes. It's to refine this lotus flower. Then I asked if you were refining this thing. Why hasn't it been successful so far? Lao Muwen hesitated for a moment. I just responded that the tomb has been repaired. I started refining this thing. I thought with my strength and experience, can succeed quickly, can be resurrected again. Who knew it would ultimately fail? At this moment, Zhang Xian was also very strange. This guy has been preparing for so long in advance. Exchange all the treasures of the whole body for, temporarily buried underground. Even willing to hire the Heavenly Palace Master to design the tomb. 6-star alchemist forging coffin. How could it possibly fail? So I asked in confusion, since the explosion must have known how to refine this lotus flower, how could it still fail? However, at this moment, Lao Matsai responded without realizing it, saying that it's because of the wise. This is not a hell 7-star lotus, but it's the 9-star lotus. Zhang Xian heard that the 9-star lotus was a bit unclear, so even Luo Lao, who was familiar with these things on the side, also full of doubts. At this moment, Lao Mo also immediately said, the 7-star lotus as you know it, known as a sacred object. After refining, it can become flesh. However, the 9-star lotus has never appeared in the entire continent of famous teachers. If we have to divide it into different levels, it can be called a divine object. Everyone exploded at the words. After all, this lotus flower is just like any other treasure technique. There are 5 levels of Holy Spirit Ghost and Anti respectively. However, sacred treasures. Even if you search the entire Wancheng Alliance, a treasure that cannot be found, not to mention being God level. even in the entire continent of renowned teachers. You may not be able to find one. Speaking of which, at this moment, Lao Mo and the lotus flower. I also seem very depressed to tell everyone. I forcibly refined the artifact. Nature cannot succeed. Not only have all assets been devoured clean, now even the soul is imprisoned within it. This imprisonment lasted for tens of thousands of years. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xinkai asked in confusion, so, you're not trying to take us away, but you want to find someone here to suffer for you, let you regain your freedom. Is that so? Lao Mo responded immediately and said yes. Indeed, as you said, 9-star lotus only imprisoned me. Not only did it not refine me, it didn't devour me either. From one point of view, he doesn't have the ability to kill me. That's why I thought, if there could be another fresh soul to replace me, maybe we can escape now. After understanding these, I started working hard to separate my soul. I don't know how many years it took. Finally let me separate a soul. It's just that their strength is relatively poor. Only about 3 layers of Huafan are available. I thought such low strength wouldn't last long. It will be devoured by Lu Guangshui and die automatically. Who knew it would be at this moment? The Tomb Raider has arrived. So he intentionally brought in the agency. Make it relatively simple. Let it enter smoothly. Then proceed with the snatch shot. Although it succeeded, but this guy is afraid. I hurriedly left this place. My original idea was very simple. After successfully capturing it, attract more people to come with the amazing help of Soul Free. Then carefully select the most suitable soul, replacing me. Who knew this guy had a firm mind? Plus, after the snatch shot, my strength greatly decreased, so it never succeeded, even to the end. He was also swallowed back by a low-powered big back. Zhang Xian heard this. Mei Luo and Sun Chang's faces were full of embarrassment. Just ask, since you can separate your soul, leaving Lotus, why do you still want to shoot others? At this moment, Lao Mo explained that I had separated my soul, but if this soul leaves the Lotus, it will be severely damaged. I won't live much longer either. So even if the eviction is successful, it will only treat the symptoms rather than the root cause. If you want to truly break away from him, there must be a new soul to replace it. Someone came last time with the intention of using their soul. I just found out he's a grave robber. These types of people are naturally mean. I am also unable to practice the hidden soul technique. And judging from his age, he's also living around the same age. Moreover, with such low strength, even if it's taken away, one will soon face death. Later on, the soul that I was angry about was destroyed. I thought there was no hope left. I didn't expect you guys to come. Listen here. Zhang Shen finally understood. Come here. So he said, then you will attract us to practice once. Once someone is able to achieve soul transcendence, you will let your soul touch the lotus flower in the name of the level. As a result, the soul will automatically be attracted, so as to become your scapegoat. Everyone only understood how to respond when they heard this. Then I felt a chill in my spine. However, Prince Zhao on the side still has something unclear at this moment. Lao Mo, your strength is so strong. It should be possible to directly detach our souls from our physical bodies. Then it was devoured by the lotus flower. Why didn't you do that? However, Zhang Xian explained that. Actually, it's not that he doesn't want to do this, but it's not possible to do it without waiting for everyone to doubt. Zhang Xian continued to explain that there are 2 reasons for this. One of them is the battle of a witch soul master friend, which is weak and strong. If you use soul power to extract someone else's soul through action, it will cause great harm to himself. Secondly, he is trapped in a lotus flower. Although I can control the mechanism to launch a surprise attack on me, but he also tried his best. If you want to fight with so many people, even if they kill us, it's simply impossible to do it. Otherwise, he would have already taken action. We won't keep using mechanisms to deal with us, even hiding oneself from being discovered. After listening to Zhang Xian's explanation, everyone suddenly realized. However, Lao Mo was extremely uncomfortable. I can't believe even if I kill him, let the other party touch their own bottom clearly, at least lived for tens of thousands of years. Now, but they lost to this young man under the age of 20. At this moment, Zhang Xian, who had a clear understanding of the situation, breathed a sigh of relief. Just say it. Tell me how to break the dragon lock. The pervert in front of us is becoming increasingly abnormal. This old pervert who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Last second, I wanted to kill him. Now I see him doing such a perverted thing. All willingly submit to him. Just now, after Zhang Xian learned about the beginning and end of the Witch Soul Master, let him talk about how to break the dragon lock. Only then can we leave here. At this moment, Lao Mo responded awkwardly by saying that this broken dragon lock, I can't open it either. Zhang Xianwen asked curiously, there's nothing we can do about it. After you successfully took the shot, how can I leave here again? Lao Mo hesitated for a moment before responding that you were looking up. There is a mechanism above the tomb. Just open it and you can directly pass through the pool above. Our witch soul masters have lightweight souls, can fly freely, even if the capture is successful. As long as I am willing to pay the price, you can also fly out from here. And the cultivators of normalized stillness cannot fly, so even if you know, I can't fly out either. Everyone heard the flight. Just look up and look up. Sure enough, I saw a mechanism at the top of the main hall. Just such a high distance. Don't say it's Zhang Xian. Even if Huafan is like a respected cabinet elder and golden elder, they can't come up to them either. Think of this. Luo Lao's heart cooled down. Then he said, what should we do? Are we really going to be trapped and die here? At this moment, Lao Mo responded by saying that it's better not to do this. You choose one person to sacrifice. Let me poison it. Then I will take you away. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave. Even if there are more stored materials, there will always be a day when we finish eating. I will die here sooner or later. Zhang Xian still hasn't given up on the other party even at this point. Still thinking about taking the house. I slapped Black Lotus. With a face full of anger, he scolded me and said, shut up. You have no place to speak here. You don't have to worry about how we leave. Now I'm giving you two choices. Be my servant first. Be good. Write down to me the techniques of the witch soul master that you know. I can find a way to get you out of this damn thing. Lao Mo heard this. What the hell did you cry all of a sudden? When you scare people. Didn't I just make you my teacher? Why has it become scary now? Zhang Xueme responded to the other parties crying and shouting. Wave your big hand. Just keep cursing and saying, I gave you a chance. Are you useless? If you had just agreed, I will not only find a way to help you escape from captivity, but also, I will also teach you authentic skills. The law makes you fearless. 5 weaknesses of soul power. It's just too late now. Listen here. Old Mo was almost suffocating to death. After a moment, I helplessly asked, what about the second one? At this moment, Zhang Xian responded with a calm expression, second, I will slowly extract your confession. After I've asked everything I want to know, I'll kill you. Although Lao Mo feels unwilling, but he knew he could definitely do what the other person said. After all, Zhang Xian can easily break through his attacks, can see through his scheme again. Even coffins of the level of red gold coffins. Can you split it open for him? The means and abilities have far exceeded Lao Mo's imagination. Instead of being conflicted, it's better to readily agree. Think of these and respond positively. I, Mo Hun Shang, swear again, willing to become a servant of Master Zhang. Zhang Xian saw the situation. I slapped Miao with just one slap. What's the point of swearing? Hurry up and sign the soul contract. Don't tell me you're a formidable soul wizard. I don't even know this thing. Lao Mo heard Zhang Xian say so. I'm almost going crazy. I was originally planning to make a casual vow to fool around. Wait until you get rid of this thing. Take good care of this guy again. As a result, this pervert doesn't even eat this trick. After all, the soul contract is something. He has a similar contract with a savage beast. Once signed, if there is any violation, one soul will fly away. Even if immortals come, they can't save us. Make him a towering powerhouse of the 9th level of Huafan. A 6-star witch soul master who almost entered the realm of the Holy Land. Now it has fallen to the point of needing a contract. Come and become a servant of Huafan's double rooster. The more I think about it, the more depressed Lao Mo becomes. This is going crazy. However, Zhang Xian noticed that the other party remained silent. Just let out a cold snort of unwillingness, right? At the same time, the silver needle in his hand carried the truchi and passed by. Old Morton panicked. I quickly shouted and agreed. I promise. Immediately after, a white light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. A soul shot straight into Zhang Xian's mind. Very. I quickly bound the soul contract in Zhang Xian's mind. Zhang Xianjian has completed the contract. Put the black lotus into the storage ring. Then he looked at the elders and others. This lotus flower is incredibly eerie. I hope you don't spread it outside. After receiving a positive response from everyone, Zhang Xian saw herself collecting lotus flowers. When I first came in, I collected 4 7th grade coffins. So he said to everyone works hard. You can't come here empty-handed. That coffin was refined by a 6-star alchemist. It can be considered a treasure. If you sell it out, it should also be able to sell for a good price. After hearing these words, Gulao and others hesitated for a moment. Finally, he shook his head. Response to Teacher Zhang. You're welcome. We didn't help much either. Let's forget it. But how many people haven't finished speaking yet? Zhang Xian immediately said that since no one wants it, then I won't be polite. Sun Chang, come over here for a moment. Put all these things away. Immediately afterwards, Sun Chang took a few steps forward with excitement on his face. Come up to me. Just put the coffin and coffin lid into the storage ring. Everyone was speechless when they saw the situation. It's clearly such a great teacher. Do you want any valuable treasures? Why are you still so greedy for money? Sun Chang is no exception. The coffin board is all torn apart. Collect them one by one. Can the external authorities take it away? He won't let it go either. However, just as a few people were still thinking about it, Zhang Xian turned around and said to Sun Chang, "Take Xiao Mo and look around. Take away all the mechanisms and things that can be taken away." Upon hearing these words, everyone was once again speechless. At this point, Prince Zhao couldn't bear to watch anymore. Just awkwardly approached and said, "Teacher Zhang, collecting treasures and the like. Isn't it a bit premature to say? Shouldn't we find a way out now?" Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. Just pointed to it above. "Didn't Xiao Mo just say that? There's a passage up there." Upon hearing this, Prince Xiao, stupid again, I suddenly felt my intelligence rubbing on the ground by the other party. Then he rolled his eyes, helplessly speaking at such a high distance. "We don't know how to fly. Even if there is a channel, we can't get out either." At this moment, Zhang Xian said with a smug expression, "Don't you know how to fly?" "I know." Everyone heard that. I immediately wanted to slap him in the face. I lost it. Even Huafan 9, who admires the strong, cannot fly. You are a person of great admiration and reverence. How dare you boast that you can fly? Oh, my God. Can this guy still be a good person? Zhang Xian saw everyone's strange expressions. Just keep talking nonsense about what's wrong. Don't even believe that I can fly. This is just one of the abilities of Master Tian Blade. It's nothing. After speaking, I didn't wait for everyone to have doubts. Zhang Xian's whole body gathers true qi. He flew straight up into the sky. Less than 10 breaths, Zhang Xian arrived at the top mechanism. At this moment, everyone below was stupid. I can really fly with this pervert. After being shocked, the elderly and others couldn't help but have such an idea in their hearts regarding the matter of this perverted Heavenly Blade Master and Witch Soul Master. Don't even go out and cheer this pervert. In the future, he will surely be a figure soaring above the 9 heavens. Never offend. However, after Zhang Xian opened the mechanism, just use a rope to pull everyone up. Soon everyone returned to the shore as well. At this point, Zhang Xian discussed with everyone. "It's getting late. Just make a slight adjustment here. I'll go back early tomorrow morning." Subsequently, Zhang Xian asked Sun Chang to carry Zhao Gongzi's spirit beast on his back. Bring the road over. After explaining everything, he found a quiet place. I took out the 9-heart lotus. I would like to know if there is a way to revive Lu Chong. Also, take a closer look at this lotus flower. However, at this moment, old Mo inside the lotus flower. I feel like I've left the underground water pool. I exclaimed excitedly, "Master. After all, he has been trapped for tens of thousands of years. Now we can see the outside world." The excitement in my heart can be imagined. "So this one, Master." He shouted willingly, no embarrassment at all. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other party make a sound. I asked Xiao Mo with a serious expression. "I want to know, do you have a way to wake up someone whose soul is sleeping?" Upon hearing these words, Lao Mo was initially taken aback. Later, he said that the soul had fallen into a deep sleep. As long as a soul enters his body, just wake it up. It's not complicated either. This operation is somewhat similar to robbing someone. Just a slight mistake. It is also easy to experience a sense of reluctance and despair. The most crucial thing is, once the soul enters the body, if it still cannot be awakened, it will make the other person recognize the soul as the main body. That's really true. It's impossible to be clear-headed if you want to. After all, the body has not been nourished by the soul for a long time. It's easy to mistake the owner. So if we don't wake it up, not only is it unable to save people, instead, it will kill it. Listen here. Zhang Xian's face immediately darkened. Is there any way to avoid it? Did Lao Mo explain the method of avoidance again at this point? Unless the other party's soul becomes resilient and powerful, even if summoning fails, one can still control their physical body. Not to be taken away. It's best to use the awakening soul grass. Refine it into a soul-awakening fragrance, then ignite it in front of him for him to absorb. If summoned at this moment, the likelihood of success will be much higher. It's just that soul-awakening grass is not a plant. I can't find it outside either. Because of this kind of thing, only witch souls are applicable to one's own soul, special items that can only be grown. But if you want to plant it, it also takes a month. I am currently trapped inside a lotus flower. The soul cannot leave. I can't grow it either. Listen here. Zhang Xian asked if anyone is a witch soul master. Can it be planted, right? Later, after Lao Mo's narration, Zhang Xian also recorded the planting method. However, it was only when Lao Mo saw his master like this that he realized. I exclaimed in surprise, "Nini, you don't want to practice the soul calling technique yourself. Become a witch soul master and cultivate yourself. You are a renowned teacher in heaven. Zhang Xian was so nervous when she heard the other person's voice. I also comforted you and said, don't worry. I'm fine. I have already modified your soul summoning technique once. Even if the soul summoning is successful now, it won't have any impact on the physical body either. Can achieve the integration of scales and flesh. Lao Mo heard his master say so. Suddenly, my eyes widened. Although the soul-stirring technique has some shortcomings, throughout the ages, I don't know how many strong people there are. Even after spending a lifetime of effort, there is no way to change it. He just took a few breaths. Can we modify the unity of spirit and flesh? However, just when Lao Mo was puzzled that this was impossible, Zhang Xian sat down cross-legged. As the body sways, a phantom shadow appeared above. Then he asked, do you see me now? Lao Mo was dumbfounded when he saw this. My entire soul trembled involuntarily. Not long after, he also responded that the other party could see it. Then I saw the master's soul return to the physical body again. And there haven't been any adverse reactions yet. Lao Mo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Nini, you really improved the hidden soul technique. Can we achieve the unity of spirit and flesh? When the pervert in front of us just crossed over. Once known as a useless teacher, still frequently criticized by everyone. But 3 months have passed in a blink of an eye. Not only will the strength of a few students be passed down personally, upgrade to the same level of normal ancestral strength as Wang Chang. Now, in order to awaken the sleeping souls of students, he risked his own safety to venture into a fantasy world, still challenging ancient professions, the most terrifying soul wizard. Fortunately, he succeeded in the challenge. However, the students still cannot be awakened. However, today's item, not only can he awaken the students, he will be welcomed for the rest of his life. Extraordinary. Just now, Zhang Xian wanted to show Lao Mo. He has already improved the shadow soul technique, bringing the soul out of the body and returning to the body again, reaching the realm of spiritual and physical unity. After all, as a 6-star witch soul master, Lao Mo, at first glance, it is evident that the other party has thoroughly improved their technique. I also successfully avoided the decline of soul power and martial arts, reached another level. Because in legend, founder Lu Mozi, stolen content about souls in the heavenly Tao. I just created the profession of witch soul, but also because there is a deficiency in the way of heaven. So the stolen content is incomplete. This also led to the 5 decays of soul power, defects such as the inability to completely merge with the soul and body. However, the witch soul master on the back used countless methods. There is no improvement at all. And Zhang Xian only glanced at it and successfully improved it. So Lao Mo is already so excited at this moment. I want to buy a fish for Zhang Xian to eat. After being shocked, Lao Mo, he excitedly asked Zhang Xian, how was it achieved? At the same time, I also thought in my heart, although I am Huafan Zhouzhong, the other party only has one realm, but he is a friend of Tian Ren's renowned teacher. This ability and insight, I'm afraid it can really take me further. With this thought in mind, there is no more hesitation. So he applied the knowledge he had learned throughout his life, sent it to Zhang Shui with his soul. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian suddenly felt a big wave of new knowledge appeared in my mind. It's all about witchcraft and soul matters. After absorbing it, he sighed. It is indeed a profession that everyone feared in ancient times. Indeed, it is profound and extensive. Suddenly seeing one of the contents, just asked Lao Mo, you actually created the soul-splitting method. After a brief conversation between the two, Zhang Xian also learned that he wanted to escape from Black Lotus, the result of dedicating tens of thousands of years to research and development. Subsequently, we utilized the capabilities of the Heavenly Tao Library. View this technique. I quickly learned about the relevant information, although there are as many as 120 defects, but solely based on personal ability. The created technique is considered very good, so I applied the newly absorbed knowledge of the Witch Soul Master. Integrate with all relevant books. I have regenerated a secret manual for soul splitting. After receiving the book, Zhang Xian immediately flipped through its contents. I soon saw it in the books as well. There are only over 10 defects left in the content, although it is much less. But for Zhang Xian, there are still more than 10 areas that she cannot practice. So this technique, we have to wait until later. Collect more books about witch soul masters. Only then can we make improvements and cultivate. Then he looked at the black lotus flower in his hand. Then, silently reciting the lifelong flaws in my heart. Just enter the library. Open the book in front of you about lotus flowers. Later on, I learned that this lotus flower was not a 9-star, but it's the lotus fetus of Jiutian. Need to nourish with the purest steam. After maturity, only when the whole body turns white can a perfect physical body be refined. See here. Zhang Xian suddenly had an idea in his mind. If we could use Lao Mo's self-created soul-splitting method, change the method of splitting the heavenly way, it can split into a clone. Once again, refine this plant into a physical body. Isn't that an extra life? Think of this. Zhang Xian is becoming increasingly excited. However, I am still unfamiliar with the issue of multiple pregnancies in front of me. Lao Mo exhausted all his family assets. I couldn't refine it either. Where can I find so many snacks to feed him? Think of this. Zhang Xian felt a little disappointed in her heart, suddenly recalling what I just saw on the first page of the book. We need to nourish him with the purest true qi. Although there are not enough snacks now, but hearing the true qi is incredibly pure. So he pinched the roots and stems of the lotus platform. Just input the true qi into it. Immediately after, a crying cry like killing a pig was heard. At this moment, Lao Mo inside the lotus platform is almost going crazy. He only passed on all the knowledge to Zhang Xian the last second. I didn't expect the other party to realize that they are now worthless. We need to silence it. So Lao Mo cried and called out to his master. I've said everything I should have said. Please don't kill me. Is that okay? Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. After all, he was just thinking about trying it out just now. Can the true qi nourish and pity him? But I didn't expect Lao Mo to still be inside. It immediately stopped. No longer inputting true qi. Just Zhang Xian just stopped. I noticed that the roots and stems of the lotus embryo were starting to turn white. After a moment, pick up the lotus embryo again and continue to input true qi. At this moment, there were once again terrifying cries coming from within the lotus flower. However, Zhang Xian saw that the roots and stems had turned white again. My heart is filled with excitement. Later, I comforted Lao Mo and said, don't worry, I didn't mean to kill you. I'm just trying this 9-heart lotus. Don't be nervous. I'll try again. Just save it, it'll be fine soon. Upon hearing this, Lao Mo cried, my lord, don't try it, okay? Can't I still obediently listen in the future? Try a few more times. I'm afraid you don't need to get me out. I died inside. Please, master. However, a few people outside the cave. I heard the screams of Lao Mo coming from inside the cave. I'm afraid something might happen to Zhang Xian, so I wanted to step forward and see what was happening. Just Zhao Gongzi on the side. At this moment, he stepped forward to persuade Zhang that she had just confessed. He has something to study. It's better for us not to disturb. In my opinion, it's better to first listen to what's going on. Let's make a decision later. Everyone also agreed with Zhao Gongzi's statement upon hearing this. I perked up my ears and listened attentively. Immediately after, everyone can vaguely hear it. Don't be nervous. Just for a moment. Can I try again? Master, don't you want it anymore? This won't work. At this moment, everyone heard this wonderful and unparalleled conversation. Everyone's face turned red. Then they awkwardly glanced at each other. Zhao Gongzi can't hold back this matter anymore. Just said they're both men. And one of them is also a soul. Is this taste test a bit excessive? However, at this moment, Zhang Xian was inside the cave. After several experiments, I also discovered my own heavenly Dao Qi. Indeed, it can nourish this 9 heavenly lotus terrace, but before that, we still need to get Lao Mo out. Otherwise, he would really die inside. But Zhang Xian also knows. To get him out, it also depends on the opportunity. This matter is not urgent at the moment. Therefore, at this point, what he needs to do is to quickly cultivate the magic soul technique. Cultivate soul awakening grass to save roadworms. Therefore, just started to transfer the knowledge that Lao Mo had just transmitted to him. Organized it. I began to cultivate. Time is coming soon. The next morning, after a night of cultivation, at this moment, the power of Zhang Xian's soul, it has already reached the level of twice complexity. In other words, now the power of his soul, more powerful than his own cultivation level, the realm of transformation and complexity. Although his soul power can now cultivate the awakening grass, but there is still one plant missing that can fuse souls, so we can only go to Wanlian City when. Let's see if we can buy it again. After all, this thing is very rare. Think of this. Zhang Xian walked out of the cave. I greeted everyone. Call out the demon beasts as well. Soon, several people boarded Zhao Gongzi's spirit beast again. I flew with demon beasts for 5 days, arriving at the sky above this huge city in front of me. Before landing, Zhao Gongzi introduced to everyone the simple situation of Wanlian City. Then everyone arrived. You can stay at the leader's mansion. At this moment, Gulao and others were puzzled. Why can I live in the leader's mansion? After Zhao Gongzi's narration, everyone suddenly realized. The Zhao Fifen in front of me, Zhao Gongzi. She is the daughter of the leader of the alliance. Dancing princess. Later, the princess apologized to Zhang Xian, concealing one's true identity along the way. But Zhang Xian started early in the morning. I knew the other party was my daughter Shanishir, so there was no unexpected or surprising thing. Just found out that the other party is a princess. Just ask the other party to help inquire. Where can I buy it? Soul-soothing grass that can be planted for over 500 years. Or Chen Qinghua. However, the princess heard that Zhang Xian wanted this kind of thing, First, I was taken aback. Later, he responded that I didn't know much about this plant. Just you can ask your father after returning to the leader's mansion. Even if he doesn't know, he should be able to help you find out. Quickly, a few people stopped the spirit beasts and arrived at the leader's mansion. Zhang Xian came up to him at this moment. Seeing the soldiers in front of the mansion, each one is a powerful mirror of the royal family, appearing shocked all over his face. After all, when he came out of the heavenly Xian King city, the royal mirror is there. Only the ancestors of Jincheng have this realm. However, ordinary guards here are at this level. The huge gap was shocking to Zhang Xian. After a short space, the princess brought a few people to the main hall to meet the leader of the alliance. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the dignified middle-aged man in front of me in American English. The powerful aura emanating from one's body. Compared to demon beasts, it is not weak at all. It is obvious that the other party has reached the peak of the Huathan Four Realms. However, the leader met with the princess. After caring for each other, his eyes swept towards the crowd. When I saw Zhang Xian, I couldn't help but pause for a moment, gazing at the other person. After all, as the leader of the alliance, he, not to mention its own strong strength, staying at a high position for a long time also carries a certain aura. Even President Meng of the Medical Association communicated with him back then. They are all trembling, with some fear. At this moment, Zhang Xian remained calm and composed, fearless at all. So in the eyes of the leader, this person is extraordinary. So he smiled slightly and looked over. I'm sure this is Teacher Zhang, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded in response and said, I'm here. Zhang Xian has met the leader of the alliance. However, the leader saw Zhang Xian's attitude. I am even more satisfied now. Afterwards, I praised you and said that I had heard about everything about you. You became a 2-star renowned teacher before the age of 20, and also challenged the difficult wall of Tianwu King City. I have solved all the difficult problems again. Recently, we have also assessed the appraiser and rescued Han Tangzhu. It also solved the little girl's innate illness. Indeed, it is a young man who becomes a hero. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Xian heard the other party's detailed explanation. First, it was a bit strange. Thinking of Zhao Gongzi and Jin Shanghai, I probably understand. Immediately responded to the alliance leader. You are overrated. After a round of praise and commendation, the leader continued to say that Zhang Shi's medical skills are profound. I often hold the kindness of saving my little girl in my heart. I have always wanted to find an opportunity to repay Teacher Zhang, but I don't know how to be grateful for the goodwill. It's rare to meet today. If Zhang Shi needs any help from Zhao, as long as I can do it, it must be done without hesitation. Zhang Xian heard the other party say so, then asked the leader to help him inquire. Requiem grass and chunqing flower over 500 years old. One of them, as long as it is alive. As long as it can be planted, it's fine. Immediately after, I learned from the leader that I haven't heard of anything like soul-soothing grass in Wanlian City yet. Chen Xinghua does have some understanding. In a medicinal garden to the west of Wanlian City, this place has planted countless strange and unusual medicines. Many rare medicinal herbs that are difficult to find on the market. You can find it all. It's just that the owner of this pharmacy has a strange personality. It's a bit inhumane, so he never takes his medicine. No matter how much money is given, it won't work. Even when Leonor was seriously ill, I tried to buy a few special drugs from him but couldn't succeed. Listen here. Zhang Xian is very strange, planting so many medicinal herbs without taking action. Why are you still planting it? At this moment, the leader also shook his head and responded, yes. The other party's approach. Not just you. Many people in Wanlian City also find it strange. Unfortunately, no one knows its purpose. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian asked in confusion, isn't anyone going to steal it? This pervert is perverted again today. Such a beautiful big girl. She not only doesn't know how to care for and love others, and let the demon beast press its butt on her face. I saw that Arkadu is the same as Song Chao. I want to go up and teach Zhang Xian a lesson. Just now. Zhang Xian is very strange. The largest pharmacy in the entire Wanlian City. The medicinal herbs grown. Surprisingly, he never takes action. Why did she plant so many medicinal herbs? Isn't anyone going to steal it? However, Zhao Meng insisted that the other party was so puzzled in the world. Just explain that of course there is. Just for many years, all those who went to rob ended in failure. The owner of this medicinal source, Shui Yang. 50 years ago, it reached the peak of the Huathan Four Realms. Famous throughout Wanlian City. As for where it has reached now, no one knows. I'm afraid even I may not be able to defeat him. What's more, there is also a 4-star peak formation in this pharmacy. The arrangement was personally arranged by the chairman of the Honghaeching Formation Union. So there are many people who try to steal medicine, being killed or trapped before entering it. In the course of time, everyone knows that place is extremely dangerous. No one dares to go. After Zhang Xian learned about these, I just heard the address of the pharmacy from the alliance leader. I want to go over and take a look. However, the princess was also worried that Zhang Xian would go alone. After discussing for a moment, he and Mr. Jean accompanied Zhang Xian to go together. Soon, the three of them were riding on a demon beast. I also arrived at the big pharmacy in the west of the city. I only realized it when I came up to it. The gate of the estate is tightly closed. There's not a single person outside the door. It seems that everyone also knows the medicinal herbs here cannot be purchased, so no one came here either. However, just as Mr. Jean was about to knock on the door, I heard the sound of opening the door coming from ahead. At this moment, I saw a girl come out. We don't sell drugs to the public here. Please return, everyone. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian was taken aback. I thought to myself that I had come all the way here. I didn't expect to be kicked out without even saying a word. However, he has always been stubborn and shameless. How could we just leave like this? So Zhang Xian was thinking about what to say. Only then can the other party let themselves in to meet the original owner. Just heard the sound of horse hooves coming in waves. Then it stopped not far away. Then I saw a woman with a seductive figure get off the carriage. He walked straight towards the direction of the manor gate. However, the maid quickly welcomed the person upon seeing them. Welcome to the cemetery owner. Later, Zhang Xian and others learned from the young lady that today is the dinner hosted by Master Shui. Only the owner of Yaoyuan Garden with an invitation letter can enter. At this moment, Princess Xiao asked in confusion what she had said. You are also the owner of the garden. However, the young lady casually flipped through classical Chinese. Just take out the invitation letter. At the same time, he also responded that I am the original owner of Qingyan Pharmacy, Luo Qingyan, and this is the invitation letter. Did you see? If you don't have this thing, don't cause trouble here. Hurry up and go back where you came from. Besides, you two are not even 20 years old, right? This age. I'm afraid you can't even distinguish what medicinal herbs are. This high-end banquet, not all cats and dogs can come. Listen to my sister's advice. Let's go back quickly. Little brother, go back and study hard. Perhaps in 30 to 50 years, they will be eligible to come in once. Zhang Xian saw the other person looking like a silly ghost, also very speechless. Then he looked at the maid not far away. Is it possible to enter as long as there is an invitation letter? After receiving a positive answer from the other party, I looked at the big girl with embarrassment. May I discuss with you? Can you lend me your invitation letter? The big girl sneered a few times when she heard this. Then he responded with a disgusted expression on his face. Tell me, little brother, who do you think you are? Shui Yuanju. Only invite us, as the original owners, to participate. How dare you dare to ask me for a loan, you little one? Laugh off my head. In addition, I advise you to get out of here before I get angry. Otherwise, believe it or not, I'll let you lie down. Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. He responded with a disdainful expression. It seems like you're trying to kill me. Then he turned his head and looked into the distance, shouting, little demon, come over and discuss with him. See if he can lend me the invitation letter. Just finished speaking. I heard a roar coming from afar. Immediately after, the big girl's eyes darkened. I just saw a huge butt. He smashed it straight at him, covering his face. The next second, I saw the big girl being hit by the butt of a demon beast, press firmly onto the ground. The princess and Mr. Jean on the side saw the situation, immediately scared to death. What kind of business is this? I pinned the person down with just one butt. Although, the two of them saw the big girl who was almost fainting from being crushed. Some sympathy. It's just that it's not good for him to provoke anyone. I have to provoke this pervert. Zhang Xian didn't make him recognize his owner on the spot. Just giving face. However, at this moment, the big girl was almost going crazy. After all, he is in Wanlian City. Both beauty and strength can rank in the front row. It is also the object that countless people are vying for to please. But now this guy has made a wild beast. Make yourself so embarrassed. Think of this. The big girl exudes a super strong pressure all over her body. Prepare to push away this big guy in front of you. Give the other person another beating. But unexpectedly, at this moment, not far away, Zhang Xian loudly rebuked the little demon. What's wrong with you? I'm just asking you to discuss with them. Borrowing invitation letter. Let you borrow it, let you injure him. You really don't have any rules. Teaching classical Chinese at a high level was initially taken aback. Then he widened his eyes in confusion. Although the wisdom of spirit beasts is not weaker than that of humans. Just a misunderstanding of the owner's words. Perhaps the discussion that Zhang Xian mentioned earlier. He listened to it as a discussion. Not necessarily. Zhang Xian looked at the other person with a puzzled expression on her face. Just continue scolding and say okay. You shouldn't pretend in front of me either. Since you made a mistake, you must accept punishment. How about this? Eliminate your first offense. I'll punish you for sitting here for half an hour. Don't move without my command. Luo Qingyan heard the other party say so, immediately spewed out a mouthful of juice. Are you punishing him for meowing? I think you're punishing me, right? However, at this moment, Princess Zhao said to Zhang Xian, we're here to buy medicinal herbs. It's better not to make any unnecessary connections. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded in response and said, yes. Then he turned around and looked at the girl beside him. I reached out and handed over the borrowed invitation letter. At the same time, he also said, look, I have an invitation letter now. Can we go in now? The girl was speechless when she saw this, so I threw her away. This guy is really enough. This invitation letter represents identity and status. You grab one. What kind of invitation is this? He meows, even if you want to snatch him. We also need to find a deserted place behind our backs. If I don't know, perhaps we can turn a blind eye. Let you in. Grab in front of me with you, this guy. Is it because I'm blind and can't see? Now he brings the invitation letter over with an innocent expression on his face. Inquire if it is possible to enter. Oh my god, it's shameless to achieve success. You're like a dung beetle wearing a mask. You've got such a nerve. The girl who was so angry that she almost exploded. After a burst of true energy forcefully emerged, he angrily rebuked Zhang Xian, saying it was impossible, publicly snatching invitation letters. I still want to go in. Unless you kill me. Zhang Xian responded to the other person's words and said, Miss, are you sick? The girl exploded instantly upon hearing this. At this moment, he couldn't resist anymore. Flip through casually. A long sword appeared in the hand. When I was about to take action, Zhang Xian said, I noticed that the white spot on your forehead is turning red. Poor circulation of true qi on the left side of the body. If I'm not mistaken, do you have severe headaches every night? There is a feeling of wind blowing from the back of the head. The angry girl was stunned when she heard these words. I do have this situation myself. But how did the other party know? However, the girl hasn't thought much about it yet. Zhang Xian continued to say that it's not just that. Your right leg's meridians are not smooth, causing insufficient strength. Cultivation never breaks through. If I'm not mistaken, you should have quietly practiced a set. How about practicing the ice-cold attribute? Listen here. The girl was scared a lot, whispering involuntarily, Nini, how did you know that? At this moment, Zhang Xian ignored the other party's shock, still speaking with a calm expression. You don't have to worry about how I found out. Have you ever been attacked by someone with yang attribute skills? His yang energy has formed a buildup in your body. This can lead to blockages in your meridians. Are you thinking about? As long as one cultivates the skill of icy attributes, it can balance yin and yang, resolve simplicity, restore your cultivation talent again. Although this idea is good, unfortunately, the method was used incorrectly. The girl is almost unconscious at this moment. Yes? Let the other party know everything clearly and thoroughly. So I asked if there was any way to solve it. Soon Zhang Xian will once again gather all the information about the girl. I pointed them out one by one, and explained the treatment method to the other party. However, the girl was also shocked while listening to the other person's words. Finally, from the initial anger to now, with a respectful expression on her face, she thanked Zhang Xian for her guidance. What puzzled her was, you can tell the symptoms of cultivation at a glance, and provide treatment methods. How could such a powerful person possibly come to cause trouble? Then I couldn't help but ask. I don't know who this young master is. At this moment, Jin Laokai took a step forward and responded that this is Zhang Xian. Zhang Shi heard the word Zhang Shi. The girl was startled. Then, with a nervous expression, he confirmed to the other party. Is he a renowned teacher? Zhang Xian's reaction to the girl was also very strange. What's not much in the Wancheng Alliance? There are a lot of famous teachers. Do we need to be scared like this? After confirming the identity of the other party, the girl, I just responded that I would have known you were a renowned teacher. I won't stop you. Our original host's banquet today. Besides inviting other original owners, it has also been stated that any renowned teacher can freely enter. Don't stop me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, shaking body, I almost fainted. I lost it. What is this called? If I had known it was so simple. I won't let the demonic beasts fight anyone anymore. Okay now. He punched him again and gave him directions. I'd been tinkering for half a day. Now I realized that I did something useless. Later, feeling depressed, he took Princess Xiao with him. Go inside the gate of Jinlao Lane. But I haven't taken 2 steps yet. I just heard about the girl, Zhang. Look at this owner of Qingyan Garden. Is he? Zhang Xian also understood the other party's meaning upon hearing these words. Just Chaoyang, Chen Shou waved his hand. I instructed you to rest on the side first. I'll call you when I'm done. After the departure of Yao Chen Shoufei, blue smoke lying on the ground. At this moment, I also felt my flattened body relax. I just saw Zhang Xian and others, walking into the pharmacy as if nothing had happened, trembling all over with anger. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and roared with disgust. However, just as he was filled with anger, suddenly, I heard someone say about the original owner of Qingyan. "What's wrong with you?" The young lady turned her head to look at the words. I just realized that the person walking over was the 4-star renowned teacher Song Chao. Then he had a pitiful expression on his face. "Tell Song Chao that I hope Master Song can intercede for me." Song Chao is a bit strange to hear this. "Just keep asking you to talk. What is going on?" At this moment, the big girl looked like she was in tears. Z explained that someone just wanted to forcefully break in and provide assistance. "I think blood relatives don't like to have children. I just wanted to stop it. Who knew it would just be favored by the other party? You beat me up. I can only blame myself for lacking eyesight. I didn't realize he was a renowned teacher. If I had known earlier, I definitely wouldn't dare to stop it. I dare not say any more nonsense." Song Chao heard this. I furrowed my eyebrows and asked, "Because you stopped me for a moment. He let the animal pet beat you up." "Big girl, the other person seems a bit anxious." Continuing with a pitiful expression, the response is that it's not really the fault of that famous teacher. Although he didn't wear the clothing of a famous teacher. I haven't identified myself either. I should also ask in advance. It's all my fault for making him wait outside without even asking. So I hope Song can help plead for mercy. Qingyan will never dare again next time. Listen here. With a wave of his big hand, Song Chao angrily rebuked Dao for his recklessness. Renowned teachers do not pay attention to appearance when they are outside, and openly physically assaulting others. What kind of system is this? Don't worry, it's not your fault for this matter. I'll see that guy later. Make sure to give him a good lesson, and ask him to apologize to you. Such a cute little girl. Surprisingly, this pervert scared me into this ghostly state. I lost Zhang Xian. Can you be a little more perverted? Just now, Zhang Xian arrived at the entrance of the pharmacy. I haven't reacted yet after being rejected by the girl to enter. I was once again ridiculed by the newly arrived Bichi with cold words. Later, in order to enter the campus, helplessly give the girl in front of me some guidance. However, the girl who received guidance had an angry expression on her face. He became respectful and thanked Zhang Xian for her guidance. Just this maid who dared to give Zhang Xian a cold look. Of course, I'm going to get slapped in the face. Zhang Xian will immediately benefit Yao Chun. His but sat on his face. Although Bichi now knows that the other party is a famous teacher. But how can this grudge not be avenged? Therefore, just when he was angry and thinking about how to seek revenge, the voice of 4-star renowned teacher Song Chao came from behind. See the situation. Bichi immediately changed his face and complained to Song Chao. After Deng Chao learned about Bai Chi's one-sided words, just comfort the young lady and say, "Don't worry. This guy is a renowned teacher." Surprisingly, I'm not wearing professional attire outside. Not indicating identity. I'll openly hit you. I will definitely teach this kind of person a lesson for you. Bichi saw the other person believe what he said. If you still want to vent your anger for yourself, your face will be full. He looked at Song Chao with admiration and said, "Thank you, Master Song." Simultaneously thinking, this time, the mother wants to take a look at you, this red-haired kid. Why are you still so arrogant? Dare to let the beloved use there but to be me alone. Now there are 4-star teachers supporting me. I'll see how I deal with you later. The more I think about it, the angrier Bai Chi becomes. At this moment, I hurriedly walked ahead and led the way. And he said, "I'll take Master Song to find him now." However, at this moment, Song Chao assumed a majestic posture. After nodding, he followed up. And on this side of the screen, there are 3 people, Zhang Xian, also under the guidance of the girl, arriving at the banquet hall. Just came in, just from the group of people discussing nearby. Understand that this dinner is not just a banquet. Its main purpose is to be the treasure of Jinyuan in the medicinal garden. Suffering from a serious illness, there is a possibility of death at any time. Therefore, only by uniting the original owners of all pharmacies and various renowned teachers, participate in it. I want to find a solution for it. At this moment, Princess Xiao lowered her voice, said to Zhang Xian beside him, "I have read books about the pharmacy before. Know some. This Xinyuan Jibo should be the Demai Lingtang." However, Zhang Xian's face was full of confusion when she heard this thing. After all, he has read a lot of books along the way. I just haven't been exposed to this type yet. So I asked what this spirit vine was from. Princess Zhao only explained at this moment. This earth vein vine is a unique plant. It can grow by attaching to the earth's veins, absorb spiritual energy, minerals, and water sources, gather together, nourish the land, create unparalleled farmland suitable for growing various drugs. It's like a flock of sheep grazing in the same place all the time. Even the thickest grass will be eaten up. The same goes for medicinal herbs. If only one medicinal plant grows on a piece of land, fortunately, if this grows too much, competition will arise. What spiritual energy? The water source and special minerals belong to them, struggling for growth resources. For a long time, The resources of the land will be like a grassland that has been eaten up. It will be gone. Even if there are powerful medicinal herbs at that time, I can't grow either. So if this earth vein spirit vine dies, the entire pharmacy is essentially finished. All the drugs on the fertile land will be destroyed in an instant. Besides, if there is a spirit vine with earth veins in the medicinal garden, medicinal herbs grown in fertile fields, whether it's color or size, everything will be much better than ordinary places. What's more, the growth rate of medicinal herbs should also be much faster. Some legendary medicinal herbs, if planted elsewhere, it would take 500 years. If we plant here, we only need to plant for 200 years. Hearing these, Zhang Xian finally understood the role of this Xinyu Enjibo. If we really follow what the others just said, this banquet is due to the matter of the earthly vein spirit vine. I'm afraid the original owner is really. However, when Zhang Xian thought of this, just when I was about to say something to the princess, I heard someone warmly greeting me. Speaking of this brother, you also followed your elders to attend the banquet, right? Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. First, I was taken aback. Then he inexplicably asked what elders they were. At this moment, the young man smiled and said, yes. People who can receive invitation letters, except for the owner of the pharmacy. He is the medicine king responsible for selling drugs. Or someone from a pharmaceutical family. The 8 major garden owners and 7 major medicinal kings in Wanlian City. I have seen them all before. But I have never seen you before. So I found out that you came here with your elders. After listening for a long time, Zhang Xian still looked stunned. What the hell is Yang Yao family? The young man looked confused at the other person. I feel very incredible. Then I asked if you knew about the Yang Yao family. Thinking to myself, this is the most fundamental thing of Yao Yuan. I don't even know about this. How did he get in here? Later, it was explained that cultivating medicinal herbs is necessary. There is a dedicated person to take care of it. And we are a family that raises medicine. It's about exporting this family of drug breeders to the source of medicine. Here, Archie, can you explain some science? In fact, drug farmers are like farmers who cultivate crops, like a shepherd in a flock of sheep. He is a person who specializes in planting medicine. However, the higher the level of medicinal herbs, the harder it is to cultivate. Like taming beasts and alchemy, it is a very tedious and complex discipline. I want to cultivate a powerful drug. Not only does it require a lot of time, more importantly, human and material resources, there are various experiences as well. After all, the world is vast. There are countless strange medicinal herbs as well. If there is no systematic inheritance of knowledge, if you want to cultivate it, it's as difficult as climbing to the sky, because of the inheritance. Therefore, only then did we have a medicinal family that specializes in cultivating medicinal professionals. Unfortunately, the inheritance of this profession is quite chaotic. There is no unified school of thought. The most crucial thing is that there are not too many requirements for cultivation level. Just need knowledge broadcasting. That's why it couldn't become a special profession. Otherwise, in many industries of the lower middle class, it must have its location. After understanding these, Zhang Xin shook her head and responded, Oh, I see. I just came over for a stroll. Not following anyone. The young man was stunned when he heard it. I threw it away. What is this place? Come around and take a look. This is a key member of Lord Shui Yuan. Even the envoy of the Alliance of 10,000 Cities. It's difficult to even come in. You said you could just come here and take a stroll. Are you kidding? Just now. Young people see it with their own eyes. The girl brought him in with a respectful expression. This is a treatment that even his grandfather doesn't have. So I feel that the other party has a significant background. I just came over to flatter him. Otherwise, he would be the inheritor of this prestigious family that raises medicine. How could you be so idle that you greet and chat with everyone you meet? However, the young man saw the other person say so. I just feel like he doesn't want to say much, so I also lost something and didn't continue to pursue it. Ask me. Then he smiled and introduced himself, saying hello to this brother. In the Battle of Xiaolu, he is a member of the Lu family in Wanlian City. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded in response and said, I'm here for you. But Lu Zhan saw himself reporting the name of the Lu family. The other party remained expressionless, still completely unmoved. With a serious expression, he clasped his fists and said, It turns out it's Brother Zhang. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. However, at the entrance of the banquet hall, on this side, Bichi and Song Chao walked in as well. As soon as Bichi entered, she scanned the crowd. We soon discovered Zhang Xian and others. So he pointed to Zhang Xian's back and said to Song Chao, Master Song, this is the renowned teacher. He was the one who hit me just now. I hope Master Song can make decisions for me. Just teach him a lesson. I'm doing everything according to you. After speaking, he rubbed his body over. Song Chao also felt amazing elasticity at this moment. Then I looked in the direction of my fingers. Just and righteous response, don't worry. This kind of degradation of the dignity of the Hall of Fame. Even if you don't say it, I will also teach a lesson when I see it. At this moment, Bichi knew. Song Chao, a 4-star teacher, will definitely vent his anger for himself. Without hesitation, he took the lead and walked up to Zhang Xian. With a cold laugh, "We meet again." Zhang Xian saw that the person speaking was the big girl from earlier. I was also stunned for a moment. Then he asked in confusion, Hey, don't you have an invitation letter? Why did you come in too?" Bichi almost died of anger upon hearing these words. After calming down, just snorted coldly, "I came with the escort." Then he looked at Song Chao walking slowly towards him. It's said to be this teacher Zhang. He disregards the dignity of famous teachers. Make it favored. Take action against me. Please ask Master Song to uphold justice for me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian turned her head and looked around. Then he responded with a calm expression, "Oh, so you came with Xiao Song." Upon hearing this, Bichi was immediately stunned. Just then, with a look of ecstatic excitement on his face, he thought, "This is a 4-star master's super genius figure. Even the elders of Wanli and Changsha Hall, they meet as peers. You're under 20 years old. How dare you call him Xiao Song directly? Okay now. I was originally thinking about how to add fuel and vinegar to you. Now it seems that I don't need to waste my brain." However, Lu Zhan, who was still speculating about Zhang Xian's identity just now, I almost fainted too. After all, Song Chao is coming this way. There are 4 stars hanging from its chest. So dazzling and dazzling. At first glance, it is clear that the other party is a 4-star renowned teacher. This guy is really good. Call him Xiao Song directly. It's just that Song Chao saw the person who just turned around. It's Zhang Xian. My heart skipped a beat involuntarily. I almost fainted. Then he walked over with a twisted expression on his face. Do not learn the way of etiquette. Song Chao has met Zhang Shi. However, standing still, Bichi. Still fantasizing. The scene of how Song Shi vented his anger for himself. But I heard the other person say these words as soon as they came up. Suddenly, a look of dementia appeared on his face. Imo Shui Song Chao. This is a younger generation meeting someone stronger than themselves. A unique title. Song Shi is a 4-star super genius teacher. Why do you have this title? Think of this. Bichi is almost crying. I thought I was with this big shot, Master Song. I can definitely teach this guy a lesson. Being able to show off one's strength and show off one's power, to avenge one's previous shame. Who would have thought someone had a bigger background? I've lost this calf. At this moment, Zhang Xian ignored the shock of the two of them. Just look at Song Chao and say, Xiao Song, do you want to help him uphold justice? Upon hearing this, Song Chao. Suddenly, a group of people panicked. I quickly explained that Zhang Shimi. No, this was just a chance encounter. I am not familiar with him. But Zhang Xian saw the two of them, almost connected into one. I actually said I'm not familiar with him, just pointed and said, then you guys. At this moment, Song Chao just realized a wave of warmth on his arm, just nervously pushed it away. Then he panicked and said that he was really unfamiliar with it. However, it was pushed. A Bichi who stumbled and almost fell down. At this moment, Zhang Xian was so scared that her neck shrank. Quietly take a few steps back. After all, it can make someone who was afraid of even a 4-star Mingshi. As one can imagine, how terrifying this person's identity is. Zhang Xian witnessed the scene in his eyes. I don't want to pay too much attention to it either. I just saw Song Chao. He just remembered something. So I asked, right. Soul free is amazing. Do you still want it? Song Chao was amazed to hear that there was no soul. I quickly asked what was wrong. Do you still have it, Zhang Shi? Subsequently, through Zhang Xian's introduction, Song Chao just found out. He still has 4 mouths of gold and 7th grade officials in his hands. And the 3 soulless golden men. A set of 5 mid-range snacks for sale. But a 7th grade official only sells 1 mid-range snack. So Song Chao spent a mid-range coin. I bought a 7th grade official with Zhang Xian. After the two of them completed the transaction, Zhang Xian looked at Song Chao in front of her with satisfaction. I secretly thought to myself that I am truly a descendant of the sect. Indeed, people are foolish and have more money. However, after the two parted ways, Song Chao had just taken a few steps when he suddenly froze in place. His face darkened. He cried out with tears streaming down his face, calling me meow. Once again bewitched. The 18-year-old old lady in front of me, in front of everyone's eyes. Surprisingly, this pervert called him a little pig. How much does this taste weigh to me? Surprisingly, this 18-year-old old lady really likes it. Just now, Zhang Xian arrived at the banquet hall of the pharmacy. Scared away Bichi. Once again tricked Song Chao with a mid-range cherry blossom ornament. I heard a loud voice echoing throughout the hall, accompanied by Lord Shui Yuan. With the sound fading away, I just saw an old lady strode confidently onto the main stage of the banquet. Not long after, he stopped. Kai Ying smiled. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules. Can you spare some time to attend today's banquet? Thank you all for coming. Shui is truly guilty. Although this is a banquet, but the actual purpose must have been guessed by many people. Demai Lingtang is beneficial to us. The importance of the pharmacy goes without saying. Everyone understands as well. Nowadays, this kind of incident has occurred in the pharmacy. Shui has limited abilities. There is currently no way out. So this time we specially invite everyone to come. I hope to work together to help me overcome this difficult time. As long as someone can provide the most suitable suggestion, I promise here, he will be my sincerest friend Shui Yao. Any medication needed in the future, I can provide all the medicine sources for free. As soon as these words are spoken, the people below have all exploded. After all, everyone knows, Shui Yuanju's medicinal herbs have never been sold. There are precious medicinal herbs from hundreds of years inside. The most important thing is to become a friend of Shui Yuanju. With his strength and identity, in the future, you can walk horizontally in Wanlian City. However, Lu Zhan beside him was also very excited at this moment. Although Lu Jiagui is one of the 4 major families in Wanlian City, but it's only at the bottom. At any time, it is possible to be squeezed out by other families. If I could become a friend of the Blood Lord, being ranked first is definitely not a problem. Think of this. Lu Zhan suppressed the excitement in his heart. Just as I turned around, I saw Zhang Xian standing beside me, but with a calm expression on his face. And once again, I feel admiration. After all, many elderly people in the audience were so excited that veins burst out of their foreheads. But he didn't care at all, so he asked Brother Zhang, "Aren't you excited?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, he responded with a puzzled expression on his face, saying, "Is there anything exciting?" However, just at Lu Station, a bitter smile appeared on his face. "What knowledge are you about to say to Zhang Xian?" I heard Shui Yuanju on stage say again, "I have stated the conditions. If you are interested, please move to the medicinal field." After seeing the situation clearly, let's discuss diagnosis and treatment again. Everyone echoed along with their voices. Okay, then Lao Shui will lead the way ahead. At this moment, Zhang Xian and a few others walked behind everyone for more than 10 minutes. We soon arrived at the foundation of the pharmacy. However, at this moment, Shui Yuanju stopped. "Go down and point forward," saying that this is the earthly vein spirit vine. Everyone followed the direction of his fingers and looked over, discovered a huge vine, standing in the middle of the medicinal field. Its branches and leaves are lush and flourishing, a diameter of 7 or 8 meters thick. Such a large vine. Many people are seeing it for the first time, so they couldn't help but show a shocked expression on their faces. However, everyone quickly realized that something was wrong. This thick vine. At this moment, all the leaves are slightly yellowed. It seems that it could die at any moment. After all, the people who came to participate this time, they are all original owners or people from medicinal families. So seeing such a huge vine hanging down and dying, everyone couldn't help but panic. However, Shui Yuan insists that everyone is like this. There is also a hint of dimness in the eyes. Later, he said that everyone watched it well. This earth vein vine is indeed dying. There's really nothing we can do now. That's why I invited everyone over. See if you can come up with a good solution. However, Shui Yuanju had just finished speaking. Everyone began to have different opinions. Just the members of the major masters and the Yangyao family. I have no clue about this. Only until Shui Yuanju identify the situation where withered leaves are beginning to appear. After explaining again to everyone, only an old man stepped forward in the crowd. "Let me take a look first." Everyone saw that the person who walked out was Mr. Lu. Dunshire caused an uproar, and Zhang Xian looked at Lu Zhan beside her. I asked in confusion what was wrong. "Is this old man very famous?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan, I almost choked on saliva and threw it away. This guy doesn't even know Lu Lao. You should know that his fame is not limited to itching. Whether it's his strength or anything else, it can intimidate the royal city. After coughing a few times, Lu Zhan felt like he was going crazy. Just calmed down. Explain, Brother Zhang. This Lu Lao, it was already famous throughout Wanlian City 100 years ago. He was once a medicinal cultivator appointed by the leader's mansion. Even my grandfather also consulted with him back then, on the qualification of its nourishing medicine. Definitely the oldest in the entire Wanlian City. You haven't even heard of him, have you? After listening to the explanation, Zhang Xian exclaimed, "Oh." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan, a mouthful of juice sprayed out with it. "I lost this guy and it's all over with just one sound." Then Zhang Xian looked at the old man again, just shook his head and said that this old man's level is not enough. It cannot cure the rising of the earth's meridians. Upon hearing these words, see his god again, Lu Zhan went crazy and I lost him. Are you disappointed? Even if you are a renowned teacher, so what? I know nothing about raising demons. Lu Lao is a notorious demon-raising expert who is well known all over the world. Even if it really can't be cured, What are you disappointed about? Just because of Zhang Xian's expression and tone, Lu Zhan. When I feel like I'm about to faint. Lu Lao also circled around the vines here. He frowned and said, whether it's the soil or not, water source, nutrition, and air. No problem at all. Why would Wisteria suddenly cry like this? Lu Laosi wants to go. I can't understand why this situation happened. Then he continued to ask Shui Yuanju. Could it be that this earth vein spirit vine has been commissioned? Does the old lady shake her head and sigh upon hearing this? Unable. Dimai Lingtang can live for thousands of years. This one has only been around for over 100 years now. How could it possibly reach the end of its lifespan? Besides, if it really reaches the end of its lifespan, it should also gradually wither away. Ulceration starts from the roots, but now it's the leaves that have turned yellow first, and then the branches withered and died along with it. So this is clearly not a matter of mandate. However, Lu Laojian himself was unable to solve it. He also retreated. Then he stood aside, still pondering the reasons behind it. Quickly, other experienced original owners and drug breeders take turns approaching to check. The final result is always the same. No one can identify the problem. And Shui Yuanju. An hour has passed by. A little useful letter. I can't even get any breath. The feeling of disappointment is becoming stronger and stronger. In the end, it seems that no one can do anything about it. I shook my head and sighed. Then tidy up your facial expression. Just say to everyone. Today's matter has caused trouble for everyone. A banquet is also prepared in the living room. Let's go eat first. Master Kushui has just finished speaking. I saw that everyone's faces were not very attractive. Immediately after, someone in the crowd said, I was unable to share the burden and solve the difficulties for Master Shui today. I feel really guilty. I'll forget about the banquet. Immediately afterwards, everyone responded with their voices. At this moment, the old lady saw everyone's faces full of shame. Just as I was about to comfort everyone, the scene before her suddenly stunned her. Then he hurriedly asked the other party what they wanted to do. When everyone heard this, they looked ahead. I was also startled instantly. At this moment, Zhang Xian stood in front of the vine. I reached out and gently touched it on top. After all, the growth of medicinal herbs requires a special environment. Even some drugs are extremely sensitive to humans. The most taboo thing is touching. So just now, everyone took turns to study the Earth's pulse. When Lingting was, no one dares to approach. Even if one really needs to come into contact. You should also wear gloves or other protective gear to isolate the source. Because each practitioner has different cultivation techniques. If not handled properly, it will react with the medicinal herbs. May lead to unimaginable situations. But this guy Zhang Xian, unexpectedly, he recklessly approached and touched without restraint. So everyone was scared off by this. However, Lu Zhan, who was standing with Zhang Xian just now, I was even more startled. After all, they were still talking together just now. In the blink of an eye, I didn't see it and rushed to the front. So he anxiously thought, how can I explain to everyone about Zhang Xian? At that moment, Zhang Xian clapped her hands. Turning around with a calm and composed expression, he replied, am I? I didn't do anything. I just want to see this vein. Can Lingting be treated? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan launched another surprise attack. He meows. I know your identity is not simple. Even 4-star renowned teachers are afraid of it. But we talked for half a day just now. You know nothing about itching. If you say you're messing around, just mess around. If you're curious, just say curious. Why talk about treatment? Didn't you see so many people helpless? Helpless. However, just as everyone kept cursing at Zhang Xian, Shui Yuanju frowned, doubtfully asked this little friend, did you see anything? At this point, Zhang Xian responded by saying that it was a slight observation, but there may still be some things. We need Shui Yuanju's cooperation. Although the old lady shares the same thoughts as everyone else at this moment, don't have too much hope for Zhang Xian. But currently, only she said she has identified some issues. For this reason, Shui Yuanju also holds a trial mentality. Please respond and say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely cooperate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian said, give me a few punches and let me see. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone was stunned. Shui Yuanju is also very puzzled. Isn't this supposed to treat Dimai Lingtang? Why do you want me to punch twice? However, a few young children from a pharmacy family standing nearby, I really can't bear to watch it. They gathered around and angrily rebuked him for being reckless. How dare you entertain the original owner? Lu Zhan saw the situation. I quickly stepped forward and advised everyone not to rush for now. There must be some misunderstanding here. At this moment, a stunned young man coldly snorted and said there was a misunderstanding. Can you tell me? What is a misunderstanding? Treating Demai Lingting. What is the relationship between Blood Origin's main punch and it? Lu Zhan was speechless even when the other side said so. He didn't know how to answer, so he looked at Zhang Xian. Speaking of teacher Zhang, what's going on here? Can you tell me? However, Zhang Xian responded calmly at this moment. I have already seen it. The disease has appeared on this vine of the earth vein spirit vine. Now I just want to confirm what. Just show me 2 punches from the blood origin main punch. Shui Yuanzhu heard the other party say so. I remember someone just called him Zhang Shi. I furrowed my brow and asked in confusion, what about Zhang Shi? Is he a renowned teacher? Upon hearing this, Lu Xun quickly responded and said yes. This Zhang brother is a renowned teacher. Since he did this, there must be a reason for him. After confirming the identity of the other party, although Shui Yuanzhu is puzzled, but I also know that famous teachers won't just talk nonsense. Talk nonsense. So the breath in my body instantly gushed out. A powerful true qi instantly surrounds the whole body. Then he punched out a punch. Zhang Xian punched through the opponent's fist. Quickly understand the other party's situation clearly. So I couldn't help but shake my head. There was an indescribable expression of sympathy on his face. Say to Master Shui Yuanzhu, symptoms and problems of your pulse elevation. I am fully aware of it. Just before that, I just want to ask you one question. Shui Yuanzhu and the others heard each other say so. They all looked at Zhang Xian coincidentally. So many of them have been studying for so long. I don't even know the reason behind it. The famous teacher in front of me just punched the original master. It's confirmed now, so everyone raised their ears high, afraid of missing out on something. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Xian's slightly sighing voice was heard. Are you a pig? Can you believe it? The elderly person in front of us, falsely claiming to be only 18 years old. The pervert not only believed it after hearing it, also said, are you a pig? Let him be overjoyed. I still have a deep admiration for Zhang Xian. Just now, after Zhang Xian finished watching the old lady punch her, he said to him with sympathy on his face, you pig, the chastity and issues of linking in the earth's veins. I am fully aware of it. It's just that, before this, I just want to ask you one question. Everyone came over when they heard the words. I'm afraid I might have missed something. Then I heard Zhang Xuanyu sighing slightly in his breath. Are you a pig? The old lady exploded upon hearing these words. The aura on his body also erupted instantly due to anger. Then let out a roar of recklessness. Do you have the courage to tell me again? However, at this moment, everyone watching was about to go crazy. Their eyes widened one by one. It's like seeing a ghost. Lu Zhan was even more frightened. Almost fainted on the spot. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw Shui Yuanzhu grimacing his teeth. I feel like he's ready to take action at any moment. However, Zhang Xian doesn't seem to be in a hurry at this moment. Instead, he waved his hand with a calm expression, pointing to the open space not far from the Di Mai Lingtang. If I read correctly, you should practice here often, right? Shui Yuanzhu heard the other party say so. On the surface, although he nodded in response. But his anger did not dissipate at this moment. If it weren't for the other party's identity as a renowned teacher, I guess he just went up and gave him a big bang. Later, I spoke in a cold voice according to your meaning. This situation occurs when the earth meridian is ascending. It's related to my cultivation. At this moment, Zhang Xian shook her head and sighed that it was not just related. It's a huge correlation. Let me tell you the cause of this earthly vein spirit child now. He's actually not sick. I haven't been affected by pests either. There is no invasion such as withering or death. But it has lost its spirituality and soul. Without waiting for everyone to be surprised, Zhang Xian immediately said, I don't think I need to say it. Everyone knows. All things have spirits. Spirit-level medicinal herbs are like spirit weapons. There is also one's own spirituality. This earth vein spirit vine, it is the treasure of medicine source. If there were no such features, how can we allocate the resources needed for each medicinal herb? Allocate past. However, spirituality is gone. Dimai Lingtang is like losing the most important thing. Naturally, it will carry a sense of death. Death could happen at any moment. At this moment, a puzzled voice came from the crowd. As you said, the elixir has lost its spirituality. It will be like losing one's soul. It will die soon, indeed. But what does this have to do with Master Shui's cultivation? Zhang Xian did not answer this question upon hearing this. But instead, he turned his head to look at the old lady. If I read correctly, Shui Yuanzhu is trapped in the purification of the 4 layers of turbidity caused by the transformation of cold. It's been at least 70 to 80 years, right? Shui Yuanzhu nodded and recalled that it has been 87 years. At this moment, Zhang Xian immediately said that he had been trapped in place for 87 years. Whether to break through or not is fake. But Huafan's 5 realms and spiritual realm. It is also the first difficulty in the 9 realms of Huafan. Need for complete soul fusion. Nature and spirit can break through together. However, Shui Yuanzhu has never been successful. It's not that I have poor talent, but rather, the soul has been damaged. The old lady heard the other person say so. Suddenly, the whole body stiffened. She was very angry just now. There are even thoughts of killing the other party. Just heard that. The true qi accumulated on one's body instantly dissipated. At the same time, there is an indescribable shock, because his soul has indeed been wounded. Otherwise, with his talent, he would have broken through long ago. It's not been 87 years and still stuck in place, but this matter is also his secret. Never told anyone. So he was very shocked at this moment. How did the other party perceive it? Then I couldn't resist it anymore. Just stuttering and saying a few words. How did you know that? At this moment, Zhang Xian responded seriously, saying, don't worry about how I found out. You just know that your soul is damaged and cannot be broken through, but not as disheartened as others. But I hope to make up for the scars through other means. It's just that. I don't know where you got the news from either. Understood that one can supplement spirituality from spiritual medicine. I guess you're using this medicinal source to breed medicinal herbs, just to absorb its spirituality, thus supplementing one's soul. So for so many years, I have never sold a single medicinal herb to the public. Although this idea is great, it's just a pity. You went in the wrong direction from the beginning. If the spirituality of plants can be supplemented for humans, isn't it possible for everyone to cultivate to the realm of harmony? So, as a master of nourishing medicine, you, accompanied by spiritual medicine for such a long time, you haven't even seen through this point. What are you, not a pig? The old lady blushed instantly upon hearing these words. I want to refute but I can't say a word. After all, as the original owner of the first source of medicine in Wanlian City, the understanding of medicinal herbs is definitely not weaker than that of Lu Lao and others. Even there have been instances of it. That's precisely why everyone found out that he couldn't solve the problem of the Earth Meridian linting. Everyone dare not respond. However, when everyone heard Zhang Xian say this, everyone was shocked beyond measure. After all, Shui Yuanzhu is in their eyes, but the gateway to nourishing medicine. How could such a mistake be made? Beside them, Song Chao and Lu Zhan were even more stunned. Shui Yuanzhu spent half a year on himself. I didn't find the problem. So many people watched it for so long today. I didn't find any problems either. This guy is really good. Go up and touch it. I glanced at the opponent's boxing technique. Just explain the whole story so clearly. Should this guy be so perverted? However, at this moment, Zhang Xian ignored everyone's shock. Just keep talking, if I'm not mistaken. Shui Yuanzhu, your age should be just over 100. Under normal circumstances, based on your current strength, your appearance shouldn't be so old. So in order to understand the reasons behind it, just now, I asked you to punch and watch. If I'm not mistaken, you're playing De Ri Quan. This boxing technique follows the normal operating route. The true chi should flow out from the Banshin acupoint, but you made it turn an extra 1/5 of the distance, gushed out from Jiangshin acupoint. I'm sure everyone knows. Huafan seems to revere the strong. The control over cultivation has already been perfected. If this situation occurs, there is only one possibility. That's Hui Ming. The damage to the acupoint makes it difficult for you to identify correctly the subtle differences between acupoints. Hui Ming acupoint is one of the important acupoints for the integrity of the soul. Since it's damaged, the soul is naturally incomplete. As for this earth vein spirit vine, everyone has seen it. He has no illness. There are no pests either. Why did it fall into withering? Medicine and food are useless. At first, I didn't expect spirituality to be absorbed, until I saw this piece of land next to the spirit child. This is the place where Shui Yuanzhu practices daily. I just figured it out. After listening to the explanation, everyone showed a look of admiration. Look at Zhang Xian. And on the side, Song Chao heard the other party's explanation. His face appeared pale and powerless, still swallowing saliva non-stop. After all, as a 4-star renowned teacher, he... No. You can infer the whole story with just one glance. How difficult is it? Don't say he can't do it himself. Even his teachers or elders of the sect. I'm afraid I don't have this ability either. I was originally thinking that I was tricked with a mid-range snack just now. We need to find him to retrieve it. If I had gone to find him just now, I'm afraid I have those inferior snacks left for myself. It's not guaranteed anymore. However, as a party involved, Shui Yuanzhu, I heard the other person say that. My body also trembled involuntarily. Later, I couldn't help but say that my method was actually, I saw it from an ancient book. Over the years, I have persisted in practicing. The injuries to the soul have indeed been repaired to some extent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian shook her head and responded, has it recovered to some extent? Let me ask you, is the distance still far from complete? Are you sure you can live another 87 years? Shui Yuanzhu suddenly realized it turns out that I have put in a lifetime of effort. It turned out to be just a dream. Immediately, the whole person seemed to be relieved. He originally looked like he was 50 years old, suddenly aged by several decades. Now it looks like an elderly person in their 70s or 80s. Not long after, Shui Yuanzhu slowly spoke of Zhangshi. I was wrong. Can this earth vein spirit vine still be cured? Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. I just responded that you have been practicing here all year round. Devoured his spirituality. The current spirit vine. At best, it can only be considered a fantasy. It's difficult to make it recover. But it's not impossible. But it may come at a cost. Shui Yuanzhu heard that there is a rescue. I hurriedly gathered money and asked if I could save it. I am willing to pay the highest price. Subsequently, Zhang Xian explained the materials required for grafting once. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded when they heard this. This cost is too high, isn't it? If it were an ordinary family, they probably wouldn't be able to bring it out. Not to mention spending these, just to save a plant. But for Shui Yuanzhu's wealth, he can still bear it. So I recorded what I needed and, go ahead and prepare. Zhang Xian watched as the old lady finished sending it and left. Immediately shouted, don't be in a hurry. Prepare another love flower that is over 500 years old. If there are still mid-range snacks available, the more, the better. After Shui Yuanzhu stopped, just respond that there are still a few chenqing flowers in the garden. Just mid-range snacks. I only have one left here. Zhang Xian had no choice but to give up one at a time when she saw the situation. Soon, Lord Shui brought the things over. And Zhang Xian saw that everything was ready. I told Lord Shui that my treatment required. Please ask Master Shui Yuan to lead everyone out. Seeing everyone leave, Zhang Xian looked at the young seedlings. A mental movement. The soul is immediately drawn out of the body. The treatment has begun. However, in the pharmacy hall, there. Watching 3 hours pass by. Zhang Xian hasn't come out yet. They become increasingly anxious as they wait. After all, this Shui Yuanzhu has an extremely peculiar personality. So I'm afraid Zhang Xian might get into trouble again. Not to the flower of love. Princess Xiao thought of this. Just as he was about to go back and find his father to intervene, Zhang Xian walked out. At this moment, Princess Xiao saw that the person who came was Zhang Xian. Just welcomed it up. Comfort teacher Zhang. Just come out. It doesn't matter if you haven't bought the love flower. Go back and wait for me to report to father. Ask him to come forward and help you purchase. Jin Lao, who was standing beside, also pulled his money and agreed, yes. This Shui Yuanzhu has a strange personality. Always famous. Don't get angry. Zhang Xian just walked out. I was surrounded and comforted by two people without saying anything. Make him laugh and cry uncontrollably. When I wanted to explain to them both, a burst of hurried footsteps came from behind. Upon seeing this, Mr. Jin quickly stepped forward and stood in front of the two of them. Tell the people here what you're trying to do. However, Lord Shui ignored Mr. Jin. Go straight to Zhang Xian. Suddenly bowed deeply. I just handed over a storage ring. At the same time, it is said that teacher Zhang, there are 100 medicinal plants here that are around 500 years old. It's a little bit of my heart. And starting from today, my medicine garden in the west of the city is your forever friend. As long as zombies need it, they can speak freely. I can provide free medication directly from here. The two of them are a bit unclear about the situation, so, subsequently, from the mouth of the blood relation master, only then did I realize what had just happened. So after a few simple goodbyes, I left the pharmacy. I quickly returned to the leader's mansion as well. And Zhao Mengzhu obtained it from his daughter's mouth. After what happened in the pharmacy, the shock in my heart cannot be calmed down for a long time. However, Zhang Xian also returned to her room at this moment. Then he also took out the love flower. He stayed at home for 3 consecutive days and nights. I finally successfully cultivated the awakening soul grass. Just now, the awakening grass is still just a seedling. Cannot be used directly. It will take an additional 1 or 2 months to cultivate, to mature. Not long after, Zhang Xian finished packing up before leaving the room. I just came out. From a distance, I saw Sun Chang hurriedly greet me. Speaking of young master, Su Shi and Lin Shi have arrived. I said I wanted to see you, the two elders in front of us. In order to allow perverts to participate in the competition, I fought with all my might to secure a spot. This pervert not only doesn't care, but also doesn't care. Still in front of them, to die in front of the esteemed lord. After Zhang Xian, who had just been in seclusion for 3 days, came out, I learned from Sun Chang that Su Shi and Ling Shi are coming over, so Zhang Xian came to the hall to meet the two of them. However, Su Ling and 2 renowned teachers visited this time, besides inviting the other party to attend the famous teacher's gift. The main purpose is to meet his benefactor Yang Shi. So when they learned from Zhang Xian's mouth, when Yang Shi was not here, it's inevitable to feel a bit disappointed. However, the two quickly adjusted their emotions. Bring this over. I talked about going to the famous teacher hall with him. Later, I learned from their narration that, this time, I participated in the teacher competition. It is a top genius from 28 factions. A grand competition where we meet and compete together. And Wan Lianqing was fortunate enough to be the host this time. So Lord Kong attaches great importance to it. At the same time, they also hope to serve as their home ground. Can you get a good one? Because of the famous scholar Dubai in the past, Wanlian City has always been at the bottom. Therefore, Master Kong hopes to rank in the top 10 this time. It won't be so embarrassing, just participating in this big competition. Each faction can only expel a maximum of 2 people. So Wan Lianqing is among the many famous teachers. Selected 6 people for selection. Only in the next 2 months can focus on cultivating key areas. This selection was supposed to start a few days ago, but due to Zhang Xian's 3-day seclusion, Su Shi and Lin Shi waited for him. I have been using various methods to drag Lord Kong away. Otherwise, I'm afraid Zhang Xian won't be able to participate this time. After solving these, I went to the Master Teacher Hall with the 2 of them. A few people will arrive soon. It is a renowned teacher who will participate in the selection process. You have to go through Lord Kong before proceeding. After all, Lord Kong has never met Zhang Xian either. So the 2 of them took him to find the hall master. Because until now, Zhang Xian still doesn't know. This time he can be among many famous teachers. Being included in the selection list, it was highly recommended by both Su Shi and Lin Shi. Just managed to secure a spot. However, at this moment, the 3 of them were walking and chatting. I also quickly arrived at the master's study. Just haven't waited for Su Shi and Lin Shi to introduce themselves yet. Zhang Xian saw the other party. I just feel that this person's strength is amazing. The mood scale is probably not less than 14 points. To confirm his own speculation, Zhang Xian suddenly remembered. You can try swearing to him, heavenly beast. See if we can make up for 7. After all, before he went to the witch soul tomb, the star scale is only 12.1. It's only about 0.1 higher than Song Chao. They can all bewitch him. If Lord Kong only has 14.0, it's probably possible too. I just want to show off Shi Yen Tianshou. Firstly, it must be said that there is a truth behind it. To be flawless, the other party is not using their martial arts skills. I can't understand his vulnerabilities and flaws. If you want to seduce success, I'm afraid it's also difficult. However, just as Zhang Xian was daydreaming about this, Lord Kang's expression was solemn. Regarding Su Shi and Ling Shi, ask the way. This person is someone you are willing to sacrifice your lives for. Recommended 2-star famous teacher. This cultivation only reaches the peak of the first level of Vajrayana purification. Inappropriate behavior. At first glance, it seems like someone who has not practiced any martial arts skills. Is this what you call a super genius? Su Shi saw the questioning tone on the face of the hall master. I quickly explained that although Zhang Shi's strength was lower, but the understanding of famous teachers has reached an extremely deep level. Master Kokong heard the other party say so. His face darkened. He angrily scolded me and said, Mr. Su, you're old. The talents we select are intended to participate in the program of renowned teachers and universities. As an elder of the renowned teacher hall, you should know who your opponent is. What kind of abilities do they possess? After all, this big competition, the opponents are all top-notch geniuses from 4-star renowned teachers. And Zhang Xian in front of us. In his opinion, only those who have made significant progress in their cultivation are those who have achieved the highest level of refinement. I don't have any martial arts skills yet. So the hall master is very angry at this moment. Why do these 2 old men use their lives as collateral? Come and fight for this person's spot. And Su Shi saw the master's face full of anger. He quickly explained that he knew. But Zhang Shi. However, the words were not finished yet. Lord Kong angrily rebuked. There's nothing, but it's not possible. Take him away now. At this moment, the spiritual master on the side saw the situation. Just take a step forward and say, Master, don't rush to make this decision. Teacher Zhang's current cultivation level, although there is only 1 peak, Huafan, but do you know the last time I met him? What strength is he? 0 incidents, no response from the other party. Just keep talking about the first time I met Teacher Zhang. At 20 days, he was the master. Upon hearing these words, Lord Jingkong's anger instantly turned to his eyes. Just after drinking the imported tea, it sprayed out directly. I have lost the revered master of the 5 heavens and 8 heavens. I jumped 3 major levels in a row for 20 days. Breakthrough to the pinnacle of Huafan. Are you kidding? However, Ling Shi and Su Shi saw the shocked expression on the hall master's face. Immediately after, he said that this matter is absolutely true. Please make a new decision, Lord. This made Lao Kang's heart involuntarily ponder. Because he knows, the character of 2 elders cannot lie. So he also feels that the other party has achieved such a significant breakthrough within 20 days. If you practice well in the next 2 months, there is still a chance to achieve double or even triple. Then he said to the 2 of them, in that case, let me give him another chance. As long as you can answer me 3 correctly, you can participate in the selection competition with the questions. As for whether one can stand out, then it depends on his ability. I heard the master say that. The 2 elders finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he hurriedly looked at Zhang Xian. Not looking, it's okay. At first glance, the two of them almost fainted. You should know that the two of them wanted Zhang Xian to participate in this competition. The big old man's face is open to all risks. And this guy Zhang Xian. At this moment, not only did I not hear them talking, still with a lazy posture, standing in front of the bookshelf, feeling it around. I really can't bear to watch Su Shi. I couldn't help but step forward and interrupt his movements. Speaking of zombies, the master asked you to answer a few questions for him. Once you answer, you can participate in the selection. Zhang Xian nodded in response to the words, immediately walked over. At this moment, Kong Tang insisted that the other party came over. Just pick up the books on the desktop casually. And with a serious expression, he said, my question. It's all about cultivating and teaching students. As long as you can answer it, I'll give you one chance to participate in the selection process. The book in my hand. It's a case I've experienced before. What is recorded inside? A cultivator at the level of a half-painted mortal. The other party's left lung was once frostbitten. Therefore, the true chi of the left pulse cannot be unblocked. How to stop in this situation? Only then can it smoothly draw from the half of the world, break through to the realm of painting on earth. Su Shi, who was standing beside, heard the words, furrowed his brow. I whispered, paint the mortal realm. The person who wants to cultivate is as round as one. To achieve a state of natural communication and closeness to nature. Only then can we control nature. This person is in this situation. It's like a defect appearing on a circle. Breaking through communication is almost impossible. Later, it was discovered through their whisper. If we want to break through this situation, Ling Shi and Su Shi need more than 7 or 8 steps to solve. When the Hall Master was still a 3-star spirit lion, it was solved in just 5 steps. Therefore, it was once passed down as a good story. So at this moment, both of them couldn't help but look at Zhang Xian. I'm afraid in such a short time, he won't be able to come up with a solution. Not to mention completing it in a few steps. However, just when the two of them were nervous, I saw Zhang Xian furrow her brow over here. Just ask how wide the left lung injury is. Can you please mark the specific location for me? And what was the injury caused by? What is the opponent's true chi attribute? Kong Tang's opinion is that the other party is asking this question. I handed him the book in my hand. At the same time, he said that the other party was injured by a long sword. This book has detailed records of his. You can take a look. Zhang Xian took the book and casually remade it. The densely packed content inside is recorded in great detail. Quickly understand the situation clearly. At this point, Kong Tang insisted that. So he asked how it was. Is there a solution available? Upon hearing the other party's question, Zhang Xian responded by saying that it's very simple. Just redesign a cultivation route for him. Upon hearing this, Kulao Kong, my face immediately darkened. After pondering for a moment, I just asked if you mean to modify his. At this moment, Zhang Xian responded calmly to Lord Kong. This person only has a left lung injury. It's not that the true chi of the left pulse cannot function, so all we need to do is take the route of his true energy walking. Adjust it slightly. It's not difficult to break through just like a normal cultivator. Listen here. The two people on the side were stunned at the same time. If that's the case, you can skip the treatment process. And many steps such as unclogging the meridians. Isn't it possible to solve it in one step? Think of this. Both of them are going crazy. Just as I was about to confirm with the Hall Master, I just heard him angrily scolding. This is simply nonsense. Indulge in the wildest fantasy. You need to know each set of cultivation techniques. They are all ancestors. I don't know how much time and effort it took. Only then can it be created. Still more, only after being tested by countless people can it be passed down to the world. Can you change it just by saying you want to? The other party was severely injured, using untested cultivation techniques, not to mention the inability to impact painting techniques. It's possible that he might even become obsessed and lose his temper. Death due to worsening injuries. If this is the case, what is the majesty of a renowned teacher? However, upon hearing the words of the Hall Master, Zhang Xian, he impatiently waved his hand and interrupted his words. Speaking of being possessed by demons, I think you're overthinking it. Let me first explain the route of true chi operation. You can tell if it's useful by listening. True chi has passed through the Tai Gate in Liangmen by walking the word Dantian. Finally, there will be an air injection. After 3 loops back and forth, you can proceed to evolve and become more diverse. The success rate is around 9 divisions. 3 people heard it, immediately furrowed her brow. After all, this route, completely different from the normal cultivation techniques, even if they are 4-star teachers. It is also difficult to distinguish right from wrong for a while. It's just such a strange method. Normal cultivators find it difficult to break through. Now we still need to make someone seriously injured. Run this technique 3 times. Are you kidding? Think of this. Master Kang's face darkened as he asked, what do you mean? Just follow this technique and wander around. Can directly break through. Upon hearing the other party's question, Zhang Xian's face was also indifferent. Therefore, I just explained the method of running this set of methods once, and among the three people on the side, they listened and were shocked at the same time. When I heard the last, Master Kang's whole body trembled involuntarily. I thought I could really do what the other person said. The success rate is almost 100%. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, just look at the shocked hall master. How about asking, my technique can cure the other party, and let it break through? At this moment, Lao Kong had a bewildered expression on his face. The response is yes. Your method can cure it. Hearing the other party's response, Zhang Xian immediately asked your question. I guess I got it right. Did you see the hall master nod in response afterwards? Zhang Xian snorted coldly at him with a haughty expression. Since I was right, why are you still standing here? I've been talking to you for half a day. Can't you see that I'm thirsty? Hurry up and pour me a glass of water. The two people on the side heard these words. A mouthful of 85-year-old blood spewed out casually. I lost you, this guy. How dare you use such a high posture expression? Ask the master to pour you water. He meows me. Are you intentionally trying to kill us both? After much effort, I begged my grandfather and grandmother to apply for the spot. You not only fail to cherish, still have to die like this. Oh, my God. Why do we know each other? This kind of person is even more abnormal than a pervert. However, just as the two of them were crying uncontrollably, the action of Lord Kong in front of us, let them both. My heart was instantly hit 10,000 points. Today, this pervert finally stopped being perverted, but it has become a secondary commodity among the masses. As Lao Tai, you, after reading it, tell me, is he a pervert or a second-rate person? Just now, Kong Tangju expressed a large sum of money in order to prevent Zhang Xian from participating. Intentionally gave him a difficult problem, but unexpectedly, the other party only took a few breaths. I came up with a solution. However, after Zhang Xian perfectly answered his question, he showed a domineering demeanor. Ask Lord Kong, who looked down upon him earlier, to pour in tea. The two elders on the side. I was so scared by this scene that I cried out loud, calling my mom and dad. This is not easy. I just managed to secure a spot from the hall master. Now not only does the other party not cherish it, still pretending to be dead, but just when the two of them were about to faint, I saw the usually serious hall master hurry up and stand up, and with a respectful expression, he responded with a good word. I'm going now. After speaking, he turned around and walked to the stove to pick up the hot water, took out the precious tea leaves. I poured a cup full and handed it over. Two people came over and saw this too. A mouthful of juice sprayed out with it. Even if they were killed, they wouldn't believe it. This one is not serious or funny. Kongtang, lord of the renowned Wanlian city. Even if Zhao Mengzhu clears it to 0, I'm not even qualified to drink the tea he brewed. And the teacher Zhang in front of us spoke so rudely. The other party not only did not go berserk, I also listened to Zhao Zhua. The most important thing is to show this respectful attitude. Is Zhang Xian poisonous when I lose him? Suddenly, Su Shi seemed to remember something, and then the whole body trembled involuntarily. He stuttered while saying this. This is the oath beast. After exchanging a glance, the two of them, suddenly, a desire to die surged in my heart. His cat's pervert is too exaggerated, isn't it? The mood scale of Master Kongtang exceeds 14.0, the top teacher in Wanlian City. Surprisingly, I was bewitched by the oath beast. The most crucial thing is, the person who employs this technique, just a 2-star celebrity under the age of 20. If this were to be spread out, how many people have to be scared to death? However, after serving the tea, the hall master. At this moment, I also realized, seeing this scene in front of him, he suddenly went crazy. He didn't even think of it himself. Surprisingly, he was awarded a 2-star celebrity, using the oath of the heavenly beast to bewitch, and willingly served tea and poured water for him. Just when the hall master was thinking about what to do next, I saw Zhang Xian taking a sip of tea in front of me. Speak slowly and talk about the second question. Lao Kong heard the words. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. As Su, the first question is all bewitched by your vow of longevity. Meow asking again, won't it appear again? Think of this. With a straight expression. Just casually said, no need. 3 questions. Actually, it's also for testing purposes. Do you qualify for the challenge? Your answer to the first question is more reasonable than ours. It is enough to demonstrate your strength. So the remaining 2 are unnecessary. Then he turned around. Looking at the 2 people on the side, he said, Elder Lin, you go knock on the aggregation now. Let everyone gather at the Mingshan Hall. Immediately proceed with the selection process. After hearing the instructions, Mingshi, don't dare to delay. Immediately take Zhang Xian with you to the Ming Palace. After the 2 of them left, only the master and Master Su are left in the room. At this moment, the master who had been pondering for a long time, I couldn't help but turn my head and look at Su Shi beside me. Ask about teacher Zhang. Don't you have anything to say? However, Su Fan, who was absent-minded at this moment, I didn't understand the other person's meaning, just casually responded. He is a 2-star renowned teacher who came from Tianwu King City. I'm not even 20 years old this year. Master, upon hearing this, suddenly, my eyes darkened, so I suppressed the displeasure in my heart. Continuing, that's not what I'm asking. What I want to know is his detailed information. And what are the reasons for your desperate recommendation of him? Upon hearing this, Su Shikai realized it. Huan Shi, 1 week later, just whispered, I wonder if it's possible to go to the escape room. The confidential room that Su Shi mentioned just now. It's actually a formula containing a special formation. Discussing confidentiality here. Even the most skilled person cannot eavesdrop. So what's being said inside? You don't have to worry about secrets leaking out. However, the hall master heard the other party say so. His face also became somewhat heavy. Then he got up and led him into the secret room. After the two of them sat down. At this moment, the supervisor spoke solemnly to the hall master, saying, Hall master, do you remember 20 days ago? Are all the top 10,000 rejected by the headquarters? Actually, the person who rejected our ancestors is Zhang Shi. More than this, according to my guess. Recently, this time the renowned teacher of Tian Blade. It is highly likely that this is also the Zhang family. The owner of the hall said that his pupils contracted. I feel like I'm about to go crazy. I couldn't help but exclaim, what did you say? He is a renowned master of the heavenly blade. Su Shi was shocked to see the hall master in such a state of shock. I just said it again in detail that Zhang Shi is with the Tianwu King. When assessing a 2-star renowned teacher in the city, it's not just the collapse of the Wind Master Hall. Even the terrifying corpse statue shattered at the same time. So besides Tian Renming and the disciples of the sages, I really can't figure out what's going on here. Hearing this again, Master Kong couldn't help but recall. I heard earlier the various strange phenomena that occurred in the Dark Master Hall of Tianwu King City. Regarding the incident with the Heavenly Blade Dark Master 10 days ago. Think of this. After a brief exchange, the two of them, the master instructed that this matter must be kept confidential. And the fact that I was just bewitched cannot be leaked. And at this moment, we arrived at the famous teacher's shop. At this moment, Zhang Xian walked into a room full of people. Inside, there are all famous teachers wearing white robes. The number of people is astonishing. At a glance, there are no less than 500 people densely packed. Zhang Xian looks scared. After all, compared to here, he used to be a renowned teacher in Tianwu Wancheng, only a few dozen. And the famous teachers in Tianshan Wancheng have also lost a few of them. Quickly, Zhang Xian divides the area based on the level of famous teachers inside, arriving at the last row. But I just sat down. I heard people discussing on the side. This selection competition, the one with the best chance of winning, no better than Master Fu and young Master Ruo Huan. Later, Zhang Xian also learned from several people that the renowned teachers who participated in the selection this time, everyone is excellent. The worst ones are all 3-star top-notch teachers. However, at this moment, a young man noticed that there was an empty seat next to Zhang Xian. I just sat down. Then I greeted him. This friend is a good noodle. I've never seen you before. I don't know which royal city you're from. Zhang Xian saw someone talking to her. Also politely respond to the other party. I came from the heavenly Xian King city. Soon, the two of them started chatting without saying a word. Just talking about. This selection competition was postponed for 10 days. The young man began to complain to Zhang Xian. Originally, the hall master announced 10 days ago that there would be a selection process. The result hasn't started yet. It is said to be waiting for someone. Zhang Xian agreed with the other party when she saw them say that. Do you know who this person is? The young man snorted coldly at this moment. Of course I knew. My teacher is also one of the elders of the famous teacher hall. I heard him say that during the meeting that day. Su Changlao and Lin Changlao highly recommended someone. What's his name? It's from Zhang Xian. If it weren't for this guy, the selection competition must have started a long time ago. It's been waiting for so long, but it hasn't appeared yet. Famous teachers are more important than such things. This second-hand product can actually be late. Still making so many famous teachers wait. If he's really powerful, that's okay. I just heard about this second-hand product. He is still a 2-star renowned teacher. And he doesn't seem to be very old. You said this kind of disrespect towards seniors. Someone who acts recklessly again. Su Shi and Ling Shi. Why do you still have to work so hard to protect him? Zhang Xian felt very embarrassed upon hearing these words. After all, he didn't expect it either. I will be scolded face-to-face for being a second-rate person. So at this moment, Zhang Xuansheng feels a little drunk. So he scratched his head and said, then you can't scold them for being second-rate. The young man heard the other person say so. With a contemptuous expression on his face, he said, "He's not a second-rate guy." "What is he?" "Without Su Shi and Ling Shi, his spot is long gone." "I'm not the only one who said that. Others also think so. I really don't know what that kid looks like. If I were to encounter it, I have to give him a good beating. I don't know. If it weren't for waiting for this selection competition, I have long gone into seclusion for cultivation." "Listen here." Zhang Xian had a bitter smile on her face. "I didn't expect to be late because of myself. Can make so many people jealous?" So just as I was about to say something, the whole room suddenly fell silent. "Look up. I just realized, Lord Kong and Su Shi have already arrived in the crowd." At the forefront, I saw the hall master waving his large hand. Immediately after, I said to everyone that this is an emergency call. I'm sure you all guessed the reason in the aggregation. This famous teacher competition. There are many subordinates of the Illusion and Empire Master Hall, the most prosperous era with the largest distribution. I don't need to say much about our past achievements. I'm sure everyone knows. This time it's our turn to host Wanlian City. So I hope to make a breakthrough, can create the momentum of our distribution. As soon as the hall master finished speaking, I saw everyone shouting in unison, "Yes." Then the hall master waved his hand, indicate for the selected personnel to come up. Then 5 people came up one after another. Tong Tong's independent statement. The brow furrowed slightly. "Just ask Zhang Shirun where he is." Everyone was speechless upon hearing this. "This has been postponed for 10 days now. What's wrong? This guy hasn't appeared yet." And the young man next to Zhang Xian saw the hall master looking for people everywhere. He snorted coldly and said, "Take a look. I just said that guy is a second rate, right? The selection process has already begun. These 2 goods haven't arrived yet." I just chuckled. I hope the Lord can cancel his spot in anger. After speaking, he shook his head. "By the way," I asked Zhang Xian, whom I had just met on the side. "Brother, we talked for a long time and forgot to introduce ourselves. My surname is Dan and my given name is a 1-character pit. What can you call it?" Brother Zhang Xian was taken aback upon hearing these words. "I threw the shit pit. This guy is really good at naming." Then he stood up with a bitter smile and said, "Brother Kang, I am the second-rate guy you mentioned. Zhang Xian's poop hole." I was so scared that my eyes were about to fall off. What do I call losing this? I'm just finding a stranger to complain to. Surprisingly, I was able to meet the main character. However, Zhang Xian ignored it. After getting up, he immediately walked ahead. Everyone present here, seeing the person who made them wait for so many days, so young, everyone started to discuss it one after another. Shortly after, Kanton's leader Zhang Xian came up to him. "Visit 1. We will start announcing after the week that since everyone has arrived. Then let me talk about the rules of this selection. The assessment is divided into 5 levels in total. Compare the various conditions of famous teachers. Getting the first place earns 6 points. The second score is 5 points. And so on. 1 point for the last place winner. After passing the 5th level, ranked at the top 2 in terms of points, through selection, can participate in the 28 major forces. The great teacher competition of the joint organization. That's the basic situation. Do you have any further questions?" Kong Tang's opinion is clear. Everyone nodded and responded without any problem. So he looked at the elders sitting in the front row, nodding. Then he said to everyone that since there was no problem, so let's start the first round of the competition now. Assessment of new scales. Elder Wu, I'll trouble you with this level. The master's words have just finished. I saw an old man respond with a faint smile, saying, "Master of the hall, you're welcome. But it's my duty." Then I saw him come to the front, flip through casually. A guqin appeared in the hand. However, someone in the crowd noticed that the person walking out was Elder Wu. I couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect to invite Elder Wu out of the first level." Others are very strange when they hear this. "Why do you say that? Is there anything different about him?" At this moment, the stunned youth explained that of course it was different. Elder Wu is the same as the head of the hall. They are all 4-star top-notch teachers, but he has a very rare auxiliary profession, the magic sound master. Although it's just a low-level profession, but it can use music to bewitch people. It's hard to defend against. Very scary. Our Wanlian city does not have a magic sound master union, so Elder Wu's profession, it can be considered as the only one. However, while everyone was discussing it, Elder Wu has arrived at the front line, placed the piano on the table, slowly looking at the candidates. The first level is to assess one's mental state. I'm sure everyone knows, as a renowned teacher, the state of mind not only needs to be on a high scale, more importantly, it can offset, resist external interference, in a chaotic environment, can analyze and handle things more clearly. I have been requested by the principal to assess you. The state of mind will naturally do its best, so I hope you can also be well prepared. This pervert is trying to confront his own thoughts. Surprisingly, it scared everyone into insanity, and even turned the examiner into a pervert. Why can this pervert be so perverted? Just now, after listening to the master's efforts, the old man in front of us just walk up to a few contestants. Tell them that the first level is to assess their mental state. I'm sure everyone knows, as a renowned figure, not only should the mood be high, but also the scale should be high. More importantly, it is able to resist external interference. In a chaotic environment, can analyze and handle things more clearly. I have been requested by the principal to assess you. The state of mind will naturally do its best, so I hope you can also be well prepared. Immediately, the palm flipped over. A few formation plates appeared on the table. Then he said to a few people, "This is a blank array disc commonly used by array mages. After a while, I will play the wind demon song that disturbs the soul, and you can paint on it. After the song ends, who has the most intricate and detailed patterns? Who is the champion?" But I also mentioned in advance that my wind demon song, it can only work on one person at a time. Okay, who among you will come first now? The masters below. After hearing Elder Wu finish the content of the first level, everyone took a cold breath. After all, the ceiling magic song can not only confuse people's minds, difficult to sustain oneself, it can also trap normal practitioners in it, like getting drunk. I estimate it's hard to distinguish between east, west, north, and south. In this situation, it is necessary to carve something. This is not something that ordinary people can achieve. Not to mention, this array is only the size of a palm. The most crucial thing is whether this array disk is a Samsung blank disk or not. A little carelessness can easily make it fragmented. So, this level, it's not just about being higher than someone else's star scale. However, Zhang Xian heard others discussing it. The mentioned sorcerer and sculptor. I couldn't help but furrow my brow, and showed a puzzled expression. Just the young master Ruohuan on the side. Seeing Zhang Xian's expression, I knew the other party had never even heard of a magic sound master. Thinking of myself as one of the 4 proud young masters, as a 4-star renowned teacher, I actually want to compete with a 2-star famous teacher. Thinking about it makes me feel depressed. Then a smile appeared. Tell Zhang Xian that you are teacher Zhang, right? Although you made us wait for almost 10 days, but you are also a guest who came from afar. How about this? You should take the assessment first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I quickly shook my head in response to bidding farewell politely. You should do it. I'll take a look first and then talk about it. Jun Ruohuan heard the other person say to take a look first. Just laugh and say, do you think so? The 5 elders are now full of energy. Strength should be the strongest. The first one on it, equivalent to the first person to eat crab. The attacks received were also the most intense, right? If you're worried about these things causing you to be late, then that means there is already a flaw in your mindset. I still want to achieve good grades. Are you kidding? After finishing speaking, he came to the table, picked up a blank array disc, once again mocking, since you are afraid and fearful, then let me do it first. However, just as Jun Ruohuan was about to continue moving forward, a voice came from behind saying, don't curse too hard, Ruohuan Gongzi. In my opinion, let me do it first. Jun Ruohuan heard the words, raise your eyebrows. I turned my head and looked over. The person who came is Fu Xiaochen. Just snort coldly. What's wrong? Are you going to argue with me? At this moment, I saw Fu Chenxiao calmly respond and argue with you. I think you're overthinking it. With the strength of Elder Wu, whether it's the first person to go up, it's still the second one. Even 5th, 6th, influenced by the ceiling magic song, they must all be the same. This has no impact on the sorting order. Therefore, don't even think about using tactics against others. Come to me later. For whom do both sides go up first? They began to argue without giving in to each other. However, just as they were about to compete, whoever wins gets the hand first. Just heard a ding-dong sound. The two of them turned their heads and looked around. Suddenly, his face turned pale with iron, because Feng Mashang is already standing in front of Elder 5. Be ready to start any time. 2 people saw the situation. I know there's nothing to argue about now. So they each waved their big hands, returned to the original position. However, at this moment, Elder Wu was seen stroking the strings of the musical instrument. A music that goes straight to the soul. Like a tide rushing towards Feng, unfamiliar with him. Just Zhang Xian heard this music on the side. I didn't find anything unusual. I am very puzzled in my heart. Why do others say it so terrifyingly? But when he saw Feng unfamiliar, I just remembered what Elder Wu said. This magic sound is only effective for one person. After all, Feng Mingran, as the pinnacle teacher of Samsung, is unfamiliar. His mood scale has long exceeded 11.0. But even so, the moment he heard the music playing, he's also sweating profusely. It seems like I can't hold on any longer. However, at this time, although Feng Mashang was a local supervisor, even pale complexion. But I still saw him pull out a carving knife from his hand. Immediately afterwards, we began to depict from the array disc, and Zhang Xian saw the scene. Suddenly thought of. Dancers use their martial arts skills and formations to set up formations. All can lead to books on the way of heaven. So now this demon sound master is using demon sounds. It should also be possible, right? Think of this. Contemplate the lifelong flaws in one's heart. Sure enough, a book appeared before my eyes. I will soon provide the personal information of Elder Wu in front of me, and all the shortcomings related to the sealing magic song are in my mind. After understanding these, Zhang Xian smiled meaningfully. Although the sealing magic song looks very scary, but knowing its drawbacks, it's not difficult to crack it. So Zhang Xian had a bold idea. However, a few minutes passed. Feng Mashang, who is currently undergoing assessment here. I also submitted the array disc up. After being quickly counted by the elders, Feng Mashang's achievements were revealed. A total of 432 paintings were carved. Each knife is equally light and heavy. The renowned teacher below immediately exploded upon hearing the results. After all, it can be included in the sealing song without elder, not being confused by the mind. It's already very difficult. Not to mention being able to carve strokes on Samsung keyboards, and in less than 3 minutes, more than 400 strokes can still be engraved. Truly a genius teacher. And the few people who participated in the selection competition saw this result, also with a furrowed brow. This number has also put great pressure on them. However, the 5 elders did not wait for everyone to be shocked. Let's start having the second person come up. Soon Fu Xiaochen will go up. 3 minutes later, the grades are not bad either. There are 427, but it's still 5 less than Feng Mashang. Next up is this woman named Luo Shi. The degree of coming from other royal cities. After the two of them finished the exam, their scores also exceeded 410. At this moment, it's also the turn of young Master Ruowan to go up. The results will also be released soon. Surprisingly, there are 431 strokes, less than Feng Mashang. At this moment, everyone showed a face full of disbelief, because Jun Ruowan's portrayal of the speed earlier was extremely fast. Operate with ease and flow. How could it be that there isn't as much Feng Mashang yet? Even the renowned teacher in charge of inspecting the array disc, he also had a puzzled expression on his face. So I also checked it several times repeatedly. The result is still 431. Just everyone looked at the weak and cheerful young master beside them. At this moment, not only did he not feel defeated, on the contrary, it still carries a faint smile. This scene left the famous teachers below dumbfounded. What's going on here? Doesn't he care about winning or losing? However, just as everyone was puzzled, but I only saw young Master Ruowan coming to Zhang Xian with a smile on her face. Tell him to finish reading, right? It's your turn now. Only then did everyone realize that there was another Zhang Shi. They were discussing without going up. He is highly recommended by Master Su Shi. There must be some skills. And the renowned teacher next to him retorted upon hearing this. Just a little hair. What abilities can he have? I'm worried that this guy won't be able to persist up there, falling down after playing a song. It won't be his face that will be lost then. That's embarrassing for Su Shi and Ling Shi. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian, I'm too lazy to pay attention to the young Master Ruowan who wants to see a joke. Just lift your foot and walk forward. Quickly arrived at the table. Pick up the array plate. After pondering for a moment, he scratched his head. I looked at the elder with some embarrassment. Excuse me for asking. Excuse me? Can I fix this array? Elder Wu was momentarily stunned upon hearing these words. Later on, he responded that as long as it's convenient for you to depict it. How is it convenient for you to come? After receiving recognition from the other party, Zhang Xian threw the formation disc onto the wall 3 or 4 meters away. Fix it, then proceed. Zhang Xian said to the elder beside her. I'm ready here. You can start any time. However, at this moment, the famous teachers who were watching the excitement were all dumbfounded when they saw this. What does this guy want? Isn't it to depict? Is his hand long enough on the city wall? Can a carving knife carve it? Is it my blindness or is this guy crazy? And on the side, there are 2 young masters, Ruowan and Fu Xiaochen. After a glance at each other, he also looked confused. Keyboard characterization. It's not necessary to put it in your hand to use strength. Would it be more convenient? He smashed it directly onto the wall. Do you think you can't compare to everyone else? Intentionally doing it. Elder Wu here heard the other party say they are ready. I couldn't help but twitch my lips. I just said with a puzzled expression, you should know. For the sake of fairness, you can only stand in this position now. Cannot get close to the wall. Elder Wu just finished speaking. Just heard the other party respond that he knew. At this moment, Elder Wu couldn't help but feel puzzled in his heart. Just asked, since you know, then this carving knife can't reach it either. How do you want to carve it? However, when Zhang Xian heard the other party ask such a question, flipped through casually. Just take out a long gun that is 3 meters long. I replied that I don't need this. No need for a carving knife. The hall master, Su Shi, and spiritual master on the side saw Zimu. I almost fainted. Lord Kong immediately looked at the two of them, thinking to myself, I'll throw this guy over. Is it funny? Depicting with a long spear. Su Shi and Ling Shi were also scared to the point where they were about to cry. I didn't expect to work hard to help him secure a spot, but he was desperately trying to die. This guy. Can we do something that normal people do? And at this moment, Zhang Xian, ignoring the shock and ridicule of the crowd, holding a long spear, he looked up at Elder Wu. Let's get started. However, Lao Wu saw that the other party insisted on doing so. Be forced to give up. Immediately, lightly flick your fingers on the guqin. The wind demon song resounds again. Zhang Xian immediately felt it on her end as well. A violent aura. It surged straight towards him. The enchanting sounds constantly stimulated his soul. It seems like he's about to tear his head apart. Zhang Xian knows that if she continues to carry on like this, if you don't make it, you'll really be driven crazy. So my spirit trembled. Heart calm scale immediately starts running. Then I felt. The feeling of being torn apart just now was beautiful. Then he looked at Elder Wu beside him. Only then did I realize that the other party's music had not stopped. Only then did he realize. The other party's crazy song is currently ineffective for oneself. Think of this. Just wave the long spear in your hand, stabbing towards the white and white on the wall. As Zhang Xian's speed increases, the sound of the collision between the tip of the gun and the keyboard is getting faster and faster. Although the sound is not loud, but it sounds like a bell ringing, resound through people's hearts. However, Elder Wu heard the voice made by the other party. I couldn't help but pause for a moment. Immediately, the sound of the qin echoed like clouds in flowing water again. It takes less than 2 breaths. Elder Wu seems to have noticed something is wrong. I couldn't help but stop for the first time. It can be said to be a coincidence. But why would it stop now? The sound of the 2 gun tips colliding with the shot plate. They all happen to want to get a new voice from Crazy Demon. At the end of the sanitation rescue sound, this not only disrupts the normal tone, even his true chi was disturbed by the other party. It has also become somewhat mixed up. However, just now Elder Wu made 2 attempts to, while still searching for the problem. The sound made by Zhang Xian suddenly accelerated. At this moment, Elder Wu heard. The collision with the other party doesn't seem like noise at all. More like music. Every time. Still echoing in the most awkward part of the ceiling magic song. Think of this. Elder Wu was surprised in his heart. I found out that this guy is not knocking randomly, but I want to confront him head on. So when I got angry in my heart, I roared and made a small noise. Alien insects in the mortal world. How dare you make trouble in front of me? Later, Elder Wu's eyes widened, accompanied by a loud bang. An astonishing surge of breath from the inside out all over the body. A table with a guqin in front of it instantly exploded while the guqin also flew out together, and the elder with quick eyes and hands waved his large hand. Just hold the qin back in front of you and continue playing music. But even so, the voice from Zhang Xian's side still hasn't stopped. The night even became louder and louder. An attack came like a river. Give people a strong sense of oppression. However, at this moment, Lao Wu's face turned pale as he exerted all his strength, but the speed of playing the qin didn't stop at all. At the same time, he was also stepping on the yao qin. Bagua walked non-stop on stage. We also activated a special formation. In coordination with the music of the qin, the ceiling magic song instantly doubles its attack power. This pervert in front of me. I finally managed to tie for second place in the exam. The other party did not speak of martial arts ethics. He forcefully pushed him to third place. But our perverts. Can you really let the other person act like a demon in front of you? Just now, Zhang Xuanhui's long spear was rapidly striking in his hand, the shock not far away. The bursts of sound emitted make the 5 elders in front of me feel like they have been attacked by a fierce beast, causing abnormal disorder of true qi in the body. So his whole body gathered again, really using Yaoqin Bagua steps, playing music while wandering around. This footwork is combined with the madness song. A special formation was formed, can instantly double the power of the magic song. But the famous teachers exploded when they saw this scene, because nobody knows. Why did Elder Wu suddenly go crazy? However, at this moment in the crowd, an elder looked at old Wu in front of him. I couldn't help but furrow my brow and say he's not crazy. But instead, they used the Yaoqin Bagua step. How could Lao Wu use this move in assessments? The old man sitting beside heard the other say so. With a puzzled expression, he asked what was going on. The elder explained in classical Chinese that this is Lao Wu's strongest attack method. Do you remember the disaster of the 7 swords kill back then? Listen to what the other person said. The old man nodded and responded, of course I remember. This has been known as Wanlian City for 100 years. the most terrifying calamity. I remember that Zhao, the leader of the alliance, sent countless experts at that time. Everyone is helpless. Finally, I sought help from Mingshi Hall. It's you and Lao Wu working together. We have just resolved this matter. Later, the old man recalled the 7 swords of fire from back then. That was a vicious incident in Wanlian City. The murderer takes action every time. They will leave 7 holes in the deceased's body. No matter how strong one is. Even the fourfold mirror of Huafan is a 7-sword 1 kill. Killed more than 10 powerful individuals in the 4th level of the Huafan series in a row. Afterwards, it caused panic throughout the entire alliance. Finally, the leader of the Zhao alliance personally led his own people to surround and arrest. As a result, the other party managed to escape. In the end, I had no choice but to seek help from Mingshi Hall. I remember at that time, Lord Kong had not yet succeeded. Lao Wu and the elder in front of him. It was sent out by the previous hall master to carry out a mission. At that time, apart from the 2 of them, there are dozens of other Huafan 4 Chongqing powerhouses together. Only then can we surround and kill it. It's just that this matter has caused too much commotion. Make people feel scared to talk about it. Many elderly people are unwilling to bring up this matter. But why did this old boss suddenly bring up this matter today? At this moment, the elder explained with a solemn expression. I remember meeting the 7 swords kill on a narrow road back then. The strength of the other party. Compared to the current Lord Kong, he is not weak at all. If Elder Wu hadn't used Yaoqin Bagua Pu, conduct sonic attacks on him, if it disturbs his mind, just based on our strength, it's almost impossible to keep the other party. Listen here. The old man seems to understand something. My face immediately turned pale, my body trembled involuntarily. This 7-sword kill is a peerless figure comparable to the Hall Master. This kind of character can be uncooperative by Yaoqin Bagua. Trapped under the spell of magic. Can the young man on the other side still bear it? If you can't bear it anymore, isn't he going to be killed on the spot? What's wrong with this old Wu? How could someone use such a tactic against a younger generation? The elder also had a strange expression on his face at this moment. The response said, I don't know either. Just how do I feel? Although Lao Wu used this trick, but at this moment, not only did he not take advantage, on the contrary, it is still at a disadvantage. The old man was stunned when he heard this. Then he looked up at the stage. At this moment, I saw not only steam rising from old Wu's head, the breath all over my body keeps boiling. It's like being just thrown into a pot and boiled. Although it looks steady and steady, there is a slight pause. Just spitting out a mouthful of blood with every step taken, like being constantly hit on the chest with a giant hammer. He meows me. What exactly happened here? However, the elder seemed to have understood something at this moment. With a slight tremble in his voice, he said yes. This zombie is here. The sound of him typing on the keyboard with a long spear. This may sound messy and disorganized. Just every time, they all hit the weakest link in Lao Wu's crazy song. This only stirred up the true qi in his body, causing injury. The old man was stunned again when he heard this, and I threw it away. Can it still be like this? But the other party is just a little guy who has gone through all the complexities. He just used a gun to carve on the vibrating plate. This will make Lao Wu, the 4-star magic sound master, forcefully shaken to the point of spitting blood. Is this true? However, Lord Kong, who saw this tomb in his eyes, suddenly thought of something. My face turned pale instantly. I just lost my voice and shouted, this is a broken sound. Elder Lin and Elder Su, listen to these words. I couldn't help but look at the hall master. What does this mean? This is what Lord Kong slowly explained. This is a senior voice engineer. Methods to deal with low-level demon sound masters, like the crushing of dancers. Using sound to attack the weak points in the opponent's sound waves, causing confusion in the other party's true qi, make it seriously injured. After listening to the explanation, Su Shi, with an anxious expression, he shouted, Nana, please hurry up and rescue Zhang Shi, Lord. He is highly likely to represent our renowned teacher hall. Participate in this famous teacher competition. Don't let anything happen to him. Seeing the other party so anxious, the hall master couldn't help but exclaim at this moment, this guy can't do anything wrong. What should be worried about instead is Lao Wu. You see, he can hardly hold on anymore. At this moment, the two of them looked up at the stage. I found old Wu holding a chain, spitting blood while walking. However, a few people on the side. I saw Elder Wu smoking from the top of his head. While playing the qin, he kept wandering aimlessly. I find it very unbelievable. When they were taking the exam just now, Elder Wu just sat there calmly, playing the qin. They can't take it anymore. Now wander around the 8 trigram step. This power is even more astonishing. Why hasn't this guy done anything yet? Still using a long spear to stab around there. Is he really portraying the formation? At this moment, among the few people, Fu Shaochen suddenly thought of something. I couldn't help but say, take a look. Elder Wu's expression is quite unusual. I guess this guy named Zhang Xian I must have received some strange music. By tapping the keyboard, I was able to suppress the curse song. Otherwise, without an elder, this wouldn't be possible. But when the young Master Ruohuan next to him heard it, he snorted coldly. Even if he can restrain the elder's curse song. So what? This assessment is based on the mood scale. The standard for inspection is after the completion of the song. The number of patterns and graphics depicted on the shock plate. He used the vibrating plate as a drum to knock on this second-hand product. Even if you knock it well, it's a waste of effort. A few people were stunned when they heard this. Immediately agreed with the other party's statement. At this moment, if Prince Huan waved his big hand, you can rest assured once again. I see the second-hand long gun, stabbing randomly on the formation plate. There are no rules or regulations. Intentionally opposing Elder Wu. It must cause a storm throughout the city. It looks very impressive. Actually, it's just a show to attract attention. However, Elder Wu on stage. I finally finished the sealing magic song. At this moment, I saw his face pale like a dead person. Stand there and move. And Zhang Xian here. My gaze never left the nearby array, continuously waving the long gun in his hand and striking it, until the last syllable was struck. I just breathed a sigh of relief, so I just shifted my gaze. But this turn of the head, I saw a face as white as a ghost on my own. I was suddenly startled behind me. His instinctive reaction made him quickly turn his back. I threw the long gun in my hand. However, Elder Wu, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, heard the commotion. But I haven't realized yet. He was thrown over with a long gun, immediately flew several meters away and stuck on the wall. This scene caused everyone in the room to explode. The famous teachers and elders have gone crazy. Even if they were killed, they couldn't believe it. As an evaluator, Lao Wu will be beaten like this. And standing still, Zhang Xian. At this moment, I only realized when I heard the screams of everyone. Then he looked at the old man on the wall. I just recognized that it was Elder Wu from earlier. So he hurriedly ran over. Tell the other party about the diagnosis. It's Elder Wu, are you? I really didn't mean to. Are you alright? However, at this moment, Lao Wu was completely foolish. But as an elder, you can't go to trouble a contestant, can you? So he waved his hand. I told Zhang Xian that it's okay. But I can't blame you. Later, the array disc was removed. Handed it to the civil authority responsible for inspection on the side. The result will be out soon. Zhang Xian also carved 431 strokes. The quantity is the same as that of young Master Ruohuan. After hearing the results, everyone was once again shocked. After all, everyone thought, Zhang Xian is just messing around, holding a long gun. How is it possible to carve strokes on it? But now I never dreamed that he would not only carve it out, also engraved 431 paintings. Subsequently, just when everyone thought it was unbelievable, Master Kong arrived at the table where the town hall was placed. I carefully reviewed it once. The results of the first level have been announced. First place won by Feng Nanran 432 painting. Zhang Xian and Jun Ruohuan are both in second place. Fu Xiaochen third. After announcing the results, Master Kong, that's all for now. Now proceed to the second round of assessment. But I haven't finished speaking yet. I heard someone say that the hall master. I think there's something wrong with the grades just now. Search for reputation. I saw that young Master Ruohuan had a smile on his face. Come over here. Continuing, I remember Elder Wu once said before the assessment. Who can be disturbed by the sealing magic song? The most intricate and detailed patterns are depicted. Who is the champion? I don't know if I remember, right? Upon hearing this, Lao Wu responded, that's right. In truth, if Prince Huan receives confirmation from the other party, just keep saying that's the case. So what you just checked was only on the strokes. I did not carefully observe the meaning behind the strokes. Everyone is puzzled. Ruohuan Gongzi walked straight to the table. Pick up the formation card you have carved for yourself. Immediately after, a bell rang. A huge peony flower appeared in front of everyone, surrounded by spiritual energy, blossoming in clusters. Everyone present exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the situation. Surprisingly, in such a situation that affects the mind, can also carve metal flower bones. Even Lord Kong beside him was dumbfounded. Soon after, accompanied by praise from everyone, Lord Kong also came to the front again. After confirming the artwork, after discussing with several elders, just re-announced the ranking of the results. After the retreat for business discussion. First place, Lady Ruohuan. Feng Mashine. Second place, Zhang Xian third. However, if Prince Huan sees himself getting first place, just confidently show a smile. Looking at Zhang Xian not far away, he said, Teacher Zhang. Excuse me? It seems like we can't come in second place alongside you. Zhang Xian, who was standing aside, didn't expect it. This will also be ridiculed by others. I feel helpless in my heart. Later, I looked towards Lord Kong. How many strokes are there besides this? Who can carve it more delicately? Your grades will be better. Is that how it is? Master Kong heard the other party ask such a question. First, I was taken aback. Then he nodded and responded, saying that you were right. In truth, get recognition from the other party. Zhang Xian walked up to the table. As soon as his face darkened, he shouted loudly. It's been half a day now. What are you still installing here? Hurry up and get up to work for me. This pervert in front of me. Today, it's abnormal again. Sample assessment. They expend their strength. And what he expended was his life. The key is someone else's life. And it's only a few hundred people. Just now, after Zhang Xian heard that Lord Kong announced the results again, I couldn't help but ask the Hall Master, is it just a matter of carving more delicately? Your grades will be better. Get recognition from the other party. Zhang Xian strode towards the table. As soon as his face darkened, he angrily rebuked. It's been half a day now. What are you installing here? Hurry up and get up to work for me. However, as soon as Zhang Xian finished speaking, I saw the shaking disc he had just carved on the desktop suddenly shake a bit. Immediately after, a bell-like sound resounded throughout the entire venue. So at the same time, the spiritual energy around was immediately crazily extracted, gather into a huge vortex. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. Eyes are bigger than Mantu. Who would dare to think that the other party is just a 2-star renowned teacher? Surprisingly, it's a 4-star magic soundmaster. When using the ultimate magic weapon, none of them are affected. You can also use a long spear to strike the shock plate and injure the opponent. It's better now. Not only can you use a long spear to carve strokes on the array plate, it can also carve a 4-star formation from a 3-star disc, disregarding the consensus of peers. But even so, it's just that. Now this pervert. Surprisingly, the engraved array is still spiritual. I lost it. What level of understanding should this match reach? Only then can we achieve this. Is this guy really just a 2-star teacher? However, just now the young Master Rule 1, who still had a haughty expression on his face. At this moment, my whole body involuntarily trembled. It looks like it's going crazy. After all, he thought he relied on his Wujin paintings. Can hang everyone, especially for the newly arrived Zhang Xian. Know what it means to have someone outside of you. Just finished bragging in front of him. They immediately created a spiritual stirring formation. What a quick, accurate, and ruthless blow to this face. However, the Lord Kong on the side. At this moment, I also feel like I've lost all my face. Last second, I missed out on one of their Wujin paintings. I had no choice but to change my ranking results. I can't even see the spiritual array now. Think of this. Lord Kong dare not continue to entangle. I'm afraid these perverts are up to something. So the results were announced again. Zhang Xian, who ranked first in the first round of assessment, received 6 points. The second place average is 5 points. And so on. After finishing speaking, continue to announce until. So let's start the second level of cultivation test now. You should know that as a renowned teacher, cultivation is crucial. Famous teachers claim to be invincible at the same level. Not only can one see the flaws of others, more importantly, one's own cultivation should also be very broad. Only with strength can one be full and powerful. This level is suppressed and cultivated by Bai Changlao. Fight with the contestants. Under the same cultivation level, as long as the number of rounds persists, the person with the most wins. Soon after the introduction by Lord Kong, Mr. Bai Chan walked up. Let the prepared people come up. At this moment, I saw Father Shaochen take a step forward and say, let me come first. So shortly after entering the battle room, the two of them, everyone saw it on the wall outside the room. From the beginning, the numbers were changing and jumping. Several dozen breaths have passed. Until I jumped to 31, I remained still and didn't move forward. Then I saw, Fu Shaochen walked out of the room in a disheveled state. But there was an excited light in his eyes. At this moment, if Prince Wan sees the other party coming out, just advanced into the room. Soon after, a series of numbers appeared jumping around. Just as everyone was discussing, when it comes to the grades of this 4-star renowned teacher, the number on the wall jumped to 30 and then stopped. Soon, young Master Ruohuan, he walked out of the room with a bitter smile on his face, thinking that Bifu Shaochen is missing one move. I am also very emotional, disappointed because he never expected it. I actually lost to the other party. But he did give it his all in this round. Even if I try to come up with another move, I can't hold on. So at this moment, he can only accept it. However, Feng Mingran was standing aside. I was very surprised to see the results of the two people in front of me. I took a deep breath and slowly walked in. The results will be out soon as well. Freeze at 28 moves. Later, Du Hu also had 28 moves. As for Luo Shi, it's a bit worse. After all, she is a woman. Judge Yao suffered some physical losses. I only persisted until 24 and then stopped. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Zhang Xian. With the unexpected outcome of the previous level, Everyone is looking forward to it very much. What kind of performance can he still make? Is it still the brightest kid in this village? So Zhang Xian looked at everyone with hopeful eyes, walked into the room. At this moment, Lord Kong also wanted to spoil the plot. Just turned around and looked at Su Shi, who knew Zhang Xian better, on the side. Do you know how many moves he can hold on to? However, Su Shi heard the other party ask such a question. After hesitating for a moment, I just responded that I don't know either. I'm just aware of Elder Bai's strength. If he suppresses to the peak of Huafan, even if the opponent is a mid-level powerhouse in the second tier, it can be easily killed. So I'm afraid Zhang Shi won't be able to hold on for long. Lord Kong thinks so too. After all, Zhang Xian is in his eyes, breaking through 3 major levels consecutively in just 20 days. I must be very submissive in the control of weapons or power. So the master thinks. This level. Zhang Xian's ability to hold on to 10 levels is already his ceiling. But while a few people were discussing, the numbers started jumping on the wall outside the room. It's just strange that. Why doesn't it change again after 1? This made everyone unable to resist guessing the situation inside. Some even believe that this is an observation formation problem. However, the weakness on the side. Huan Gongzi and Fu Shaochen have been worried all along. What will this guy do in this level? But now when I see a move, it stops. A smile immediately appeared on both of their faces. Thus, they don't have to worry about this pervert anymore. Subsequently, they both began to mock Zhang Xian with great enthusiasm. Not even as good as a woman. This kind of strength also came to participate in the competition. Just Lord Kong and Su Shi, a few people. Seeing the number in front of me that stops moving, I couldn't help but glance at each other. Afterwards, he froze in place and stared blankly. After all, they never expected it no matter what they thought. Zhang Xian, this guy. I always like to make something in my daily life. Unexpected events. But I didn't expect this result to be really surprising. However, since the results of Tang's opinion have been released, we will start announcing the results of the second level. But I haven't waited for the hall master to finish speaking yet. I heard the sound of the door opening. Follow the reputation. I saw the scene in front of me, Lord Kong. I was so scared that even my eyeballs were about to fall off. Just haven't waited for everyone to react yet. Immediately after, I heard the hall master shout, I'm lost. Time back to 2 minutes ago. At this moment, Zhang Xian had just entered the room. I saw the weapon rack by the wall, filled with a variety of weapons that are readily available. Later, Elder Bai was seen standing in the middle. With a calm expression, he said to Zhang Xian, choose any weapon you are best at. Can you hear the other person say that? Zhang Xian shook her head in response, saying that weapons can easily injure people. Let's forget it. Bai Changlau's face darkened as he spoke in classical Chinese. I'm already so angry that I can't speak. I thought to myself, he's such a stinky kid who doesn't know the height of the earth. How dare you underestimate me? Not long after, I just responded coldly, since you chose not to use it, then don't blame my subordinates for not showing mercy. Immediately after, the body swayed. Just cultivate oneself. Reaching the same level of cultivation as Zhang Xian. Later, he said to Zhang Xian that he could do it now. So, you should take action. Just Elder Bai just finished speaking. I thought the other party would attack immediately. Can you play a few more moves? Unexpectedly, this guy let the elder take action first. This made him so angry that his eyelids twitched. So after he suppressed the anger in his heart, one kick on the calf. Her body instantly transformed into a disabled woman. Less than one breath. Coming to Zhang Xian from a distance of 20 meters. At the same time, angrily shout and lie down for me. With one palm, he chopped it over. But it's right here, Elder Bai. When the palm touches the other person's body, I felt lonely. Because the last second, Zhang Xian was clearly still standing in place. When his palm is less than 2 centimeters away from him, he actually disappeared out of thin air. Elder Bai saw the situation. Suddenly, the pupils contracted. I quickly turned my head to look for the other party's whereabouts. But unexpectedly, he just turned his head. I just saw it. A shoe sole stained with Mitagong appeared in front of me. The next second, my eyes darkened. I was kicked and flew to the wall before stopping. At this moment, I saw the face of the elder. A clear and eye-catching huge shoe print appeared. And at this moment, Elder Bai was completely foolish. Although my cultivation level has been lowered, but all the weapons used just now have reached level 0. This palm instantly changes everything in an instant. A move that even the strongest of triple mirrors find difficult to avoid. But this guy in front of us not only avoided it, he meowed at this moment of breathing. I cracked this trick, and even hit his own doorstep. He meows me. If it weren't for the release of cultivation at the last moment, return to Huafan 4 and reach the peak again. I'm going to die at his feet, aren't I? What's going on when I lose this guy? However, Zhang Xian on this side kicked the other party against the wall. He also approached with a worried expression and showed concern for the elder. Elder Bai heard this stinky kid say that. His face darkened even more unsightly. Immediately afterwards, he snorted coldly. With a sound, he slowly stood up. Adjust the breath on the body. Unexpectedly, the other party said such a sentence at this moment. If I had intended for you to act first, can you stick with a few more moves? I didn't expect you to not withstand a single move. This is too weak, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Bai Changlao spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood, immediately let out a roar and shut up for me. But Zhang Xian heard the other party's roar. Immediately retorted, did you tell me to shut up? Does Bai Changlao still want to compete once? Upon hearing this, Lao Bai. Suddenly, I was so angry that I almost couldn't catch my breath. Immediately afterwards, his face darkened. Just think of this guy's body posture just now. Too weird. The state of transforming oneself into a complex quadruple. He also said he could dodge for a while. But if this were to descend to another level, even if it's 10 more times, I can't dodge this blow either. Think of this. Afraid that the other party will become a demon again. I quickly said, forget it. Let's go out. So the scene just happened. Lord Kong saw the two of them come out. I just realized that I couldn't hold back. A statement was made that I lost. Because at this moment, Elder Bai walked out with his chest covered. There is also a clear and visible protocol on the face. After hearing Lord Kang's exclamation, everyone. And coincidentally, he looked towards the room. At first glance, the entire venue exploded. The clamor of various discussions made the scene chaotic. However, Lord Kong ignored everyone at this moment. But he looked at Elder Bai with a frightened expression on his face. What is your situation? However, we haven't received a response from Elder Bai yet. Zhang Xian approached with an apologetic expression and said, I'm sorry. Master Kong, it's my fault. I should have shown mercy. I just didn't expect Elder Bai, who lowers his cultivation level, to be so weak. I couldn't control my strength for a moment and injured him. This is all my fault. Upon hearing these words, how many people are Lord Kong and Su Shilin? They were all scared and looked bewildered. Hurry up and make a move. Bai Changlao next to me, take a look. I want to hear accurate information from him. Unexpectedly. At this moment, Elder Bai saw the expressions of several people looking over. I nodded helplessly. I responded. A few people were instantly stunned, especially Lord Kong. He just confidently said, Zhang Xian broke through her cultivation too quickly. Impossible to hold on to 10 moves. Little does one think. The person who can't hold on to a move now is not Zhang Xian, but it's old Bai. After being shocked, the hall master slowly spoke up, announced the results of this level. And Zhang Xian has once again become the most beautiful child in this village. Immediately after, Lao Kong. I don't want to continue entangling myself in the matter of Bai Changlao. So it comes to the assessment of spiritual retention in the 3rd level. Starting now. After Zhang Xianwen spoke, he furrowed his brow tightly. What the hell is this 3rd level? The weak and cheerful young master who can be on the side. Excited upon hearing the content. My God. If it weren't for seeing it with my own eyes, I can't believe it at all. This is just an assessment. This pervert. He actually killed the old man's bird in front of him. This scene. It also made hundreds of famous teachers in the audience instantly furious. Just now, Zhang Xian took a second, Elder Bai. After obtaining the 1st place in the 2nd level assessment, Lord Kong announced it. The content of the 3rd assessment is the retention of Lin Ji. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was very puzzled. What does this Lin Ji retention mean? Later, the hall master explained. As an excellent teacher, the most important thing is to open the classroom for teaching and educating students. Normal assessment requires hiding one's real name. Go to another academy to teach for several months. Only then can we determine everyone's teaching skills. Due to the current time constraints, we can only find a faster way. It's for someone who possesses spiritual energy and is skilled in calligraphy and painting. Teaching with Wu. After all, paintings are different from people. They also don't recognize people. So whoever it is, just give a lecture until. The longer the truth stays, the longer it remains. Whoever can win. After introducing these, Lord Kong entrusted the nearby Yun Lao with the responsibility of this level. Because in Wanlian City, he is also the only 4-star peak calligrapher and painter. And in his hands, there is also a picture left by his teacher with 6 seats. Soaring Bird's chart. I'm afraid this is the only one left in Wanlian City. So Yun Lao takes great care of him, never easily show it to others. It's just different today. For the selection competition and several requests from Lord Kongtang, he finally agreed. Use him as an assessment tool for contestants. Yun Laojian, everyone understands the rules. Just took a step forward and said that the competition can start now. So who among you will come up first? As soon as these words are spoken, several contestants looked at each other in pairs. Although they all have some understanding of paintings, just to teach the spiritual intelligence in the painting, no one has experience. However, at this moment, as a 4-star calligrapher and painter, young Master Ruo won. I was planning to go up and say I came first, but suddenly I thought of this guy Zhang Xian. Every time it's at the back. So he turned around and looked at Zhang Xian. Why don't you take over this level, Master Zhang? You see, you've been first in 2 consecutive levels. I'm sure teaching is not easy either. Why don't we take a look? Okay, let's learn it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I didn't think much about it either, just nod directly. But if Prince Huan heard the other party's response so quickly, instead, I was startled. How did I just agree to lose it? Zhang Xian saw the other party's shocked expression on their face. I'm too lazy to pay attention, just walked straight up. Then let me do it first, said Yun Lao. It's just that the person Yun saw coming up is this pervert. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. After all, he saw both levels in his eyes. 2 old men almost burned him out. So this guy is also the artist he's most worried about. Secretly praying in my heart, don't make this pervert out. What kind of moth? Then he said to Zhang Xian, I will activate my transformation later. Let birds soar. What about you? Just give the lecture directly. As for what to say, you decide for yourself. As long as it can activate spiritual energy, it's fine. At that time, it will be based on the duration of spiritual stagnation. What is the ranking that can be obtained by sorting? It depends on whether the content you teach can gather spiritual energy. Seeing Zhang Xian nod in response, Yun Lao won't say much anymore. Gently brush the calligraphy and painting with your hand. As a sound rang out, the bird in the painting flies out. Zhang Xian saw the painted face in front of her. After hesitating for a moment, a decision was made. Since the other party is a calligrapher or painter, let's talk about calligraphy and painting. So I collected the calligraphy and painting materials previously. I took it out of the library. Then I started studying the calligraphy and painting on the desktop. A continuous stream of lectures began. However, Lord Kong, who was standing beside, listened for a while. He was also shocked all over his face. Although Zhang Xian's explanation was very simple. However, it directly points to the path of calligraphy and painting, from shallow to deep. It makes people feel invigorated even after listening to it. Subsequently, several people also began to discuss Zhang Xian's lectures. How long can he sustain Jiling in calligraphy and painting? During this period, Yun Lao was also mentioned. As a 4-star peak calligrapher and painter, it can only last for 13 minutes. And if Lord Ruo won, this 4-star junior calligrapher and painter, probably around 10 minutes. So they speculate. Zhang Xian will not exceed 8 minutes at most. However, it has only been less than 3 minutes. Jiling started shaking. The ringtone is also getting lower and lower. It looks like it's about to dissipate. Everyone frowned at the sight, because even if it's not subject to cleansmanship, it can also last for about 2 minutes. Now Zhang Xian's strength is so high, why is it gone in 3 minutes? And the weak and cheerful young master beside him was extremely happy when he saw this. I thought Zhang Xian might have any other means. Dare to be the first to take the exam. I didn't expect it to be a continuous 5-minute event. 5 scumbags who can't even hold on to the battle. Without experience, I dare to pretend to be garlic, should have suffered losses. As a result, the first place is none other than mine. Think of this. If young Master Huan couldn't help but burst into laughter. And Yun Lao only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the situation. After all, the 2 old men in front, being made so miserable by Zhang Xian, he was so worried that the chrysanthemum would enter a tightly closed state. So I waited for Jiling to disappear. But after waiting, I suddenly realized something was wrong. If Lin Ji dissipates, it shouldn't last much longer than a few breaths, right? We've been here for a minute now. It hasn't dispersed yet. Another 5 minutes passed quickly. At this moment, Zhang Xian was still standing in front of calligraphy and painting, giving a lecture. And Jiling not only did not disperse, instead, it is becoming more and more vibrant. Just the more you wait, the more anxious Yun Lao becomes. Seeing the Lingji in front of me, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Immediately after, the whole person felt like they were stupid, staring blankly at the Lingji above. However, the independent speaker on the side hasn't dispersed after such a long time. Seeing Yun Lao's expression again, I can't help but wonder in my heart. Go up and ask him what happened. At this moment, standing there in a daze, Yun Lao was shouted by the hallmaster. I just recovered. Later, he responded that there was nothing wrong. Suddenly thought of something I didn't quite believe. It was only after their communication that they learned. Lin Ji is one of the 6 classics of calligraphy and painting, works that require a 5-star calligrapher and painter to create. However, what Yun Lao just realized was impossible. The Lin Ji in front of me doesn't look like he's scattered now. It's more like Lin Ji breaking through his troubles with true charm. 6 realm works should reach the 7th realm of breaking through annoyance. We need a 6-star calligrapher and painter. Only after modifying the artwork can it be done. He's just giving a lecture. How is that possible? So both of them were shocked by this. His face was also full of disbelief. But the Lin Ji in front of us is indeed trying to turn emptiness into reality. See this. Li Yun suddenly remembered that there was once a 6-star calligrapher and painter. It's about turning the cranes in the painting from virtual to real. Then one person and one crane galloped through the clouds. That's precisely why. Only then did the legend of the immortal stepping on the crane leave behind. Master Kokong heard the other party say so. Suddenly thought of something. So he asked, if Zhang Shi really breaks the spirit of calligraphy and painting, the bird that flew out now, will he return to the painting seat? Upon hearing this, Mr. Yun, suddenly stunned. Then he shouted loudly and said it was over. Done, hurry up. Don't let him continue teaching. But that's just one shout. Many birds that were originally flying well, but suddenly it stopped. Then I saw the birds in front of me singing in unison. Pleasant voice filled the entire room. It's like a flock of birds has really arrived. It gives people an indescribable sense of joy. Just after a long cry, these birds simultaneously flashed their wings, soar into the sky, rushing straight towards the door, flying out of the main hall, disappearing from everyone's sight. However, at this moment, Yun Lao, he came to Zhang Xian with a vengeful expression, almost splitting his eyes. I wish I could strangle this second-rate guy in front of me. Where's my bird? Roaring at him. You give me back my bird. Numerous renowned teachers present. Upon hearing Elder Yun's shout, they all coincidentally looked under his crotch. It's quite strange. Teacher Zhang is giving a class. Does it concern you? Someone has realized this matter. Just now, what Elder Yun said about birds. This is not the bird that flew out just now. Everyone heard this. First, I was taken aback. Then I became confused. These birds are just Ganoderma lucidum. Fly away, fly away. Isn't that normal? Only then did someone familiar with it explain. These birds listen to Teacher Zhang's lesson. Like turning into a firebird. If it really flies, that's 6 in a row bird soaring picture. It turned into a blank sheet of paper. This is the treasure of Yun Lao's lifelike vision. This is not only priceless, but also priceless. The most important thing is that there is no second pair in this world, even the entire Wanlian city. It's difficult to find an extra pair of 6 in production. However, just when everyone was in chaos, Zhang Xian said helplessly at this moment, I haven't finished my class yet. These birds were scared by you and flew away. How do you calculate the time for me? The elder almost died of anger when he heard this. This guy who meows has lost all the paintings. Not only does it lack any sense of guilt, surprisingly, he was still thinking about his own assessment. You pervert has a problem with your brain. Is it really just a pervert? Later, he angrily rebuked Dao Swan. What time is it? The birds are gone. What more time do you want me to give you? Kang Tang went forward to persuade Yun Lao based on his statement. Don't be angry. Then he turned his head to look at Zhang Xian and said, Teacher Zhang, can you also say less? This group of birds soaring in the belly is because of these birds. Only then does it have its value. Now flying away is equivalent to protecting and imprisoning. It's only natural for Yun Lao to be in a bad mood now. But Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. I quickly shook my head and said, what the hell? Destruction of treasures. Since the painting is still there, just draw those birds on it again. What's there to be conflicted about? However, the young master Ruohuan standing nearby, how dare you say that when you see the other party? I know the opportunity to step on him has come. So he stepped forward and scolded, drawing it up. That's 6 in a row painting soil. Only 5-star calligraphers and painters can paint it. This is unique in Wanlian City. What you said is quite light. Then he turned around and looked at Lord Kong, saying, Teacher, look at the soaring picture of birds once. The people behind us are also unable to continue the assessment. Force you to look. Should we redo this competition in a different way? Just when Lord Kong was about to say something, the scene before him scared him so much that he almost fainted. And if Prince Wan sees his teacher suddenly behave like this, I also looked in the direction of his gaze. I almost couldn't catch my breath. Just threatened on the spot. However, only then did a few people hoarsely ask, when did this bird come back? And Fu Xiaochen, who witnessed the scene, he also responded to several people with a dull expression. This is not flying back, but it was drawn by Zhang Shigang, and it was still drawn using the technique of left and right dragon swimming. Upon hearing this, Lord Kong and Mr. Yun, among others, I haven't recovered for a long time. This guy actually uses the technique of swimming dragons left and right. Less than 10 breaths. I drew a work of 6 entries, and it's the same. Several people fell into a state of collapse again. Zhang Xian saw everyone standing foolishly. Just go up and ask Lord Kong how he is. It's already drawn. Others can continue with the assessment now. After Yun Lao carefully examined the painting, I found that besides the ink, it hasn't dried completely yet. There are no issues with the entire painting. So Lord Kong asked others to conduct an assessment. The results will be out soon as well. Zhang Xian unsurprisingly won first place. The second place is a female name. It's Luo Ziruohuan. I only got third place. After announcing the completion of the results, let's start the fourth level of understanding cultivation. But this level didn't go so smoothly, because finally someone didn't like Zhang Xian anymore. So besides the competition, this level, it also extends to the final battle of life and death. Today's pervert. How much does his taste really matter? Unexpectedly blamed by 3 old men. He cannot achieve even distribution of rain and dew, but he insists on favoring Lao Hong alone. Just now, Zhang Xian is in the third level. Assessment of Lin Ji's teaching in calligraphy and painting. Not only did it make Lin Jihua lose his sense of right and wrong, but he also left, still on blank paper again. Make a set of 6 pieces and draw it back on top. So this level, Zhang Xian undoubtedly won first place again. However, today's fourth level has also begun. At this moment, I saw Lord Kong still looking for a week. Afterwards, it was introduced. This assessment is to test the participants' understanding of cultivation. Everyone can practice the same secret script within 15 minutes. Who can comprehend more martial arts moves? Whoever wins. However, today's cheat book. It was founded by Hong Changlao, who had been in seclusion for 10 years. It is a set of top-level swordsmanship at level 0. Some old irons may not know. Classification of weapon levels. Here, I will briefly explain the science. The weapons are divided into 5 levels in total. They are respectively beginner and proficient in Xiaochang and Deshang. The highest is perfection and satisfaction. If it were an ordinary weapon, want to learn introductory level in 15 minutes. It's not difficult, it's just the swordsmanship right now. It is a mid-level peak weapon at level 0. I want to do it in such a short time. Understand the entry-level level. There aren't many people in the entire Wanlian city. Therefore, for the 3 or 4 star contestants in front of us, extremely difficult. This is the content of the assessment introduced by Master Kong Tang. Just wanted to invite Hong Chang to retire. When I say a few words for everyone, I shouted for a long time but didn't see any response from the other party, so he looked towards his seat. I just didn't see the other person even after circling around. After looking around for a week, I realized he doesn't know when he has already walked to the door. We're one step away from leaving the Hall of Famous Teachers, so he hurriedly called out to Elder Hong. Don't leave. Where do you want to go? As hundreds of renowned teachers heard Lord Kang's words, I also looked towards the direction of the store door. At this moment, Hong Changlau's face turned red. Just stopped walking. The response said it's okay, I'm just wandering around casually. At this moment, Lord Kong quickly walked up to the elder, pulled him back, and he said, Old Hong, this level is about to begin. Where do you want to go? However, Hong Changlao, who was held back, at this moment, my heart skipped a beat. Originally, he had confidently stated that, be responsible for this test. After seeing the tragic situation of the 3 elders ahead, I regretted it. He really doesn't dare to have any contact with that pervert, afraid of accumulating a lifelong reputation, buried due to an exam. Subsequently, he turned red with a suppressed expression and said to Lao Kong, Master, why don't you take the exam for this level? I think I'll forget about it. Lao Kong saw the situation, knowing the little things in the other person's heart. So he gritted his teeth and gritted his teeth. Took a lot of time, finally convinced the other party. At this moment, Hong Changlao returned to the front of everyone. Just said to everyone, the content and rules of the assessment just now were presented by Mr. Kong Tang. I told you everything. Then let me tell you the order of recent assessments. Let do who come first. The one behind is Luo Shi, Feng Mashang, Fu Xiaochen, Jun Ruowan, and Zhang Shi. After all, we have learned from the lessons of the past. Hong Changlao had to arrange the order specifically. What if that pervert comes up first? What other tricks have you made? This scene is difficult to control. After speaking, Elder Hong walked into the practice room first. The assessment will start soon. Several incense sticks have passed. Du Hu and Luo Shi both wielded 3 swords. Regarding this set of martial arts skills, I also realized the entry-level level. Immediately after, Feng Mashang and Fu Xiaochen have both surpassed the entry-level level, reached the level of mastery. He fully displayed 5 swords. This achievement has received continuous praise from everyone. After the 4 of them finished the exam, everyone cast all their gaze. Everyone gathered around Lord Ruohuan. After all, he himself wielded a sword. In addition, he is also a direct disciple of Lord Kong. So everyone has very high expectations for him. 15 minutes after he entered the practice room, everyone is on the technical wall. I saw these dazzling 6 characters. No one exclaimed in surprise. After all, it can be done in such a short time. You will be able to comprehend the pinnacle of mastery. In Wanlian City, he is already considered one of the geniuses. The genius quickly walked out of the room, Mr. Ruohuan. The gaze of the crowd. At the same time, they also converged on Zhang Xian, who came last on stage. Although everyone thinks that if Lord Huan passes this level, he will lower it. But the first 3 levels, it has already made everyone dare not underestimate it anymore. This pervert's strength has increased. Everyone still has a slightly skeptical attitude towards him. After all, in the first level, the marksmanship demonstrated by Zhang Xian has already been preconceived. Make everyone feel that he is definitely good at marksmanship. So it's difficult to learn swordsmanship in a short period of time now. However, amidst the discussions among the crowd, Zhang Xian also walked into the room. 15 minutes have also passed quickly. It's just puzzling that, according to regulations, it is to showcase the insights gained within 15 minutes. But now it's time too. Why hasn't a single number appeared on the wall? And there was no movement coming from the room either. Even quiet and somewhat frightening, in the eyes of everyone. According to this pervert's urination in the first few levels, even if this move defeats Elder Hong, everyone can also accept it. But now it's motionless like this. Instead, everyone began to worry. Some people even think that, could it be due to Hong Changlau's anger? Kill the pervert to death. Or maybe this pervert killed Elder Hong. And at this moment, we are in the practice room. Actually, since Zhang Xian came in, seeing this book in front of me, the Red Lotus 9 Swords created by Hong Changlao, further search through the Heavenly Dao library. I just discovered that there are over 100 defects in it. After a wave of disgust, just reassemble the swordsmanship, becoming a new Red Lotus 9 Swords. But even so, there are still over 30 defects in this sword manual now. See here, Zhang Xian is about to cry. After all, he has been alive until now. All the skills cultivated are flawless secrets. So he has formed a perfect consciousness. But this book in front of me, there are still over 30 flaws in the technique that he needs to practice. This is indeed a bit difficult for him to swallow. It's just that without cultivation, one cannot pass the level. So he has been struggling like this all along. However, Elder Hong saw Zhang Xian holding a book in front of him, a look of disgust on his face. I was so angry that my face turned pale. You should know this secret book. But it took him 10 years to perfect his swordsmanship. It's not an exaggeration to say that. In Wanlian City, it can be considered one of the best martial arts skills. But just when Hong Changlao was so angry that he was about to explode, Zhang Xian on the other side closed her eyes, clenched one's teeth, like an expression of a brave warrior gone forever. Say forget it. Just die, then die. After finishing the cultivation, there's no need to wake up again. Seeing this scene, Hong Changlao could no longer resist taking a step forward. Just let out a roar. Teacher Zhang, can you explain it clearly to me? What do you mean by doing this? The swordsmanship I created. What are you dissatisfied with? As for making you so disgusting. At this moment, Zhang Xian, who was about to cultivate, heard the other person's roar. I opened my eyes with a puzzled expression and looked at the other person. After hesitating for a moment, I just responded that it's not entirely disgusting. It's just that there are too many errors and loopholes in this technique. So I really don't want to practice. I heard the other person say that. Elder Hong is going crazy. My meowing is not entirely disgusting. This indicates that it is already disgusting enough. There are too many errors and vulnerabilities. I'm avoiding your sister. After cursing in my heart once, only by forcefully suppressing the anger in my heart, afraid of impulsiveness, directly shoot the other person to death on the spot. Then he snorted coldly. Since you said that, could you please point out where the loophole in my swordsmanship lies? And Elder Hong said so. There is an intention to make things difficult for the other party. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xuanjin thought he wanted to give guidance, so he put his hands behind his back. With a majestic posture, he said to him, listen up. My time is limited. Just say it once. Subsequently, a continuous stream of errors in swordsmanship began to emerge. There are dozens of loopholes mentioned. During this period, Hong Changlau's face turned pale and pale at times. Sometimes crazy, sometimes crazy. When I heard the last, Elder Hong immediately performed the student salute, hugging and saying, may I ask Teacher Zhang, is there a perfect method for the sword set? So the two of them started discussing again. After 10 minutes, I saw them also walking out of the room. Only Su Shi and the hallmaster saw that the two were dressed neatly. Smiling face. It doesn't look unpleasant at all. And I was very shocked. Everyone was also curious on their faces. I haven't fought inside for so long. He walked out with a smile on his face. The three elders looked even more confused. Based on their experiences in the previous levels, the Red Elder who came out at this time, it should be embarrassing, right? What kind of situation is this now? Only deal with a few of us, not him. He's meowing, you pervert. Can't we treat everyone equally? This is the curiosity that Lord Kong couldn't help but feel in his heart. Just take a step forward and ask Elder Hong, what's going on between you two? Then I saw Hong Changlao looking at Zhang Xian with admiration on his face. Then he shook his head and responded, "Our mother is fine." So he announced to everyone that the results of this round of competition are out. Ruoshi and Du who blocked 3 swords, both ranked 5th. Feng Mashang and Fu Xiaochen are both 5 swords, tied for 3rd place. And Jun Ruowan's sword 6 is the 2nd place. The 1st place is Teacher Zhang. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. What is the situation? I won 1st place without even making a move. And the weak young master beside him couldn't bear it anymore at this moment. Step forward for treatment. Ask if he understands more swordsmanship than me, then I'll admit it. But now he hasn't even made a move. Why the 1st place? So I don't agree with this ranking. The time for a stick of incense just now. I will comprehend the 9 swords of the Red Lotus. At the pinnacle of mastery, relying solely on swordsmanship. In front of you, Elder. He forcefully blocked up to 6 swords, so I want to ask him about the 1st place. What level of cultivation has he reached? Did you reach the small town without even making a move? Speaking of which, just turn your head and look at Zhang Xian and Qidao not far away. I don't believe you can do it in the time of a stick of incense. Realize this set of weapons in a small town. Unless you compare swords with me now. Using swordsmanship alone can defeat me. Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. Just shake your head and respond immediately. Let's just forget about it. I don't want to bully anyone. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone couldn't help but show a displeased expression. After all, no matter what, the young master they know, Ruowan, is a 4-star renowned teacher. The cultivation has reached Huafan 4, respected super strong figure, and he's also good at wielding swords. So when Zhang Xian spoke up, everyone thinks he's not good at bragging, even makes people feel that he is extremely arrogant. Everyone wants to go up and beat up young Master Ruowan on his behalf. However, upon hearing what the other party said, Master Ruowan, at this moment, his face turned pale and blue with anger. Suppress. After feeling angry in his heart, he scolded and said that it's okay not to compare with me, as long as you dare to admit it. During the time of the incense stick just now, I have comprehended the 9 swords of Red Lotus into a small town. I can voluntarily admit defeat. Never talk nonsense. But everyone thought, when Zhang Xian will brag again. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xian was this pervert. He said he hasn't practiced a single move himself. Don't talk about small towns. I haven't even practiced getting started yet. At this moment, not only did Prince Ruowan and a group of renowned teachers, even Lord Kong and Su Shi were stunned in place. I haven't recovered for a long time. He didn't even practice his Miao move to become the 1st place. How big is this conspiracy? Just that Lord Kong and Hong Chang have known each other for many years. I know he has always been fair and upright as a person. It is impossible to make any favoritism. The matter of private fraud. But Teacher Zhang hasn't even learned. Why is it the 1st? Could it be that Lao Hongshou became a student? So that he can participate in the famous teacher's gift, intentionally releasing water for him. However, at this time, Hong Changlao, many renowned teachers below are whispering to each other. Various discussions. Various speculations. So he shook his head. Tell the truth. No need to guess randomly. I want to take Zhang Xian as my teacher. It's just that he didn't agree. As soon as these words are spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Elder Kahong was shocked by Li Zhongren's absence. Just look at the young Master Ruowan not far away. Speaking of this assessment is an understanding of cultivation. It's also time to watch a stick of incense. You only produced 6 items under my command, but Zhang Shi can guide me. Be my teacher. Even if he hasn't practiced, there shouldn't be any problem ranking 1st now, right? Listen here. If young Master Huan goes crazy directly, he meows me. Where did this pervert come from? How could I despise such a pervert? Master Khan looks at his own students, scared to the point of not being human-like. So I interrupted the topic, quickly announced the final assessment content for the final level. But I haven't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, Zhang Xian shouted out. Today, the pervert came out again to be a demon. Looking at the delicate skin in front of me, a beautiful woman with peach cheeks and a smile. Surprisingly, he said he was neither male nor female. I let go of this and the Kongtang master beside me immediately softened. Just now, after the male lead Zhang Xian won the 4th round of the game, Lord Kong will start announcing the content of level 5. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian shouted loudly that I would abstain from this matter. Upon hearing this, Su Shi quickly asked what was wrong. Zhang Shi, I have passed the first 4 levels. Now it's the last level. Why did you abstain? At this moment, Zhang Xian explained that this selection competition, it's to choose 2 winners to participate in the famous teacher competition, based on my current grades. Whether I participate in the 5th level or not, participating is already the 1st. It's better to abstain directly. Give them some chance. Otherwise, it's not very interesting to always win 1st place. When everyone heard this, I suddenly realized, He has already scored 24 points by winning 4 consecutive levels. Even if you don't participate in the 5th level, you can still get 1 point. This adds up to 25 points. And now the second-ranked weak and cheerful young master only has 18 points. Even if he gets first place in the 5th level, got 6 points. It's only 24 points. At this moment, Lord Kong and Su Shi also understood, so it doesn't matter whether Zhang Xian takes the exam or not now. So he agreed to his abstention. At the same time, the 5th level of the exam also began. If Lord Huan doesn't have any pressure in this situation, take the first place directly. After the assessment is completed, Lord Kong announced that, represented by Zhang Xian and young master Ruowan, the alliance of 10,000 cities, participate in this renowned teacher event. At this moment, Fu Shaoqian walked up to the side. I don't deny Zhang Shi's ability, but if I remember correctly, there are minimum requirements for participating in the famous teacher competition. It seems that a renowned teacher with a rating of at least 3 stars is required to qualify, and Zhang Shi is just a 2-star renowned teacher. The level is displayed here. I'm afraid he really wants to participate. Not even enough qualification review for the 1st level. Kong Tang Master Wen Yan frowned. I know what the other party said is good. When I was thinking about what to do, Su Shi, who was standing beside, said about the assessment just now. Everyone can see it clearly. Zhang Shi is living an extremely relaxed life. Don't even say it's 3-star. Even if you directly apply for a 4-star renowned teacher, it's not an exaggeration. Can you hear Su Shi say that? Fu Shaoqian retorted, you're right. It's not difficult to apply for a 4-star renowned teacher position based on Zhang's abilities, even without the need for re-evaluation. But as we all know, the minimum requirement for a 4-star renowned teacher, it is necessary to have 4 minor professions that have all reached a 4-star level. This may not be that easy. Upon hearing these words, Su Shi paused. I don't know how to respond. After all, he also knows that minor professions are the same as those of masters. It requires a lot of time to accumulate and learn. At this moment, Elder Yun, who was just assessed in the 3rd level, took a step forward. Speaking of Zhang Shi's achievements in calligraphy and painting, definitely achieved over 4 stars. I can apply for this at the calligraphy and painting construction meeting. However, Zhang Xian saw everyone arguing endlessly. Just as I was about to step forward and explain, I saw an apprentice hurriedly walking over. Report that the hall master, Master Han of Shaodong requests to meet. Master Kong was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Ningshi Hall and Shaodong rarely have contact. Moreover, there hasn't been much communication between the two of them. What are you doing here now? Although confused, but still tell the apprentice to come over. Not long after, Lao Kong met with Han Tangju and Gulao. Arriving at the Ningshi Hall, we exchanged a few pleasantries. He looked at the other person with a puzzled expression. Why are you two free to visit Ningshi Hall today? At this moment, Lord Han smiled. The response is that they actually came over this time. It was specially given to Zhang Shi as a 4-star animal trainer badge. Everyone heard this. The whole audience was in an uproar. But just when everyone was shocked, I saw the apprentice rushing over again just now. Report that Zhang, the chairman of the Han High Urban Legal Affairs Union, President Meng of the Labor Union, is involved in this matter, requesting to see Lord Kong again with a puzzled expression on his face. Immediately afterwards, the apprentice was asked to invite the two of them over. I soon saw 2 presidents approaching at the same time. I just asked if I knew about your trip, but I haven't waited for the hall master to finish speaking yet. President Zhang smiled and said, I won't hide it from Lord Kong. I came here this time to find Teacher Zhang. Then he turned his head to look at Zhang Xian beside him. Speaking of Teacher Zhang, last time, I only gave you a 4-star array mage. President, after you leave, I reported the matter to headquarters. Now, you have been granted special permission to become an official 4-star array mage. Upon hearing this, Lao Kong, eyes staring more than Mantu. If everyone were to be foolish, what's wrong with him meowing? Just finished speaking, he doesn't have a minor occupation. Now just send over the professions one by one. But just when everyone is in a mess, the old man next to him clasped his fists and laughed, saying that there was still me. Zhang may not know me. Below is the president of the Wancheng Alliance I Trade Union. Zhang Mingqi came to find you this time. I'm here to give away the 4-star I badge. Since the last time you used the alias Lucheng to break through the difficult wall, solved the congenital muscle weakness of Princess Air. I heard from Lord Han again this time. The situation where you treated their injuries. This medical skill is astonishing. It can be called a miracle. Therefore, I have specially applied for a professional title for you from the headquarters. Everyone was already salivating when they heard this. They can't believe it. The young man in front of us who is under 20 years old. Surprisingly, there is such a great ability. Especially Fu Shaoqian. At this moment, he wished he had hit his head and killed himself. This face caught people off guard. After causing a lot of trouble, the clown turned out to be myself. He meows me. But just when he was secretly grieving, The cabinet elder next to him smiled and said, "It's troublesome for you to enter the ninth-rate profession. We still need to apply to headquarters to determine the level. Look at our treasure appraisal pavilion." I directly gave Teacher Zhang a 5-star appraiser badge. "It's not that troublesome at all." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaochen softened. I fainted directly. However, everyone appeared as if they had never seen the world before, looking at Zhang Xian in front of me, when it's like seeing a monster. So he came out and said, "Other professions can be awarded badges without exception. Why is our teacher's hall not working?" With Zhang Shi's performance, he also has this qualification, even if his current level of self-cultivation is not enough. But I think, also eligible for the status of a 4-star renowned teacher. So let's see how to make a decision on this matter, Lord. Master Kong hesitated for a moment when he heard Yan's words. I said it later. I will apply to the headquarters immediately. I haven't finished speaking yet. Zhang Xian on the side heard their discussion. I also asked the hall master in confusion. Don't be busy for now. I have so many auxiliary professions now. But you can't directly give me the status of a 4-star famous teacher. Is it because my cultivation level is not enough? Immediately after, Zhang Xian saw Lord Kong, nodding and responding that it is indeed true. I sighed and thought it might be for some reason. That's all. I just need to break through directly. Do we still need to go to headquarters to apply for it so troublesome? Just finished speaking, I saw Zhang Xian's eyes close. Immediately after, a powerful aura rose from the body. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. I lost this guy and he suddenly broke through. Is this playing? When did Qi become so simple? Therefore, Zhang Xian stood among over 500 renowned teachers and elders like this, and in front of the leaders and presidents of various professions, jumping directly from a 2-star teacher to a 4-star teacher. Subsequently, Lord Kong went alone with Zhang Xian. I talked to Jun Ruohuan and the other person. This time the famous teacher competition. This is organized by the renowned teacher hall of the Phantom Empire. Those who rank in the top 10 not only receive rewards from top-notch teachers, but also from renowned teachers. You can also go to Hongyuan Famous Teacher Academy, which specializes in training famous teachers. Opportunities for cultivation. This college has extremely rich learning resources. It is a college that all famous teachers aspire to, as long as I can go in and study. So we're not far from a 5-star teacher. I want to rank in the top 10 in this competition. Without the strength of Huafan 4th level or above, it's almost impossible. So Lord Kong plans to. Tomorrow, I will take 2 people to Yin Yang Tan for 2 months of rigorous training. And this Yin Yang Pond. It contains both yin and yang attributes. One side of the bone is icy cold. One side is like a torch. So if you cultivate inside, can better regulate internal strength. Make it easier for people to perceive the realm, so as to achieve the speed of accelerating the improvement of cultivation. Especially for the characteristics of pure yin and pure yang. People with special constitutions are even more helpful. After understanding these, Zhang Xian seems to have an idea in his heart as well. So a few people said goodbye briefly and went back to prepare separately. And Zhang Xian returned to her residence. Tell Zhaoye to set off together tomorrow. Afterwards, I returned to my room. Just took it out. Selling a mid-range snack from the Golden Crown legend earlier. Started practicing. However, on this side of the screen, we arrive at a mansion in Wanlian City. At this moment, only Song Chao and the elders of the sect were seen, talking about the 7th rank Guanyin room in Beijing. After learning about the situation, the elder asked Song Chao to take him to find Zhang Xian. Buy more soul-free golden men in golden coffins. So the 2 of them hurriedly ran their horses to find Zhang Xian. Following the screen, it also returned to Zhang Xian's side. At this point, I saw that his cultivation had reached the level of environmental transformation. Double midterm. Zhang Xian originally thought, a snack can break through to the double peak. I didn't expect to only mention 2 minor levels. It's exhausted. Then I had no choice but to shake my head helplessly and get up to go out. Go to the renowned teacher hall where only 4-star teachers can enter. Library collection. See if there are any techniques that can be collected. I will soon arrive at the library. It took me a whole night, incorporating a triple heavenly Dao technique. I have gathered the 4 levels of witchcraft soul techniques. Then we went to meet up with Lord Kong and the others. Tell the other person only after meeting. I need to bring a student with me to go there. At first, Lord Kong did not agree. After all, I can get 2 spots. Go to Yinyan Lake. It took a lot of effort to win it over. Besides, every time the Yinyang Lake is opened, there are personnel restrictions. It's not like you can go with just a few people if you want to. Can you understand that? Zhang Xian, the student, has a pure silver physique, like seeing a treasure. Because Kong Lao, he knows. This kind of person with a natural constitution is an unparalleled existence. Once fully activated, practice can travel thousands of miles a day. Therefore, I couldn't help but turn my head and look at the young master Ruohuan beside me. Speak to Ruohuan. Give your spot to Zhang Xian's student. I heard the teacher say that. If young Master Huan cried directly, I finally had the opportunity to come out and practice. This pervert, come up with a sentence. The teacher lost me. Does this still make people alive? So when Zhaoya arrived, if Huang Gongzi also goes to Yinyang Lake together, because Zhang Xian still wants to use his persuasive power, ask the other party to let the three of them practice inside. Soon, a few people flew to the Yinyang Lake on horseback beasts. On the way, Zhang Xian also consolidated her recent cultivation. Subsequently, all the exercises along the way will also be performed. All sorted out, although it cannot be used on the animal's back. But in my mind, I also deduced the compiled martial arts skills several times. Not long. Zhang Xian looks like he has made a qualitative leap. Not long after, a few people landed in front of the ice palace in Yinyang Lake. Zhang Xian and the others have just come down. I saw several women walking out of the gate. At this moment, the woman walking ahead said, Master Kong, I've been working hard all the way. The princess has a destiny. Everyone inside, please. Soon, a few people will meet the princess. But the princess saw three people coming from the other side. Furrowed his brow. I scolded Lord Kong and said, what's going on here? The speaker quickly explained that it was like this. Princess Wu, these three young people are all the most outstanding talents. I really can't make a choice, so I brought everything over. I hope Princess Wu can be flexible. Let them all participate in the assessment. The opportunity to marry and enter the Yinyang Lake. Princess Wenlian waved her big hand. What kind of talent do you care about? The rules of my Yinyang Lake. I'm sure the master doesn't need me to say much. If 2 spots are reserved, it's 2. Anyone has arrived. This rule cannot be broken. Zhang Xian saw the situation, just stepped forward and said, is it really impossible to break? You're not a man, are you? The pervert in front of the woman. Surprisingly, this 18-year-old girl. Marry this terrible old man. However, the old man still refused to marry him with a look of disgust on his face. Oh, my God, what exactly is this situation? Just now, the male lead Zhang Xian shouted at Princess Wu, are you neither male nor female? This matter should start from when they first met, because Princess Wu had already informed Lord Kong about this trip. There are rules here. Only 2 people are allowed to enter Yinyang Lake each time. So this time Lao Kong brought 3 young people. They say they are all geniuses. I don't know how to make a choice. So the princess immediately got angry. Lord Kong also knows at this moment, there is no room for maneuver anymore. So I won't say much anymore. After a moment, he asked the princess. I don't know how to assess it. I want them to prepare. Subsequently, through Princess Wu's explanation, everyone just found out. To pass the assessment, we need to be in their ice and fire house. Successfully walked out. And this so-called ice and fire house, it is a unique test for ice workers. Like the Heartstone, after dripping with fresh blood, the spirit will suffer from the torment of ice and fire, as long as it can withstand it, and find a way out within an hour, leaving, even if it passes. Otherwise, if they cannot come out, they will lose their qualifications. After understanding these, Master Kong turned around and told Junruo 1 not to participate anymore. And he heard the command, although there is dissatisfaction in the heart. But the teacher has already made a decision. I had no choice but to nod and agree. Zhang Xian, who can be on the side? At this moment, he looked up at the woman in front of him. Speaking of princess, if all 3 of us participate in the assessment, I don't know if there are any requirements. However, upon hearing someone interject, Princess Wu, suddenly, a displeased expression appeared on his face. Just scold Lord Dao Kong. This is the younger generation you brought with you. Speaking to elders, when will it be a junior's turn to interrupt? Lao Kong was shouted at by the other party. Can't help but look at Zhang Xian man. It's urgent, even though there are only 2 spots available. After all, there is still a chance. Just if it angers the other person. This opportunity is gone. However, Zhang Xian on the side ignored Lao Kang's nervousness. He calmly said, the hitter is my teacher. Being young doesn't necessarily mean being younger. Older people. It's also possible that telling stories to the deaf is a waste of effort. How about this, Princess Wu? Now I'll give you a chance. I personally took action. Can I give you some guidance? To exchange for a spot in the assessment. What do you think? Master Kong heard the words. Black in front of me, almost vomited blood on the spot and died. I secretly thought to myself. I told you on the way here not to speak recklessly. This Princess Wu is not easy to get along with. It's better now. You need to point him out once. He even said it was giving him a chance. I won't say for now. You just got assessed. Becoming a 4-star renowned teacher. Even if you are a 4-star top-notch teacher. I don't have that qualification either. After all, he is a real and powerful person who draws the opposite of the 5 heavens. Both cultivation and insight far exceed those of others. You're a pervert who just broke through to level 2. How dare you speak like that? Are you really not afraid of being killed? However, the princess here heard the other party say so. My eyebrows darkened. A powerful aura immediately gushed out from the body. It instantly sends shivers down one's spine. Then he looked at Zhang Xian with a domineering posture. He scolded me and said, "You need to guide me. It's still giving me a chance, right?" And Zhang Xian, I didn't pay attention to the anger emanating from the other person, just shook his head and responded, "That's right. There is only one chance. You must definitely hold on to it. Otherwise, you won't be able to ask me for guidance in the future." The weak and cheerful young master beside him saw that Zhang Xian's words became more and more outrageous as he spoke. The corners of the mouth involuntarily twitched. Subsequently, just use phonetics to talk to Zhaoya on the side. "Zhaoya, please advise your teacher quickly." Zhaoya heard the other party say so. Just nodded. "Step forward and say, Princess Wu, our teacher is right. This is an opportunity for you. Don't miss it. Otherwise, I will definitely regret it." Upon hearing these words, if Prince Huan spewed out a mouthful of blood directly, I said, "Auntie, I'm just asking you to dissuade your teacher. Just asking him not to talk nonsense." "What do you mean by seriously persuading Princess Wu? Where did you two master and apprentice get this confidence from?" And Princess Wu, who was already very angry, I heard someone else come up and say this again. I just exploded in anger. With a wave of his big hand, he angrily rebuked Lord Dao Kong. "Take your people and leave immediately. Our military staff do not welcome such frivolous and arrogant individuals." At this moment, Lao Kong went crazy. He never expected it. Zhang Xian actually only used one sentence. "You can make Princess Wu, who has always been calm, angry, directly evict someone." Princess Wu continued drinking equator without waiting for a few people to react, sending off guests. Immediately after, a woman came up to her. "Please, everyone," he said unkindly to a few people. "You are not welcome here." Master Kong, with a worried expression on his face. "When you want to say something else." Zhang Xian stepped forward and interrupted, saying, Okay, Kong Tang Master. Why bother with this guy who is neither male nor female? You want us to leave? Let's just leave directly." The two of them were immediately dumbfounded when they heard this. Lord Kong even wanted to directly hit and kill on the spot. "You should know the Princess Wu in front of you. He's a friend he knew many years ago. Not only is she beautiful and elegant, even if a woman sees it, she will feel ashamed and humiliated. This pervert, surprisingly addressing such a person directly. He is neither male nor female. How could I recognize you, you pervert, when I lost you? Okay now, the other party didn't get angry on the spot and killed you. I don't believe him if he meows." However, upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, Princess Wu was already burning with anger. In the eyes, it also reveals a feeling of wanting to tear people apart. Just let out a roar at you. "What are you talking about?" But at this moment, Zhang Xian is not in a hurry. Instead, he responded with a leisurely expression. "If I'm not mistaken, your hair in certain areas should grow quickly. It's also quite long, isn't it?" After Master Kong heard the perverted nonsense, suddenly, the face twisted. I have a heart that wants to die. But as soon as his eyes closed, just as I was about to endure the other party's stormy fury, just now, I saw that I was still burning with anger. Princess Wu, who wished she could kill someone, suddenly turned pale. Just say to Zhang Xian, "Mimi, how did you know that?" However, after Lord Kong saw the change in Princess Wu's expression, the whole person has softened. I thought to myself, this pervert is scolding him for being male or not. The woman didn't mention his hair length. Now he not only hasn't gotten angry, but I also acknowledged it. Oh, my God, did I hear it wrong? Or was Princess Wu driven crazy? At this moment, Zhang Xianjian, the other party's response seems to have known for a long time that he would admit to being average. "If I'm not mistaken," he said with a calm expression, "you must be unable to reconcile the clash of yin and yang, right? That's precisely why. Only then will a man's beard grow. Enlarged skin pores. Mao Mao also grows very fast. Listen here." Princess Wu trembled uncontrollably in the suburbs. I thought to myself that this was a secret I didn't know. How did this guy know? However, at this moment, Zhang Xian ignored the shock of the people beside her. Speaking again, "You were once injured by the scorching sword qi. I feel that cultivating the extremely sharp great Linghua skill, women cannot exert their maximum power. So I changed my cultivation to a yin attribute technique. The result is that the strength inside the body was not well coordinated. In the end, it became like this. If you can't clear it in time, if you still want to use brute force to suppress it, even if we can avoid being discovered by outsiders now, but in 3 years, it may be difficult to cover up again." The centipede master heard the words. I asked the other person with a worried expression on my face. "Is there a way to solve it?" Can you hear Zhang Xian say the most direct solution? Law is to scatter one's cultivation, becoming an ordinary person. Just as a five-fold powerhouse, he I am now over 100 years old. If one disperses their cultivation, definitely leading to direct aging and death. So this is the most direct method. It's clearly not feasible for him. So he looked at Zhang Xian again, besides asking, but there are other ways. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian asked him to use a set of boxing techniques to see, because we can see his problem earlier. It is observed through the eyes of reason, combined with one's own judgment. Just inferred the other party's situation. If I just want to solve the problem for Princess Wu now, we can only go through the Heavenly Tao Library. However, Princess Wu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. At the same time, it was also mentioned that, regardless of whether Zhang Shi can help me solve the problem this time or not, I will give you 3 opportunities for assessment. And Lord Kong, who was standing beside, saw the scene in front of him. I can't believe this is true, he meowed. Just now, Princess Wu was still on high alert. He looks like he's going to kill someone. Little does one think. I was convinced by Zhang Xian's simple words, and promised to give an extra spot. Oh my god, this Shang is really extraordinary. Just when Lord Kongtang was shocked, Princess Wu's set of punches has also been displayed. At this moment, Zhang Xian spoke with a strange expression on her face. Is that your question? The solution can be solved. I just want to understand first. What do you think of Lord Kang's character? Upon hearing these words, Princess Wu was initially stunned and helped me treat my illness. What does Guan Laokong have to do with it? Then he responded with a puzzled expression, saying, I have known the master for decades. It can be considered familiar. Just Zhang Shi, you helped me treat my illness. Is it related to this? At this moment, Zhang Xian just smiled slightly and continued, since we are familiar with each other. That's simple then. Our Lord is honest and upright. Urgent achievements are righteous. Moreover, it is a renowned teacher's hall. The future of the hall master is limitless. The most crucial thing is that he also looks decent. I just heard the other party talking more and more about Princess Wu. I'm completely confused. Then I couldn't help but ask. Lord Kong is indeed a good person. Just these in helping me treat yin-yang conflicts. Does it matter? At this moment, Zhang Xian, a meaningful smile appeared. Of course it's related to the princess. Why don't you two get married? The 2 people on the side heard this. Immediately spewed out a mouthful of juice. This scared them so much that they fell straight into boxes. And Princess Wu heard this. Shaking body. Almost died from a fall. I'm just asking you to help treat the illness. Why do you want me to marry Lord Kong? Then he stared at the other person with a face full of disbelief. I confirmed with Zhang Xian again. What he just said. Zhang Xian only explained at this moment that you didn't hear it wrong. As a woman, there is no problem with practicing the vigorous technique. But the mistake lies in. You changed the law of the opposite force halfway through, causing the clash of yin and yang. It has caused hidden dangers in your body. If you want to completely solve it, just find one cultivation level that doesn't differ much. Marriage with someone who has a very pure control over the power of true qi, harmony of yin and yang. If we do this, then, fast to 3 months, slow up to 6 months. It can completely resolve your so-called yin-yang conflict, let you recover as before. Princess Wu heard the other party say so. My heart skipped a beat. Because he, who is nearly 100 years old, has always remained chaste, never caused any trouble. Therefore, even if it's to cure physical problems now, let him get married directly. He still can't accept it psychologically. When struggling deep inside, Lord Kong, who was standing nearby, quickly spoke up and said, Teacher Zhang, this definitely won't work. Is there no other way? However, Princess Wu heard Laokong say so. With a displeased expression, he scolded Dao Laokong. You old man, what are you doing now? Do you think I'm not worthy of you? You're so anxious to evade. What do you mean exactly? Can you explain it clearly to me? The old man in front of us was almost scared to death by Zhang Xian. The last second, I just managed to secure their bottom and beat them. Now, due to a small gesture. But it saved hundreds of thousands of people. Just now, Zhang Xian asked Princess Wu to marry Lord Kong. But unexpectedly, the princess hasn't spoken yet. Lao Kong refused first. This will make the princess furious and curse uncontrollably. Subsequently, Zhang Xianjian and others argued endlessly over this matter. I can only tell him, blood made of pure silver can also cure diseases. Just the princess heard the other party say that. I am also very helpless in my heart. After all, it's impossible to find someone with a pure silver system. So that's how it looks. I can only marry Lao Kong. However, Lord Kong, who was standing nearby, heard these words. I quickly stepped forward. Speak up about Zhao Ya's purely causal system. Afraid of being deceived by him. Then he also looked at Zhang Xian with a puzzled expression on his face. Ask her. Why can a problem be solved with just a drop of blood? I insist on marrying the other person. At this moment, Zhang Xian naturally explained. Zhao Ya is my student. I have an obligation to take care of her. Don't let him suffer any harm. So naturally, I have to sacrifice you. Isn't it good to help you find a wife? You're really biting LV Dongbin like a dog. I don't know about good people's hearts. However, Princess Wu ignored their argument over there. He approached Zhaoya with excitement on his face. Confirm with him if he really has a pure silver physique. Zhaoya remained silent upon seeing the situation. Directly activate the true qi in the body. Princess Wu looked at the other person. An instant burst of coldness erupted, soaring straight into the sky. Excited to the point of shouting, Genki! Icefield is saved. Not long after, the princess suppressed the excitement in her heart. Ask if the other party is willing to go back to headquarters with you, and he said that as long as he agrees, he can, in a short period of time, activate him to a 100% pure silver system. At that time, can leap to become the pinnacle of the entire continent's strength. But Zhaoya didn't feel the slightest bit about it. But a faint response was given, saying no need. I just need to follow the teacher. Listen here. Princess Wu turned her head to look at Zhang Xian beside her, borrowing someone from him. But Zhang Xian disagrees, because his own students have their own ideas. He is willing to go and will raise his hand to agree. If you don't want to, no one will be forced to leave. Just Princess Wu has some secrets about the Yuanhua water source. Reasons that cannot be disclosed. Let's not bring up this matter for now. Not long after. Just bring a few people to Yin Yang Tan for assessment. After the princess introduced the rules. If Prince Huan is the first to go up, he will be the first to do so. Time flies. He came out in about an hour. Soon Zhaoya also went in. It only took him half an hour to come out. Finally, it's Zhang Xian's turn. Just Zhang Xian just went in. Lord Kong and Lord Ruohuan are discussing. How long will it take for Zhang to pass the assessment? However, the princess beside heard them confidently say, Zhang Xian may only need 5 minutes to come out. I'm really looking forward to it. Time flies. 5 minutes have passed. There is no movement at Jianmen. 10 minutes have passed again. No one has come out yet. Until an hour had passed. Still haven't seen each other. The princess sighed with regret on her face. I thought I heard the two discussing so enthusiastically. What miracles will happen? The result has exceeded the time limit and hasn't come out yet. At this moment, several people were also eagerly anticipating each other's performance, becoming concerned about the safety of the other party. I came to the door and waited anxiously. Time flies. 10 minutes have passed again. Just when Lord Kong wants to enter. When checking the situation, Zhang Xian slowly walked out. Everyone stepped forward upon seeing the situation, care about the other party's situation. But unexpectedly, he didn't do anything. At this moment, several people were very puzzled. Since it's nothing, why didn't you leave earlier? It's all right now. It's all timed out. I don't even have a chance to enter the yin yang pool for cultivation. Princess Wu looked at Zhang Xian and found it very strange, although the first two passed. But when they come out, they all have some disheveled looks. It's just that he's been in there for so long. Why are clothes as smooth as new instead of being injured? Zhang Xian saw everyone's puzzled expressions on their faces. I just explained it. He's been out for so long. I just think the yin-yang power inside is good. So for a moment of excitement, I practiced until I forgot the time. However, after listening to Zhang Xian's explanation, Zhaoya waited for everyone to doubt. Take the initiative to secure a spot in the yin-yang pool. I gave it to Zhang Xian. How could Zhang Xian accept it? After all, she brought Zhaoya here. I also want her to be here. Activate the pure yin constitution in the body. So let him not consider himself. Teacher Zhao Yejian is angry. I dare not say anything more. So I followed Princess Wu with Prince Ruohuan. Go to the yin-yang terrace. After a few people left, only Zhang Xian and Lord Kong are left. At this moment, Master Kong is also very sorry that the other party did not enter for cultivation. But after communicating, the two learned. Zhang Xian, as long as there is a temporary support, it doesn't matter whether you can enter or not for cultivation. After learning about these, Master Kong, in order to achieve good results in this competition with renowned teachers, so I gave away my only 5 mid-range snacks, handed it to Zhang Xian. However, Zhang Xian saw that the hall master was so grand. Of course, I also understand her thoughts and intentions. At the same time, I secretly admire her for serving the overall situation, capable of selfless dedication. Just Zhang Xian wouldn't take someone else's things for nothing, and remain indifferent. But just as she was thinking how to give guidance to the other party, furious breath accompanied by a roar soared into the sky. The two of them contracted their pupils when they saw this. Because, let them know that this aura comes from Princess Wu, just suddenly burst out with such an astonishing aura. What is this? Thinking of Zhaoya and Ruohuan, the two of them, I couldn't help but feel anxious. After a glance at each other, quickly sprinted towards the direction of Yin Yang Lake. However, at this moment, the princess and her companions in front of the pond witnessed the scene before them, trembling uncontrollably all over the body. You should know that Yin-Yang Lake is famous throughout the world. It's because the pond separates yin and yang. On one side, it's freezing cold and piercing. One side is scorching hot and unbearable. Yin-Yang fusion, ice and fire double sky. And now the pond water is divided into two parts. Although the spiritual energy is like movement, it seems like there are many spirit stones embedded, like a pure spiritual liquid, but without the sensation of heat and coldness. At this moment, Zhang Xian and Lord Kong also rushed over. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that they were fine. At the same time, he looked at the princess with a puzzled expression on his face. Ask him what happened. Later, through the princess's mouth, they learned. The yin-yang pool in front of us. The original yin-yang power suddenly disappeared completely. Now there's only a bunch of paranormal creatures left. Even if it is helpful for cultivation, but it also lost its previous effect. Understand these. Lord Kong was about to ask Zhang Xian, is there any way to restore it? But I saw Zhang Xian with a strange expression on her face. It's like doing something wrong. Blushed with embarrassment. So he asked Zhang Xian, what's wrong with you? However, upon hearing Lord Kang's question, Zhang Xian's face turned red. He awkwardly said to Princess Wu, didn't I say I practiced once in the ice and fire house? Maybe I used too much force while practicing. Accidentally. Just absorb all the yin-yang energy from the yin-yang pool. A few people were immediately dumbfounded when they heard this. What the hell is practicing too hard? Absorb all the power of yin and yang. Princess Wu after realizing it, looking at Zhang Xian like crazy, trembling uncontrollably, he asked him again to confirm if it was true. It's completely absorbed. After receiving a positive response from the other party, Princess Wu still can't believe it. Although yin-yang phlegm is present here, but his power originates from the mother water. It's hidden underground thousands of meters deep from here. How could this possibly be absorbed? At this moment, Zhang Xian explained. When I just entered the ice and fire house, found a switch on the wall. So it opened. Just follow the hole and go down. Actually, during the assessment just now, Zhang Xian, it took so long to come out. It was only discovered after flying several kilometers deep underground. Mother water is helpful for his witch soul power. So I started practicing. Turns out he only has dual soul power. By harnessing the power of yin and yang in the mother water, quickly elevated to the peak of the quadruple realm. So Zhang Xian now has a soul of 2 million strong. Much more powerful than physical cultivation. But Zhang Xian can't tell anyone about these things either. So, filled with guilt, he said to the princess, I'm really sorry. I have absorbed the power of your yin-yang lake mother water. This is indeed my fault. How about this? I won't take advantage of you either. I just carefully observed it. The yin and yang horns of your icefield palace, it has great hidden dangers. If I'm not mistaken, practicing this technique, there is usually a phenomenon of premature death. Listen here. Princess Wu was first taken aback. This is more than he is thinking about how the other party did it. The distance from the ice and fire house to the mother pool is several kilometers. It's more important to be able to easily close it. After all, many disciples were impacted by the earth's veins and ice. Even in the realm of Huathan, it's difficult to survive beyond the age of 60. Zhang Shen noticed that the other party remained silent. Just keep talking. I can improve your cultivation techniques. Help them eliminate this hidden danger. Let's just compensate for the loss of your soldiers' achievements. Maybe you don't know yet, the two sets of martial arts you are currently practicing. The biggest problem is that the practitioner accumulates yang and yin qi, causing the inability to operate smoothly. Although yin and yang are the most authentic forces in heaven and earth, practitioners do not have corresponding physical constitutions. Accumulate the scent in it for too long. It's easy to damage the foundation. This is like ginseng, although good, but not everyone can take medication either. Individual physical constitution is different. Sometimes you think it's a great tonic. It may also turn into poison. If we can fundamentally solve these problems, physical constitution and the integration of yin and yang can be better achieved. Restore lifespan. It's still quite simple. Princess Wu heard this, quickly asked Zhang Xian to help prepare it. After all, this young man in front of us. At this moment, he was no longer an ordinary person in his eyes. Not only can you see your own illness, can still descend to such a deep place. Absorb the power of the yin-yang lake mother water. Now Deng can observe at a glance. The problem with this round of magic is, not long after, Zhang Xian also corrected the flaws in the magic formula. The princess who received the spell opened it and took a look. I couldn't help but tremble immediately. As one of the top 5 powerhouses in Huafan, in addition, he has controlled Bing Yuan Gong for many years. Is the modification made by the other party effective? He can tell at a glance. So he knows. As long as you practice according to this law, it won't take long. The hidden dangers of everyone in Bing Yuan Palace will disappear. Walk again in the world. So Princess Wu could no longer resist this gratitude. kneel down on the ground with one attack of the body. I gave a big gift to Zhang Xian, and he said thank you, Teacher Zhang. Saved the lives of thousands of disciples of Bing Yuan Gong. Zhang Xian was startled upon seeing this. He really didn't expect the other party to be so big. Quickly pull it up. But as soon as the princess waved her jade hand, she blocked it. Zhang Xian, with a serious expression, he said, I represent the entire Icefield Palace. Trust is not me personally. Please do not refuse, Teacher Zhang. After all, the Ice Palace is affected by its martial arts techniques. There are at least tens of thousands of disciples who cannot survive 60 years. Once this set of techniques is released, their lives are guaranteed. So in the eyes of Princess Wu, the action of Teacher Zhang in front of us already saved hundreds of thousands of people. So his kneeling doesn't represent himself, but rather to thank him for those who can regain their lives. However, Lord Kong and young Master Ruohuan were standing nearby. At this moment, I just feel black in front of me. My whole body was shocked to the point of being powerless and limp. He meows. I thought this guy was devouring their mother's water. Clean Princess Wu will kill him. I didn't expect it. Princess Wu not only did not lose her temper and give him this great gift, the male lead has just lost his beloved soil. He was once again slandered as an unfaithful and unjust bastard. Moreover, many influential forces participated in this famous teacher competition. Now we still want to kill him. How much trouble has he caused? Just now, Zhang Xian sees the student's decision. I need to go to the headquarters as a princess with the envoy of Icefield Lord. I no longer dwell on it. So his eyes were full of cleverness. He said to the envoy beside him, if you let me know, if you dare to harm my students, I won't just kill you, I will also destroy you all. Bing Yuan Palace Lu Xianta. Classical Chinese was first taken aback. If someone else were to say this sentence, I definitely think the other party is crazy. After all, the power of Icefield Palace. It's not that they are famous throughout the entire continent of famous teachers. Don't say he's a new 4-star renowned teacher. Even the most powerful 9-star teacher. It's hard to say whether it can be achieved or not. And based solely on the envoy's personal strength. All of them are beyond the 9 levels of Huafan. If he wants to crush Zhang Xian now, it's also something that happened casually. I don't know why. The envoy just saw Zhang Xian's firm gaze. My heart involuntarily beats. There seems to be a subconscious saying inside. The other party's words may really be possible to achieve. Then he replied, don't worry. Bing Yuan Palace keeps its promise. I won't break my promise. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. So he turned around and looked at Zhaoya. Tell her if she doesn't feel comfortable after going there, you can come find me at the famous teacher hall. Follow the teacher. In the future, can also become the pinnacle of strength in this world. After Zhang Xian finished explaining, seeing Zhaoya nod in response, I also know how to retain them. So I just casually said, okay, take good care of yourself. My teacher has also left. Then, with a flick of his body, he strode outward. Go and watch the distant silhouette. Zhaoya's eyes turned red, kneeled down again. I knocked my head continuously for 8 times, promised to the teacher in the distance, saying that he will definitely become a strong person. I won't let the teacher down. After the separation of the master and disciple, Zhang Xian sat cross-legged on the back of the flying spirit beast. I haven't been moving for 5 days now. At this moment, Lord Ruohuan couldn't help but ask the teacher, is he okay like this? At this moment, Lord Khan also had a worried expression on his face. After all, he knows. Zhang Xian attaches great importance to students' emotions. Now Zhaoya suddenly left. Perhaps that's why he's so upset. Just something suddenly came to old Kang's mind. I couldn't help but look at Zhang Xian. I hesitated for a moment in my heart. I just said it's not right. He's not overly sad, is he? But it's a sudden realization of one's state of mind. This word has never been heard of by young Master Ruohuan before. He also looked at the teacher with a puzzled expression on his face. At this point, the hall master explained that practitioners have a mental state scale. Famous teachers rely more on the mindset of understanding and reasoning. Roar and roam freely. Only then can problems and defects be identified, helping others guide their cultivation. Although Zhang Shi appears to be sitting quietly, there are no spiritual fluctuations either. That means, he did not cultivate true qi, without cultivation. But he can sit still for 5 consecutive days without moving. It must have fallen into some special artistic conception. This state of mind brings enlightenment. It is a state of mind that can be encountered but not sought after. If successful, the scale will increase significantly. Speaking of which, Lao Kang's eyes light up. Because Wanlian City has been silent for too long. Now I see Teacher Zhang getting stronger and stronger. It seems that the alliance of 10,000 cities should also clear their previous shame. Then he instructed Ruohuan beside him. Let's not disturb Teacher Zhang. You should also cultivate quickly. Before returning to Wanlian City. Must reach the peak of level 4. Otherwise, don't call me teacher. If Prince Juan hears this, black eyes. I lost the thought of someone's sudden realization of their state of mind. I have a relationship with yarn. Why did the teacher make me practice hard? However, Zhang Xian sat quietly in the original. At this moment, his entire soul became increasingly empty and vast. Perhaps Zhao Ye's departure. For him, it's also a kind of tempering, accompanied by a sudden realization of one's state of mind. Over the past 5 days, he has gradually improved from 14.1 to 16.1. Now his emotional state is on a scale. It's comparable to a 5-star spiritual master. Previously, the master of the Gangankang Hall still needed to say a lot of things. Success can be achieved without anyone noticing. And now, as long as the mind is functioning, utilize Shi Yin Tian Shou. It can easily make them admire and cannot be refuted. I flew for a few more days soon. At this point, a few people were getting closer and closer to Wanlian City. However, at this moment, in front of the gates of Wanlian City, there is an old man looking at the magnificent and huge city wall. A fierce expression on his face. With a burning hatred, I thought of taking advantage of this famous teacher's large sum of money. You must seize the opportunity. Bring back everything that was lost. And I have to kill him. This person is none other than Ding Hong, the ancestor of Xianyuan Royal City. He came here this time to seek revenge on Zhang Xian. As the former lord of the titled Royal City, I know a lot about the distribution of surrounding forces in the alliance. This time, there are 28 factions participating in the famous teacher program. Although some forces have similar strength to Wanlian City, but there are also many sects that are much stronger than Wanlian City, and the strongest among them is none other than Lu Yunzong. So I used the handwritten words left by Master Kong. Bring out these powerful sects simultaneously. Soon, major sects. We have received the messages sent by Ding Hong one after another. Letter about the handwritten ceremony left by Master Kong. About 3 days later, let's discuss at Wang Hai Tower. And on this side of the screen, after Zhang Xian woke up, suddenly feeling a little regretful. My own student was taken away for nothing. I couldn't get any snacks from the other party. What a pity. After all, if he wants to quickly improve his cultivation now, need a large amount of snacks. And also, intermediate and ordinary snacks. It's of no use to Zhang Xian now. So he realized, if I could guide others to earn some mid-range snacks, not bad too. Otherwise, if you want to break through quickly without snacks, it's already very difficult. Think of this. Zhang Xian turned around and looked at Lord Kong beside her, asking, by the way, Lord, I don't know who in Wanlian City has more mid-range snacks. Lao Kong suddenly heard the other person asking such a question. I was also stunned for a moment. Then he reacted and replied, this is an essential thing for cultivation. Every big family will prepare 1 or 2. It's just that the quantity is not much. If we talk too much, only those sects that come to participate in the teacher competition. After all, the alliance of 10,000 cities is among the same forces. The strength is relatively weak. Therefore, mid-grade spirit stones that can be exchanged annually from the Phantom Empire. Very rare in quantity. And the Flowing Cloud sect and the White Sheep sect. And other stronger sects. Half of the 5-star renowned teachers are stationed. The quantity of medium-grade spirit stones will also be relatively easy. It's not a problem to take out more than 10 or even dozens of them. Understand these. Zhang Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. If my heart wants to have 10 or 20 more, then you can easily break through to the triple peak of Huafan. Think of this. I couldn't help muttering to myself. It seems like we need to find an opportunity. Just search from them once. So Zhang Xian and his companions arrived at the renowned teacher's hall. They each returned to their respective residences. 3 days will come soon. At this moment, I was in the Tianzi private room overlooking the seashell. This is where we gather to participate in the teacher competition. The 14 strongest sect leaders and hall leaders. After getting to know each other, everyone realized. Everyone was invited by an unknown person. And it's all about the handwritten words left by Kong. However, just as everyone was discussing and debating, Ding Hong walked in. I told everyone that it was me who made you. The people who came over turned around and looked over when they heard the sound. After seeing the person, he immediately frowned. They thought, gather so many people here at once. The lowest cultivation level is also the peak of the 4th level of Huafan. Even higher. I didn't expect this old man in front of me. Just a respected little person. However, Ding Hongye looked at the people present. There was a hint of displeasure in his gaze. I dare not sell any secrets either. Speak directly to the point. The purpose of inviting everyone here this time. Just like what was written in the letter to you. For the relics of Kong Lion. At this moment, Lord Luo waved his hand in the crowd. Just coldly scolded, you need to know. What you're talking about now is the relic of Kong Lion. If we find a trace of adulteration in your words, you will pay an unexpected price for this. Ding Hong took a step forward at this moment. Since we can invite you all to come, I naturally know about this, so the following sentence is true. I dare not tell any lies. And as I said, the relics of the Kong family are the handwritten notes of the Kong family. Everyone heard this. Everyone has been subdued. After all, among numerous relics, this handwriting has a great effect on the Dark Master. At this moment, Ding Hong began to explain to everyone. This handwriting is from the ancestors of the family back then. Saved the life of the Dark Saint and Dark Master. Therefore, Kong Yen wrote a letter. As a result, it has been passed down as a family heirloom to this day. Now gather everyone over. My goal is also very simple. Firstly, I want to become the leader of the 10,000 Cities Alliance, and assist me in elevating my strength to the pinnacle of Huafan's 4th level. The second one is to help me kill someone. Don't worry, everyone. This person's strength is not high. Only Huafan 2 in the early stage. So who can agree to meet the above 2 conditions for me? I'll tell whoever. This may be the whereabouts of an object. However, after hearing Ding Hong's conditions regarding this matter, all forces simultaneously exploded the country. Everyone agrees. Even some sects. Extra provision of a large quantity of intermediate-grade spirit stones, and more than 10 Huafan second female disciples. Make his machine. You should know this Dark Master. He is also one of the founders of the Dark Master Hall. There are 3,000 disciples under the name of Kong. However, the most powerful disciple among them is known as the 72 Saints, and Min Shang is one of them. Don't say anything else. As long as you hold this thing and find the descendants of Min Shang, the other party cannot be mistreated. Ding Hong watched as everyone vied for the top spot. Just say, don't worry, everyone. Listen to me, finish speaking. It's not too late for you to make a decision. The person I want to kill, although not very strong, but his identity is quite unique. He is a renowned teacher. And it's precisely the people who participated in this famous teacher competition. I heard the other person say that. Everyone suddenly stopped. After all, everyone knows. Famous teachers cannot be killed. Otherwise, if the headquarters of the renowned teacher hall investigates it, no one can withstand it. Subsequently, someone in the crowd asked about the person you mentioned. Is it Zhang Xianzhang who has recently gained fame? What's wrong? What do you have against him? At this moment, Ding Hong's face darkened. He roared loudly, saying that he was trying to steal my handbrake, not willing to kill my relatives, annihilate my royal city. This hatred is unbearable. After everyone understood, I just breathed a sigh of relief. Because there are regulations in the Master Teacher Hall. As a renowned teacher, anyone who goes against their will, violates morality, violates etiquette, will be killed. Now the other party is doing this. Even if we kill him, the headquarters of the famous teacher hall will not blame it either. Next to him, the Crown Prince Luo. He sternly rebuked with righteousness. Can you elaborate on the specific situation? If the other party is really like this Mr. Zhang really has a good professional ethics, even if they're not from our branch. As a renowned teacher, I will also avenge you. Eliminate this scoundrel among the famous teachers. It's in the crowd. There are also many famous teachers. I always feel that things are not that simple. But seeing Lord Luo and others, the attitude of the person is resolute. Everyone sighed and shook their heads on the side. At this moment, Ding Hong was trying to deceive others. Full court performance. Eyes turn red. Tell me that this treasure belongs to the Chu family, and our Ding and Chu families have been good friends for generations, even sharing the royal city. But the Chu family never forgets. After the last heir passed away 3 years ago, just hand over this treasure to us for safekeeping. Speaking of which, Ding Hong man is full of anger. Later, he said he never thought about it. This matter was known by Zhang Xian. He disregards the identity of a renowned teacher. Just rush to my royal city, and at my grandson's succession ceremony, forcefully behead it, took Kong Shi's handwriting, even destroyed my royal city. If it weren't for me running fast at that time, perhaps he had already died on the spot. After understanding the whole story, including many famous teachers who were a bit unfortunate just now, everyone is filled with righteous indignation. After discussion among everyone, decided to go find Zhang Xian now. Retrieve Master Kong's handwritten notes for safekeeping. We can't let someone with such low character keep holding it. It's an insult to Kong Shi. So everyone walked out of the Wanhai Tower with a fierce momentum. Go straight to Zhang Xian's residence. Today's pervert is here again. Everyone, Lao Tai, I'm sorry. Aki doesn't want to call him a pervert either. He's just really perverted. I really can't find it. Use words other than abnormal to describe him. So this pervert in front of us, he came out again to be a demon. Just now, during the third round of the assessment, Zhang Xian, he thought it would be a manual sampling or something, intentionally saying 1 or 2 wrong questions. As long as you can pass the level, it's fine. I didn't expect Hong to take out a book. The peach kernel technique with automatic detection. This is for those who want to pass the level. Undoubtedly the fairest. But for Zhang Xian, it's different. because of his first 2 levels. Not only did they demolish their phantom city, and forced 10 suicides, causing other celebrities, none of them can be assessed, so he just wants to keep a low profile in this round. Plus, at first, Hong did not specify that it was an automatic detection, so Zhang Xian found these books to be good. I couldn't help but lure my soul out of my body, put all books into the library, in order to not attract attention. He even deliberately disguised himself as reading a book. The spirit is in the library. Collect books, compiled into a book of 4 levels of Heavenly Dao techniques. 1 Heavenly Dao, 5 levels of Soul-Free technique. It's better now. Let's have an automatic detection. So Zhang Xian is panicking at this moment. If someone finds out, he was within an hour. The knowledge learned is over 200,000 books. Isn't he going to be treated like a monster by others? But just when Zhang Xian was in a mess about it, Red Lion, please provide the testing rules. I explained it to everyone. After finishing speaking, let everyone come up for testing. However, when everyone heard it, it began. Hesitated for a moment in my heart. They coincidentally looked at Zhang Xian beside them. Why don't we let teacher Zhang come first? We're not in a hurry. Just haven't waited for Zhang Xian to speak yet. The Red Lion on the side fired a gun. I almost swallowed myself with saliva. I thought you kids weren't in a hurry. I just want to wait for him to cause trouble. You guys passed the level well, right? Then his face turned red. I quickly waved my hand and said, forget it. Let's still rank according to age. In descending order. Zhang Shi, please test it last. However, Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. It's a bit difficult to laugh or cry. I didn't expect this prestigious 5-star teacher. I was scared like this by him. This has nothing to do with Zhang Xian. It's just that he's not worried about the issues before and after, but how to hide the newly learned knowledge. He really doesn't want people to think of him as a pervert. After the Red Master established the rules, everyone will start testing soon. During this period, a total of 17 players who couldn't remember 800 books were eliminated. People, there is even one who wrote down 799 books but couldn't pass. Among them, young Master Ruawan's grades are also very good. I can remember over 1,200 in such a short time. What's just unexpected is, Song Chao actually detected as many as 1,600 levels. Also currently the largest number of people. However, at this moment, everyone turned their gaze to Zhang Xian. Although the first 2 levels were quite challenging for him, just this level is in the eyes of everyone. He just stood there the whole time. So everyone has different speculations about his grades. But Zhang Xian went up from the first person. I started thinking of a solution. Thinking that over 50 people have all been tested. He is still confused. Now it's his turn. I can't think too much about it. I can only rely on fate. So he came up to her. My palm drooped onto the book, and then it was taken back. Immediately after, he anxiously looked at the book. I want to see what color of light will be emitted. But there was no movement in the peach kernel book in front of me. Someone touched it with their hands. Less than 3 breaths left. It will emit a corresponding color of light. But Zhang Xian has been waiting for almost 30 breaths. Still no movement. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Surprisingly, Zhang Xian's first 2 levels are so impressive. I can't even remember the first standard of 800 books now. However, the Red Lion saw the book without any reaction. So it was announced that the selection process would not pass. Then we will start discussing the rules for the next level. But while the Red Lion was talking about this rule, the people in the audience were glaring like cows. He showed a look of terror as if he were a ghost. Just look at Zhang Xian on stage. The Red Lion immediately turned its head to look at the situation. I found the peach kernel book that was originally placed on the table, suddenly suspended in mid-air. It also emits dazzling rainbow lights. Seeing this scene, the Red Lion is completely foolish. I can't imagine why the book of peach kernels suddenly looks like this. After pondering for a moment, he just realized. Is it difficult? Zhang Xian has tested the peach kernel book. Now there's a reaction. What's going on with this rainbow light? But at this moment, the peach kernel book, suspended in mid-air, suddenly shook. Immediately afterwards, a crack appeared on the book. It fell from mid-air to the ground. It fell in half directly. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. How could this good book suddenly behave like this? What the hell is this situation? And Lord Kong seems to have thought of something at this moment. Just showed an awkward expression, because he knew it must be the medicine made by Zhang Xian. Just sorry, Red Master. He finally borrowed a treasure from headquarters after much effort. Now it has been turned into this. I reckon he'll cry to death. What the Hall Master didn't expect was, the Red Lion is not crying now. Instead, he became excited. Is it a habit of being abused that I lost him? In fact, that was not the case. The reason why he is happy, it's because Zhang Shi was not eliminated. After all, since the last time I met Yang Xian with Lord Mo, Master Mo is looking forward to Zhang Xian's performance very much. If Zhang Xian is eliminated now, he must be unhappy, the old man. Although the art of peach pits is precious, but compared to not having to offend Lord Mo, at the same time, it is natural to be ecstatic at this moment. But what puzzles him now is, can make books emit colorful light? How many books did Zhang Xian actually remember? Only then can this situation occur. So I suppressed my unnecessary thoughts and looked at Zhang Xian. Asked Teacher Zhang, how many books have you memorized? You should know that when the red light is on, there are 800 books. If the color is bright, it's 1600 copies. Each subsequent color will be overlaid with 800, even if it's bright until the last purple. There are only 5600 copies available. But now the peach and the book are flashing in a rainbow of colors. That's why the Red Master was puzzled. However, everyone needs to know. Afterwards, they also cast expectant glances at Zhang Xian one after another. At this moment, Zhang Xian seems to have done something wrong and felt guilty, with a face full of melancholy. Because he really didn't know how to answer Han's question. I really need to tell the truth. I have memorized over 200,000 books myself. Don't scare these people to death on the spot. Now everyone is waiting for his answer. Zhang Xian can't just stand there and daydream all the time. So he awkwardly responded, saying that he didn't count either. Maybe only 10 or 20,000 copies. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately exploded. But only after realizing it did someone say something was wrong. There are only 5,000 books on the bookshelf in total. I also took a special look at it during the assessment. Didn't you just stare in place all the time? I have hardly read any other books. How could I possibly remember so much content? Listen here. Everyone is also full of doubts. At this moment, Zhang Xian also lacked confidence in her heart. I don't know how to answer it. It's good. Suddenly remembered my own teacher. Some people on site have also witnessed his abilities. So I directly responded by saying, this is a special reading method taught by the teacher. Even if you don't open the book, you can still watch it. As for the extra ones, I have finished reading all these books. The deadline hasn't arrived yet. I also read some books in the storage ring. Everyone was even more confused when they heard this. You can read without flipping through books. There is still such a method in this world. Upon hearing this, Hong sure, my body couldn't help but tremble. My face suddenly turned pale. With a slightly hoarse voice, he exclaimed, did he use something? It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. However, there was a famous teacher in the crowd who couldn't resist anymore. Just ask, does Red Master really have this method? I heard someone asking a question. The incident with the Red Master only came to a sudden realization from shock. Later, he responded that he had heard of this method. I once heard from a guest speaker at the end of the lecture hall of Hanyuan Imperial City. Like Zhang Xian's current situation, he said it once. If I remember correctly, it should be holy double. The divine reading method that only the strong can achieve. Upon hearing these words, everyone explored the pot again. After all, many people say they have seen this kind of statement before. I haven't even heard of it. At this moment, the Red Master explained. The hierarchy on Dancer Online is Huafanjing and Huafan Online. There are levels of semi-saint and from saint to saint. I'm sure you all know. Half holy and half holy are just a simple level. And saints are like Huafan. Each is divided into 9 mirrors. The first teaching is to use the empty mirror. That is, those who have reached this level can fly in the air. And the second one is the divine mirror. Only those who have reached this level. Only then can the fetal eyes be opened. Generate divine consciousness. This kind of divine consciousness is a special means possessed only by saints. We all know that. Cultivate to the realm of the fivefold harmony of transformation and complexity. If we achieve the unity of spirit and flesh, it can temper the soul. Make it stronger and stronger. Once the soul becomes stronger and stronger, you can do some incredible things. If you reach this level, nature can understand. What I want to say now is, when the soul reaches a certain level, he can come out through the body. No matter how the item is covered, you can see it clearly and distinctly, even clearer than what the naked eye can see. This is the divine stone. Everyone panicked after listening to the explanation. If what the Red Lion said is true, the 4-star renowned teacher in front of us, Zhang Xian, is in a state of mind. Have you reached the saint's level too? How is this possible? Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. He's also sweating profusely. I just wanted to report fewer real numbers. Just talking nonsense. I didn't expect to be pulled further and further away by the Red Master. Still calling oneself a saint. Can I still keep a low profile when I lose this? However, Red Master could see everyone's doubts. Just explain it. Zhang Shi naturally lacks the cultivation of a saint. Don't worry, everyone, listen to me. I naturally understand. If you can use a divine teacher to read, you don't have to open the pages of the book. Watch freely. Just because of this, saints can learn new knowledge at an extremely fast pace. make them stronger and stronger. However, zombies are not saints. Why do we have this ability? If I'm not mistaken, he should have a super expert. Digging out the revered fetal eyes of Saint 2, cooperated with special methods and placed them on him. That's why he can use it to read books. Learning ability is like a saint. After listening to the explanation, everyone showed a frightened expression. Looking at Zhang Xian, there was a flurry of discussion. Some people guess what kind of background he has. Surprisingly, he was able to dig out the eyes of the double-strong winner. Some envy him for having such incredible memories. Various discussions are constantly emerging. At this moment, Hongshi also interrupted everyone's discussion on the scene. Okay, that's it. No matter what method Zhang Shi uses, this assessment is about wisdom. He also memorized the contents of 20,000 books in a short period of time. Therefore, now I declare again that Zhang Xian has passed the assessment of this level. So now let's take the final level of comprehension test. He is a renowned teacher. No need for me to say. Everyone understands its importance. Speaking of which, Red Teacher waved his big hand. On the circular table, an old man appeared sitting in front of the chessboard. At this moment, the Red Master was explaining to everyone that this was Tianqing chess. The rules and moves are different from all chess moves. Establish its own system. He plays the game of heaven and earth, using stars as chess pieces. On the stone pillar next to the old man, there are some simple rules. You can understand through the fragments above. If the rule can be adhered to in 6 steps, it is considered passed. But if something goes wrong or fails, the chess pieces cannot be placed back on the board. Each person has 1 stick of incense in this level. Understanding the rules and not realizing the time out of playing chess, or, if the chess piece cannot be put back, all judged as failures. Speaking of which, Hong also introduced the general situation. Now it's time to start the assessment. It's just a game of chess. Each person needs 1 stick of incense to assess. There are still 36 famous teachers who need to participate now. Having learned about these, Zhang Xian, I don't want to wait here until it gets dark. It's better to take the exam earlier. Have an early rest. So he took a step forward and said, Master Hong, let me handle this first. However, upon hearing these words, Hongshi was almost scared to death. I quickly responded that you should just forget about a good game. Surprisingly, this pervert in front of me forcefully turned him into a demolition feast. Just now, during the 3rd round of assessment, numerous participants, all in quantities of 800, 1600 or less, passed the assessment. Just Zhang Xian, this pervert, but it passed with an astonishing quantity of 200,000 copies. But he wanted to keep a low profile, only dared to report 20,000 copies. But even if he only reported 1/10, this is also a 20-fold difference compared to others. Therefore, Zhang Xian completed the clearance in such a shocking manner. At this point, it's also the final stage of selection, awakening and startling poetry. After the introduction, everyone also understands. So Zhang Xian wanted to finish it early. You can go down early and rest. Just tell Master Hong that he will handle this level first. Hongshi heard him say so, almost scared to pee. He directly refused the other party. After all, Hongshi doesn't want the final level to be destroyed in his hands again. The rules that were later established. This level is ranked by age, from big to small. Zhang Xian, you only got up last. However, Zhang Xian knew he was at a loss. It's hard to say anything. He just didn't expect it. This 5-star famous teacher was so scared by himself. So I can only nod helplessly. So the time of 35 incense sticks slowly passed by. During this period, some people were unable to pass through. Some people still can't understand the rules on the stone pillars. And the Song Chao and Ruo we know. Fang Gongzi's grades in this level are relatively good. 8 or 9 chess pieces were all placed. Just this one in the first few levels, a celebrity who did not perform well. On the contrary, there were as many as 16 children in this level. Even the puppet old man spoke up and called out great goodness. At this moment, the Red Lion just looked at Zhang Xian, who was bored not far away. With an apology, I approached him and said, Teacher Zhang, it's your turn now. However, Zhang Xian finally saw that it was her turn. Stretch out your tired body. Just walked towards the old man sitting in front of the chessboard. Just came up to him. I just saw it. The 4 big characters of East, West, North, and South are written on the stone pillar. There's nothing particularly special about these words. So I looked towards the 2nd pillar, but I found that it only wrote spring, summer, autumn, winter on it. Zhang Xian's face was full of confusion. Continue looking towards the 3rd pillar. Unexpectedly, there are even fewer words on this pillar. It's written about communication. Until the 4th pillar is written with a reason. Zhang Xian was also confused at this moment. What's the meaning of this? All directions. Spring, summer, autumn and winter. Communication principles. What's going on with this? You can't even make it. Okay. I thought this phrase would be related to the rules of the chessboard. The result has nothing to do with half a penny. How to comprehend this? So he looked helplessly at the chessboard in front of the old man. This looks even more chaotic. Then I remembered what Master Hong had said earlier. Just combined now on the stone pillar, southeast, northwest, and possibly space. And the expression of spring, summer, autumn, winter may be time. So communication is about direction. However, the truth is the meaning of the human heart. Think of this. The knowledge that Zhang Xian once learned in her mind. All of them have emerged. His eyes are becoming brighter and brighter. After understanding the rules of Tianxin chess, Zhang Xian smiled faintly. Since I understand now, then try your own strength. See if it goes through the Heavenly Tao Library and the Eye of Wisdom. How many chess moves can you play on your own? So I sat down. I picked up the chess piece casually and put it straight down. However, at this moment, the people in the audience saw Zhang Xian start playing chess. They were discussing it one after another. Some even bet that he might break this level. Just Lord Kong and others. Unlike the people around me who are excited to place bets, because he is very speechless. This Zhang Xianming is here to participate in the master's program. But now he is regarded as the king of destruction. At this moment, Teacher Lin suddenly thought of something. I just told a few people that if they pass this selection competition, we're about to enter the battle. Although I don't know what the rules are yet. But look at the current Zhang Shi and Ruo Huangongzi. They can both enter at the same time. It's already considered the history of our Wanlian city. The best result ever. Lord Khan was also deeply moved upon hearing these words. And then he responded, yes. Zhang's contribution is indispensable in this competition. If it weren't for his help, if Huan can't break through continuously, reaching the pinnacle of the quadruple realm in the art world today, there has been a significant improvement. This is the only way to clear the customs smoothly. However, just as Lord Kong was lamenting, I heard Su Shi beside me say, Zhang was scared together. Everyone was very nervous when they heard this, so he held his breath and looked at Zhang Xian. It's the old man sitting across from Zhang Xian, after seeing the other party fall. I also picked up a chess piece casually, but he held it in his hand and pondered for a long time. Still no intention of settling down. Everyone on site watched as time slowly passed by. The old man remained motionless, just staring at me with big eyes and small eyes again, thinking, not just the next child. Just ruin the heavenly heart chi, right? However, the red lion beside him, he looked at the other person with a bewildered expression. Not long after, the descendants couldn't help but walk up to the old man, politely bow to him and say, Senior, please, Luozi. After hesitating for a moment upon hearing this, the old man just nodded slowly and responded to Master Hong. Then drop the chess pieces in your hand. But Zhang Xian was stunned when she saw Luozi, the other party. Then he picked up the second chess piece. I saw the exact location and put it down. Just as soon as the chess piece was released, it suddenly floated in mid-air. Hong Shi was immediately stunned upon seeing this. He can't believe it. Zhang Xian surprisingly couldn't pass this level. At this moment, Zhang Xian's heart also skipped a beat. I immediately panicked. I thought so many people could pass the level with 6 children. You shouldn't be too bad yourself, right? I didn't expect it to be useless. The Heavenly Tao Library itself is nothing. It's alright now. The second son can't even get off. What else are we talking about champions? I can't even pass the selection process. However, seeing the red lion in this tomb, he was also convulsing uncontrollably in panic. Even if you want to make Lord Mo happy now, it's not possible. What else can I do to help him smooth things out? I can't tell everyone that Teacher Zhang is exceptionally talented. Even if we only get one, we can still pass the level. Thinking of this makes my face full of frustration. Then he gritted his teeth. Announced that Zhang Shi cannot go down due to his second son. It means he didn't pass the sub-level. Okay, now the selection round is over. Next, we will have a competitive match. But we haven't finished waiting for Master Hong to finish speaking yet. The old man next to me suddenly stood up and shouted, I lost. This sound resounds from all directions. Everyone on site heard it clearly. Just what puzzled everyone was, why did he say he lost? It's obvious that zombies can't play the second move. Why did you give up? Is it fake? And Song Kairohuan and others were even more incredulous on their faces. After all, they have all undergone assessments. Knowing the extremely high difficulty of this Tianxin chess game, being able to pass is very impressive. He only gave birth to one child and the other party gave up. How is this possible? However, at this moment, Zhang Xian herself couldn't understand it either. It's useless this time. Can we pass this level? Still just holding a trial mentality. Otherwise, when his second son can't go down, I won't be in such a hurry either. It's better now. Not only did it pass the level, and make the other party stand up and admit defeat. When Zhang Xian thought of this and wanted to ask the old man, I only saw the other person in public. A voice rang out from Zhang Xian's mind. Although you only lost one child, but it blocked the path of life and death, as well as the front and back roads. Therefore, I am unable to crack it. Tianjin chess finally has a successor. As soon as the old man finished speaking, I saw a straight stream of thoughts enter Zhang Xian's mind. Countless chess game knowledge instantly became his knowledge. But Zhang Xian hasn't had a chance to react yet. After the old man in front of me used up his soul to pass on his skills, it's like losing power. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the body in an instant. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xian quickly reached out to try to stop the other party. At this moment, the leader had just arrived in front of the old man, accompanied by a loud bang. The puppet exploded directly, instantly turned into powder and scattered on the chessboard. At this moment, Zhang Xian remained stunned. However, the people in the audience. At this moment, some people are excited while others are worried. Excited are the people of Xiazhu camp. The people in the state also said with disbelief on their faces. I said, Zhang Shi, this is just playing chess. The other party has already given up to you. But why did you still take action? Blow them to pieces forcefully. This is something that only the bystanders agree with. Although that's the case, how can we do anything if Master Zhang doesn't blow him up? He is tarnishing the reputation of the maniac. Besides, we've already exploded 3 levels. Is this level still missing? Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately speechless. Just Zhang Xian heard these discussions on the scene. I wish I could dig a hole and get in. A good exam. Make yourself this way. It's really embarrassing to throw it at grandma's house. Hongshi is different from others on the side. Although his heart was bleeding at this moment. Accumulated treasures for many years. I lost all my exams. But he is well aware of the scene that just happened. Zhang Xian just wanted to come back. So now he also has a helpless expression on his face. Not long after, he suppressed the frustration in his heart. Tell everyone about Zhang Shi. I just got off. Yitzi puppet has given up. This also indicates that I have fully understood the rules of Tianjin chess. So I announced that the selection has passed this level. After Hongshi's announcement, just tell everyone the rules of the competition directly. This rule is determined by drawing lots to determine the order. The people who were drawn will face each other in pairs. You can compete through martial arts. It can also be pointed out that the loopholes in the many abilities of battle masters, defects such as mood scale and teaching and nurturing, and understanding of cultivation, etc. The winner advances. Direct elimination of failure. Until the top 10 are selected. After the explanation by the red teacher, just keep talking to everyone about the selection competition. There are still 27 people left now, but not everyone can fight against it either. So there will be 5 people directly drawn to advance. The note. No need to despise. After everyone understood, everyone walked up to the red lion. We started drawing lots one after another. Quickly, Zhang Xian drew a note with the word Ding Air. However, just as he lamented his poor luck, I saw that the young master Ruowan beside me was excited at this moment. Take a closer look. I just realized, the note is written with the words fake wheel gap. At this moment, the red lion saw that everyone had notes in their hands. Just explain that the competition is divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, and D. Each region is also divided into 1 to 4. Draw candidates with the same signature number for the competition. And draw a piece of paper with the words will gap marked on it. You can directly enter the round of 16. After saying the rules, Red Lion waved its big hand. There are 4 arenas next to it. Immediately after, it was announced. The competition has officially begun now. Jia Yi has a wheel gap. The 2 who have received the note from Jia Air, please enter the Jia number arena. In addition, the famous scholars who drew B, C, and D were also included. Also go to the corresponding positions for the competition. Zhang Xian saw multiple contestants taking the stage one after another. I sighed and said that this is the true comparison of famous teachers. Then he looked eagerly at the arena one by one. But in one of them, I saw Song Chao's figure on the venue, accompanied by the sound of gongs playing in the game. On this side of the Song Chao venue, a renowned teacher who fought against him, rushing straight towards Song Chao. The moment when the two collided, the entire arena suddenly shook for a moment. In an instant, dust and wind rose everywhere. Although these arenas are not large, but each venue is equipped with a special lineup. With their strength, it is not yet possible to destroy it. So the renowned teachers on the field can fight to their heart's content. Don't worry about anything else. However, Song Chao's competition, in Zhang Xian's opinion, although the difference in strength between the two is not only. However, Song Chao's body technique is clearly superior. Just wait until the other party shows anxious emotions. You can defeat the enemy with just one move, thus determining the outcome. Therefore, Zhang Xian, who had anticipated the outcome, did not continue reading. Turn your head and look to the other side. But I found that 2 famous teachers were competing to teach and educate. I thought it would be very elegant. But unexpectedly, the scene that happened before my eyes. Let Zhang Xian shout out loud. They are the real perverts. Today's pervert is not that perverted. Just a gentle wave of my little hand. Just take a recognized strong person. Fly the bomb to a height of several hundred meters. Is this considered abnormal? If this is all considered abnormal, then, so he's called a young man. Take the leftover soup and splash it on others. Isn't this even more abnormal? Just now, after watching the battle on Song Chao's side, Zhang Xian, just turn your head and look at other venues. Found 2 venues competing for teaching. There is also one that is newer than the new scale. This round of competition will soon come to an end. The Red Lion announced the list of candidates for the second competition. However, Zhang Xian, who drew Ding Er. I heard that this round of the list includes myself. I walked towards the venue. Just the famous teacher Xiaobu, who also received the note from Ding Er. Seeing that the opponent is Zhang Xian, I suddenly panicked. Immediately afterwards, he had a mournful expression on his face. Tell the companions next to you. My opponent is teacher Zhang. What should I do now? Do you want to abstain? Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll go up. He, this pervert, dismantled me. However, the companions on the side heard the other person say so. I'm a bit amused in crying, but I dare not show it either. I can only suppress the laughter in my heart. Comfort me, it's okay. No matter what, I shouldn't have dismantled the person. At this moment, Xiao Wu also responded with a serious expression on his face, saying, yeah, that's right. Just now, I also thought he wouldn't let his heavenly heart chi deteriorate. What's the result? I heard it here. My companion was suddenly speechless, because of this pervert's performance in the selection competition just now. That's really insane. If there are opponents to choose from, I would rather choose 10 Yuan than choose Zhang Xian as my opponent. Although he thinks so. But in order to cheer Xiao Wu up, I can only comfort you again. It's not easy to come here. If you abstain now, it definitely won't work. Don't worry either. Even though this teacher Zhang is very skilled, it may not necessarily be flawless. Anyway, the performance of the Wancheng Alliance last time. How about our sect? You can choose a project that you are best at. Let him participate. Maybe we can win. If successful, you will be unstoppable. Don't mention the first 16. Even the top 8 and 4 are easy to come by. Xiao Wu also felt that there was some truth to this. So I responded, okay. In order to make it to the top 8, I fought with him. My companion saw that Xiao Wu had confidence. I am also very satisfied with myself. Then I went with the 2 of them. Analyzed Zhang Xian's abilities in the first 4 levels. Also summarized. The opponent currently only has the strength of triple mirrors. Xiao Wu is a quadruple mirror. So the chances of winning a martial arts competition with him will be very high. It's just that Xiao Wu suddenly thought of it. There are rules for martial arts competitions. One party can propose a competition project. The other party also has the right to refuse once. If that's the case, then, what should we do if the opponent refuses the martial arts competition? Listen here. My companion beside me laughed and said, you're really stupid. Is it true that the martial arts competition is just a general term? You can directly compare your boxing skills with him, after he refuses. Can't you just try your swordsmanship again? As long as he refuses once, there's no way to refuse again. If we really have to compare swordsmanship, with the top swordsmanship in the sect, I don't believe he can compare to it. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu immediately became full of confidence. So he strode forward with great strides. We arrived at the arena in no time. Then he clasped his fists and said, Wu Tianhao from the Flying Cloud sect. Please give guidance, Teacher Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Xian also returned the gift to Wanlian City. After Zhang Xian finished greeting, just keep asking if I know Wu Shi. What project do you want to choose for the competition? Speak up first when you see the other person. Xiao Wu directly responded by saying that I want to challenge your boxing skills. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded in response and said, no problem. At this moment, Xiao Wu was still immersed in his wishful thinking. I thought the other party wouldn't agree. With a smug expression, he said, what's wrong? Do you disagree? Since it is so, then let's just talk halfway through. I just realized. I was surprised to say that what you just said was agreement. After receiving Zhang Xian's affirmation again, Xiao Wu was immediately stunned. Why didn't I follow the script when I lost this guy? After hesitating for a moment, although it may not be possible to achieve the desired comparison, but my boxing skills are not weak either. Besides, I am in the quadruple realm. The other party is only in the triple realm. It doesn't matter how big the gap is. So I had an idea in my heart. Just calmly say that since you agree, let's get started then. As soon as the words fell, I saw the aura on Xiao Wu instantly ignite. The whole person is like a tiger out of the woods. Suddenly rushed towards Zhang Xian. However, Lord Kong and others in the audience were present. I saw that Zhang Xian was competing with the opponent in terms of boxing techniques. Also very anxious. After all, they all know, Zhang Xian's cultivation level has just been raised. The other party is a quadruple mirror again. The gap is huge. Zhang Xian wants to fight. Winning is probably impossible. But just when Lord Kong was feeling disheartened, the scene on stage made him freeze instantly. Others were shocked to see the master in such a state of shock. Also follow the gaze. Found Zhang Xian still on stage. It's nothing to worry about. Only Su Shi suddenly realized. Why is there only Zhang Xian on the arena? What about his opponent? So I asked the master what happened just now. Why is Zhang Xian the only one? The guy who fights with him. At this moment, I saw the hall master pointing towards the sky. His voice was slightly hoarse as he said that his opponent was flying. How many people heard this? I was suddenly startled. Can that guy fly? Is he a saint? Just Su Shi and others looked up at the sky. I found that this is not a normal flight anymore. Why do you keep screaming while flying? More like being kicked away. Su Shi saw here. I can't bear it anymore. So I asked the hall master what was going on. Immediately after, I saw Lord Kong respond to Teacher Zhang with a bewildered expression. Just now, his hand lightly flicked. The other party flew away. A few people heard a gentle touch. Everyone was stunned. The other party is a person in the middle of level 4. With a gentle flick from a triple mirror, Zhang Xian flew away. However, it was not just them who were shocked. The entire arena fell silent upon seeing this scene. Xiao Wu's companions were even more frightened at this moment, their eyelids twitching. Almost fainted on the spot due to excessive vomiting of blood. He really can't believe it. Because of his own bad idea, Xiao Wu was beaten up. Falling so high. Not dying is useless. What should we do now? But just when my peers are blaming themselves for this, Xiao Wu in the sky. At this moment, it is rapidly falling straight from top to bottom. In a moment, I saw a loud noise coming from the distant leader's mansion. Immediately after, a sudden surge of smoke and dust rose up. Seeing this scene, my companion burst into tears. After recovering, he hurriedly rushed towards the direction of the leader's mansion. I haven't gone far yet. I heard Zhang Xian on the arena. Apologies, full of innocence. I really didn't mean it. I just didn't control my power well. I used too much force at once. Companion heard the words. Immediately spewed out a mouthful of juice. Did I say human language when I lost this guy? You are a person from the triple realm. Defeat the strong players in the quadruple realm. You dare to say that you exerted too much force. I see you've used all your strength to breastfeed. This is the only way to knock people away. However, Zhang Xian was also entangled in this matter for a long time. After all, he is not only a triple realm witch soul himself, still possessing quadruple strength. As long as the witch soul does not leave the body, the two forces can overlap. So Xiao Wu just punched me. Its power is incredibly violent. If it were someone else, it would definitely be a crushing presence. But it's nothing to Zhang Xian at all. Then Zhang Xian looked helplessly at the red lion. Ask him if he has one. The red lion heard the other person's question. Like a ghost. My heart trembled uncontrollably. How abnormal is he really? This is just an assessment. Not only did they destroy all the treasures, now even people are not spared. Immediately afterwards, he suppressed the shock in his heart. The response said you won the game. Not long after, the other 3 venues also had results soon. At this moment, the Red Lion announced that the top 16 contestants have emerged. Everyone, take a break before playing the first 8 matches. Everyone stepped down and rested upon hearing this. However, if Huan looks at Zhang Xian not far away. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward and said, Teacher Zhang, I have something to ask for below. This time, young Master Ruohuan came to find Zhang Xian. I mainly want the other party to help me analyze it. How can we win against the opponent? Good to enter the top 8. After all, the opponent he will encounter in the next level, to be counted on the top list. Also ranked 3rd. Strength should not be underestimated. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian, what are they comparing now? I don't even know. So I want to help but I love Imonon. However, according to the speculation of Lord Ruohuan, he believes the other party will definitely use a simple and rough way of competition. Compare this one. But Zhang Xian couldn't make up her mind about it either. It's easy to give some guidance. But what if he's not comparing himself to this? What should we do? Just when Zhang Xian was still scratching her head, Lord Kong is not far away. Just call them both down to eat something. Sit back. So a few people went down to have dinner. At this moment, Princess Xiao asked the two of them. We talked on stage for so long just now. What are you talking about? At this moment, Zhang Xian just recounted what she talked to Ruohuan about just now. After learning about it, Princess Xiao hesitated for a moment. Later on, I analyzed my opinions. He doesn't think the other party will compete in martial arts, but they will choose to disdain the understanding of cultivation. Although everyone thinks that this option is rarely chosen, especially since both of them are of the same level. This task becomes even more difficult. But Princess Xiao doesn't think so. Because he felt that the other party was in this big competition. The most desired outcome is the championship. And the path to the championship. The biggest obstacle is Teacher Zhang. Since it is so, if Prince Huan is not his target, then he is no longer his target. But Zhang Xian and Ruohuan are both from Wanlian City. So Princess Xiao felt that the opponent wanted to defeat Zhang Shi. If you become a champion, I will definitely use Teacher Zhang's best way to defeat Ruohuan as a provocation. Subsequently, also evaluated Zhang Xian's performance in the selection competition, analyzed it for everyone to listen to. So he thinks Zhang Xian is the most outstanding. Undoubtedly, it is the aspect of comprehension. That's precisely why the princess also concluded that the other party would take this opportunity to defeat Ruohuan, so as to achieve the goal of rubbing Zhang Xian's sharpness. After listening to the analysis, everyone felt that it was very reasonable. But Lord Ruohuan became depressed. He thought he would rely on his own strength, can attract others' attention. As a result, it caused quite a stir for half a day. They only see themselves as stepping stones. The more I think about it, the angrier Lord Ruohuan gritted his teeth. Just shout out his meow. If I don't do it, I'll kill him. Then he turned around and asked Zhang Xian if that's really the case. Is there any other way? At this moment, Zhang Xian also frowned. After pondering for a moment, my eyes lit up. I seemed to have thought of something. Then a strange expression appeared on his face. There is a way to respond, but there is one. It's just not very convenient to do. I heard there's a way. Ruohuan Gongzi hurriedly approached. With a sincere expression, he said, please ask Teacher Zhang to teach me. Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. I also responded a bit embarrassed, saying, take this over. Just slap him in the face. If Prince Huan hears this, I almost fell to my death. I lost it. What the hell is this? I just want you to teach him how to win in the written test. But you made me splash him with meat soup. Oh my god, I am a renowned teacher. I really have to do this. What's the difference between being a thug and a thug? Besides, I really have to do this. It will only make the other person more angry. Comparing careers is useless. If Huan originally thought, this guy's performance is so dazzling and eye-catching, what good way is there to make him dream? I never expected it. Zhang Xian, this pervert, is so unreliable. At this moment, everyone was also looking confused. I really can't think of it. Why would Zhang Xian, this pervert, let Ruohuan do this? Pouring meat soup on the other person's face without any reason. If you don't get killed on the spot, there will be ghosts. However, Zhang Xian saw that Ruohuan remained silent for a long time. Just shake your head and say you don't want to. I can't do anything about it either. Just take care of yourself. If you like to see the other person shaking their head, I feel anxious. I asked Zhang Shi, half believing and half doubting. If I do this, can you really guarantee that I will win? Zhang Xian didn't pay much attention to this matter. Just a faint response. You can handle it yourself. No one can guarantee you this thing. If you believe it, go ahead. Even if you don't believe it. Listen here. If Prince Huan's heart is cruel, if we don't seize this opportunity, I can't get into the top 10. Then the opportunity to study at Hongyuan Famous Teachers College will be gone. To cross the gap of 5-star famous teachers, it's impossible to achieve. Think of this. Grit your teeth. With eyes burning like flames, he responded with a sentence, run to me. In ancient times, he used to wield a big sword in front of Guangong, currently martyred in front of Zhang Xian. Today, this guy will experience what it means to be in excruciating pain. Just now, the young man in front of us is engaged in a battle. I thought that after giving up, the other party would point out my own problems. But unexpectedly, the opponent just asked him to go to sleep. Just wake up and you'll be fine. Listen here. He knows he's been fooled. So with a roar, he suddenly rushed towards the other party. But at this moment, the red lion beside waved its big hand and scolded, okay, losing is losing. Famous teachers make large sums of money. Not just knowledge. We also need to know how to adapt. Since I was deceived, it can only be said to be their own problem. No wonder others. However, Qin Lei saw the red lion come out and speak. I know that even if I want to take action against it now, there's nothing I can do about it. I can only secretly swear in my heart. In the future, he will definitely be killed. The result of this game has also been released. If Prince Huan advances, I came to Zhang Xian excitedly, hugging and saying thank you, Master Zhang. At this point, Zhang Xian also responded that there was no need to be polite. You tricked the other party so badly. He will definitely apply to you for a life and death battle. Don't be too busy yet, be happy. How are you going to defeat the opponent? After a few brief words, a few people. Zhang Xian is also about to enter the arena. His opponent in this match is called Shangqing. He is a super genius among the Bohemia trees. This is Lord Kong and others. I also analyzed the other party's situation. And Shangqing is also discussing countermeasures with several elders on this side. I am well aware of Zhang Xian's demonstrated exceptional abilities, so I want to compete through minor professions, but in the end, we discussed it. The elders still advised him to abstain. After all, they think, Zhang Xian is too perverted. This way, we can still maintain the dignity of the sect. This can make Changqing's eyes turn white with anger. I feel like I've been seen clearly. So he doesn't believe in this evil. At least I used to participate in animal training competitions. Has experienced a downturn. So, for the sake of one's own dignity, to make these old men shut up, just walk straight to the arena. However, Zhang Xian saw the other party gritting their teeth. I'm also confused. I don't know each other either. Why do you seem to owe him millions? I am very puzzled in my heart. So he casually asked, do we know each other before? Seeing the other person speak is even more infuriating for Ke Changqing. Just let out along his saying I don't know you, but I must defeat you. Alright, I won't say much nonsense. I am now choosing to challenge the killer of your corrupt profession. May I ask if Zhang Shi dares to accept it? Zhang Xian heard that it's better than this. I also felt a little relieved in my heart, afraid that the other party will compare themselves to alchemy. That would be disastrous. After all, he can only become Dan. Then ask the other party how to compare. At this point, Changqing continued to say, it's very simple. Since you are also a 4-star animal trainer, there must be their own animal pets. We might as well summon it over. Give each other a stick of incense. Time spent together. During this period. Who gets the highest loyalty? Whoever wins. Listen here. Zhang Shan looked at the other person with a strange expression. Confirm with him repeatedly. Do we really have to compare like this? After receiving the other person's confident affirmation, Zhang Xian can only accept it calmly. However, Princess Zhao and the audience heard the content they despised. I looked at this guy named Changqing with sympathy all over my face. What do you think you're better than? It's better than this. It seems that some of them are making you cry. As the head of the master teacher hall. At this moment, he also laughed a bit unkindly. He meows me. Is this guy looking for excitement? They tamed such a powerful demon beast. Just 2 breaths, you dared to compete with him in animal training. I can't bear to see him lose this time. Just the people in the audience. I don't know about Zhang Xian's abnormal behavior. They only know that Changqing is a famous animal taming genius. I have also won many championships in animal training competitions. So they unanimously agreed that Zhang Xian has no chance of entering the top 8. At this point, the screen returns to the arena. Both of them also called their respective pets over. Changqing has not yet compared to the demon beasts he saw. My heart has cooled halfway. I originally thought the other party is just a guy with triple mirror cultivation. His pet beasts will be similar to his own. He has absolute confidence. It's better now. Surprisingly, a savage beast from the 5 realms has arrived. And he's also that big in size. He meows. How did he tame this wild beast? However, at this moment, Zhang Xian ignored the other party's shock. Just say you can come first. I'm not in a hurry. After finishing speaking, he turned his head to look at the demon beast beside him. This is an evergreen renowned teacher. I want to tame you. You need to cooperate well with them. The demon beast heard its master's command. I don't understand why I have to be tamed by others. So he turned his head and looked at the young man not far away. He's just too powerful. Changqing met his gaze. A strong sense of oppression arose. My body trembled involuntarily. Thinking that the other party is so powerful. I can't even get close now. How to tame it? After pondering for a moment, I seem to have thought of something. With one bite of his teeth, he dug out a jade bottle from the storage ring. Just take a step forward. Speak to the nearby demon beast, demon brother. This is the blood essence of the 5-fold spirit beast that I have prepared. I don't know if you're interested. Then open the bottle cap. A strong spiritual energy surged forward. When everyone saw Changqing, they actually took out a bottle. Life insurance worth over 10 mid-range spirit stones. I couldn't help but get excited, knowing that Changqing came prepared this time. So they all think that Zhang Xian will definitely lose this level. However, what surprised everyone was, the demon beast saw the animal blood in front of him. As soon as his eyes light up, he flies in front of the other person. I reached out with one palm. Changqing couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw this. Just said, don't worry for now. You promised to be friends with me. I'll give you this bottle. Ke Changqing hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw the demon beast pressing its paw on the opponent's head. Then, with a gentle flick of the finger, just snatched the jade screen over. Changqing suddenly panicked. So he shouted loudly, what is this supposed to do? Quickly returned my spirit beast danger. Just halfway through, the monster's huge claws suddenly exerted force. A hole immediately appeared on the arena. And the evergreen is firmly trapped in the ground. At this point, Changqing went straight crazy. I didn't expect myself to be a prestigious 4-star teacher. Another talented animal tamer with a head and face. Now they are being stepped on by a wild beast. Then, with a mournful expression, he said to the demon beast, "Brother, listen to me. As long as you let go of me, I have many good things left." But this evergreen's words are still not finished. The demon beast exerted force again. Immediately pressing down on the opponent's sternum, it made a gurgling sound. Ignoring the other person's pain, the demon beast flicked its finger again. I took off the evergreen storage ring. Then it flew into mid-air. At this point, Chongqing went completely insane. What is this called? Not being tamed is enough. Why did you grab it just by getting started? But just when he vomited blood for it, the demon beast in mid-air let out a roar. However, Zhang Xian heard the roar. Just translated it for the other party to listen to as a teacher. My demon beast said, "As long as you are willing to submit to him, be his obedient person. If you spoil him, return the ring to you." Chongqing heard. I suddenly felt a blackout in front of me. Immediately after, a mouthful of juice sprayed out, and he meowed. What is this called? Ask me to submit to him. He still wants to be his pet. I'm here to train the beast, okay? Why is it the turn of the beast to train me? But the demon beast in mid-air doesn't want to submit when it sees the other party. Just shout again. At this moment, Zhang Xian also translated a bit embarrassed. Say you don't want to submit. I drank the blood of the spirit beast. Upon hearing this, Chongqing burst into tears. How can I drink this? Spirit beast blood is only useful for spirit beasts. Drinking it is not only useless, but also ineffective. Maybe it will grow scales and hair all over its body. Like ghosts and spirits. It's even possible to hang up directly. However, the demon Chen beast remained unmoved upon seeing the other party. Flied directly to the front. Holding the jade bottle, I'm about to stuff it into his mouth. Chongqing sees this situation. My soul was scared away. Suddenly, with a pale face, she cried out to Zhang Shi, "Please save me quickly. Can't I still not train him?" However, Zhang Xian also felt that the commotion was a bit loud. I quickly scolded and said, "Okay, little demon, stop messing around. Come back and then say to Chongqing, it seems like now you haven't gained any loyalty here when I'm favored. Is there still a need to continue comparing?" At this moment, Chongqing thought to himself, there isn't much time left either. Even if one cannot gain the trust of this demon beast, the other party may not necessarily gain the loyalty of the green spirit beast. Maybe we'll get a tie back. At least it can bring back some face. So he responded that of course he wanted to continue. Taming animals requires opportunities. I don't think you'll be much better than me either. If you're like me, you can't tame anything. We're just tied. However, Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. Just confirmed with Chang Cheng again with an awkward expression. Do we really need to compare? Chongqing saw the other party's guilty expression. I just gave a cold laugh. Immediately put your hands behind your back. Regained confidence once again. Just look at the savage beast and say reset to 0. The zombie in front of us. I want to tame you. As long as you can hold on. Fight for me. Go ahead and breathe. I'll give you whatever you want. Even searching for Guman. Bringing your bloodline into the capital is not a problem. At this moment, I heard the clear spirit beast promised by the master. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. I quickly nodded to Chongqing to indicate. But this scene is very shameless in the eyes of everyone. Zhang Shi just instructed the pet beasts to cooperate well. You're good. Surprisingly, he demanded that his beloved not yield. Thus, how did Zhang Shi tame him? He keeps saying that it's fair. Now he gives himself such clear instructions to be favored. This is like a dung beetle wearing a mask. You've got such a nerve. However, several elders of the Purple Gold sect also showed signs of difficulty at this moment, because they didn't expect it either. How could a genius from one's own sect do such a thing? At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that the other party had not given up until now. He also had a helpless expression on his face. Then he looked at the green spirit beast. Let's start now. But Zhang Xian hasn't finished speaking yet. The green spirit beast not far away suddenly flew over. He lifted his paw and stepped on Zhang Xian. After all, he just saw his master beast. So I also plan to let this guy in front of me try the feeling of being stepped on. However, just as the paw was about to land on Zhang Xian, he dodged the attack with just a sideways flash. Immediately after, I slapped him, accompanied by a crisp sound. The Qingling beast was directly drawn into mid-air. Then he plunged into the ground with one head. Only 2 thighs were left convulsing incessantly outside. Everyone present went crazy when they saw this. I only lost this guy in the triple realm. Why slap? Just take away the spirit beasts from the 4 realms of transformation and propagation. How strong does his meow need to be to achieve this? The evergreen who can see this scene in their eyes. Not only did he not worry about the green spirit beast, I almost burst out laughing instead. Because he thinks, I spent a full 2 years on it myself. Provide various treasures. Goodwill towards other parties in all aspects. Only the green spirit beast obediently submits. It's better now. The other party wants to tame the green spirit beast and gain some loyalty. Not only did he not show goodwill towards him, instead, he was slapped and sent flying. I still want to tame him and gain loyalty. I think when he gets up, he won't tear you apart. You can just secretly laugh. However, the more I think about it, the happier Changqing becomes. At this moment, he said to Zhang Xian, it seems that Teacher Zhang, you haven't been able to tame the clear spirit beast either. How about this? He'll be up soon. I told him not to hit you. How about we tie this level? Zhang Xian was very puzzled when she heard this. I casually asked why we were tied. At this point, Changqing explained that he needed to speak carefully. You were rough with the clear spirit beast, causing him to dislike you. In terms of favorability, you have already lost. Listen here. Zhang Xian shook her head. No response from the other party. Just go straight to the green spirit beast. Kicked it over. At the same time, he scolded me for pretending to be dead. Right. Hurry up and identify me. Immediately after, the ground shook violently. I only saw the green spirit beast quickly pulled his head out of the ground, lying excitedly in front of Zhang Xian, rubbing around. This scene is seen in Changqing's eyes. He suddenly went crazy. I just feel a blackout in front of me. Weakness in both legs, collapsed directly to the ground. This pervert in front of me. His slap not only made the birthday costume recognize its owner, but also, even his master, and willingly follow the pervert. Be a loyal and unwavering little brother. But he's just such a perverted person. Surprisingly, there are still people who shamelessly challenge him. The result is that the pervert only uses one finger. Teach him how to be a good person. Just now, the evergreen spiritual master in front of us. I thought I ordered the animal pet to show some color to the other party. It can make the male lead suffer losses. Unexpectedly, just as the green spirit beast was about to go pick Zhang Xian, I was slapped back. But this renowned teacher is evergreen. He not only didn't care about the situation of the pet animals, but also, instead, he even became happy. After all, this level, the comparison is about who can tame each other's pets. So Changqing saw the other party fight like this. I just think I can win or draw with the opponent. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xian came to the front of the green spirit beast. Just kick him down and make him stand up and confess his identity. Seeing this scene in front of him, Changqing suddenly went crazy. I just feel a blackout in front of me. Weakness in both legs, collapsed directly to the ground. The more he thinks, the angrier he gets. Just charge forward and let out a roar of Qingling. What are you doing here? Have you forgotten that I am your master? He hasn't finished speaking yet. The green spirit beast flew over. A huge claw appeared in front of him. The next second was accompanied by a scream of agony. I saw him kicked away dozens of meters away. At this point, he went completely insane. You know what? The price he paid to tame the green spirit beast. It's enough to buy a city. As a result, he was slapped and completely betrayed. Think of this. Changqing can no longer resist. I sprayed out a mouthful of juice directly. However, the people in the audience also went crazy when they saw this. This is like a ghost. Is losing this card poisonous? Use the method of drawing away their pet animals. You can still let him take charge. Even pet animals no longer have their original owners. And kick him away with one more kick. Are you sure the zombie isn't a pervert? And on the other side, Lord Kong and others. At this moment, not only is the face twisted, but also, still trembling all over, thinking, this is what Princess Zhao said about the method of beating and taming beasts. They couldn't believe there was such a method ahead. What I see with my own eyes now. Everyone feels like their values have been completely destroyed. However, after Qingling Beast shaved Changqing away, afraid that Zhang Xian won't accept him, just keep bowing blindly in front of him. Zhang Xian also knew about the idea of pet animals when he saw the situation, so he nodded and said, okay, no need to say goodbye, I'll take you as my pet. Upon hearing this, Qingling Beast, he ran excitedly to the demon beast. I feel like a follower by my side. But when he looked at Changqing not far away again, just showed an arrogant expression. I glanced at him and then ignored him. However, this renowned teacher, Changqing, has seen the situation. Everyone has a desire to die. At this moment, he also understood. Why did Zhang Xian just ask several times in a row? Do we really need to continue comparing? It turns out that they are not afraid of losing. But I'm afraid I'll lose too badly. Had I but known. I'm even worse than nothing. Listen to the elder's words. Just surrender obediently and forget about it. That's great now. Not only was the storage ring of all my belongings stolen, not even being favored anymore. Why is my life so hard? But just when he was feeling down, just heard Zhang Xian across the street say, is this considered my win? If you think it's not possible, then we can have another competition. I heard the other person say that. Changqing was so scared that his face turned black. I quickly responded that there was no need to compare. I dare not compete with you again even if I kill you. I just give up. However, Zhang Xian saw the other party admit defeat. Just look at the demon beast beside me. Order to return the item to the person. although the demon beast's face was full of reluctance. But you still have to listen to the master's words, so I had to throw the thing back in time. Subsequently, Zhang Xian told Changqing that demon beasts do not understand etiquette and numbers. How much have you offended? It's not easy for you to collect these treasures either. It's time to return the item to its rightful owner now. Tang Qing saw the situation. My face turned pale. Eyes turned red. He responded with excitement on his face, saying, Teacher Zhang, in the future, I will be your loyal follower. Who dares to speak ill of you? Even if I exhaust my entire life's efforts, I will make him apologize. You should know that great teachers not only have students, there will still be followers. These followers follow behind with faith. To spread its reputation, cultivate the younger generation. I want my reputation to reach the world. These followers are essential. But Zhang Xian didn't even expect it himself. Just said it casually earlier. He captured a follower of a 4-star famous teacher. Changqing surrenders in this level. This means that Zhang Xian has successfully advanced. Other arenas soon also had results. The list of the top 8 has also been released in this round. However, the 2 geniuses with the highest voices, Luo Xian and Liao Wuji, hurriedly listed. Just to Zhang Xian's surprise, Song Chao is also here. It seems that although this guy is a bit silly, actually, there are still real abilities. And with the help of Zhang Xian, Lord Ruohuan, I also successfully made it to the quarterfinals. At this moment, Master Hongshi also provided the list of personnel from the 8 entering temple. Announced it. Zhang Xian learned about the opponent in this level. Liao Wuji is second only to Luo Xian. Then I was stunned for a moment. However, Su Shi beside him saw the other person looking confused. Just say that this guy chooses to compete in martial arts. And every time it's a crushing victory over the opponent. In the previous game, he only used 3 swords to make his opponent surrender. Zhang Xian has finished understanding. The opponent is a top-notch master of swordsmanship in the quadruple realm. I also have a plan in mind. So he walked straight towards the arena. However, Liao Wuji standing on the stage saw the other party coming. No nonsense. Just said one sentence directly, Teacher Zhang. I want to challenge your swordsmanship. Please advise and see if the other party agrees. Liao Wuji applied to the nearby Red Lion. They don't want others to see their martial arts competition. Red Lion Classical also agreed to the other party's request. Then he waved his big hand, raised the mist from their arena, instantly disappeared in front of everyone. However, the people in the audience immediately exploded. I was originally full of anticipation, thinking of being able to participate in this fierce competition. Learn something. I didn't expect anyone to watch it. It's really frustrating. At this moment, everyone is engaged in the battle inside. There are also various speculations, but it hasn't been 10 breaths yet. Suddenly, someone noticed the guards around them. The long swords in their hands kept chirping. There may be gaps at any time, and signs of flying. Everyone exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the situation. This is the sound of 10,000 arrows in the sword state of mind. However, Zhang Xian's match. It ended amidst everyone's speculation. It's less than 2 minutes since we entered. They both came out. At this moment, everyone's face was full of confusion. Why did it get better so quickly? And who exactly won them? Just as everyone was speculating about it, I saw Liao Wuji put his long sword into the storage ring. I just shook my head and said, I lost. Zhang Shi's swordsmanship is profound and profound. I feel inferior. Liao Wuji finished speaking, ignoring everyone's surprise. Just walk up to Zhang Xian, hugging and saying, I have reached the early stage of swordsmanship. I feel it's very difficult to make progress now. I wonder if Teacher Zhang can give me some guidance. Tell me the direction of cultivation. Zhang Xian was able to calmly seek advice even when he saw the other party lose. So he nodded with a calm expression to show goodwill. Then he reached out and said, bring me a sword. Liao Wuji saw that he agreed. I quickly took out my long sword and handed it over. But everyone saw Zhang Xian borrowing arrows from Liao Wuji. Everyone frowned. They are very puzzled. Zhang Shi wants to guide Liao Wuji. Why not use your own sword? Other people's swords are all loyal to their masters. Once spiritual rebellion occurs, I'm sure I won't be able to provide suggestions and achieve results. But just when everyone was puzzled, Zhang Xian took the long sword. Gently flick your finger. The long sword unsheathed and emerged. A surging spiritual energy was instantly ignited. Like light. Dazzling and dazzling. Everyone exclaimed in surprise at the sight. What the hell is this? As soon as he took the long sword, it made him spiritually inspired. Proactively acknowledge the owner. Fake, he meows me. Am I sleepwalking? And Liao Wuji standing opposite Zhang Xian. At this moment, I was also scared and widened my eyes. Like seeing a ghost. You should know this long sword. He spent a full 6 months on it. Even nourished with the blood from my heart for a whole month. Only then did he completely submit to him. However, just as he was in chaos about it, I heard Zhang from the other side say, watch it out. I only use it once.
Upon hearing these words, Liao Wuji quickly focused his attention and looked at Zhang Xian.
The same goes for the people in the audience. The air on site is as static as if it were still. Everyone held their breath and concentrate on looking at Zhang Xian. I dare not make any sound. However, at this moment,
Zhang Xian waved her long sword in her hand.
Just chopped straight towards Liao Wuji.
Immediately put the long sword back into its scabbard.
Returned it to the other party. Just walked towards the audience.
But this scene happened too quickly.
Many people haven't figured out what's really going on.
Even Liao Wuji looked at the sword coming towards him. He's also confused. What is the other party doing? Although the speed is very fast, but not only was there no sword raised,
there is no deterrent power yet. What's there to learn about here? However,
just as he turned around with confusion to look at Zhang Xian,
the wind that was driven when I turned around just now, I just blew a hair off my forehead. Liao Wuji saw the situation. The pupils involuntarily contract.
Thinking to myself, could it be Zhang Shi's sword just now?
Amidst one's thick hair, cut off one of the hairs.
The control of this power is simply shocking.
But suddenly I thought,
being able to achieve control over this power, doesn't it mean that he is already the center of the sword's state of mind?
So he had a respectful attitude on his face.
I quickly stepped forward and clasped my fists, thanking Master Zhang for his guidance.
Zhang Xian also stopped at this moment. Turn around and ask if you understand. Liao Wuji quickly responded by saying that he understood the classical Chinese.
Zhang Shi's one-sword cutting technique.
Its control is thought-provoking and terrifying. It means to encourage me to practice and control more.
But he hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw Zhang Xian shake her sleeve. Turning around with an unusually disappointed expression, he said,
"It seems like you haven't understood yet." Without looking back, he walked towards the audience.
However, just when Liao Wuji was puzzled,
a gentle breeze blew by.
The hair that just fell off was lightly damaged,
gently rolled up and instantly torn apart, broken into dozens of sections, dancing with the wind. At this moment, Liao Wuji realized,
just now, Zhang Xian wore more than just one piece in front of her,
but dozens of them. At this instant, I can cut dozens of pieces in a row.
And if it's not blown by the wind,
my hair isn't even short yet. What level of achievement is required to achieve this? Think of this. Liao Wuji's whole body trembled involuntarily. Front, he still wants to use his swordsmanship to dominate the crowd, can easily defeat the opponent, but unexpectedly, compared to one, not even qualified to be its student. Think of this, just watching Zhang Xian return to the audience seat. Hugging again, I will work hard. I won't let you down for passing on the sword. However, everyone saw that he also walked down. I asked him with a puzzled expression how he lost. What swordsmanship did the opponent use? Listen here. Liao Wuji gave a bitter smile. He only used one finger. You beat me.
Rumor has it that everyone is standing in the wind, disorganized. Soon, this round of 8 and 4 also came to an end. Song Chao and Ruohuan both stopped here.
People who have entered the semifinals.
They are all quadruple peak powerhouses.
At this moment, the Red Army also announced the personnel list for the next battle.
Master Kong learned that the opponent in this match is this Huangshi. Also make Zhang Xian be careful when dealing with the first few levels. This person has been hiding their strength all along.
I don't know if there will be anything unexpected for the soldiers. Just,
Princess Xiao on the side actually smiled and said, Master Kong,
we don't care who our opponent is. Whenever encountering zombies, people with headaches are always the other party.
I heard the princess say that.
Lord Kong smiled awkwardly. Soon after, amidst the laughter of a few people, Zhang Xian, it's almost time now, just started walking towards the arena. However, just arrived on stage.
The two of them politely bowed to each other. Then Huangshi spoke up about this scene.
I want to compare teaching with teacher Zhang.
Educate with Zhang Xian's consent. Huangshi said that the rules are very simple.
Randomly select 100 people from the square.
We both teach using phonetics at the same time.
But breaking promises is not allowed. Until the end of the lecture. Many people are willing to learn from someone. Whoever wins. These people have different levels of cultivation. We will explain some basic knowledge of cultivation. Otherwise, I'm afraid those with low cultivation won't understand. High is not suitable. Listen here. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. After all, these rules don't matter to Zhang Xian at all. If we ask him to explain other knowledge, maybe not very strong yet. Just now we're talking about the basics. It is estimated that even if Kong comes, Zhang Xian may not be able to speak better. Wang Shi saw that the other party had no objections. Quickly invite 100 people to the arena. Soon I saw everyone neatly arranged in front, so he waved his hand and said, Master Zhang, let's start now.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded with a slight smile and said, I'm not in a hurry.
You can come first. The championship race has finally begun. Just this pervert in front of me. His opponent is 2 levels stronger than him. This is similar to how college students treat middle school students. There is no comparability at all. How can perverts give up because of this? During halftime break, immediately break through from the strength of middle school students to high school students, but the opponent shamelessly stopped him. This old man and princess beside him. I jumped up in anger. Just now, Zhang Xian only used one finger. We won this swordsmanship competition that made it to the quarterfinals. Can participate in this round of battles in the top 4. The opponent chose teaching. After seeing Zhang Xian's agreement on educating people, the other party explained the rules in detail. We also invited 100 people to the arena. It's almost time to start. Zhang Xian is not in a hurry either, so let the other party come first. However, Huang Shi saw the other party say so. I won't make excuses either. I started using phonetics directly to address the people on stage. Shortly after the lecture, did Zhang Xian see what the other party explained? I also nodded with satisfaction. Subsequently, the teaching also began. At this moment, the people in the audience, they are once again speculating about their victory or defeat. However, the spiral of another arena and the competition of Bjianghai, it's already over. It's just that the call has always been the highest. Luo Shen, also known as the top potential. We lost the game this round. It's also very confusing. However, in the crowd, there is only one famous player who has been watching their matches all along. With a bitter smile, he said that they were just comparing cultivation. The two have similar strength. Even Roche is superior. According to reason, he is definitely capable of winning. Who knows? This Bai Shi was actually in the process of the competition. Breakthrough in one fell swoop. From the 4th peak to the 5th realm. Everyone heard this. Full of confusion and perplexity. Surprisingly, he was able to break through to the 5th level in one fell swoop during the competition. This is simply unbelievable. Terrifying news. Accompanied by the sound of discussions on site. After one of the two venues matches ends, everyone's eyes are on Zhang Xian's side. However, Huang Shi and Zhang Xian are still standing in place at this moment, teaching to 100 people. Except for the people on stage who can hear the explanation. People in the audience. I can only see their mouths opening and closing. That's it. The time for a stick of incense also passed quickly. At this moment, the person listening on stage slowly opened their eyes. At the same time, there was a flickering light in the eyes. At this moment, Zhang Xian watched as the lecture came to an end. I also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she is very confident in her course. But how should these people choose? I still can't be 100% sure. After all, we cannot go back on our word and live a long life. The credibility of the content he explains will decrease significantly. Even too profound. Many people find it difficult to understand. Think of this. Zhang Xian dare not speculate further. So he shook his head and looked at the crowd in front of him. Open your mouth and ask everyone. I didn't know what to say before I spoke. Suddenly, a flash flashed before my eyes. I saw a figure kneeling in front of him. Please ask Master Zhang to accept me as a disciple. I will definitely study seriously. Not letting down the teacher's teachings. Zhang Xian was startled by the sudden kneeling. After calming down, I finally saw the person ahead clearly. Even more terrified on his face. He quickly spoke of the royal family. Don't, what are you doing here? The people in the audience saw the scene in front of them. What the hell is this? Just finished class. These 100 people haven't figured out who to apprentice to yet. This imperial master has already become a disciple of the other party. What's going on with his meow? Just talking about basic knowledge. You can talk about a 4-star top-notch teacher and kneel down on the spot. What exactly is this talking about? Oh my god, I also want to hear it. However, at this moment, everyone in the audience went crazy. After all, they all know about the game just now. Zhang Xian didn't make a vow of longevity. Just that everyone hasn't been completely shocked yet. The 100th person on stage, kneeling neatly in front of Zhang Shui. With a devout and respectful expression, he said to teacher Zhang, we also want to bow to your door. Please accept us as disciples. The whole audience was immediately in an uproar. This scene has made everyone suffer from skepticism. It's just an incident of burning incense. Not only does it make the top 4-star celebrities kneel down and worship, and make all the people listening to the lecture kneel down. Is this the reincarnation of Kong? Zhang Xian couldn't even imagine it herself. There will be so many people studying at the same time. I suddenly felt like my head was too big. So I said it to everyone. Everyone, get up. After the end of the competition, no matter what the grades are, I will give you a lesson. However, the Red Lion besides saw that Zhang Xian had calmed everyone down. He also showed a satisfied smile. Subsequently, it was announced that Zhang Xian would win the game. Just when the Red Lion was about to say the final, just heard a mournful cry coming from the side. Turning around, I realized it was the same yellow lion as before. Men saw him kneeling in front of Zhang Xian all the time. Just pull it down. But unexpectedly, he cried louder and louder. Like crazy.
Even in death, one must worship Zhang Xian as their teacher. Upon seeing this, Master Hong couldn't help but shake his head. After all, he knows very well. As a 4-star peak-renowned teacher, Huang Shi, a deeper understanding of cultivation will be gained. So I listened to Zhang Xian's class, obtained more knowledge than others. Naturally, it sinks deeper. With his mesmerizing expression, Hong's estimation, Zhang Xian cannot refuse to accept him as his disciple. What only gives Hong a headache is, this Zhang Xian passes every level. I didn't dismantle the thing. It's just destroying people. How could there be such a perverted person in this world? I sighed at this thought. Just ignore Huang Shi who was forcibly pulled down. Just announce it's done. Repair the field for 10 minutes now. The next match will be hosted by Zhang Xian and by Zhonghai. Start the final championship race. However, Lord Kong and others saw that Zhang Xian had returned. Filled with worry, he introduced himself to him, the situation of the final opponent. And Zhang Xian learned that this master just broke through his cultivation level in the competition. I also find it unbelievable. So at this moment, a few people also know. In this level, the opponent will definitely choose to compete for cultivation. They are also worried about it. After all, they are only 2 different levels apart. This is simply incomparable. The princess beside sighed and said, yes. It seems that there is no hope for zombies to win the championship this time. If there is a re-entry, there may also be a little bit of equipment. It's just a pity. However, Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. Just ask the princess. Are you saying that if I re-enter once? It's not easy for the other party to win against me, is it? Seeing the other person nod in response, Zhang Xian continued saying, okay then, please wait a moment. I broke through the bottom line. After one's words, I dug out a mid-range snack from the storage ring. Put your hands together. Instantly, the breath of the whole body, rising with a loud bang like igniting gasoline. A few people heard him say wait a moment. I haven't realized yet. I saw him concentrating on the scene. They were all startled by him. What the hell? There are less than 5 minutes left until the start of the competition. Do you think breaking through is enough? Just a few people haven't finished being shocked yet. Less than 5 breaths. Zhang Xian has already successfully broken through to the 4th level of Qing dynasty. Lord Kong saw the scene as if he had seen a ghost. Do I dare to exaggerate a bit more when I lose it? A few breathing times. Saying breakthrough is truly a breakthrough. When did this breakthrough become so simple? However, they arrived at the nearby Bijang Sea. The spiritual energy fluctuations on site. I just followed the breath and looked over. But upon closer inspection, I realized it was Zhang Xian who was suddenly. So I thought of something. With one bite of his teeth and one leap, he arrived at the arena. Shout to Zhang Xian, Master Zhang. I have rested well. Since everyone is waiting for me to see, don't procrastinate. Let's start right away. Upon hearing this, Princess Xiao immediately furrowed his brow. I couldn't help but curse him for meowing. Is this guy scared when he sees zombies about to break through? Lord Kong jumped up even more angrily. Damn bastard. He's not scared at all. I don't even have the demeanor of a famous teacher. He's just a scumbag. At this moment, Zhang Xian slowly opened her eyes. Several people are worried about him. Just smiled and responded, saying it's okay. Don't worry, everyone. So with a flick of his body, he jumped from the audience to the arena. Bi Jianghai saw the other party invited to come up to him. He calmly said that Zhang Shi has extraordinary talent. The able to challenge beyond the level. Continuously defeated Wu, Liao, and others. Bai's heart was filled with admiration. I want to challenge your cultivation. Everything has to refuse. However, Zhang Xian also paid no attention to this. Just responded with a faint smile. Please. You must obtain the opponent's shadow. If you know he's a pervert, then don't dare to hesitate at all. Immediately gather all the body's breath. Just throw a punch at Zhang Xian. This punch has tremendous power. The 2 million yuan power of the 5 mirrors, combined with its own true qi. Like a big mountain pressing down. This powerful sense of oppression is suffocating. However, Zhang Xian stood still. Although there has been a recent surge in strength, but I have never really fought against a strong person. At this moment, facing such a powerful aura, immediately feel vasodilation, like a lit flame. Immediately, my blood boiled with excitement. At the same time, he also wants to test his own cultivation, without the use of soul power. He threw a punch in the face and rushed forward, accompanied by a loud bang. Zhang Xuelian took 7 or 8 steps back in a row. KB Jianghai saw that the other party had just broken through. I dare to confront myself head-on. Just snort coldly. Then he spoke of Teacher Zhang. Your strength is indeed not weak. The understanding of cultivation is even more astonishing. But if you only have this level of strength, I'm afraid this champion is mine now. As soon as the words fell, I saw the Bijang Hanhua group surrounded by palms. 5 fingers spread out and swing down. Moment. A huge palm print suddenly struck Zhang Xian. But at this moment, Zhang Xian not only did not avoid its sharpness. Instead, he threw another punch and headed straight towards him, accompanied by a loud bang. Zhang Xian was directly flown tens of meters away this time. Not long after, it stopped. However, the small dance in the audience. At this moment, he also furrowed his brow tightly. The more I look at it, the more I feel something is off. Because she was bounced by Zhang Xian once. Knowing her power is definitely more than that. I just broke through. Why has it actually become lower? But just when everyone was puzzled about it, the two people on stage have played dozens of moves back and forth. System. And with every move, Zhang Xian used all her strength to face her head-on. It's just that every time it's blown away tens of meters away. At this moment, in the crowd, a famous teacher suddenly realized something was wrong. Have you noticed? Zhang Shi fought with the other party for half a day. It seems like I've only used one hand all along. Everyone only noticed this when they heard the words. Just why do we have to fight the enemy with one hand? Do you want him to fail? But he doesn't have the upper hand. Always at a disadvantage. And let him have one hand. What the hell is this situation? So everyone feels very strange. But at this moment, what did a sharp-eyed scholar see? So I shouted, you guys, look, is the zombie holding a snack in their hand? Others looked at him as soon as they heard it. I really noticed him holding a snack in his hand. Soon everyone in the room knew this. Everyone was extremely surprised by this. How did he manage to practice while fighting? Because almost everyone present is a renowned teacher. So they know the reason behind it. And Lord Kong understands the difficulty here even more. After all, Zhang Xian has just broken through to the 4th level turbid clear realm. To separate turbidity and clarity, the cultivation ability is getting stronger and stronger. Under normal circumstances, it takes a long time to accumulate to achieve this. And now Zhang Xianming knows that time doesn't allow it. But they still have to bear it hard. This is not an exaggeration. But I want to use the other party's power to separate the turbid and clear, thus achieving the improvement of cultivation. His opponent is BG Anghai. It has just broken through the 5 coincidence and is approaching soon. Attacks on the soul and body. The control is not so complete. Therefore, during the attack, there is both soul and true chi present. However, Zhang Xian took advantage of this flaw in the other party. Touch true chi with true chi. Touch the soul with the soul. Forcefully separate the murky breath in his body. So at this moment, Lord Kang's face was full of admiration as he said, this Zhang teacher is really amazing. This is not something that normal people can think of. Not to mention doing it. After all, there was a slight mistake. They could all be trapped in an irreparable disaster. The place. However, while avoiding the world on stage, I also realized something was wrong. His face suddenly became unusually fierce. Then let out a wicked roar. You want to use me as a sharpening stone? Indulge in wishful thinking. As soon as the words fell, I saw a surge of violent aura emanating from him in an instant. The elders of the sect not far away saw the situation. My face changed. I exclaimed in shock, oh no. This is an unprecedented event. Unprecedented large-scale installation and insertion site at the level of millions. Just now, the renowned teacher in front of me thought, Zhang Xuangan's breakthrough has not been consolidated yet. Attacking him would make him flustered. But this famous teacher never dreamed of it. Not only will they not be flustered. Instead, he was used to practice his hands. Think of this. His face suddenly turned unusually fierce. Then let out a wicked roar. You want to use me as a sharpening stone? Indulge in wishful thinking. As soon as the words fell, I saw a surge of violent aura emanating from him in an instant. However, the elders of the sect not far away saw the situation. My face changed. Just exclaimed in shock, oh no. Is this guy crazy? How could you use the technique of the Supreme Sealing Demon Fist? Is this guy going to die? Why are the elders of the sect so nervous? You know what? The Supreme Sealing Demon Dog is a secret technique of the Wangjiang sect. Never disclose it to others. Once used, in a short period of time, power will instantly increase by 1 level. Just after using it, the original cultivation level will also plummet as a result. Because of this wall list, it was not easy to break through to the 5th level of transformation and reversal. If buried for this reason, it's not just him, even the entire Wangjiang sect. Everyone will face huge losses. After all, within the scope of the 28 powers, there are less than 100 strong people in Wuzhong and nearby areas, and their Wangjiang sect has less than 5 people. One more strong person. It will bring great deterrence to the sect. Their status will be greatly elevated as a result. Besides, these elders understand. Zhang Xian is a super genius teacher. Now our own Blue River Sea. Surprisingly, he had a murderous intent to participate in the competition. If any unexpected changes occur, they are Wangjiang sect. How to give an explanation to the Mingshi Hall again. Therefore, at this moment, several elders are also very concerned about Zhang Xian's safety. However, everyone saw that the strength of BG Anghai had once again broken through. They were all scared and exclaimed repeatedly. At the same time, I also sweated for Zhang Xian. Just Zhang Xian on stage, faced with an opponent whose cultivation suddenly skyrocketed. Not only is there no fear at all, instead, shouting came just in time. Just rushed up. After a loud bang, smoke and dust began to rise on stage as well. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves in an instant. The entire arena, instantly engulfed by powerful steam, covered with smoke and dust caused by collisions, make it impossible for everyone to see the situation inside. But during these 10 breaths, everyone on site felt the spiritual energy fluctuations present. This is a stock that has emerged from the quadruple period. The aura that only comes from continuously breaking through to the peak. So everyone on the scene exploded. Although I can't see their tricks clearly. But this aura is also enough to make them understand. Zhang Xian is becoming more and more brave as she fights. As a 5-star renowned teacher, the Red Lion, with his keen eye, you can naturally see what is happening inside the smoke and dust. So he was also scared by Zhang Xian and his face turned pale. At the same time, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Surprisingly, in such a fierce fight, you can also use the opponent's soul pressure to refine yourself. Quickly separate Zhuoqing. Make rapid progress in cultivation. This courage and confidence are beyond even my reach. However, Zhang Xian on stage. At this moment, it has also entered a mysterious realm. Just now, we used the other party's power to enhance one's cultivation level. It's just a temporary idea he came up with. I thought it would be difficult to complete, but I didn't expect that not only did it succeed, and the effect can be so perfect. However, Zhang Xian's overall aura and strength now, there has been a qualitative leap forward. Now his strength plus 1.6 million soul power. It's a whopping 3.6 million points. Even if the opponent is 5th tier and approaching the peak, he will also be punched to death by him. However, Master Bai looked at Zhang Xian not far away. I am currently experiencing changes within my body. Enjoy the thrill of just breaking through. I feel like I'm going crazy. He thought he had used his final move. Increase cultivation significantly. It's easy to crush the opponent. Who knew that the more he hit, the colder his heart would become? Jumping up and down, use all the energy to breastfeed. The other party, however, feels as if they are asleep. Dealing with it casually will make oneself feel embarrassed. Thinking of this must be at this moment. I am extremely angry in my heart. I can no longer tolerate the other party. So he gathered all the power in his body into his hand. They bombarded it without reservation. At the same time, let out a roar and die for me. Everyone was extremely anxious watching this scene. However, Zhang Xian, who stood still and experienced the changes inside her body, finally recovered as well. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw the other person carrying a violent force attack towards oneself. He lightly waved forward with a palm, accompanied by a roar. When the smoke and dust dissipate, I saw that Bai Shi had flown into mid-air at an unknown time. However, the live audience saw that the blue river sea on the field was missing. I was stunned for half a day. Not long after, someone suddenly exclaimed that he had flown out. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly looked up at the sky. At first glance, the whole audience was in an uproar. After all, Zhang Xian's strength is in their eyes. According to normal circumstances, you should be beaten to a pig's head. As a result, he didn't have any nonsense. On the contrary, Wu Zhong and the neighboring wall masters are like balls, drafted into mid-air. But Zhang Xian is only now in a state of cultivation. I am completely awake now. I was startled when I saw the wall master who was blown away by myself. So he scratched his head with guilt and looked into the air. The wall master in the middle explained that I really didn't mean to do it. However, several elders in the audience. I was worried earlier that he might kill Zhang Xian, causing a major disaster. Just seeing the genius of the sect like a kite now, flying farther and farther, I just breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, one of the master elders slowly stood up. With a look of shame on his face, he said at the same time, Teacher Zhang and all of you, we Wangjiang sect's discipline is not strict enough, almost causing a major disaster. We're just waiting to die. Zhanghai will give a good education when he goes back. This second place is a shame to bear. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this. I thought to myself, if I really care like this, don't you have to cancel your qualification many times? Then he responded that you were being too harsh, elder. My humble teacher was just stimulated by me just now. Only by taking action did it take a heavy blow. Actually, it didn't cause me any harm. I think it's better to just let it go like this. Upon hearing these words, several elders of Wangjiang's sector so excited that blush turned red. Just like Zhang Xuanqing said, "Thank you, Master Zhang." Everyone exclaimed in unison upon hearing these words. This is the true spirit of a renowned teacher. However, the wall master flying in mid-air. At this moment, he was also crying with tears in his eyes, expressing his broad-mindedness. I also want to. The premise is to be able to beat this pervert. Red Master, the victory and defeat have been determined. He also came out to appease the excited crowd. Then it was announced that the champion and runner-up had appeared. So the 3 to 10 players below will continue the competition.
An hour passed quickly.
The top 10 teachers in this competition have all been confirmed. At this moment, the red teacher stood up again to award the prize. So when awarding the reward to Zhang Xian, still using phonetics to speak to him, Teacher Zhang,
this top-grade spirit stone, it was given first place by the 4 masters of the last hall. Zhang Xian only realized at this moment. No wonder the rewards for this year's competition. It will be much richer than in previous years. Originally, it was to please Teacher Yang, and the Red Master quickly distributed the top 10 rewards as well. Then I told everyone about this. The second famous teachers competition ended successfully. Top 10 famous teachers, Manhwa, please come with me to the Phantom Empire City to receive the commendation. Obtain the opportunity to enter the Huaqing Pool for cultivation. This is the once-in-a-decade competition of famous teachers. Zhang Xian won the championship with abnormal results. From then on, no one in the Wancheng Alliance knows this pervert anymore.
Zhang Xian saw that after the incident was over, the others also left. I flipped my wrist and handed the book to Lord Kong. My colleague said thank you to the master for taking care of me during this period. This is a cultivation technique specially written by my teacher for you. Practice according to the above. I should be able to help you break through to the river spirit realm. Lao Kong heard the words. My breathing immediately became rapid. Eyes instantly turned red. You should know Zhang Xian's teacher. But the 8-star famous teachers they know. Getting his guidance is definitely a great fortune in life. Not only that now, but also, I even wrote a set of techniques specifically for the Hall Master. This favor is for him. It's so big that words can't express it. Master Kong, who knows this well, doesn't hesitate to say a word. Kneel down directly to the ground. And he looked solemnly at Zhang Xian's mansion. Knocked 8 times. Then he stood up. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Know the kindness involved. It's hard to say anything. Therefore, turning around, he handed 2 more books to Teacher Lin and Teacher Su. After the 2 of them took over the technique. It's also 1,000 thanks with tears of gratitude. Just the princess standing by watched as parting was imminent. I can no longer contain my inner emotions. He said to Zhang Xian with slightly red eyes. Can I follow you to Hongyuan Famous Teacher Academy? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded by saying, Princess, your current strength is relatively low. If we rush over, it will be very troublesome. It's safer for Master Kong to guide you here. After speaking, he turned around and looked at the Hall Master. Tell me, Master. Dancing Princess, I'm begging you. Although the princess was very unwilling to hear the other party's arrangement, but he also knew that Zhang Xian was a dragon and phoenix among people. It's not something that a little princess can compare to. Even if you don't want to give up, you still have to give up. After a few people bid farewell, Zhang Xian also returned to the mansion. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Emohan walking over. At this moment, Lao Emo finally explained the situation of his anger. The powerful soul inside him is called the War Soul Body, belonging to a special physique among which soul masters. It was formed the day after tomorrow. Usually, they have experienced life and death. Success can only be achieved through great sorrow and joy. This is a rare occurrence that cannot be sought after. A special constitution that cannot be replicated. If this system needs to be fully awakened, we can only go to the ancestral land of the witch soul. But it's not easy to go to this witch soul ancestral land. This is the easternmost point on the entire continent. It is still unknown how far it is actually. It's difficult to complete without a few years. So Lao Emo wants him to lead the way and rush over on his own. As a result, Lu Chong can grow as quickly as possible. Zhang Xian can also rest normally, too, without delay. After understanding all of this, Zhang Xian hesitated slightly in her heart. I don't know when. Lu Chong came out behind the 2 of them. Speak to Zhang Xian, teacher. I am willing to go with Mr. Mo. Zhang Xian saw that Lu Chong had made a decision. Then he let out a sigh. Just tell him that since you have made a decision, I don't force myself either. Then he looked at Lao Mo. Then I'll hand over Lu Chong to you. Because Zhang Xian knew it himself. I will eventually separate from these students. Since Zhao Ya's incident, he also has psychological preparation. But it's really time to face it. Still carrying no. Then he led Lu Chong back to the room. Inject one's own true qi into the other person's body. Immediately after, he said to him, Chonger, this is a true qi of being a teacher. Now hidden inside you. Once encountering danger, it can be used for emergency purposes. After everything is explained, Zhang Xian also called over the demon beasts. I instructed you to follow Lu Chong from now on. Protect all of him for me. Everything has been arranged. Time quickly arrived and the next morning arrived. Yesterday, the renowned teacher agreed to give a lecture during the competition. So before leaving, Zhang Xian must handle this matter no matter what. So he took a few students to the square together. Upon seeing the scene before her, Zhang Xian was instantly stunned. What the hell is this?
Are they all here to listen to their own lectures? How many people did I lose? 100,000 or million? And what's going on with these pets?
At this moment, Lord Khan awkwardly explained.
Everyone knows you have to teach. Because I couldn't get a seat. I rented some wild beasts from Shoudon to listen to your lecture.
Zhang Xian was stunned when she heard this.
Flying in the sky is understandable.
There are still a bunch of wild beasts that can't fly next to the square.
What does lying down mean? Lord Kong himself responded with some embarrassment, saying,
That's Han Chongtang, the master of the Beast Hall.
I heard you're going to give a lecture.
Bring all the wild beasts from the Beast Hall overnight.
I'm cheering for you.
At this moment, Zhang Xian was speechless.
He meowed and even wanted to cheer.
Also, let the animal trainers come. Now let's have a group of wild beasts to help with the power of knitting yarn.
Actually, only Zhang Xian himself doesn't know. Now,
his reputation is already very high in the entire Wancheng Alliance.
Everyone learned that he was going to give a public lecture.
Everyone rushed over to listen, eager to compete.
Even some wise spirit beasts want to hear it. That's why we have this scene now. However, the square outside the leader's mansion is very vast. In terms of area, it's no problem accommodating millions of people.
Just now, almost all the pins are stacked seamlessly.
After this matter calmed down, Zhang Xian.
He also shook his head helplessly. Then he walked towards the middle of the square.
In order to prevent the pervert from continuing to pervert, someone actually deployed over 10 savage beasts. Stop the perverts. Not only are there sorcerers performing hypnosis,
and under the guidance of the array mage, the magic array will defeat them.
Trapped, Zhang Xian is really about to hang up this time. Just now,
the male lead Zhang Xian has said it herself.
After the competition, there will be a public lecture. But unexpectedly, the next day,
he came to this square that can accommodate millions of people. But I found that there were no empty seats. Even above the square was filled with voices.
There are countless trees on the ground. See here.
Zhang Xian also felt relieved.
No matter how many people come, just focus on teaching with peace of mind.
So he strode towards the middle of the square. Soon, Zhang Xian stood in the crowd and surrounded Gu.
1 week later, the sound of Lang Lang's lecture began to resound throughout the square. Most people only listened for less than a minute,
continuously breaking through bone formation.
Even some people can't understand what Zhang Xian is saying, also made consecutive breakthroughs.
At this moment, I saw the sky above the square,
presenting abnormally active spiritual energy. However, the scene shows the distribution of the flowing cloud sects Wanlian City.
At this moment, Lord Luo looked at the spiral in front of him.
Tell me about your previous competition. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to tell. But you little one wants to hide it from me. This teacher has been teaching you for over a decade. I'm afraid we can't do it yet. Spiral Classical Chinese gave a bitter smile.
Then he calmly admitted that.
I knew I couldn't hide it from the teacher. The match between me and Bijianghai.
I did leave a backstop myself. After all, with Zhang Shi's strength, he is definitely able to enter the finals.
If I were to enter too, it's inevitable to encounter the teacher. You also know that our relationship with teacher Zhang is not harmonious. If this leads to planning conflicts again, I might as well give up. Let Wanhai sect and the others cause this trouble. Speaking of which, Luo Xian is full of apologies. He quickly clasped his fists and said, I hope the teacher can forgive the students for their initiative. It's just that Luo Zong insists that the other party can be so thoughtful. I also nodded very satisfied and said, not bad, not bad. Can you think of this? It means you have grown up. Don't worry, you. Well done this time. As a teacher, I will not blame you. I will also reward you. During the competition, it is possible to
balancing the pros and cons of the overall situation. Making such a decision is already very good.
You should know that both Teacher Yang and Teacher Zhang, they are not things we can offend. Don't even confront it. Past events. We can only slowly restore this relationship in the future. After saying these, Luo Zong believes that his students are so sensible. We will consider the sect. The more I think about it, the happier I get. Not long after, he kindly asked the students. The whole competition is over.
You can also see Zhang Shi's strength.
How did you feel? Spiral Sword Teacher asked this question. The radiant response is undeniable. He is a formidable opponent. Even in some aspects, I am not as good as him, but if they really match up, if I don't leave anything behind, it's probably not that easy for him to beat me. After speaking, the Spiral Sword Teacher looked at him happily.
Just continue confidently without saying anything else.
Let's talk about the process of teaching and educating students.
Although it seemed quite impressive at the time.
If I'm not mistaken,
he must have used some hypnosis or similar methods.
Otherwise, how could we possibly make everyone bow down? Luo Zhengji's student said so.
He responded with a slight smile.
Hypnosis can indeed be convincing. But what about Huang Shi? He seems to be going to apprentice too, right? However, upon hearing the teacher say so, there was a hint of sharpness in Luo Xian's eyes. Just explain that it's not him who thinks he's smart. If you want to worship him as your teacher, I may not be able to see these yet. He is a renowned 4-star peak teacher. Existence of mood scales exceeding 14.0. This Zhang teacher does not use the experimental celestial beast. It can also make him intoxicated. Willing apprenticeship. Are you kidding? Why did he do this? All for the sake of pleasing teacher Zhang. Intentionally pretending. The acting skills were too excessive. Exaggeration actually sold itself. Listen here. Lord Luo also thinks it makes sense. Later, I asked the students if it was because of this. I didn't attend his lecture today. At this moment, Luo Xian responded with disdain on her face, saying, he's just talking about basic knowledge. What's so good about it? I only talked about a few things over and over again. I'm not inferior to him in speaking, so there's no need to waste time here. Speaking of which, Luo Xian wants to prove that she is stronger than the other party. Let the teacher guard him. Now break through to level 5 and, after obtaining the teacher's consent, Luo Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and practiced with her eyes closed. But after he sat down, he exerted his strength for half a day. But I found that no matter how it operates, I can't even absorb spiritual energy. I feel like there's no spiritual energy around me. There's simply no way to gather spirits for cultivation. However, just when he was puzzled, someone rushed in and anxiously and said, Master. Not good, Teacher Zhang is teaching. I heard the students come over in such a panic to give instructions. Tell me about this matter. Lord Luo's face immediately became displeased. What's wrong with giving a lecture? Is it possible to speak of flowers? This is a student who ignored the scolding from both of them. Just pour in the spiritual energy above the square. I told countless people about the breakthrough. Upon hearing these words, Lord Luo was momentarily stunned. Suddenly thought of something. So I closed my eyes and tried to gather spiritual energy. But I found that there was not even a trace of spiritual energy around me. The whole person suddenly trembled involuntarily. My colleague muttered to himself that he had been diagnosed. This is Yan Zhu's spiritual energy. 10-mile vacuum. Listen here. Luo Xian is very puzzled. What does 10-mile vacuum mean? This is Lord Luo, with a dull expression in his eyes, responded with a trembling voice. It is an ability only possessed by a 6-star renowned teacher. You can use language to gather spiritual energy within a radius of 10 miles. Turn it into a vacuum state. Provide training for those attending the class. That's all for now. Lord Luo can no longer bear it. I quickly ordered the two of them to stay. Hurry up and gather everyone to attend the lecture. Otherwise, people from other sects will be imprisoned as a result. The leader of their own Flowing Cloud sect, ranked first in 28 places of power. It won't exist for long. But the students heard the patriarch say so. I just responded that it's already too late. The upward trend only lasts for 1 hour. Besides, it's about to end. And even if we go there now, there's no place. Listen here. Lord Luo's face turned pale, almost fell to the ground. A place in the square that can accommodate millions of people. There's no place left now. Think of this. He trembled uncontrollably all over his body. According to their Lu Yunzong heritage, if I could hear such words, the course on the 10-mile vacuum of spiritual energy will definitely become stronger and stronger. To surpass the Red Maple Emperor city where the Red Lion is located. It's not impossible either. But now I can only look at Yang Xing and sigh. The more I think about it, the more depressed the patriarch becomes. I turned my head and looked at Luo Xian not far away. Cold voice asked, you just said you were teaching. Can it compare to him? Upon hearing this, Luo Xian, I immediately cried. He thought the distance between himself and Zhang Xian was not large. You can catch up any time. I only found out now. It's not even on the same level. Completely incomparable. And on this side of the screen, Lord Zhao. At this moment, he also looked excitedly at Zhang Xian in the distance. Since he inherited the position of alliance leader, I have been striving to expand my territory and expand my territory. Make the alliance stronger. But he also knows. The foundation of the Wancheng alliance is too weak. It is extremely rare to achieve successful expansion and expansion of territory. It can even be said to be completely impossible. It's just the impossibility in his heart. But it was broken by Zhang Xian's class. Millions of people have listened to the course. In the future, they will all be the backbone of the country. It's hard not to rise up. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian was in the crowd. Finally, he said a sentence of Baosho Yuan. One heart rule is naturally regarded as the foundation. Just look ahead again. That's all for today's class. Everyone. Goodbye. After speaking, Zhang Xian waved her wrist. A brush appeared in front of me. At this moment, I saw Zhang Xian waving his pen. Aerial painting. In the blink of an eye, a huge phoenix appeared in front of everyone. Historical records state that in the 3372nd year of the Wancheng Alliance, zombie teaching in Wanlian City. Millions of modified string dramas gather spiritual energy.
10 miles of vacuum-carved walls, stepping through the forest and leaving. $1 million modification of Chibai Kohu teacher. Time came quickly, and 10 days later, during these 10 days of flying in the air, Zhang Xian thoroughly consolidated the cultivation of the 4th level of Huafan, also broke through the soul power to the 5th peak. Now he has a total of 5.2 million strong institutional funds. During this period, he used the identity of a foreign teacher in front of him. More than 600 spirit stones scraped and collected, but several students and Sun Chang and others have all used it up. The students have all broken through to the dual realm of transformation and complexity. Sun Chang is currently among several people. It can be considered as the fastest one to reach the double peak. We're almost at the Phantom Empire City. At this point, Hongshi also introduced himself to Zhang Xian. Wei Jiang, the master of the renowned teacher hall in Huanyu Emperor City. It's my own teacher. He is a 5-star peak famous teacher. Huafan 8 realms peak strong. And the lord of the city is Yi Wintian. The strength has also reached the 8th level of Huafan realm. After the colleague has provided an overview of the situation, I just smiled. Say to Zhang Xian, the news that we arrived at Huanyu Emperor City today, I have already reported it. Mingshi Hall. Someone should come to greet us soon. Master Kohong hasn't finished speaking yet. I heard a series of roars coming from behind me. More than 10 huge flying spirit beasts flew straight over. At this moment, Hongshi smiled faintly and said good to Zhang Xian. The welcoming person has arrived. After a while, follow them and you can directly enter the Imperial City. But I haven't finished speaking yet. I heard a sentence coming from the nearby wild beast. It's been a long time since we last met. It's just that you didn't come at the right time this time. I advise you to go back. Upon hearing this, Hongshi furrowed his brow. Just look in the direction of the conversation. It was discovered that the person speaking was none other than Feng Yu, so he responded by saying, at the invitation of the Mingshi Hall and the palace of Emperor Yu, specially come here. Nature won't go back. If Brother Feng wants to go back, I can give you a ride. After speaking, Hong frowned. Just look at Zhang Xian. Speaking of Feng Yu, it's our 4 major feudal cities, the master of the Feng Yuan Imperial City famous teacher hall inside. But I never dealt with us. 28 factions under the Hongfeng Emperor City are engaged in a large-scale competition. They are also conducting. I thought it was someone from the royal family of Huanyu Imperial City. Come and pick us up. I didn't expect them to receive the news first. We are renowned teachers of the same level. It is inevitable for them to compete with each other. Now come and block us directly. I'm afraid the visitor is not good. However, just as Red Master was introducing Zhang Xian, Lord Feng from the opposite side used phonetic techniques to say to Master Hong, I'm kind to tell you, you won't listen. Hongfengdi City is the farthest from here. You're late. Perhaps there are some things that are not clear. The quota for entering Huaqing Pool this year has not changed, but the royal prince in front of the knight asked for 3 more. Our nature is also lacking. That means you don't have any space left. Let's go back now. Otherwise, the past would have been self-deprecating. In my opinion, you guys are the best. Let's go to Hanyuan Famous Teachers College to report first. Anyway, it's meaningless to keep staying. Listen here. Hongshi waved his big hand. It's not up to you to say whether it's meaningful or not. We don't have to worry about our affairs. You took the trouble. After speaking, let Lin Shou fly to the underworld hall. Feng Tang instructed the other party to leave. Just turn around and instruct the person behind to take action. The youth heard the command. Immediately start playing the guqin in your hand. The red lion heard the sound of the qin. My face immediately darkened. He roared at the other party and said, what do you really want? At this moment, Feng Yu saw that the other party had a good reaction. Just respond coldly, saying, don't do anything. I just want you all to wait here for a day. After speaking, he turned around and let the young man continue playing music. The red lion stopped talking nonsense when he saw the situation. Directly put both fingers together. A sword aura shot towards the guqin in the young man's hand from his fingertips. Just the sword energy hasn't arrived yet. Just hear the sound of collision. Only then did they realize. The other party is covered with a huge protective film. Even the attack of the red lion cannot be defeated. Zhang Xian was very helpless when she saw this, and just now she felt very strange. Why is the other party bringing so many people? Everyone is a renowned teacher. It's impossible for them to actually start fighting. The original purpose was here. So he shook his head and said, they put in a lot of effort to keep us. Surprisingly, so many people were mobilized to set up the formation. However, the red lion beside him was also anxious at this moment. I want to fight now, but I can't. I have to leave, but I can't. If you really stay here for a day, I'm afraid there won't be any spots left. Zhang Xian saw the red lion's concern. Just talk about the red lion. You don't need to rush either. It's actually quite simple to solve. Han's classical Chinese was initially taken aback by its simplicity.
But it's so far away. Neither attacking nor escaping. What is a simple method? Zhang Xian's classical Chinese also did not respond to the other party. Just ordered to be reassigned. Let them close their ears themselves. Then a sinister smile appeared. This pervert. How abnormal is he really? The old man in front of me. He was originally a strong mentor and role model. Since spending over 10 days with the pervert, now he's also starting to become so perverted as a pervert. Just now, when Zhang Xian, Hongshi, and others were about to arrive at the Huanyu Emperor City, I was taken by Master Feng of Fengyuan Imperial City famous teacher hall. He stopped them with over a dozen wild beasts. In order to prevent the Red Lion and Zhang Xian from entering, there is a chance to enter Huaqing Pool. Not only did they hypnotize their spirit beasts with eagles, make it unable to continue moving forward, we also used formations to protect those who cast eagles. In this way, not only can Hua Hongshi and others not leave, I can't attack the opponent either. I can only eagerly miss the final spot in the air. But at this moment, Zhang Xian saw that Master Hong was extremely anxious. Just shake your head and say it's simple. Let me handle it. Then he ordered the savage beast to close its ears. However, Lord Feng across the street heard Zhang Xian say something simple. Sneer coldly. Then he shouted, simple. I see you're not very old. His breath is not small. Red teacher, are all your students so unruly? Elders are speaking. When? It's your turn to interrupt, you little spearheads. Zhang Xian saw the other party looking old and disrespected. Just revealed a sinister smile. Immediately after, there was a shout. When this sound comes out, like the crowing of a cow, the other party saw Zhang Xian shouting like this. I haven't realized yet. Feeling the spirit beast beneath suddenly lose its center of gravity, falling straight downwards. Fengyu, who fell rapidly, immediately panicked. Falling like this at an altitude of over 1,000 meters, even if he is a 5-star renowned teacher. The strong of the 6 realms of transformation and propagation. I'm almost half dead. At this moment, Fengyu watched as he got closer and closer to the ground. Suddenly, a symbol of Liang Guangpu appeared in my heart, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw a huge pit smashed out of the ground. However, Fengyu lying in the pit at this moment. They keep raiding outside. He looks like he's still hanging in one breath, but falling from such a high place. I estimate that dozens of bones on his body will be broken. However, the others who came with him, only the strength of the 4-fold transformation, fall down like this. If there weren't wild beasts to use as flesh shields for them, it's probably getting cold. At this moment, the red lion in the air watched them fall together. They were all shocked and stunned. He couldn't even imagine the zombie in front of him. Is there anything else he can't do? Just a simple roar. I dealt with over 10 wild beasts at once. This is just crazy. I couldn't help but swallow my saliva when I thought of this. Then he looked at Zhang Xian with a frightened expression on his face. Ask them, won't they die if they fall like this? But Zhang Xian responded with a nonchalant expression. If you say die, you can't die. It's just that they feel good about this fall. Since we caught up, the Blue family is about to encounter something that will happen. Don't care about them anymore. Let's hurry into the Imperial City. Not long after, the Red Lion and others arrived at the square of the Huanyu Imperial City. Just as we were about to head to the Imperial City, a few 4-star renowned teachers have arrived. The Red Lion is pretending to be affectionate when it sees someone coming. Eyebrow furrowed. Just ask, didn't I ask you to tell the teacher? Why hasn't anyone been arranged to greet you? On the contrary, Feng Shi and his team have arrived. At this moment, Qin Wenyan's face changed during the Qingning festival. Filled with worry, I asked if you had met Master Feng. He didn't do anything to you guys, did he? Later, through communication between the two, they finally learned the whole story. This matter. Let's start with the Huaqing Pool, which only opens once every 10 years. There are only 15 spots available for entry in total. The 4 major feudal cities and the imperial court each hold 3 seats. Just the prince in front of the royal family at night this time. In order to please Princess Fair of the first-class prosperous imperial city, intentionally making Hua Qingqi very mysterious, mainly for him to come, can please the other party from it. But this Princess Fair not only came this time, but I also requested 4 spots at once. The royal family has given up 1. The other 3 require the 4 major feudal cities to leave. So, Lord Feng just now, it was colluded with the lords of other cities, intentionally preventing the Hong family from attending. These 3 spots don't need to be shared by them anymore. After learning about the situation, Hongshi was also very angry. After having a plan in mind, he said to Zhuang Qin beside him, since the quota has been confirmed, the matter will be discussed at tonight's dinner party. It's still early now. Can you arrange a place to live first? I'll also visit those old things by the way. After everyone's accommodation has been arranged, Hongshi and Zhang Xian discussed this matter in the room for a long time. I just saw them angrily walking out of the room. After all, Red Master is not easy to deal with either. being openly restricted by others.
If it weren't for Zhang Xian's presence this time,
They probably don't even have a spot. So Hong Shi is really angry this time. However, the scene arrived in a room not far from Zhang Xian and the others. These two elderly people in front of us, probably the vanguard of the four feudal cities, the lord of the imperial city and the lord of the monthly imperial city. They just learned from their subordinates that,
from the hall master and the Red Lion,
after what happened in the air today,
I also have a face full of disbelief.
Even if you see the recording crystal,
there were scenes from the scene at that time.
They can't understand either of them.
How could you fall from a high altitude so gracefully? But just as the two of them saw the scene in front of them,
everyone is very worried about the safety of Lord Feng. Just when I was about to send someone to care about the situation, Master Feng,
appearing in front of the two of them with bandages all over their bodies.
This appearance.
Don't even talk about the image of a hall master, immortal wind, Taoist bone, etc.
Now walking on the street.
It's good not to be mistaken for a beggar by others. Only the two elders saw Lord Feng with this appearance.
I couldn't help but ask how the other person was injured. At this moment, I saw Feng Yu roaring wildly at that bastard, Red Lion and his students. I had to kill them. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. Did you hear from behind that you wanted to kill me? Okay, I'm here. Right behind you.
Come on, the three of them will immediately seek reputation upon hearing this. It was discovered that the visitor was none other than the Red Lion. The two elderly people couldn't help but twitch at the corner of their mouths when they saw this.
But Feng Yu is different from them. At this moment, I saw him angry. I have to grit my teeth and continue cursing at the other person.
Hong Shi ignores the other party's anger and insults.
Wrist move.
A 5-star teacher badge appeared in the palm of my hand. Then drip a little fresh blood onto it.
Just say that I, Hong Xian, am a 5-star renowned teacher. Emotional challenge Feng Yu. Feng Shi is currently conducting.
I hope the headquarters will approve. As soon as Hong Shi finished speaking,
I saw a flickering light emanating from the badge. Dazzling and dazzling. Immediately,
I saw the same one or two big characters slowly floating in the air.
The operation of the Red Lion just now. There are unresolved conflicts among renowned teachers.
You can apply for a master teacher challenge from headquarters through the badge.
As long as the two levels are similar.
These challenges are all allowed. Because famous teachers also need to enhance their strength through battles. So the headquarters even carries a hint of encouragement.
Go deal with this matter. That's precisely why. Feng Shi gang applied. The headquarters will respond immediately with the word agree.
Just Feng Yu saw the two big characters in front of her.
Suddenly, my eyes darkened. I just started crying.
After all, he makes it like Zhongzi. I don't know how many bones have been broken all over my body.
Even walking is uncomfortable now.
Now the other party is going to take on the challenge of becoming a renowned teacher.
How can we compare this?
Seeing the other person with a mournful expression on their face, Hong Shi,
with a wave of his hand, he angrily rebuked that since the headquarters had already agreed. Don't pretend for me. Let's get started straight away.
What's there for Fist to say?
I heard the other person say that. Feng Yu suddenly panicked. Then he retorted, look at me now. How can I compare with you? You can't deceive people too much. Upon hearing this, Hong Shi, the righteous response is that you have been seriously injured. Feng Shi, this joke is not funny at all. I have inquired about everything. An hour ago, when you came out of the palace, isn't it still lively and vibrant? Even pointed out a guard. You haven't fought with anyone else. I didn't do anything.
How could someone get hurt by stealing a chicken or a dog? Are you, as a renowned 5-star teacher?
It's because I'm afraid of fighting with you. Intentional installer reason. I just want to refuse this battle.
You deserve the title of a renowned teacher.
Listen here. Feng Yu is crying again.
They were originally going to intercept red money and other items.
It was also secretly carried out to deceive the royal family.
After all, this despicable tactic needs to be known to others. It also has a great impact on his reputation. What he didn't expect was, the other party actually took advantage of this loophole.
Think of this. Feng Yu is not a good person. But Hong Shi can't control any benevolence, righteousness, or morality right now.
After all, the other party's injuries were also self-inflicted. Besides, if the other party's scheme succeeds,
it's me who needs to cry.
So he coldly snorted and said,
I hope Master Feng won't refuse. If you don't fight, I can send the message back to headquarters now. Say you're afraid of challenges, not worthy of the title of 5-star famous teacher. Or maybe, report the beginning and end of your appearance to headquarters.
Feng Yu responded with tears streaming down his face upon hearing these words, saying, okay.
Can't I just pick me up? Red Master responds to you when he sees the other party.
Instantly, a surge of true energy surged out of my body.
Just let out a roar. Since you agree, let's get started then.
As the body sways, I only saw a lingering shadow in the same spot.
I heard a crisp sound the next second. It's just that Feng Yu hasn't responded yet. Just fly straight towards the sky. After a moment, I saw him coming from a height of tens of meters, rapidly descending, accompanied by a loud bang. At this moment, I saw him lying on the ground with a pale face. I was struggling to stand up. When I need to say something, the red lion punched him in the face. Immediately after, I saw the red lion crazily outputting on the opponent. At this moment, Feng Yu, I can no longer see any place on my body that is good. Overall, it appears that a person has lost their original abilities. But the red lion is not either. A malicious person. Every move made, he has a sense of propriety, can make the other party suffer a lot. It won't hurt him too severely. After all, famous teachers are also made of meat, designed by someone on their own head. Still haven't let out a single breath of anger. I won't be bullied every day in the future. If you don't even have this bit of blood, how can we preserve the renowned teachers in mainland China? Not occupied by the alien race. So even the best-tempered teacher. I really want to use my hands to conquer the vast land. Still relying on combat and force. I don't know how long it has been. At this moment, the Red Master's aura also dissipated. I won't fight anymore. Then I watched him clap his hands. Hugging the person lying motionless, Feng Shi said. The old man who was accompanied by Feng Yu on the side accepted the offer. I saw the other person stop. I couldn't help but pull out a badge. Shouting loudly is great, great. I, Luo Zhao, am a 5-star renowned teacher. Apply to headquarters to clarify with you. Challenge now. I hope you agree. Hong heard the words. Hands behind your back. He responded with a majestic posture. Sorry about that. I just finished fighting Feng Shi. Currently, there is a significant loss of vitality. Cannot fight again within 10 years. So I refuse your challenge. Upon hearing this, the two elders. I suddenly went crazy. Can I be more shameless about losing this guy? That could have been called a battle just now. Isn't it a one-sided storm? Think of this. Master Luo is becoming increasingly angry. Immediately afterwards, he roared and asked if you were injured. You and I both know it very well in our hearts. Now tell me if you dare to face it or not. Hong Shi ignored the other party's urgency, just responded with a calm expression, saying, if you truly disregard civil morality and dignity, I want to take advantage of someone's vulnerability. I promise you it's nothing. But if you really want to challenge me, so the rules of contempt are up to me to set. Each of us has 700 million flying spirit beasts. Engage in combat at an altitude of at least 1 kilometer in the air. Do you dare to fight? Upon hearing this, Luo Zhao, suddenly stunned, he just handed over the record towel from his subordinate. Seeing the scene of Feng Yu falling from a high altitude, I really want to be with him in the sky. This is not about to be thrown half dead like Feng Yu again. However, the Red Lion saw the other party hesitate. He looked disdainful and said to him, what's wrong? Don't dare to fight. Don't dare to take on challenges casually. A prestigious 5-star teacher dares to challenge himself. I, the injured person, dare not fight now. Nian, you're really embarrassed to have thrown it home. Two old classical Chinese speakers simultaneously spewed out a mouthful of old fruit juice. Did I take the wrong medicine today when I lost this guy? It's normal to see him on a regular basis. Why are you so shameless now? At this moment, the Red Lion noticed that the other party was not speaking. Just snort coldly. Since you dare not fight, I'm too lazy to continue pursuing it. I came to see you all for one thing this time. You intercepted me in the air. To undermine fairness, an explanation must be given. The voice of the Red Lion has just finished speaking. I saw a dark shadow rushing towards him from behind. The highly anticipated female lead is about to appear. Unfortunately, abnormal, he doesn't even know it himself. And still engage in such abnormal behavior towards him. There's a good show to watch now. Just now. After the Red Master beat up the Hall Masters of other cities, the old man who was with this Hall Master, in order to avenge him, he also issued a clear challenge to the Red Lion. Unexpectedly, the Red Lion refused to agree, dead or alive. The other party even mocked them, saying that if they really wanted to challenge, go to a high-altitude battle of over 1,000 meters with yourself. Otherwise, don't force yourself here. The Red Lion has just finished speaking. Seeing the other person's shocked expression, just keep scolding coldly and say, okay. Since you dare not challenge, I'm too lazy to continue pursuing it. There's only one thing I came to see you for this time. You intercepted me in the air. The act of violating fairness. You must give me an explanation. At this moment, the two elders heard the Red Lion say so. Not only does his face look embarrassed, I almost fainted from the gas. This guy beat old Feng half to death as soon as he came up. It's better now. We need to find an explanation in reverse. I just haven't received a response from both of them yet. The Red Lion continued. This is very simple. You use despicable means to obstruct. We must provide compensation. How about this? I won't ask for more from you either. Just 500 mid-range snacks. Let's just forget about this matter. I won't report it to the teacher or your majesty either. Otherwise, I insist on causing this matter to escalate. It's unacceptable for everyone to give me feedback. Actually, the performance of the Red Lion today is different from before.
Mainly, Zhang Xian had already discussed with him before coming.
As soon as you arrive, use the method of challenging yourself with a renowned teacher. Give the other party a beating.
Launch an aerial battle against the other two individuals.
Finally, we need to demand compensation from the other party.
So today's red teacher.
Only then did the two old men in front of me,
feeling so vulgar and shameless.
Besides, Red Master's confidence today is so strong, mainly because of Zhang Xian.
After all, the last master of the first-class Imperial City famous teacher hall.
After our last encounter with Yang Xian,
now everyone wants to teach this genius Zhang Xian well. So if the Hong family were to escalate this matter, as the lords of these second-class imperial cities,
there's definitely no good fruit to eat. Just the two old men at this moment. I heard the other party say they want 500 snacks.
They were all scared and stumbled.
Almost died from a fall. Although they are renowned as 5-star teachers.
But there can't be too many mid-range snacks on hand either.
Being able to produce 1 or 200 is considered impressive. Now the other party's breath is 500. This is simply forced for them.
But they are indeed at a loss in this matter.
Think of this. Luo Zhaokai responded by saying, we acted recklessly in this matter. Just don't ignore the red money. Besides, haven't we done anything to you? Be a good person and stay on the front line. You also understand this principle. There's no need to do things so thoroughly, right? Upon hearing this, Hongsher continued to mock and ask, what's wrong? Tell me so much now. You don't want to give it. I still can't afford it. If you don't want to take it out, it's okay. I just heard that the Crown Prince will be at the banquet tonight. Discuss how to solve the problem of 3 quotas. You came to the capital so early. I must have inquired about it a long time ago, right? Just state the solution. Provide the response method that you have discussed and agreed upon. Let's put an end to this matter.
Upon hearing Hong's words, Luo Zhao also shared what he had learned.
Just how will the Crown Prince assess tonight? Everyone, they really don't know. Otherwise,
I wouldn't use this method to stop Red Lion and others.
But what they know is that
this person named Princess Fair is coming over this time.
Mainly with 2 classmates. There is another friend. I happen to be on a mission to Qingji Mountain. I was just invited by the Crown Prince. Otherwise, as a princess of the first-class Hongyuan Imperial City, how could I have come here with such condescension? It's just that these people are not ordinary people.
Leaving aside the fact that Princess Fair is only 24 years old, it has reached the level of a 5-star renowned teacher.
A girl named Luo Qiqi came with him.
I heard that she is also a princess from a first-class Imperial City.
Its strength may be compared to Princess Fair's, only high, not low. In addition, there are 2 accompanying male classmates, a person named Xing Yuan and a person named Wu Jin.
They are all from Hongyuan Famous Teachers College.
I am classmates with the princess. Their strength is not much different from Princess Fair's. Speaking of the end, Luo Zhao also specifically explained it. This Princess Fair is said to have a bad temper. His friend Luo Qiqi is even more indifferent. If encountered, it's best not to offend. Otherwise, the entire Phantom Empire city may not be able to withstand it.
At this moment, Hongsher also smiled. Reply with peace of mind.
We won't meet either. Upper. Even if they really meet, they can't possibly offend. After all, we are all honest people.
The screen comes to Zhang Xian's side. At this moment, Yuan Tao looked dejected and said to Zhang Xian,
he feels like he's been practicing slower lately than before. I haven't been able to get any improvement.
After all, Jiaya and Lu Chong have recently left one after another.
It also put a lot of pressure on them. Besides, just now whining broke through again. So Yuan Tao has always been worried about being scolded by the teacher. Not making an effort on one's own. I just can't hold it anymore. I just came to ask the teacher for some guidance. However, after understanding these, Zhang Xian, also, let Yuan Tao be okay. This is not due to his personal effort or talent. The main reason is that the dragon breath bloodline in the body does not continue to activate, leading to, then let him go back and rest first. He will find a way to help him activate his bloodline. So he called Sun Chang over. Let him inquire about it. Are there any places around that sell treasures? Soon Sun Chang returned with good news to inquire about.
Reported it to Zhang Xian. There is indeed a place called Qishan Tower nearby. There are various exotic treasures inside. But I heard that the things inside are only for free and not for sale. Through Sun Chang's report,
Zhang Xian only found out
the things in this precious building, only for those who can crack the stone pillars.
And the more you crack, the more points you earn. Baowu can be redeemed by earning points. Crack the stone pillar.
Similar to the method of treasure appraisal.
So Zhang Xian asked Sun Chang to lead the way.
Now go to Qishan Tower. Soon, the two of them also arrived here.
Just arrived. I found that it was filled with incredibly rare items inside.
Some things can be worth more than 10 mid-range snacks, but here, you can exchange it for just a few points. However, after finishing the first floor, Zhang Xian couldn't stop admiring it. However, although there are many treasures here, but we haven't found any activation element yet, items with Tao constitution. So the two continued on to the second floor, but as soon as I came up, I found out the number of treasures on this level has decreased significantly, but everyone is cherished. There are many items that cannot even be taken out of the treasure compartment. You only need 2 points here to redeem it. After circling around, the two still haven't found any useful treasures, so I continued walking towards the third floor. After taking a look around the third floor, I just found out a long sword actually requires 6 points to redeem. Subsequently, the service personnel introduced that this sword is a mid-level weapon at level 0. Being able to refine again can be promoted to become a magic sword. After learning about it, Zhang Xian also felt a little tempted, but currently, his main concern is, we still need to find something suitable for Yuan Tao to use. So he continued walking forward again. But I haven't taken 2 steps yet. I found it on the counter next to me. There is a round spirit beast inner pill placed. As soon as the eyes of reason open, I just realized it's a Huafan 7 Chongqing Luo snake. The inner alchemy of spirit beasts. See here. Zhang Xian just showed a smile. Because he knows that the Luo snake contains the bloodline of the dragon race. Can activate Yuan Tao's dragon breath bloodline constitution. Although it requires a 10-point credit, but it's also worth the price. It's just that the internal alchemy's fire energy is too strong. We need some medication that can neutralize it. So he continued walking forward. Just walked for a while. I heard the woman next to me say, I want this Diyu grass. What should I do if I hear Diyu Chao? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. I just looked over to the counter. Because Zhang Xian knows. This Diyu Chao is a medicinal herb with a cold attribute. Gentle temperament. Has a great neutralizing effect on drugs with scorching properties. More on the internal organs and meridians of the human body. Has strong warmth and protection. It is the best medicinal herb for Zhanghe Luo snake inner alchemy. However, the young man in charge of managing the counter saw the other person asking such a question. Just explain and report back to this young lady, our Qijin. The treasures of the building are not for sale, but it can be redeemed by earning enough points. Introduction by Brother Jing. The woman in front of him and the young man next to him. I just learned about cracking the stone pillar. So this young gentleman just looked confidently at the woman next to her. Speaking of Miss Six, you stay here for a moment. I'll go and redeem some points for you now. The woman in front of me, named Miss Lu. It seems that they don't care about pleasing young people. On the contrary, it also carries some displeasure. I waved my hand in response and said I don't need your help. I will earn these points myself. Then he turned his head to look at the young man at the counter. Let's lead the way ahead. I'm going to take a look. Little brother saw someone trying to break through the stone pillar. I quickly nodded in response. Immediately after, take the two of them upstairs. At this moment, Zhang Xian, who was standing aside, saw the situation. I also followed Sun Chang over. Quickly, a few people walked to the 4th floor, discovering this spacious hall. Except for 2 neat rows of stone pillars, there are no other items left. Only then did Zhang Xian realize, standing in front of the smooth stone pillar, a few people who kept shaking their heads and sighing. They are all 4-star appraisers, just looking very depressed. I couldn't help but sigh. Even a 4-star appraiser has failed. It seems that we need to identify this treasure. It's not as simple as I imagined. And at this moment, an old man walked out of the house. A faint smile said, "Don't lose heart, everyone. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize it." However, the young man saw the OP come out. Just take 2 steps forward and say, "OP." This young master and young lady also want to break through the stone pillar. The old man nodded in response to the words. Immediately looked at the 2 of them. Please ask both of you. Please pay a deposit of 10 mid-range snacks per person first. Young people hear this. I casually flipped through and took out 20 snacks before handing them over. However, the old man who took the snacks pointed to the side and said, "There are 2 rows of stone pillars here. Each one is blocking a treasure. There are corresponding prompts above. Make your own judgment based on this. Infer what kind of item is inside. Each person only has 1 stick of incense time. As long as it can be recognized. Say its name. The 10 pillars will automatically crack open. The more cracks there are, the more. The more points obtained, the more. You can also exchange more treasures." After learning about the situation, this young master just showed a look of licking a dog. Say to the woman next to you, "Miss Six, can you wait for me for a moment? I'll come as soon as I go." After finishing speaking, he walked straight ahead. Just came up to him, completed a circle along a stone pillar. He was originally full of confidence. Suddenly, a face full of confusion appeared. It seems like the more I look at it, the more confused I become. After continuing to spin twice,
My face immediately darkened. After all, he had just made a solemn vow,
praising Haikao in front of Miss Six. The original intention was to win points and win the hearts of the beautiful people.
I haven't recognized anything yet.
I thought to myself, if I go back like this,
it's really embarrassing to throw it home.
So he reached out his palm and touched the stone pillar. Instantly, a surge of true energy seeped into it. But it was discovered that
the stone pillar seems to carry the ability to isolate true chi.
It has no effect at all. Subsequently, various methods were attempted.
As a result, all available methods were used once. It doesn't work at all. Then I couldn't resist it anymore. Just looked at the old man and said, I said the OP. You don't have any features like this. How can I tell? It can't be a trap, can it? This thing is considered a 5-star or 6-star appraiser. I can't tell either. However, these are not uncommon for the OP. At this moment,
I saw him respond with a gentle smile, saying that this young master,
don't worry either. There are hints left on the stone pillar. You can refine according to the prompts. I heard the other person say that.
The youth looked at the stone again,
the handwriting left on the pillar.
After reading for a long time, I still can't understand the meaning inside.
Just watching the time of a stick of incense. We're about to go over. I anxiously muttered nonsense to 10 pillars, saying wintermelon, watermelon, homie melon, I love you.
You're a big fool. However, Zhang Xian on the side saw the situation.
He also showed an awkward expression. Are you an idiot?
He laughed at him. The pervert shouted thank you as soon as he spoke today. He also said that if one person can't do it,
you can invite 8 more people to come together. How twisted is this flavor to do this? Just now, Zhang Xian asked the old man to go up and fight for 3. He is based on his abilities. I believe he will find a way. I went up without any consideration. I got beaten up in less than 10 breaths. Then I wanted to ask for help from the other party.
But unexpectedly, when I turned around and looked around, I just realized he was closing his eyes to rest. At this moment, the old man cried and fainted on the spot.
But just when he was thinking about abstaining,
Zhang Xian used phonetics to say to him that he was almost half a foot away.
Move 3 more points to the left. Use the second move of capturing Dragon Palm to directly hit it.
However, the red lion finally spoke when he heard Zhang Xian.
Don't hesitate, just follow his instructions immediately. These 3 old men just don't know.
The other party has already revealed their own destiny. Still full of vigor, divided into 3 paths, upper, middle, lower, and lower.
Colleagues attack internet celebrities.
At this moment, he found it difficult to dodge.
It must be killed.
Suddenly, I saw his footsteps slip.
It's like anticipating the opponent's attack in advance.
It appeared in a place where none of the 3 could reach. The red corpse suddenly flashed like this. The 3 of them haven't had a chance to react yet.
All the moves I just played fell on a few people,
accompanied by bursts of sound.
Several people were hit at the same time.
At this point, they all went crazy.
I feel like I've been toyed with.
However, Feng Yun, who had recovered, leaped forward. He waved his palm and charged towards Lao Hong. Go, but the person hasn't arrived yet. I saw that the other party had already extended their foot.
But Feng Yu hasn't had a chance to react yet.
The whole person was kicked away forcefully. Upon seeing this, Luo Zhao on the side no longer hesitated.
Immediately thrust forward and throw a punch. Attack him from behind. Kahongshir didn't even glance at the other person. Turn around and kick out a kick. This kick hit the opponent's crotch directly. Luo Zhao received this blow. Suddenly, he became iron-faced. Just let out a miserable scream like killing a pig.
Immediately, it fell to the ground with a loud bang like cooked prawns.
At this moment, there was only Chen Yu left on the stage. Hongshir's aura is fully unleashed, instantly approaching the other person. He hasn't reacted yet. With just a slap, he exhaled, accompanied by a crisp sound.
I saw Chen Yu's blood being drawn flying wildly.
Be seriously battered. However, after these few moves,
the whole room was stunned.
The old red in their eyes just now. Being beaten so hard that I can't even stand steadily. How did the blink of an eye become so fierce? A few minutes later, Red Master uses Zhang Xian's phonetic technique, cracked all the opponent's tricks, beating them one by one like pig heads.
Lying on the ground with injuries all over, voluntarily surrendering. At this moment, the shocked crown prince finally regained his composure.
Subsequently, we have announced the 3 quotas that need to be given up this time. The 3 parties responsible for handling postal books.
Soon, the crown prince also finished speaking about the relevant matters. At this moment, Zhang Xian also asked Wu for some medicinal wine,
healing Hong's injuries. In no time,
the injuries on Hongshir's body are also intact as before. Just these 3 old men who were seriously injured.
I won't be so lucky.
They also requested medicinal wine from Teacher Wu.
Just whether it's for internal or external use. After a few drinks,
the injuries are not yet fully healed,
but the overall spirit has improved. How many people feel that compared to Master Hong, I'm getting better too slowly? I just want to renew my cup to Teacher Wu again. Unexpectedly, Wuxia saw a few people. Be insatiably avaricious. Just tell them to leave quickly. Watching Wuxia get angry. A few people dare not ask for it again. I had to run back dejectedly. At this moment, the Crown Prince saw that everyone had quieted down. Looking around a week later. Just tell everyone that Huaqing Pool is a holy land for cultivation. It is true that it provides great nourishment to the soul. But what many people don't know is, the pool water is extremely violent. Once the person who transforms the 9 mirrors enters it, they will all be easily killed. Our ancestors discovered this place back then. Someone once entered to investigate. No one survived as a result. Everyone was startled by the words. Even the strongest members of the anti-9 heavens who entered were strangled and killed. So how do we get in? The Crown Prince sees everyone's expressions. I just smiled. The response said that everyone doesn't need to rush. Hear me out. Actually, Huaqing Pool is very dangerous. I am not exaggerating. But it is a real existence. But it's not impossible. Our ancestors have been exploring for many years. I don't know how many lives have been sacrificed as a cost. Finally deciphered some of the mysteries of the pool. Found some safe areas. As long as it is within this range. No matter what, cultivation will not be affected. This place is called the pool eye by us. The eye of the pond is where spiritual energy meets. Very safe. It only appears once every 10 years. The size of this tooth eye is not large. Only about 2 meters in diameter. And it can enhance the spiritual energy of the soul. There is also a certain quantity. Once absorbed, it will collapse. In other words, people who enter it. I found that I am about to absorb all the spiritual energy in it. I'm about to leave. Otherwise, once it collapses, it won't be able to come out again. After years of calculation, whether it's the Wuzhong River Spirit Realm, still the heavenly realm of Luchong Bridge, 3 days is a limit. Even if you stay for a long time, it will also not achieve more results. And 3 days is also the maximum time that Aikino can sustain. That's precisely why the Imperial City has only set a deadline of 3 days for cultivation. So this competition of famous teachers, the person who wins first place can stay for at least 3 days. The second place is 2 days. The third place winner can only stay for 1 day. Listen here. Everyone also asked the Crown Prince with confusion on their faces. Even so, a pool cannot allow 15 people to practice at the same time. At this moment, the Crown Prince explained. Actually, every time the cleaning tank is turned on, not just 1 eye, but 10 appeared simultaneously. According to the previous rules, the top 5 people each occupy a pool eye, practice for at least 3 days. The remaining 2 people, the second and third, are 1 foot long, 2 days alone, 1 person, 1 day. This way, all 10 eyelets can be used up exactly. 15 people can also receive cultivation, just slightly different this year. Everyone knows that. Senior Wu and Princess Lu, among others. Each person must have a separate eye for the pool. We also need to be alone, so there won't be 5 left, so you can only split the remaining 5. Speaking of which, the Crown Prince looked at everyone again. I made this decision this year. I'm really sorry. As for how to allocate these 5 pool eyes, it's up to you to discuss on your own. Listen here. Luo Zhao hesitated for a moment. Subsequently, my spirit was refreshed. Just say that since the Crown Prince has already said so, then let me mention it. Except for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the Imperial City of Qian, there is also a renowned teacher. He shares 2 pool eyes with 3 people from Hongfeng Emperor City, and we only use 3 of them in our 3 cities. However, Fengyu and Shenyu on the side heard Luosher say so. It's also the one in front of me. After all, each of the 3 pools uses 1. The top 3 people can each use it for 1 day. It's not a loss either. So I agreed with Luosher's suggestion that it was good. Hongfeng Emperor City has 1. We also acknowledge that. So it's also fair to use 2 pool words. Ko Lao Hong's classical Chinese eyebrows furrowed. Just shout out that I disagree. After all, Hong is not stupid either. It's said to be the 3 of them and a name from the Imperial City. Sure shares 2 pools. But in the gambling match just now, the other party has lost 3 spots. In fact, these 3 forces, only 6 people are eligible to enter the Huaqing pool. I need 3 pool eyes now. Isn't the treatment better than the 4 of them? Both pools need a lot. Thus, what's the point of winning just now? However, Luo Zhao saw that the other party did not agree. As soon as I raised my eyebrows, I responded by saying, "What do you want?" Then the 4 old men began to argue endlessly again, arguing uncontrollably. Finally, Chun Yu and 2 others, just say that the minority obeys the majority, proposed to have them participate in the Wakinki group take the stage. Let's have another fight to decide. Listen to whoever wins. Kahong saw 3 people speaking in unison. Force him to accept. I was also so angry that my breathing became rapid. When I was about to say something to refute, Zhang Xian came out and said she wanted to compare, right? then compare it to one game. Just 3 people, 3 games.
This is too much trouble compared to others. A few people were a bit confused when they heard this, so
then I asked, how do you compare?
At this moment, Zhang Xian smiled faintly and said, it's very simple.
I fought against the alcohol on your side alone. Can be accessed simultaneously. You can also come one by one. As long as I lose, all the spots in our Red Maple City will be given to you. If you lose, how about giving me all your spots?
As soon as these words are spoken, the whole room suddenly exploded.
This guy with only quadruple entry actually wants to hit 9 in 1. Still targeting 9 people who have entered the 5th tier. Is this guy still awake or dreaming?
However, the young man beside him saw the other person's loud breath.
I can't help it. Just say to Luo Zhao ahead. He's going up. Teach this shameless brat a lesson.
And looking straight at the young people behind him.
Also stand up and say Feng Sure. I also want to go up. This guy made you so reluctant to hit him. Kneel down in front of you and apologize. I am not even worthy to be a member of Fengyuan Imperial City. As soon as the words fell,
I saw 2 people rushing onto the stage at the same time. As the 2 of them arrived in the middle of the hall,
the young people behind a few people couldn't bear it anymore. A look of anger, staring intently at Zhang Xian.
I wish I could tear him in half. Luo Shi saw everyone filled with righteous indignation.
More and more excited than before. Just ask if you're sure you want to compete with him.
Everyone shouted in unison at the words and said, that's right.
This guy has no eyes for any age. Must teach a lesson.
Although Luo Shi knows that this guy has the lowest strength. But just now, the 3 of them were hit by the red lion.
Without the power to fight back. I know it was all his idea.
So he thinks this guy must not be simple.
We can't agree so rashly.
After all, this bet is of great importance. So he looked at Chen and Feng Sure. However, Zhang Xian noticed that the other party had not spoken for a long time.
Do you dare not? I dare not forget it. I knew you didn't have much courage either. Still a genius teacher. I'm so angry that everyone was infuriated when they saw this. This is openly mocked by someone with the lowest strength. He still showed such a look of being beaten up. So Luo Zhao couldn't bear it anymore. With gritted teeth and a fierce face, Daobi scolded fiercely. Just to confirm again, the gambling agreement just now. Can you make the decision? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded that it was correct. This is something I can decide.
As soon as these words are spoken, Luo Shi gave his imperial city the title of famous teacher. The young master Xiulian, who ranks first in the competition, takes the stage, and he instructed to fight to the death after going up. However, this young master Xiulian came to the middle.
Just wave to Zhang Xian. Didn't you be very arrogant just now? Come on, let me see your skills.
Is there such a powerful mouth?
At this moment, the red lion couldn't help but confess to Zhang Xian. Never underestimate the enemy. The other party possesses the strength of Gojo and tranquility. And the spiral and the Blue River Sea on the side frowned even more. After all, they know that although Zhang Xian's strength is not low, but now we are facing the strong ones in the later stages of the Spirit Era. This is not a joke. If we lose,
the efforts they both put in before were in vain. However, Zhang Xian also recognized their concerns.
Just give a gentle smile. Reply saying don't worry, everyone, I have my own arrangements.
Then he walked straight to the middle of the hall, looking at the young master Xiulian in front of me.
Speaking of someone coming up, why don't you let the 8 of them come together? Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to take action. Xiulian Gongzi felt looked down upon. Just let out a wild roar at the other party. Dealing with scumbags like you, I'm enough on my own. As soon as the words fell, he punched Zhang Xian with just one punch. This punch has tremendous power. Like waves sweeping across the sea.
It also carries a soul-stirring pressure, make life devoid of any rebellious thoughts.
If it were someone from another quadruple realm, don't say you can confront it. I'm afraid we can't even counterattack. I was defeated directly by this move. But Zhang Xian is not an ordinary person from the quadruple realm, but rather a pervert, so it cannot be compared to the same day. At this moment, he was faced with a powerful fist that attacked him. Not only is there no panic, instead, a meaningful smile appeared. Look at each other, then lightly flick your finger forward. I only saw.
At the moment when the fists of Prince Xiulian collided with each other.
Xiulian hasn't reacted yet. It was bounced dozens of meters away.
At this moment, Zhang Xian had her hands behind her back.
With a gentle smile, she looked at Xiulian not far away. Speaking of the little dog, I've already said that you really can't do it alone.
What kind of fairy girl is this? Surprisingly, she can make a pervert fall in love with her.
Just now,
Zhang Xian transformed into Yang Xian for herself.
Soft body. I fell from a high altitude, accompanied by a loud bang.
I saw that Yang Shui, who had transformed into Zhang Shui, had returned to her original form.
At this moment, he was in a miserable state. Watching my clone, I was so angry that I almost vomited blood.
So he just looked constipated.
I cursed at you, you pervert, at the clone. Can't you handle it, with you like this? Watching my true self fall from the sky helplessly. Is it managed? However, at this moment, the clone heard the main body say so. Just slowly close your eyes. You look foolish on your own. The expression that doesn't concern me. Upon seeing this, I immediately spat out blood and meowed. I said you can't just watch me fall. What do you mean by closing your eyes now? Meow is so angry. How did I come up with such a second-rate product like you? Later on, I didn't feel like getting angry with this guy anymore. I just want to give it a try. Just now, I passed through the core fire and spiritual pool. The tempered body. After all, Zhang Xian now feels it herself. Every cell of the body. They all seem hard and flexible. Like steel. So he threw a punch forward, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw birds flying around in the forest. The big tree 10 meters ahead also shook a few times. Immediately after, I saw a hole in the trunk of the tree. This punch didn't use Zhang Xian's soul power. It's not using real qi either. Only relying on the body to casually emit. I just want to see how powerful it really is. But I didn't expect the air pressure when punching. Take the big tree that is difficult for 3 people to hug from more than 10 meters away. Created a big hole. See here. Zhang Xian was overjoyed in his heart. Judging solely from this punch, the power is as high as 2 million tops. In other words, he only uses the power of his physical body now. It can blow up a powerful person revered by ordinary martial artists. After trying the meat, Zhang Xian's spirit stirred up. I also want to try the soul power that has just been raised to 10 meters high. What is the current power? So he punched forward again. At this moment, a small hill several tens of meters away, directly blasted to ashes. Finish this punch. Zhang Xian just realized. Although the size of the soul has increased significantly, but the strength still remains at 3.2 million meters. Just significantly different endurance. His current state of soul power is like that of an ordinary person, although it can lift a weight of 200 pounds. But giving it once is already the limit. To do it again, you need to rest for a long time. Only then can we achieve it. And Zhang Xian is no exception. Previously, when his soul power was unleashed, can emit a force of 3.2 million. That's the limit. To sustain attacks of this power, it's impossible. Just different now. With the growth of soul bodies, this endurance is tireless like a perpetual motion machine. So now Zhang Xian can continuously use this kind of power. Come and swing every punch. As a result, although Zhang Xian is only admired by Hua Fanxi now, but its strength, combined with the 2 million Bing power of true qi, it has already exceeded 700 million. Even now, I want to fight against the peak powerhouse of Hua Fan's 6th advancement. No problem at all. After understanding her own strength, Zhang Xian, with a slight smile, he looked at his clone and said, "Come on, let's have a punch together." After all, last time Zhang Xian sent her clone flying. Now my strength has increased significantly. I also want to teach the second-rate guy a lesson. However, when the clone heard my lord's command, it nodded and gestured. Then he threw a punch at the opponent. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Immediately gather the 3 forces of soul weapons together. Instantly unleashing the power of the entire body. Directly ascend to the pinnacle. So he threw a punch in the face, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw Zhang Xian let out a scream of agony. Immediately after, I saw him fly straight back for hundreds of meters. More than 10 big trees were broken by collision. This just stopped, lying on the ground spitting blood. However, the clone stood still and remained motionless. At this moment, Zhang Xian was lying on the ground, thinking with a face full of regret. How could I confront this pervert myself? Not long after, he stood up and endured the pain. When I was thinking about how to curse my clone, I saw him with his hands behind his back, with an undeniable dignity on his face. Your physical body is not strong enough, unable to fully unleash the full power of the soul, so you want to surpass me. That still needs more refinement. Of course, if you take me as your teacher, I can also teach you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's eyes darkened. I almost fainted. I thought to myself, you pervert. As a clone, I actually want to be my teacher. Meow, why don't you go to heaven? The more you think about it, the angrier you get. Just put him in the storage ring directly. But this guy is also right. Zhang Xian's soul power has reached 3.2 million. The power of the physical body is only 2 million. Indeed, more honing is needed. I understand these and don't think too much anymore. Only then did I notice the surrounding environment. After taking a glance, I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Why did you come to Economic Mountain? So I looked around the environment and sat down. I want to adjust my injury before going back. Just closed your eyes. I heard a slow-moving sound coming from the surroundings. Looking up, I realized it was a huge tiger beast, walking forward stealthily. However, just as Zhang Xian was curious, this kind of tiger beast has always been honest and upright. Why do we act sneakily at this moment? On the other side, there is also a huge azure lion spirit beast, walking quietly and stealthily.
Seeing this, Zhang Xian also understood why it was like this. It turns out that both of these guys were thinking of taking advantage of the situation to launch a surprise attack, so he followed up to glance at what kind of competition will there be between the two giant beasts. I just looked at them for a while and realized they had all met.
It's not like we imagined it would start fighting. Instead, they both nodded,
just walked side by side towards the front. However, seeing this scene, Zhang Xian thought to herself, they were originally natural enemies, now they have to join forces.
Isn't it an indication? There are bigger opponents waiting for them ahead. I can't help but feel curious when I think of this. Just continued to follow up. Soon after, a roar was heard in the air. Immediately after, I saw a dragon beast that had entered 5 times. Suddenly flew towards them. This dragon beast can also be considered the dominant force in the air in this area. If the demon beast ahead is compared to 1, the same 3 are not opponents of this dragon beast. Just making Zhang Xian confused. This land overlord and sky overlord. It has always been well water that does not. Why do we have to fight now? Besides, what are those who can't fly and those who can fly fighting for? There's no comparability at all. But just when Zhang Xian found it strange, the dragon beast also flew up to the tiger beast and lion beast. This time I still didn't take action. It's still the same as before. Everyone nodded their heads. Just keep walking forward silently. See here. Jackie Chun's face was filled with indescribable surprise. What exactly is this situation? Surprisingly, they were able to make these spirit beasts join forces. But we haven't gone far yet. Right in the jungle, I heard a series of noisy noises coming over. Immediately after, I saw various powerful spirit beasts join in one after another. In no time, dozens of big guys gathered. At this moment, Zhang Xian was completely panicked. So many fierce beasts from the 5 realms gather together. Don't say you're from the 7th realm. Even the strongest in the 8th realm. If besieged, it's probably just a dead end. Think of this. Apart from nervousness in my heart, also full of curiosity. So he quietly followed up again. However, at this moment, there is another sound coming from the forest. A group of black shadows burst out. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xian turned to look at the black shadow. Take a closer look. I just realized it jumped out. They are a group of hunters who have reached the Huafan martial insect mirror. See here. Zhang Xian was stunned directly. People in this profession. They all earn profits by hunting spirit beasts. Are these 7 or 8 beast hunters today? We need to go to war with dozens of spirit beasts. The number of spirit beasts is so huge. How could they come out to fight so rashly? However, just as Zhang Xian thought, when this great battle will be a river of blood, multiple beast hunters, arriving in front of the spirit beast, nodding again. Then they walk side by side towards the front. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian's whole body is numb. It's impossible to guess what will happen next. That's it. Zhang Xian has been quietly following behind them all along. It took almost 10 minutes to see them stop. Therefore, just look towards the direction where the eyes of the group of spirit beasts are focused. I found it next to the pool. There is a person dressed in purple with a graceful figure, standing quietly among the mountains, waters, flowers, and plants. Picturesque beauty. However, when Zhang Xian saw her appearance clearly, my heart suddenly twitched. Throughout this journey, the woman who appeared in front of Zhang Xian, there are at least 7 or 8 of them. Everyone is beautiful and charming, but no one was able to win Zhang Xian's heart. But this woman in front of me. It seems like there's something inside that's attracting Zhang Xian, make her involuntarily want to walk towards her. After all, her current state of mind has also been cultivated to this extent. I won't have wild thoughts when I see beautiful women, but Zhang Xian just doesn't know why. As soon as I saw her, I felt very familiar. It seems like we've known each other before. Just surrounded by her in front of her. They are all spirit beasts that have reached the level of transmigration into the 5-fold mirror. There are over 30 of them. There are also 7 or 8 animal hunters. If they suddenly launch an attack, isn't this? Think of this. Zhang Xian was extremely determined not to let anything happen to him. I just thought about it again. If we just rush over to save people like this, I'm sure I can't defeat so many people and spirit beasts on my own. I want my clone to help when the time comes. Someone saw it. Isn't it causing new trouble again? Think of this. Zhang Xian immediately transformed herself into Yang Xian. But just as Zhang Xian was thinking about how to repel them, I saw many spirit beasts thinking they were in the forest outside the pool. At this point, Zhang Xian could no longer afford to worry about so much, jumping straight into the pool, flying over. At the same time, a roar echoed throughout the entire forest. Zhang Xian's roar, he used the power of his soul. Add all the true energy power. It gives people a feeling of bathing in abundance. However, the spirit beasts and hunters who are preparing to attack. Suddenly, I heard a sound like a dragon's roar.
I was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, I saw a person stepping into the sky. Like the descent of a heavenly god, they all stopped in their tracks, and Zhang Xian fell to the edge of the pool. Seeing that the other party didn't rush forward forcefully, I also breathed a sigh of relief. Then carry your hands behind your back. I took a few steps to reach the woman's side. Look around and look ahead. Speaking of passing through this place, the scenery here is pleasant. I don't want to increase the killing. All of you, please step down. Then he used phonetics to say to the girl, find a way to escape later. The surroundings are already filled with I suspect they may be detrimental to. Can Zhang Xian finish speaking? I saw the other person looking over with. There was no response. It's like I didn't hear what he was saying through it. See the situation. Zhang Xian couldn't help but furrow his. I guess the other party doesn't know what they're. No wonder. After all, those big guys are now hiding. He didn't show up, and suddenly he appeared again. I told him a bunch of nonsense. It's not bad if the other party doesn't see themselves as a pervert. Think of this. If you know how to explain now, the image of a master will inevitably reveal its true colors. So my eyebrows raised. Wave your big hand. Just angrily scolded, what's wrong? This seat doesn't work, does it? Don't give me a refund yet. However, upon hearing Zhang Xian's roar, the surrounding spirit beasts dare not continue to move forward. Just one of them is a spirit beast. I don't know if I was scared. Suddenly let out a roar. Companions see the situation. I know it must have been discovered. So he no longer hides it. Everyone walked out of the forest one after another. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that. Just continue using phonetics to say to the girl, do you believe it now? When I passed by just now, look, they might have to deal with you. That's why I came here specifically to take you away. I heard Zhang Xian say that. The girl also saw it in the forest. So many spirit beasts have emerged. I also nodded in surprise. However, seeing the other party understand their meaning. Just continue using phonetics to comfort you, don't be afraid. Since I saw, nature does not allow these spirit beasts to do evil. Don't worry, I will help you drive them away. Then look around. Just angrily rebuking, do you really? As soon as these words are spoken, a powerful force emanated from Zhang Xian, causing the entire forest to be hit by strong winds. This majestic and grand soul power. Let numerous spirit beasts stand still in place. Everyone trembled involuntarily. The pervert saw the beast and wanted to avoid the eastern sister, so he walked up to the front and smiled without saying a word. This not only makes the savage beast think he is a pervert, even this pervert girl. After reading it, everyone exclaimed that he was the real pervert. Just now, Zhang Xian saved the girl who could make her heart flutter. He is willing to sacrifice himself. Rushed into a pool surrounded by numerous wild beasts. At this moment, he transformed into Yang Xian. Just tell the girl to rest assured. With me here, I won't let these spirit beasts do evil. Therefore, just targeting the savage beasts and hunters hidden in the forest. Roar loudly. Do you really want Ben to make a move? As soon as these words are spoken, the released soul power. Let the many spirit beasts and hunters in the forest. They all stopped in place shivering. Zhang Xian also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. I feel like the other party is being intimidated by me. When it will directly retreat. Just heard a roar. Immediately after, the first tiger beast I saw suddenly roared. However, Zhang Xian watched as other spirit beasts heard this roar. I was originally standing there shivering. Now everyone's expression has changed dramatically. They all looked at themselves with fierce eyes. I was also startled instantly. I am wondering in my heart, why is this tiger beast not afraid of itself? I just saw him roar again. Immediately after, he rushed towards himself. Seeing the situation, I can no longer afford to worry so much. Pull up the girl next to you and shout, run. But we haven't waited for the two of them to run yet. The tiger beast has flown up to it. The huge claws suddenly chopped off Zhang Xian's arm. Fortunately, Zhang Xian's body movements are amazing. Otherwise, if hit by the opponent's paw, I reckon my arm will be torn off. At this moment, Zhang Xian's face darkened. Release the girl's hand immediately. I just took out the ice rain sword I just got. Soar a little and swing a sword towards you. This sword is fired, accompanied by a loud bang. The tiger beast immediately took a few steps back repeatedly. But just now the sword fell on the opponent. It only left a light white mark. It didn't have any impact on him. However, the surrounding spirit beasts saw the situation. It seems like everyone knows. The expert in front of me. Not strong enough. The ability to kill oneself at any time. So they roared in unison. Immediately afterwards, they all rushed towards Zhang Xian without any agreement. Zhang Xian felt a tingling sensation on her scalp upon seeing this. It's flying in the sky. There are countless people running on the ground. Don't mention having a clone now. Even if it's 10 or 8, it's probably difficult to defeat. so he took the girl's hand. I jumped into the pool in front of me. Why did Zhang Xian jump into the pool? It's because he observed the terrain before coming over, knowing that this pool is connected to a wide river. I also carefully examined many spirit beasts. I found that few of them can fight in the water. So Zhang Xian, that's why he pulled the girl into the water so decisively. They just came down not long ago. I heard a series of underwater sounds coming from above. At this moment, Zhang Xian dared not pause for a moment. Fully activate the true qi in the body. Pulling the girl, he accelerated and swam forward suddenly. So that's it. The two of them swam in the water for almost an hour. Just swam out of the water. At the beginning, there were spirit beasts chasing after them, but as they swam, the spirit beasts behind them also stopped chasing. Therefore, at this point, the two of them can safely escape danger. Not long after, they went ashore. I just found a place to settle down. Dry the clothes on your body. At this moment, Zhang Xian also transformed back into her own appearance, smiling and punching at the girl in front of me. Zhang Xian doesn't know how to address the girl. But even now, girls still laugh and remain silent. Zhang Xian was also stunned for a moment when she saw this. Later asked the other party, is there any difficulty in speaking? Or it could be a chronic illness or something similar. I am a physician. I can treat you. No matter what Zhang Xian says. Girls laugh but remain silent. So the two of them sat quietly like this. But at this moment, Zhang Xian's face suddenly darkened. My body trembled. Because he knows it himself. After the battle just now, this is not easy. Only managed to retrieve the 10-meter-high soul back into its original form. Due to excessive consumption, the current body can no longer withstand the soul within it. What is making Zhang Xian anxious now? The soul seems to be about to burst out of the body. So when the spirit moved, it forcibly suppressed the soul. Adapt it to the physical body. Who knew that the more suppressed, the more severe the backlash would be? However, at this moment, Zhang Xian can no longer hold on. Accompanied by a long hiss, I saw my soul gushing out from my brow. At this moment, Zhang Xian's heart completely cooled down. It's hard to stand in front of the girl I'm attracted to. Establish a heroic model. If the other party finds out now, I have the identity of a witch soul master. I'm afraid I can't find any explanation. After all, such a bizarre profession. Everyone will avoid it. But just as Zhang Xian was struggling, what should I do when it's good? I saw the girl in front of me suddenly stand up. Gently pat your forehead with your palm. The soul that just escaped from the body, immediately suppressed, returning to the physical body again. At the same time, a special airflow flows through the entire body. The excruciating pain just now. At this moment, everything was relieved. At this moment, Zhang Xian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. A soulless being beyond one's control. The other party just gave a gentle pat. It was solved instantly. What's going on? Is it difficult to match the strength of this girl? Higher than Yi Wentian in the 8th mirror. However, just as Zhang Xian felt puzzled, when I want to ask the other party what the situation is, I just feel a wave of fatigue coming over me. I fainted as soon as it got dark in front of me. Just in her coma. Zhang Xian seems to feel it. My soul and body are once again in harmony. The previous incident instantly broke apart. I don't know how long I've been sleeping. At this moment, he woke up. I also feel my soul and body. No more conflicts from before. Becoming unusually relaxed. So I closed my eyes again, feeling every inch of muscles and soul in the body. But just as Zhang Xian was excited, the current spirit meet, when perfect integration has been achieved, suddenly realized, if that's the case, isn't it impossible for a witch soul to leave the body? Thinking of this, I quickly activated the witch soul technique. Only then did I realize that the soul can still leave the body, can also walk freely and normally. I just breathed a sigh of relief. Then the soul returned to the physical body. But when I looked up, I realized, in the pitch-black cave, the girl's figure cannot be seen. So Zhang Xian suddenly felt a little flustered in her heart. Immediately shout loudly. Call out to the girl. Where are you? You've been shouting several times without getting back. If you see this, run out and look for it. Just arrived at the entrance of the cave. I just saw on the stone wall that you and my brother are written. Just one time without moving forward. One's nobility lasts forever. See you around. Seeing this, Zhang Xian froze in place. Why did he just leave? After all, this girl is the first person who can make Zhang Xian's heart flutter. She didn't expect it either. This encounter was surprisingly short-lived. I don't even know the other person's name. Not to mention why he was able to merge his body and spirit. At this moment, Zhang Xian felt very disappointed. Just wipe yourself off the wall completely. Then he walked out of the cave. After searching around, I found out that the other party must have gone far away. So I calculated the time. I just realized that the coma just now was not a one-time occurrence, but for 3 whole days. That's precisely why. Zhang Xian only then realized.
I feel like I'm from Huafan Temple.
Unconsciously, I broke through to the 5th level. I suddenly thought about it as I approached. I still need to go to Hongyuan Famous Teacher Academy myself. Just 3 days have passed. I don't know how many Hongsher people have left. I didn't expect to stay here anymore. Take a deep breath and prepare to fly back. When I was about to fly, I heard a rush of footsteps, and it's just a few people. Then I searched for reputation. I saw that the 5 people who came were the crown prince and princess, and walking ahead is none other than Luo, still holding a map in his hand. It seems like they're looking for something, but others followed behind with solemn expressions. It seems that all 5 of them are somewhat. There are even some scars. It's like I just experienced a fierce battle. However, not far away, Zhang Xian. I also guessed from the tone of their conversation. How many people came here? I must have encountered that group of people looking for me. They are currently completing the school's trial mission. It has nothing to do with oneself. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian doesn't care. Just walk towards the direction of the underground city. But I haven't taken a few steps yet. I heard waves of footsteps. Then I saw a group of wild beasts sniff. I chased after Luo Qiqi and the other. Seeing this, Zhang Xian is also afraid that they are in danger. So he followed up. But I haven't followed many people yet. I saw them fighting with spirit beasts not far away. So he hurriedly rushed over. I just took a few steps. A dragon eagle beast suddenly flew towards him. At the same time, he also made a move. However, Zhang Xian rushed into the air. Suddenly, there was a sudden rush of wind. Immediately look up. Only then did I realize that there was a spirit beast pointing towards my heart. Immediately let out a beast language to the other party. Immediately afterwards, the dragon eagle beast trembled violently all over its body. Just fall straight down. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that the opponent had lost their combat ability. Just keep rushing towards a few people. Just haven't waited for him to leave the place yet. The tiger beast waved its huge claws from behind him. Fiercely chopped over. Zhang Xian discovered an anomaly. I dodged the blow with just one dodge. At this moment, he also knew. Except for the tiger beast in front of me, there are other wild beasts waiting for opportunities in the forest. Stop avoiding when you think of this. You can also try your newly improved cultivation level. So he suddenly threw a palm at the other party. However, this palm has not yet used its soul power. I only used my physical body in true chi. It exceeds the power of nearly 6 million tops. Accompanied by a loud bang, I saw the tiger beast lying firmly on the ground, motionless. However, Zhang Xian looked at the 2 savage beasts lying on the ground. Wave your big hand. Just snort coldly and don't chase after me anymore. Otherwise, I will kill you all. Zhang Xian has just finished speaking. I got up and wanted to rush towards Luo Qiqi's side. But I haven't waited for him yet. I heard another roar. Immediately after, I saw the corpse beast I had seen before. And a few others. Spirit beasts have surrounded us. Zhang Xian's face darkened when she saw this. He angrily rebuked, saying that since you're looking for death, then don't blame me. Then I saw him leap forward. The whole person flew straight out. But we haven't waited for the lion beast to react yet. Accompanied by a loud bang, I saw him flying dozens of meters away. At this moment, Zhang Xian did not stop. Body turning, he rushed over to the other spirit beast of the wolf pack. However, on the other side, Luo Qiqi and a few others. At this moment, he also stood there with a puzzled expression on his face. I'm a bit unclear about the current situation. So, the savage beasts that were still fighting, why did everyone suddenly run away? I have no intention of treating them as opponents at all. At this moment, Princess Fair finally realized, because he just saw those savage beasts. They all rushed in one direction. I also clearly felt the fluctuation of my breath, and the savage beasts have been roaring all along. So I said to everyone, someone helped us attract the attention of spirit beasts. The battle is still ongoing over there. How many people heard this? He quickly rushed towards the direction where the fight was taking place. Come up to me. They see people fighting. I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. However, Princess Fei is very strange. Wasn't this pervert taken away? How did it appear here? At this moment, Luo Qiqi spoke up and said, Teacher, I must have seen us being attacked. That's why they intentionally brought these spirit beasts over. The princess heard her best friend say so. I just snorted coldly and said, are you overthinking? This pervert can have such a good heart. Upon hearing this, Luo's wife retorted, if not, then, why do these spirit beasts only attack her? And give up on us? Don't you remember? Do these guys just attack anyone they see? If it weren't for my constant deliberate attraction now, these guys won't care about us. Several people also thought what he said made sense upon hearing it. After all these savage beasts just now had fierce eyes. The expression of wanting to swallow them all. However, Wu Xin watched as Zhang Xian fought. At this moment, the voice trembled slightly as he spoke quickly. Nini, come take a look.
Everyone heard this. We won't discuss it anymore. I hurriedly looked in the direction of Wuzhen. You can see the scene in front of you. They were all dumbfounded. Qin Yuan only swallowed his saliva at this moment. Isn't this pervert from the quadruple realm? Why haven't we seen each other for a few days? It's the peak of Healing Jing. The most crucial thing is, even if it's the strength of Healing Jing, it can't compare to a few of us either. But you see, we fought a fierce battle with the savage beasts just now. He is now fighting against so many savage beasts alone. But it's like a king striking bronze. What the hell is going on here? See here. Prince Yeqian couldn't help but speak up and say, what do you say? Teacher Zhang is so amazing. Now he can be considered as an internal member of our college. What do you think? Can he accompany us on the trial? If he were here, I think it might be much safer. It will also be much easier. Luo Qi 71 Listen. Suddenly, my eyes lit up. I quickly agreed and said, that's right. If the teacher goes with us, the likelihood of success will definitely increase significantly. How many people heard this? Lian agreed to the crown prince's proposal, but the princess beside her waved her hand angrily, saying it's not possible. He can't follow us. This pervert in front of us only uses one song. Just take this unruly princess. I dressed myself up with a few male brothers. Just now, Luo Qiqi and a few others. After watching Zhang Xian battle against many spirit beasts, the crown prince suggested that he join the trial arranged by the school. If that's the case, then, not only is it much safer, it will also be much easier. How many people heard this? Everyone agreed with the crown prince's statement. After all, I watched Zhang Xian's battle. If everyone thinks we can travel together, the success rate will also increase significantly. However, Princess Fair did not agree to his joining the team. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiqi, I just looked puzzled and asked the other person why. At this moment, the princess gave no response. He said he could play rogue. Listen here. Qiqi shook his head with a speechless expression on his face. My teacher is known for playing hooliganism. You are being paranoid. He doesn't like you either, does he? At this moment, the nearby criminal also agreed that what Qiqi said was good. This teacher Zhang has extremely high vision. I have also met his student named Wang Ying. She's much more beautiful than you. He remained indifferent, so I won't take a liking to you. I heard my best friend say that. Princess Fair has endured it, but I don't want to. The criminal who has been following behind him also said the same thing. Yes, I was immediately so angry that my eyes widened, swearing at the other person. However, just as they were arguing, Zhang Xian has already defeated over 30 savage beasts, so I clapped my hands. Just as I was about to leave, I saw Luo Qiqi welcoming me up. So he smiled faintly and asked Xiao Qi, you're not injured, are you? At this moment, Luo Qiqi came up to him. I bowed and thanked the teacher for their help. Subsequently, just invite him to participate in the school trial. Speak it out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian waved her hand in response and said, you guys go ahead. I won't go. Hongsher and the others are still waiting. Come with me to Hongyuan Famous Teachers College. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiqi, just casually say that Master Hong saw you didn't come back. Specially consulted with Lord Mo. After receiving his affirmation, also accompanied by several students from the teacher, we took a ride together on the African mission sent by the Huanyu royal family. I heard the other person say that it's meaningless to go back to Huanyu Emperor City now. Then I asked what the content of the trial was with Qiqi. Luo Qiqi saw that the teacher agreed. Just use phonetics to respond, teacher. This time our trial. It's going to the underground palace of a 6-star alchemist. Subsequently, through the student's introduction, Zhang Xian just found out about this. The 6-star alchemist is from Hongyuan Imperial City. I don't know why I was kidnapped. After multiple explorations, I just found out that his underground palace is near here. And if successful in participating in this trial, you can also earn 2 credits from the college. At school, what kind of temporary course preparation is not as important as credits? The most important thing is that Zhang Xian heard the students say, if we really find and imprison this childless child, Grandmaster's underground palace, it is highly likely that there is his legacy left inside. After all, Qi practitioners are good at practicing physical techniques. There really is his legacy. One's own physical body can go further. So he agreed to the other party's invitation. At this moment, Luo Qiqi heard the teacher agree, just looking at each other excitedly. Then he called a few people over. As soon as the princess came up to her, she looked like she was throwing a tantrum. I lost the bet made by Wakinki. Just don't think that's why you can control me. When I return to Hongyuan Imperial City temporarily, I will naturally give it to you. Zhang Xian saw the other party's ghostly appearance, just smiled and responded, saying that there was a change in Xingqi's words. I didn't win, and you didn't lose either. Let's call it a tie. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, seeing the other person stunned in place, just keep talking about what's wrong. If you don't agree, we can also continue to bet. As long as you want to gamble, you can accompany me anytime. Hearing the other person say such mocking words, the princess's face twitched uncontrollably. Then he quickly shook his head in response, saying that he no longer gambled. I want to gamble with this pervert again. I guess by the end, there won't even be any hair left. Seeing the other person scared like this, Zhang Xian looked at Xing Yuan and Wu Zhen. What about you guys? Do you want to bet with me? I saw a few people trembling with fear when they heard me say that. I couldn't help shaking my head and sighing. It seems that it's not easy to earn more snacks. Soon after, a few people were led by Luo Qiqi. I came down to a valley. Princess Fair confirmed the location with her best friend. So he took out a sharp spear like Spike. Just let go of the valley and leave. After a moment, it landed tens of meters away from her. At this moment, as soon as her eyes closed, she began reciting the mnemonic. Immediately after, I saw the spikes inserted into the ground. Started crazily absorbing the spiritual energy around him. Quickly formed a spiritual pillar. Spread towards the sky. The crown prince and his companions were momentarily stunned upon seeing this situation. Then he asked if this was the broken silver needle. However, the princess standing in front has not yet responded. Luo Qiqi on the side explained that it was. There are some high-level formations. They all absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It will be hidden according to the terrain, difficult to be seen by others. If you want to make it visible, we need the silver needle to break through the formation. There are special patterns carved on the silver needles. Can bring in the spiritual energy of a stable formation. This leads to an imbalance of spiritual energy. It can also reveal the form of the formation. Listen here. Only the crown prince and Zhang Xian and others understood. However, at this moment, the spiritual energy column is getting larger and larger. The silver needle inserted into the ground suddenly began to shake. Immediately after, I saw that the valley seemed to be shrouded in mist, just faintly visible. Make it difficult for people to see its true formation clearly. As the spiritual energy column absorbs more, Princess Fair also began to feel exhausted. Then I saw him spew out a murky breath. The whole person feels paralyzed, sitting on the ground regardless of one's appearance. Luo Qiqi saw the situation. I quickly stepped forward and fed a rebound bomb. Not long after, I saw that his face had recovered a bit. Just asked how the situation is. At this moment, the princess adjusted her breath. Lifted up. Shaking his head, he said that there is a level 6 formation here. Unfortunately, my cultivation level is not enough now. Unable to completely extract it. I heard the other person say that. A few people on the side quickly asked, I can't even lure you out. How do we get in now if we come? The princess is also very helpless at this moment. I thought I was a 5-star array mage. Even if the formation cannot be broken, it can still reveal its true form. I didn't expect to see anything after working on it for a long time. So he responded with a dejected expression on his face, saying, I don't know how to fight now either. If it really doesn't work, then wait for me to take a break and try again. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. I heard Zhang Xian behind me say, operate like you do. I'll give you another 100 attempts, but you won't be able to break the formation. I heard the other person say that. The princess, who was originally listless, suddenly regained her energy. Just give Zhang Xian a cold snort and follow your instructions. You also know how to break through. Since it is so, I would like to hear your insights. Zhang Xian didn't get angry with the other party when she heard this. Just respond by saying that Takami is not capable of it. Just confirm that there is a formation in the valley. Isn't it enough to just crack the formation directly? Why make it show its form? Isn't this unnecessary? The princess heard. I gave Zhang Xian a glance. He coldly shouted and broke through the formation directly. This is a 6-star formation. Can you please stop talking nonsense if you don't understand? We won't treat you as mute. Not to mention how profound and extensive the formation is. Relying solely on a 6th-level formation can integrate into a natural environment. There are 14,372 types. Each one has countless changes. If you don't see the activation of the formation and carefully deduce it, it's impossible to determine which one it is. As a result, you don't even know the strength and range of the changes in the formation. I just want to ask you a question. How do you crack it? Listen here. Luo Qiqi also furrowed his brow tightly. Thinking to myself, the teacher just said one sentence. This unruly princess speaks incessantly. Speaks so harshly. So he stepped forward and said, okay. Phil, my teacher is not very proficient in formations. Simply put, you don't need to do this. Is there anything I can say? Well, why use such a tone? However, Zhang Xian heard the students speaking up for her. I'm too lazy to pay attention to the princess's scolding. I just responded with one sentence. Tactical deployment of troops. Isn't it formed by combining the formation flag with the natural environment? Just find the formation flag. Isn't breaking the formation simple? Can you hear the other person say that? The princess is even more angry. It's simple. Yeah, it's so simple. You're right. The formation is indeed composed of formation flags. But do you know how many combinations of formation flags there are? Even if I let you know where the formation flag is, if you want to break it down, it also needs to be removed one by one in order. Whenever an error occurs, it may cause a backlash in the formation. Everyone will be ordered to deliver on the spot. I don't understand anything every day. I knew it would be Pierre. You seem very capable, don't you? I really can't talk to a pervert like you. Luo Chichi on the side saw the situation. Her face turned red. Just awkwardly say, teacher. The formation is indeed not that easy to crack, especially for this deeply hidden formation. Don't say it's cracked. Even the formation flag may not be found. But Chichi hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw the teacher scratching his head, suddenly stepping on the ground. A formation flag popped out from underground. It fell into his hands, still looking at Chichi with an embarrassed expression. Is this the formation flag you mentioned? Why do I think it's not as complicated as you said? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. One by one, it's like seeing a ghost. Looking at this pervert in front of me, and the princess who had been mocking the other party just now. At this moment, I was so scared that I even wet my diaper. At this moment, Luo Chichi fixed his gaze on it. I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. It seems like it's really righteous. However, just as everyone was stunned, Luo Chichi watched as the teacher walked forward. I can't help but shout to the princess beside me, take a look. Although the princess was shocked, the other party can extract a source of righteous energy, but he still responded with disdain on his face, saying that, what's there to see? Even if he happens to find a source of righteousness, cannot find other words in order, it's of no use either. If the formation could be destroyed so easily, that 6-star array mage is not worth much anymore. Another 6-star formation that can last for thousands of years. I don't know how much spiritual energy has been accumulated. If there is a mistake, it may trigger a formation backlash and cause an outbreak. Even if the powerful members of the 8 heavens are present, they will all be fried into meat. However, when the princess wants to continue roast, my best friend was shocked and said, stop for a moment. Take a look at my teacher. So I looked in the direction pointed by 77. But at first glance, I almost didn't fall and die. This pervert in front of me. Surprisingly, he was walking and pulling at the same time not far away, like pulling garlic, and happily sang a song. Everyone saw the toilet paper in the study. Everyone was stunned and stuck in place. And Princess Fair burst into tears directly. Should this guy be so perverted? I have put in the effort of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. None of them can reveal the true form of the hidden formation. This pervert is actually good. I don't even know what the formation is. I haven't taken a step to pull out a single positive energy. And also sing songs that sing the lyrics of tigers and wolves. At this moment, only then did Luo Chichi react from the shock beside him. Speaking of my teacher, he seems to know the location of every formation flag. Otherwise, why did you pull out so many? I haven't seen any backlash either. However, Zhang Xian here also pulled out all the formation flags. Get it in the storage ring easily. Just say it to the stunned few people. The formation has been broken. I heard the other person say that. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. Then he looked around. As expected, the valley just now underwent an immediate change. A huge cave appeared in front of a few people. And inside the cave entrance is a downward spreading stone ladder. At first glance, there is no end in sight. At this moment, stand. I can see the entrance to the underground palace from a distance behind. His eyes lit up and he said it was indeed an underground palace. Let's go in quickly. Luo Chichi rushed forward as soon as the other person finished speaking. I quickly stood in front of you and said, don't be busy for now. This underground palace has not been opened for many years. There may be various miasma inside. After speaking, take out a jade bottle. I poured out a few pills. After distributing to everyone, just say this is the detoxification pill I specially refined. Can dispel the miasma that breeds in thousands of underground palaces. After seeing several people swallow Dan, he said to Wu Jin beside him, you are proficient in various mechanisms. Next, it's up to you. Upon hearing this, Wu Jin, I immediately dug it out. 1,000 machine umbrella specifically designed for cracking mechanisms. Sent it in. A few people followed closely into the cave. Not long after, everyone also smoothly walked down the body. When we arrived at the underground palace, a few people saw the scene in front of them. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. The genius in front of us was still imposing just a second ago. Now he's being tricked by perverts and looks like an immature person. Just now, Zhang Xian cracked the formation in the valley. Everyone, follow the stone staircase in the cave. Arriving at the underground palace, what surprised a few people was, in this underground palace that has been sealed off for countless years, not only did it not give people a sense of boredom, on the contrary, it is as fresh as the air outside. However, Wu Zhenhuan intentionally left Zhou Ho behind. Just tell a few people to be careful. I think this underground palace is not simple. It should have been built for the purpose of accommodating multiple people. If there were fewer people, they don't need to spend so much energy introducing rivers. There's no need to make a cave so comfortable. Therefore, I think many colleagues used to live here. Otherwise, it would not be possible to have such good ventilation. Wu Jin has just finished speaking. Just look ahead. Carefully observe this vast underground palace. I didn't find anything. What's abnormal? It's just 2 stone tablets on the wall. On it are written Wang Xiangju and Wan Yuju respectively. A few people looked at it for a long time but didn't find anything. At this moment, Zhang Xian heard the student ask herself, "When do you have any opinions on this?" Just responded saying, "Judging from the handwriting left by these 2 stone tablets, if you guessed correctly, it should be 2 paths. Allow latecomers to make choices accordingly." However, upon hearing the explanation, Wu Jin took a few steps forward. Come to the stone tablet. After carefully observing from beginning to end, only then did I realize that there was indeed a mechanism on the stone tablet. Later, I told everyone that the agency had been found. It seems that we are standing here now. It's not even an underground palace. And the real underground palace may be located in the passage inside the mechanism. Several people were invigorated by the words. At this moment, Chi also looked at Zhang Xian with admiration on his face. It is said that the teacher has better eyesight, and the princess next to her admired her best friend so much. I just raised my red lips and coldly snorted, "Good luck! What's so amazing about it?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian looked at him with contempt on her face. "Say I'm lucky. Do you dare to bet with me?" The princess almost choked to death with her own saliva upon hearing these words. Then he turned his head around. "Stop talking to this pervert." At this moment, Wu Jin ignored the noise between the two of them. I casually pressed the mechanism. I tried several times but found that it couldn't start. During this period, many hidden weapons of the mechanism were also triggered. Fortunately, Wu Jin took out the 1000 machine umbrella as a shield. This only blocked a lot of silver needles for a few people. It's just that if we travel far away, we won't be so lucky. After coming down 3 times, he's almost been pricked into a hornet's nest by a silver needle. Not long after, Wu Jin thought of something. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Then he slowly spoke up. "This seems to be a 6-star celestial palace. Level 6 organization arranged." At this moment, Xing Yuan started cursing at the other party. "You bastard thing. Since we know it's a level 6 agency, why did we go there long ago? Do you have to kill me to make you happy?" Upon hearing this, Wu Jin, I awkwardly responded that this is a level 6 deceitful agency. It is different from ordinary institutions. That is to say, it is clearly a level 6 organization. Unrelated individuals. But they used special means to disguise it as level 5. Use fake nodes to lure people into falling for it again. And the sound of the activation mechanism is different every time. Used to confuse the initiator. Make people suffer losses. I have only read about this mechanism once in a book. It is said that it has long been lost. I didn't expect it to be here. However, Luo Qiqi on the side saw the other person's face full of frustration. I couldn't help but ask, "According to what you said, you can't break this mechanism anymore." But at this moment, Wu Jin responded somewhat helplessly, saying that even if I could break through, will you still let me continue? Upon hearing this, Xing Yuan immediately rushed out, swearing at you, "You bastard. If you dare to touch the mechanism again, believe it or not, I'll kill you right now." After all, I just opened it 3 times. Every time it touched countless hidden weapons. Although there is no shield in the town, but the number of people who can be protected is limited. So unlucky employees are always caught. Now he's afraid to think about it. How could we give this guy another chance to touch the mechanism? However, Zhang Xian saw several people with a worried expression on their faces. I couldn't help but step out and say, "Let me give it a try." Everyone saw the situation. It's not due to the contraction of the pupils. I quickly said goodbye. Zombies don't carry anything like this. It's just that Wu Jin heard him say that. I'm also very curious. Later asked, "Have you studied the profession of Tiangong?" At the same time, I also thought in my heart, this guy is proficient in alchemy and formations. Even the Heavenly Palace Master understands, right? The Heavenly Palace Gate. Although not as famous as array alchemy, but it's even more tedious and complex. It's extremely difficult to learn, especially various details. The slightest difference, a miss is as good as a mile, cannot be discussed together. In this profession, I also count myself. He must be an unparalleled super genius. I have been studying for so long. It's just a 5-star rating. Now I can't even crack it myself. But this guy came out and said he would give it a try. Is it harder than oneself? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian also responded with a slight smile, saying that she understood a little bit. Just a little understanding. I heard the other person say that I understand a bit.
Wushan quickly shook his head.
If I only knew some things. It's definitely impossible to crack it.
I just cracked it, and you saw it too. A slight deviation may trigger a hidden weapon. The fine needle that was just shot is non-toxic. Even if hit, the injury can be restored. Not hurt the important essentials. But if the needle behind is poisonous, I'm afraid no one is immune. In my opinion, it's better to just forget about it. There is no risk of slipping.
I'm afraid everyone will die here.
Zhang Xian saw the other party blocking her.
Just respond by saying, no one is uncertain about this. Didn't you try it a few times too?
Wuzhen waved his hand at the words.
I coldly snorted and said, how can I be like you? I come from a heavenly palace family. Activate automatic forward movement at the age of 3.
At the age of 17, he is already a 4-star astronaut. After entering Hongyuan College. Even more so, from the entire city.
The only 6-star celestial engineer.
Learned many skills and knowledge. Although I tried 3 times just now without success.
But that doesn't mean I'm not confident. Even if this is a deceitful mechanism of 6 stars. Just let me try a few more times. After a long time, it will definitely be able to be cracked.
After finishing speaking, he continued confidently with a face full of confidence.
Since you want to try, we have no right to stop either. I just want to try it before you do. Ask you 2 fundamental questions. If you can answer. I do have some understanding of Tiangongshi. Instead of messing around.
Zhang Xian listened to the other party say a lot of things.
Another question to answer. It's also quite speechless. However, Wu Zhenjian did not respond. Just ask Hong directly.
Who is the most famous Heavenly Palace Master in UND City for thousands of years?
Do you know?
Zhang Xian also scratched her head in classical Chinese.
Thinking of him meowing. I haven't even read books about professions like Tiangong Master. Who knows who is the most famous in Hongyuan Imperial City? However, Wu Zhen saw the other person's dull expression on their face. He frowned tightly and said, that's what I mean. You probably don't know either. Who spread the deceitful mechanism? Listen here.
Zhang Xian shook her head and said she didn't know about these things.
I just want to crack the stone tablet. Does it have anything to do with knowing these?
Just Zhang Xian finished speaking.
I just heard the other party continuing to nag there. I'm too lazy to continue talking to him.
So we took 2 steps to reach the stone tablet.
Turn your wrist and take out the ice and sword. However, while Wu Zhen himself was still talking incessantly, suddenly seeing the guy next to me.
Surprisingly, he took out a long sword and walked up to the stone monument.
I was suddenly startled. I quickly scolded you. What are you going to do? This is an agency. Using your sword fingers will trigger more hidden weapons.
Wu Zhen has just finished speaking.
I saw that the other party seemed to have heard my persuasion. Just take the long sword back. I just breathed a sigh of relief. But this breath is not over yet. The other party's hand has an extra hammer. So I panicked in my heart. Just exclaim, what are you doing?
I'm just not waiting for Wu Zhen to finish speaking yet. Zhang Xian has already raised and lowered her hand. He smashed straight towards the stone monument.
Seeing this scene,
Wu Zhen's heart trembled. Dizzy and flustered, he opened the 1,000 machine umbrella.
The whole person is hiding behind like a quail. I dare not even move. And a few people on the side saw the situation. I quickly activated my true chi and ran behind Wu Zhen. But we haven't made everyone wait for the hidden weapon yet.
I heard a series of crisp noises. At this point, Zhang Xiankai had already talked to a few people.
Don't hide, it's already open.
Upon hearing this, everyone reached out their heads and glanced ahead.
At first glance, I was stunned. They can't understand why this mechanism was smashed. The valve opened immediately. After a moment, Luo Chichi walked out. Looking ahead, the stone tablet has disappeared without a trace, but there was an extra door on the wall.
I saw another row of stone steps behind the door,
spread straight downwards.
Later, a few people saw that there was nothing wrong and walked out one after another. And Princess Fair saw that since there was an entrance,
I just want everyone to go down early.
But Zhang Xian believed that the underground palace had just opened.
It's better not to rush in.
After all, there are 2 stone tablets.
Another piece could also be a channel. It's better to choose before entering. How many people heard the others say that?
I also nodded in agreement with this statement. And Zhang Xian saw that everyone understood.
I also nodded to indicate. When you want to say something else immediately.
The big hammer in my hand was suddenly snatched away. At this moment, I saw Wu Zhen swinging a sledgehammer and running towards the other side. And he said that I just need to crack this part. Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned upon seeing this. Immediately shouted, don't smash. But I haven't waited for Zhang Xian to finish speaking yet. I saw Wu Zhen already swinging a large iron hammer. He slammed the cup fiercely towards me.
However, Wu Zhen, who was completely unprepared. I just feel a blackout in front of me.
The whole person instantly turned into a cactus. At this moment, he had the desire to die.
Just wanted to prove it.
I am also a 5-star celestial palace master myself.
Why is it so difficult? So he cried while using a needle on one side. I forced the silver needle that had been inserted into my body out. Then he took out the holy medicine given by Zhang Xian last time, thinking that the silver needle has not yet been able to harm the internal organs. Based on the conclusion drawn by Zhang Xian last time, I also know that trauma can be administered externally. So I opened the bottle cap. Pour all the remaining medicine onto your body. However, Zhang Xian, who saw all of this in her eyes, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. Immediately after, I heard a pig-like scream coming from not far away. You should know. This gourd is the holy medicine in Zhang Xian's hands. It's in someone else's hands. At most, it can only be considered a pot of fine wine. You should know that when the wound comes into contact with alcohol, it feels sour and refreshing. Don't mention how much it hurts. Even if you think about it, it makes people feel like chrysanthemums suddenly tighten even through the screen. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other party start foaming at the mouth. I quickly turned around and instructed Xiao Qi, give him a healing pill quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't be able to survive. Upon hearing the words, Luo Qiqi dared not hesitate. Immediately stepped forward and fed the other party the elixir. Not long after, Wu Zhensai saved half of his life. Then he slowly stood up. Looking at Zhang Xian in front of me, I secretly cursed in my heart that you, this pervert, are a big liar. Hammer breaks stone monument. Holy medicine for treating external injuries. You've caused me a lot of trouble. You pervert are really not human. However, Zhang Xian saw that the other party was not human. The appearance of a ghost or not. I also feel pity in my heart. But he also shook his head helplessly. Because he really didn't expect it. This kind of genius would also act so recklessly. Then he came to Wu Town. Take a 1,000 machine umbrella from his hand. After removing the 1,000 machine spike, I stabbed the stone tablet in front of me. Immediately after, I heard the sound of gears rotating. In the blink of an eye, I saw the stone tablet slowly sink down. Then a door appeared on the wall. A row of stone steps behind the door. Wu Zhen was stunned when he saw this. Why didn't you use a hammer? Zhang Xian saw the other person's silly expression on their face. Just respond by saying, cracking mechanisms need to adapt to the actual situation and be flexible. This stone monument can be pierced with 1,000 strikes. After speaking, he ignored the other person and a few others. I came to the passage and looked inside the front court. At this moment, everyone also realized, neither of the two doors can be connected underneath. The direction of the path will also be different. When a few people were about to say something, suddenly, a sound echoed throughout the entire space. Congratulations on your fight. Open 2 portals. However, each person can only choose one door to enter. I'll give you a stick of incense time. Once entered, it will not be possible to retreat. Can only continue to move forward. This pervert in front of us is dedicated to a book, sacrificing oneself to serve others. As a result, tragedy has arrived. He not only built himself up, but also, I can't even see the shadow of the book. Just now, Zhang Xian cracked the second stone tablet. A few people are discussing, when should I enter through which channel? Suddenly, a sound echoed throughout the entire space. Congratulations to all of you. 2 doors were opened. However, each person can only choose one access control. I'll give you a stick of incense time. Once entered, it will not be possible to retreat. We can only move forward. However, upon hearing someone speak, Wu Zhen could no longer afford to be discouraged. Just explain that this is a rumor coming from the agency. Then I saw everyone's faces full of confusion. Just explain again that there are some powerful mechanisms. Not only can it create the same dilemma as the formation, it can also record human language. Touching through famine will reveal the sound. At this moment, the princess beside interrupted. Don't worry about these for now, some or none. I think we should consider how to choose the channel first. Subsequently, several people began to analyze the 2 stone tablets. Which one exactly? It will be the underground palace where Wu Yangzi once lived. Although Zhang Xian just touched the stone tablet, but the library only shows who cast it. There is no explanation for the connection between the underground palace and Wu Yangzi below. So he observed the font on the stone tablet and made a judgment. He also expressed his own views. The princess does not agree with this, so he also expressed his own thoughts. Subsequently, Xing Yuan and Wu Jin both agreed with the princess's statement. I also chose to enter the first stone monument with him. However, the crown prince originally agreed with what Zhang Xian said. Just seeing one eye of the princess. After God, I had no choice but to be with him. And Luo Qiqi naturally chose to travel with Zhang Xian. After all, these days, the teacher in front of me, everything I do is so amazing. Moreover, he completely trusts him. What the princess didn't expect was, my best friend is not with me, so I dissuaded the other party. But Zhang Xian didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Ask the princess if she dares to bet with me. If he can win, the identity of the maid is immediately revoked. If you lose, give me another high-quality snack.
The princess agreed as soon as she heard it. After all, he is very confident in the channel he chose this time.
So they split into two teams like this. I started walking towards different entrances. Soon, Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi also came down.
I just realized that the space inside is very small.
There is only one table and two stools placed.
What's just strange to both of them is,
there's not even a speck of dust on this table.
After all, judging from the aura of the formation, no one has touched it for at least 2,000 years.
But this table seems like someone has cleaned it before. Who would have such a long lifespan? Being able to stay here for so many years and still be alive. I've been struggling for a long time. The two of them couldn't think of one at first glance, so they were leisurely. So I stopped thinking about it.
Then they turned around and looked around.
I found that there was no notification. But if this is the underground palace, then it's impossible to think like that.
So Zhang Xian also used the Heavenly Dao library.
I checked the secret room. After watching it for a while, discovering that walls possess properties other than those of stones. There are no other agencies.
However, Luo Qiqi was not idle either.
I walked around the surrounding walls.
At this moment, he suddenly heard, the place I just walked through seems to have triggered hunger and panic.
Immediately after, a crisp sound was heard.
So he turned his head and looked around,
discovering the sound of hunger and panic on the wall. It just sank down.
Seeing this, he called the teacher over. But I haven't waited for Luo Qiqi to finish speaking yet. The wall that was just recessed suddenly extended a thick hand,
pinch it directly and lift it up.
Zhang Xian on the side saw the situation.
The pupils involuntarily contract.
Immediately, using the Heavenly Dao body technique, he rushed forward abruptly. At the same time, take out the Ice Rain sword, swung and slashed towards the outstretched arm. However, the arms here feel the sharpness of the sword's blade.
Immediately released Luo Qiqi. Just pop a finger at the attacking sword blade.
At this moment, I saw the opponent's fingers touching the tip of the sword.
A powerful deterrent was generated. Zhang Xian was instantly bounced away. His back hit the wall fiercely before he...
However, I felt this powerful force. At this moment, his face turned ashen.
Thinking that the other party only used one hand. Just beat yourself up like this. This kind of power. I'm afraid he's at least a powerhouse with Huafan's 8th mirror or higher.
I just got it, but I haven't waited for the two of them to react yet.
The huge palm once again grabbed towards Luo Qiqi.
At this moment, the giant hand was about to approach.
He was first taken aback.
Then he took out a sword blade and pointed it towards the opponent.
Just as common as Zhang Xian just now, the moment of collision with the other party. Luo Qiqi was immediately thrown away. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian quickly get up and rush forward. Catch Qiqi.
Then he held the other person and retreated. At this moment, Luo Qiqi asked his...
What was that just now? However,
at this moment, Zhang Xiankai is still using his true qi to recover from his injuries.
Reply to this. I guess he should be a member of the alien tribe.
You may have made a mistake with the organization just now.
Only then did he run out. Listen here. Luo Qiqi's whole body trembled uncontrollably. I quickly asked.
You're talking about the alien tribe that was driven away by the Kong clan. Later, Zhang Xiankai gave him a detailed explanation. However, after learning about it, Luo Qiqi also remembered.
The killing aura I just felt. I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat.
However, the current situation of the two individuals is extremely dangerous. Because of the wall that was just recessed.
Although only one hand appeared. But now the more concave the area, the larger the area.
The alien race can also run out at any time.
And the time to return to it is not only narrow.
When I came down, I was locked again by Duan Longlock.
I can't even go out now.
If this guy comes out and rushes over,
the two of them couldn't dodge at all.
But he will undoubtedly die.
So the two of them could only continue to stay in the room. Search for other agencies.
But Zhang Xian touched the surroundings again.
I can't find any mechanism either. My heart is also filled with anxiety.
At this moment, Luo Qiqi suddenly remembered something. As soon as her face turned pale, she looked at Zhang Xian with fear.
Speaking of teacher. You say? Will the mechanism be at the giant hand?
Actually, Zhang Shui just searched 10 rooms. When the mechanism was not found.
I have also had this idea before. He just doesn't dare to believe it himself. But now even students say the same thing.
He also affirmed this idea in his heart.
As the wall becomes more concave, it becomes larger. That big guy could break through the wall at any time. So he said, Shao-Chi, we only have one chance.
If there are really mechanisms or passages inside,
then we still have a way out. If not, then I can only die here. You'll hide by the stone gate later. Once this big guy comes out, I will directly attract his attack. Then you figure out a way to get in. If you find the passage, escape immediately. Don't wait for me. After listening to the teacher's arrangement, Luo Qiqi's eyes turned red. hurriedly exclaimed, "No, you can't do this, teacher."
After all, he knows to what extent the teacher's strength is. If you really have to face this alien race alone,
this is undoubtedly a self-destructive path. You know what?
Others are always thinking about how to protect themselves when they encounter such danger.
So Luo Qiqi never thought of it. The teacher in front of me.
He actually chose to sacrifice himself. However, Zhang Xianjian stood still for a long time without making a sound.
I quickly said, "Shao Qi, hurry up, don't hesitate anymore. Otherwise, none of us can escape."
Hearing the teacher's reprimand,
I just recovered from the shock. Then he gritted his teeth and nodded in response, saying, "Good. Step by step. Hurry up to the stone gate."
But just as he had hidden his body, I saw the stone door completely open,
immediately followed by a tall figure. I strode out from inside.
At this moment, Luo Qiqi couldn't help but glance at the other person. I was so scared that my whole body kept trembling,
because of the 3-meter-high figure in front of me. Not a member of the alien race.
It is a puppet made from the corpses of alien spirits.
This alien race is naturally powerful, whether it's the body, soul, or cultivation. Born with an advantage over humans,
a puppet crafted from this corpse.
Not only can it unleash all its combat power before birth, even more astonishingly powerful than having no soul. However, Zhang Xuanjian's opponent came out. No more hesitation.
With a roar, he swung a sharp sword at the opponent. The puppet watched as the other person suddenly tilted their hand towards them. I took a shot of the sword blade that was about to arrive,
accompanied by a loud bang.
I saw Zhang Xian's swordsmanship dissipate with it. At the same time, the whole person was also shaken out. Seeing the situation, Zhang Xian quickly transmitted the message and said, "Hurry up,
don't mind me." Upon hearing this, Luo Qiqi,
I gritted my teeth and turned around, rushing towards the stone gate. At this moment, he knew in his heart,
staying alone won't have any effect. On the contrary, it will also drag down the teacher. My heart is filled with gratitude. I still feel a lot of self-blame, but if you don't leave now, the two of them didn't even have a chance to survive.
That's why he decisively charged into the master. The door hopes to find the passage quickly. I also hope that the teacher can persist for a while longer. However, Zhang Xian here is already at a disadvantage, being hit by the other party and directly pasted on the wall. After Zhang Xian came down, looking at the speed of the rampage in front of me, I am also confused.
After all, he just attracted this guy, provided students with an opportunity to escape for their lives. This is not Zhang Xian's overflowing kindness, but he wants to gain gratitude from it. However, the formation of a heavenly way strategy. As long as there is this scripture, even if there is a saint in front of us, you can also smash it to death with a book. What Zhang Xian didn't expect was, the other party clearly failed. Plus the gratitude now, how could it not appear? At this moment, I suddenly remembered previously obtained scriptures. They are all teaching martial arts and techniques. Or perhaps it's the gratitude gained from being employed and dispelling doubts. What's different this time is the grace of saving lives, not the grace of passing on knowledge. Think of this. Zhang Xian finally realized that she was lost. He was originally planning to. If you can receive gratitude, you can smash him with scriptures. It's like this now. I'm afraid I'll really die here. But just when Zhang Xian is annoyed with what to do now, the puppet has already arrived in front of us. His thick fist smashed into his head, and looking at the fist as big as a tire, Zhang Xian immediately panicked. Since crossing over, this is the first time he has had the feeling of facing death. At this moment of life and death, Zhang Xian suddenly thought of a clone, so he summoned it out of the storage ring. The clone just came out and hasn't responded yet. Just hit by the opponent's punch. Fly directly to the wall. Due to the fact that the clone is refined from 9 consecutive days of gestation, he is different from real humans. This blow almost turned him into a meat patty. Even clones can instantly recover. It can be understood that he is immortal. That's precisely why Zhang Xian at this critical moment, only then will he be summoned out. However, at this moment, the clone is also very angry. As soon as I came out, I was suddenly beaten into a pig's head pancake. So with a roar, he punched the puppet. The puppet quickly welcomed the situation upon seeing it, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw the clone being bounced away again. Immediately after, it was firmly attached to the wall. Although I have seen it before. Clone. Being able to punch Zhang Xian from hundreds of meters away with one punch. But now the opponents are too strong. It's impossible to match. And Zhang Xian saw the scene. I also know that fighting alone has no chance of winning. So he joined forces with the clone consciousness and engaged him in close combat. The main body uses a long sword to search for its defects before attacking. After a few rounds, it's impossible to harm the other party in the slightest. Even with the long sword in hand, it is a mid-level weapon at level 0. They can't even break through the defense. See here. Zhang Xian suddenly had an iron expression on her face. Now I have used my strongest clone and weapon. still unable to shake the other party. How can we fight this? However, just as Zhang Xian was thinking about what to do, the puppets here seem to have been completely provoked as well. With a sudden lift of his hand, he smashed towards Zhang Xian's body. And Zhang Xian saw such a violent fist coming towards oneself head-on. Dao cannot resist it at all. His footsteps quickly jumped backwards. But I haven't taken a few steps back yet. Only then did I realize that I had reached the wall. However, at this moment, I saw the puppet's fist quickly approaching me. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian suddenly panicked. I just feel a blackout in front of me. I instantly felt that my life had come to an end. But at this critical moment, Zhang Xian's spirit stirred up. It seems like I just remembered something. Today's pervert finally met someone. A pervert even more perverted than myself. Not only was he beaten, but he didn't have the strength to fight back. Even such a beautiful student was not spared. Just now, Zhang Xian and her clone attacked the puppet together for a few rounds. I came down and found out that no matter what the attack was, it can't cause any harm to him. However, it seems that the puppet was also completely provoked. With a sudden lift of his hand, he smashed towards Zhang Xian's body. And Zhang Xian saw such a violent fist coming towards oneself head-on. Knowing that it is impossible to confront them, footsteps and wings quickly jumped backwards. Just haven't taken a few steps back yet. Only then did I realize that I had reached the wall. However, at this moment, I saw the puppet's fist quickly approaching me. Zhang Xian saw the situation. A mental movement. Just float the dragon scale protector out, and activate immediately, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw Zhang Xian with dragon scales protecting his body, still spewing out a mouthful of juice. This punch has extremely terrifying power. This is even the ninth peak of Huafan, an unbreakable talisman. Zhang Xian inside is still injured like this. Even the rock wall behind him was shattered by the earthquake. So the strength of this puppet in front of us, definitely above the level of victory. After learning about the opponent's strength, injured Zhang Xian dared not hesitate. Get up immediately and hide on the other side. Maintained a certain distance from the other party. Just Zhang Xian at this moment, faced with such a formidable enemy. There's no other way. Don't talk about killing the opponent now. It's even a question of whether we can hold on one more punch. But I haven't waited for Zhang Xian to think too much yet. At this moment, the puppet leader hissed and rushed towards him. Zhang Xian's face turned pale upon seeing this. Just when I don't know what to do, I heard a teacher coming from inside the stone gate. I found the mechanism. Zhang Xian responded to the student's words with a sentence. He then wielded a long sword and slashed towards the opponent. Just as the clone was attacking the puppet, Zhang Xian seizes the opportunity. A displacement. Turning around, he quickly rushed towards the stone gate. However, the puppet seemed to have sensed his intention. Stomp your foot suddenly to the ground. I hit Zhang Xian directly with my pen. Zhang Xian saw the situation in the past. I was so angry that I almost bit my teeth to pieces. If the other party hits a punch, it's also possible to dodge with body techniques. He's meowing and now his whole body is crashing towards him. This room is already small. His body size is so huge again. But there's nowhere to flash. But at this critical moment, the clone suddenly rushed over. I hit the puppet hard. Although compared to clones and puppets, the strength has weakened significantly. But it can still make the other person deviate from half of their position. Originally, it collided directly with Zhang Xian. Now it's just a shoulder bump against him. Fortunately, the dragon scale amulet on Zhang Xian's body. There is a final effect. Otherwise, this collision would be either death or disability. At this moment, Zhang Xian was seen putting her clone into the storage ring. I jumped into the stone gate. Luo Qiqi saw the teacher come in. Quickly asked him to enter the secret passage. The two of them quickly escaped from the secret room. What they didn't expect was, after leaving the passage, there will be such a vast area. However, the two of them saw that this space was thousands of square meters. I was also taken aback for a moment. At this moment, Luo Qiqi regained his senses. Watching the teacher in front of me safe and sound, I am very happy in my heart. Just as I was about to say something to Zhang Xian, I saw the other person pointing to the nearby corner of the wall and saying, Xiao Qi, look, there are many bookshelves and furnace tops over there. At this moment, Luo Qiqi just followed the teacher's direction and looked over. After seeing the object in front of me, he excitedly said to Zhang Xian, Teacher, you're right. This is indeed a place where no seniors reside. The roof in front of me. It's also the alchemy pot he used back then. The name recorded in the book is Red Rock Top. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian first became excited for a moment. Then his face darkened and he said, currently, the most important thing is to find the exit route. Luo Qiqi's classical Chinese is also rebellious. Okay, come here. So he quickly looked around. It's just such a big room. It's not something that can be found in a short time. So when I was about to talk to the teacher about separating and searching, I just felt a sudden tremble on the ground. Subsequently, the two of them once again felt a wave of killing aura attacking them. Quickly turn your head and take a look. Only then did I realize. The puppet just now has already followed up. Zhang Xian saw the situation. My face turned pale. I shouted to the students next to me, hurry up. As soon as the puppet comes in, ignoring others, he charged straight towards the other party. Zhang Xian knows she's not a match for this guy. I can't care about that much either. Fly upwards. But it just started flying. I saw the puppet jump suddenly. He rushed towards Zhang Xian. Luo Qiqi saw the situation. Wrist move. Take out a bow and arrow and shoot it towards the puppet in the air. This feather sword contains the peak power of the 6th level of transformation and propagation. Come to the puppet. He just glanced at it. With his backhand, he bounced it away. But at this moment, Zhang Xianjian turned his head. Quickly turn around. He flew towards the direction of the students. However, Luo Qiqi watched as the teacher flew over. I don't even have time to wonder why he can fly. Just worried, asked the teacher. Are you alright? At this moment, Zhang Shui looked at the students with a difficult expression on her face. It's okay now. But if you can't find the exit, something will definitely happen. You should hurry up now. First, put away the top of the red rock, then quickly find a way out. Luo Qiqi nodded quickly in classical Chinese and reflected it well. Immediately after, we arrived at the top of the furnace. The leader just touched the furnace wall. When I was about to put it into the storage ring, I heard a sound coming from behind the furnace roof. It said that only when there's no sun will they come. If you can wear a mask or be promoted to level 0 ancient weapon, you can have me inherit it. Otherwise, rashly drive away Hongyan. The underground palace will collapse instantly, and I am the inheritor. Will I tell you the way to leave the underground palace? Then you will stay here and be buried with me. The two of them were immediately stunned when they heard this. I wonder when this is. Where do you have time to practice with you? Although Qiqi can cultivate Qi, but he's only 5 stars. In the early stages, this level 0 high-end weapon. Without a 5-star peak Qi trainer, it is impossible to achieve. And Zhang Xian hasn't even read a book. I don't even understand basic common sense, let alone speak of it. But just when the two of them were feeling down, just heard a loud bang. I saw the puppet jump from a height of several tens of meters. Immediately rushed towards them. Both of them felt a tingling sensation on their scalp upon seeing this. Zhang Xian knows that even if they work together, even with the clone, it's impossible to win. Yes. And the message from Wu Yangzi just now also clearly stated that only by receiving his inheritance can one leave. But now I miss this big guy. I won't give myself time either. At this moment, Zhang Xian suddenly thought of something. I quickly said to the students beside me, Xiaoqi, can you help me block this guy first? A few breathing times. After speaking, he suddenly flew upwards. Upon hearing these words, Qi, the wife, dared not hesitate. Just take out the bow and arrow again. He fired multiple shots at the opponent in a row. Each arrow carries extremely strong power. The puppet had to reach out to resist the situation. However, Zhang Xian flying above. I don't even care about the battle robe below. Quickly retrieve from the storage ring. Extract the aura received in the valley. Immediately, the formation flag was deployed towards the corresponding position. And they are shooting arrows to stop the puppet's falling device. Meet an honest person. Continuously throwing the formation flag in mid-air. I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Even if he hasn't learned formation, I also know that the formation requires measuring with a compass. Searching inch by inch. Stick the formation flag one by one into the ground before stepping out. The formation teacher is good. A person holding a chess set above is like throwing garbage. This can also be without a fight. But it's in Luwachi. At the time of 7 shockings, the swordsmanship power he shot also weakened significantly. And the puppet in the distance saw the situation. Reach out and grab one, then throw it straight back at him. Seeing the sword flying rapidly towards oneself, Luochi 71 dodged with just one flash. This sword is too powerful. Everywhere I go, there is extremely strong wind pressure. Also leave a bloodstain on the handle of Luo Qiqi. However, the puppet was not obstructed by the opponent. As soon as he turned around, he rushed towards Zhang Xian in the air. Luo Qiqi saw the other party rushing towards the teacher's direction again. Even the blind puppet fired a few swords. It's just that the puppet's defense is too strong. Although all the swords just fired hit the opponent, it won't cause any harm to him. But it successfully aroused his anger. At this moment, the puppet roared loudly. I don't care about Zhang Xian in the air. He quickly jumped down from mid-air. Immediately after, he rushed towards Luo Qiqi. However, seeing the other party suddenly fly towards me, I know it's too late to shoot arrows. So he pounced on the opponent with a long bow. The long bow hasn't drawn the opponent yet. Just caught by the puppet's hand. With a gentle tug, it was taken away. Easy integration. The ultimate longbow of this spiritual artifact has been broken. Throw it casually and throw a punch at the opponent.
Luo Qiqi saw the situation. Quickly retreat backwards, just he dodged his fists. But I can't avoid this fierce fighting style. Accompanied by a loud bang, I saw Qiqi being violently knocked away. On a wall several tens of meters away. Just stopped. However, with a pale complexion, seeing the puppet looking at Zhang Xian again, I gritted my teeth and couldn't care about the pain on my body. Just shout at the other party and stop for me. Your opponent is me. As soon as the words fell, I saw Luocho suddenly rush towards the other party and swing a punch. Just the fist hasn't reached the front yet. On July 7th, the opponent's finger flicked again. Fly out. However, just as he was about to collide with the wall, I saw Zhang Xian flash over and come behind him. Catch it. And said you worked hard. Leave the rest to me, Xiaoqi. I heard the teacher say that. Luo Qiqi also felt at ease in his heart. Just turn your head and take a look. I just discovered that there are over 100 array gases inserted into the ground. But he was very puzzled in his heart. Since the formation has been set up, why is there no response? Then he asked the teacher. Your formation is not good. Zhang Xian smiled at the words. The response said that there is still a little bit left. As soon as the words fell, I saw him flip his wrist. A formation disc flew straight out. Immediately afterwards, I saw the formation disc stop. A vortex of spiritual energy was formed, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy around them. Just Luo Qiqi saw the teacher at this time, not leaving the Great Spirit formation. I was stunned on the spot. After all, this formation is only suitable for use during cultivation. Now it's a puppet that can rival a saint horizontally. Why use it? However, the puppet not far away saw the opponent throw the formation disc. I was also stunned for a moment. I just didn't attack myself when I saw this thing. He suddenly roared at the other party. Subsequently, the whole body emits a fierce aura like a wild beast. He rushed towards the two of them, and Qiqi saw that the other party was getting closer and closer. My heart is also in chaos. When you know what to do. I saw the teacher beside me stomp on the ground suddenly. Immediately after, the object in front of me suddenly shook. The puppet flying towards us disappeared in an instant. The whole room has also returned to quietness. Seeing this scene, Luo Qiqi hurriedly looked around, discovered that the red rock roof and many bookshelves are still there, just where the puppet was just now. It's like it disappeared. I can't see or touch it. See here. Suddenly, I thought of something. My heart trembled uncontrollably. Then I thought to myself, is this a hidden formation? That's not right either. The planting array must reach a minimum of 6-star level array. Only a great master can drive it, and it requires a large amount of spiritual energy to activate. Think of this. When Luo Qiqi was wondering what was going on, my heart shook for a moment. I just realized that the teacher just activated the giant spirit formation, right? Could it be that the teacher borrowed the spiritual energy of this formation? Activate the 6-star hidden array. This is a legendary composite formation. Not even 7-star array mages can handle it. The teacher not only made the formation worse, I easily completed this formation in this situation. However, Zhang Xian on the side was unaware of the student's shock. He came up to me and said, Xiaoqi, we'll hide it. The other party cannot detect it now. Hurry up and refine the weapon. Good to inherit from Senior Wu Yangzi. I heard the teacher talking. At this moment, Luo Qiqi finally recovered from the shock. Later, I asked the teacher, do you want to personally refine weapons? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded by saying that I would not take action. You just need to refine this weapon. Luo Qi 71 Listen. I was suddenly startled. How could I possibly refine a high-quality weapon? But just as the two of them were discussing it, suddenly, I heard a sound coming from the side. This pervert in front of me. I just taught the students how to practice qi. As a result, all the royal cities under the jurisdiction of the Huanyu Emperor City, there have been oscillations. And precisely because of this, the pervert has become even more perverted. Just now, Zhang Xian flew into the air without leaving a single one. A 7-star grandmaster in a row. Composite formations that are not necessarily impossible to produce. Shocking Luo Qiqi to the point of being stunned. I couldn't calm down for half a day. Until Zhang Xian spoke up and urged him to quickly refine weapons. He slowly turned his head to look at Zhang Xian. Ask him what he said. So Zhang Xian explained the matter again. At this moment, Luo Qiqi finally realized. That's right. We need to seize the opportunity to deploy our troops now. Made by refining. Only by inheriting without predecessors can one go out. Later, I asked the teacher. You personally took action, right? Zhang Xian heard the students ask this question. I just responded that as a teacher, I won't take action anymore. You just need to refine this weapon. After speaking, I saw the other person's shocked and magical expression on their face. Zhang Xian explained that she already had a teacher, so it's not convenient to receive inheritance from others. Later, the students understood, but still with a worried expression on his face. Just keep talking, don't worry.
My teacher will guide you. You should recover your injuries quickly now. It will take a while for physical refining. Luo Qiqi responded to the other party with a sentence. Sit cross-legged, take out a healing sheet and start healing. At this moment, Zhang Xian didn't waste any time either, turning around and walking towards the bookshelf on the other side. Come up to me. Only then did I realize that there were densely packed books on the bookshelf. It's all about romance. Seeing this, Zhang Xian no longer thinks too much. Reaching out and touching, use the heavenly Dao body technique. Quickly transfer books from dozens of bookshelves, all collected in the library. So my spirit stirred up. Collect hundreds of thousands of books that have just been included. Gathered together the secrets of practicing the heavenly way piano. I have compiled a total of 6 books. All celestial methods from 1 to 6 stars. It took a few hours afterwards. Thoroughly learn the 6 heavenly way piano practice secrets. At this point, I also started as a novice who knew nothing about practicing qi. Became a true master of qi cultivation. After leaving the bookshelf, Zhang Xian came to Luo Qiqi's side. But when he saw his own students, I couldn't help but furrow my brow and ask Xiao Qi, is your injury still not healed? And hearing what the teacher said, Qiqi also stopped from healing. Looking up, I replied that I was injured a bit severely. Although I am currently taking medication, it will take about 3 days to recover. If we want to fully recover, it will take at least half a month. Zhang Xian frowned again upon hearing this. After all, the current situation is complicated. Staying for a moment adds a little more danger. If anything happens, I'm afraid Taoists are really powerless to turn the tide. Think of this. So he asked the other party for a piece to return to the chitin. After taking the pill, Zhang Xian clenched her hand tightly. Then he handed the pill back to him again, and make him take it. Although Luo Qiqi knows the current injuries, even if you take an extra 100 or dozens of pills, it won't have any effect either. Since that's what the teacher said, I had no choice but to follow suit. What he didn't expect was, after taking this pill, less than 10 breaths, I just feel like there's an instant airflow flowing through my entire body. Immediately after, the whole person seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, nirvana and rebirth again. Watching the changes in his body, Luo Qiqi, I looked at the teacher in front of me with a face full of disbelief. Ask the teacher if they haven't returned to the chitin tower. After all, as an alchemist, he knows the efficacy of the medicine. So he knows very well. This pill must have been specially treated by the teacher. Only then can it become the holy medicine of today. But Zhang Xian doesn't want to explain this. Just wave your hand and say it's done. Get ready to refine gas. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiqi dared not ask again. Take a step forward and come to the top of the furnace. Soon after, Zhang Xian took out his ice rain sword. Asked the other party to directly elevate it to the premium level. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Qiqi was immediately stunned. I thought to myself that I don't have confidence yet. Upgrade medium-grade weapons to high-grade ones. Even with this exquisite level. More difficult than the top grade. It's not just a level, it's that simple. Besides, there's no senior. Isn't it just necessary to reach the top grade? Why do we have to sacrifice proximity and seek distance to ascend to this level? Subsequently, with Zhang Xian's explanation, Luo Qiqi finally understood. Teacher's purpose. Not only to complete the inheritance without predecessors, we also need to kill the puppet outside. Otherwise, even if we inherit it, found the exit. This big guy's storage, there is still a great danger involved. So Zhang Xian said he needs to elevate it to a top-notch level. As long as the weapon reaches this level, it can break through his defense. Otherwise, no matter what you do, it won't hurt you at all. So Luo Qiqi was startled. Following Zhang Xian's unconventional refining technique, started the operation. At the same time, he was also on edge during the refining process, afraid that something unexpected might happen. After all, Zhang Xian's unique refining technique, as a 5-star alchemist, he is unheard of. However, just put a type of grass called purple stargrass in Luo Qiqi. When using auxiliary medicinal herbs, suddenly overwhelmed by its fragrance, Zhang Xian saw the other party suddenly fall asleep, and the skull also stopped breathing 2 times. No one is operating on time. I feel like my skull is about to explode. In a moment of urgency, I couldn't help but shout and hug. Continue adding red leaves to the furnace. Zhang Xian just shouted like that, accidentally joined as a celestial beast. And Luo Qiqi, who was in a coma, started moving as soon as he heard the words. Gently grab your palm. Pick up the red leaves and beard. I casually threw it in. See this wood. Zhang Xian's heart was filled with joy, knowing that the other party is currently in a state of unconsciousness. But the vow of longevity can still allow the other party to operate normally. So I continued to give him guidance. However, after operating like this for half an hour, opening the skull top, the long sword immediately flew up like a dragon, and emit a pleasant long cry. It seems like it could turn into a giant dragon at any moment, roar through heaven and earth. Kill the filth.
Zhang Xian saw the situation.
Wave your big hand.
Immediately used true chi to cool down the long sword. Then he reached out and took it.
Take a closer look.
Only then did I discover the Ice Rain sword, which was originally a mid-level item in Linji. Now it has been upgraded to the half-step saint level.
Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian couldn't help but contract her pupils. I just froze in place.
After all, we need to develop weapons of this level. Even the 6-star peak without seniors is quite impressive. Difficult to practice, which means there are no formations with more than 7 stars.
The mage doesn't even need to consider it. Shocked Zhang Xian.
Put away the semi-holy level longsword casually.
Just look at Luo Qiqi.
At this moment, I saw him sitting cross-legged on the ground at some point.
Close your eyes tightly. It seems to have fallen into some kind of epiphany. See here. Zhang Xian couldn't help but ponder in her heart. When he fell into a coma just now,
it should have entered a state of mindlessness and thoughtlessness. Thus, whether it's the circulation of true chi or muscle memory,
everything will become more profound. The obtained effect. Even more so than before, under the guidance of the Alchemist Union. I still need to think about this.
Zhang Xian's heart was shrouded in mist. Suddenly, the entire underground palace shook violently.
The special aura of Master Tian Blade has once again emerged out of thin air, completely envelop him.
However, at this moment, on the site of Huaqing Pool in the Huanyu Emperor City,
broken ground and buildings. It has been repaired again in the past few days. Although the pool water is not as rich in spiritual energy as before, but it also began to gradually regain its former vitality.
And a huge stone monument also appeared next to the pool water.
Carved 5 big characters, Foreign Master to the diagonal.
At this moment, in front of the stone tablet,
there is a person recording the marriage between eunuchs and emperors, questioning the heavens. Year 67. Conflict of spiritual energy in the veins of Qingji Mountain. Huaqing Pool intends to destroy the imperial capital. Yangshi came through the air to ward off evil and break through dangerous situations.
Just when this person was writing about Hua Qingqi in his official book, suddenly, the sky and earth changed color.
The pool water is surging. The bell of Ming Dynasty. Hundreds of birds fly in unison in the sky. Blot out the sky and cover the sun. Wei Tang's statement was initially taken aback.
Then it was said that someone had a natural profession at this time.
Upon hearing this, Lord Yi quickly asked what it meant to say. Even the heavens admit it. Is this person's level and contribution in this profession?
The hall master nodded immediately. I responded to the other party, indeed.
I'm going back now to make it clear to him.
Immediately investigate this person and their profession.
After speaking, the master will not delay any further.
Jump onto the spirit beast steel and head straight to the master teacher hall. Lord Wei, who returned to the hall soon after.
But I haven't entered yet. I saw an elder hurriedly greet me, saying that the hall master is not doing well.
Fengshe Hall collapses.
All the plaques of our ancestors have collapsed. Listen here. Lord Wei was first taken aback. I just realized it right away. That's what I said. The person from the Tianren profession just now.
He is the renowned master of the Heavenly Blade.
Think of this.
Immediately recalling the foreign teacher who came by air. So he ordered the elder in front of him to say,
this matter involves 3 rooms and 7 people. If there are any violators,
immediately revoke the qualification of a renowned teacher.
After all, he knows. This good teacher whom even the Lord of the last hall respects.
All of its students are subjected to the 3 traitors and 7 terrors. Besides, he is currently the renowned teacher of Tianren. Naturally, this matter must also be sealed off.
Otherwise, such a big event would spread. It will definitely cause huge trouble. However, this scene, it also happened in Wanlian City and Xianyuan King City, and Tianwu King City. There are also Tianxian Wangchang and every famous teacher hall. So to speak, all territories under the command of the entire Phantom Empire City.
Such an astonishing situation has occurred in all the famous teacher halls.
You know what?
When Kongsher became a renowned teacher of the 9 stars in Tianren,
the whole continent celebrates it.
So Zhang Xian's 3rd time as a renowned teacher in the Tianren class.
Corresponding increase.
The wider the range of its vibration. At this moment, the screen returns to Zhang Xian's place. At this moment, I saw his body shake.
Just now, the aura of the renowned Tian Blade teacher was released. All absorbed. Just this one force. It did not allow his cultivation to be improved. But the mood scale has increased by 3.0. In other words, the current Zhang Xian, his mood has reached 19.1. Compared to 6-star famous teachers, it is not weak at all. Apart from the improvement of mood. This time, Master Tian Blade, his biggest gain. It's not a vow of heavenly mandate or the eye of fame and fortune, but without any thoughts or ideas. I have no thoughts or ideas about this. It refers to not being driven by soul and thoughts. The physical body can also do things according to inertia. Just like when my soul was detached in Huaqing Pool before.
The soul cannot enter the body for a short period of time. He's as unconscious as a salted fish, stuck in a stalemate. But now it's different. With this ability to have no thoughts or ideas, even if the soul is not inside the body, the physical body can also continue to cultivate, even engage in combat. In other words, even if Zhang Xian doesn't have a soul now, the physical body can also fight independently, even relying on muscle memory. The reaction speed will be faster, equivalent to his current physical body, which soul and clone can be integrated into 3 parts. The combat effectiveness has more than doubled, realizing the renowned master of the heavenly blade this time, Zhang Xian, who brought changes to herself. When I was excited, Luo Qiqi, who was standing nearby, also came up to him. I clasped my fists and shouted, "Teacher!" Immediately afterwards, filled with gratitude, he solemnly bowed to the ground. "Thank you for your guidance, teacher." Zhang Xian saw his eyes shining brightly. "I must have gained great benefits." Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Just as I was about to lift it up, I feel like the library inside my mind is shaking. A golden book reappears before my eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Xian was overjoyed. It seems that only through the gratitude of being employed, only then can we obtain this scripture. Now we have him. That puppet no longer needs to worry. Then lift it up. At the same time, he also said, "Shao Qi, I have just refined a weapon that surpasses level 0 and is of superior quality. See if we can inherit the legacy of Wu Yangzi. Ways to go out with the other party." After finishing speaking, bring the ice rain sword. Placed on the forging table in front of the red rock roof. Soon after, a golden light shone on the forging table. Immediately after, the ground shook violently. A stone platform slowly appeared in front of the two of them. Then I heard messages about famine. "Congratulations. Forge weapons that exceed level 0 in quality. You are qualified to be my student. Born. Now I will pass on my lifelong efforts to you." There are 3 things on the stone platform in total. The first one is that I have gone through a lifetime of practicing Qi, and my original idea of playing the Qin and practicing Qi. The second is my physical training technique. The third is my experience here, and the exit of the underground palace. After introducing these, after a pause in the voice, rumors about Wu Yangzi have once again spread. Trapped here for many years, unable to, but never harbored resentment over it. Instead, practicing Qi all day long is considered a great evil and forgets worries. Unfortunately, the mandate was limited. I am determined to refine holy artifacts but cannot obtain them. Can only lead to sadness and desolation. I hope to pass on my legacy to the younger generation here. Can fulfill my wish. Using my unique method of playing the Qin and refining instruments, I refine sacred objects. It also comforts my spirit in heaven. This way, I can also, if the younger generation is willing, may I make a vow. I will pass on another piece of information I know to you. This message, it involves a treasure left behind from above. It may not be difficult to hide the broken hand after obtaining it. 2 people heard this. Breathing becomes rapid. I couldn't help but glance at each other, because both of them know. The 9-layered remnants of the wind mirror, also known as the hidden embryo mirror. Lore or original meaning is to accumulate cultivation skills, consolidate the fetus in the body. Once the embryo is successfully conceived, integrate with oneself into one. You can break through to the bone, leap to 0 victory. So the hidden tire breakthrough is the biggest level 0 challenge. Countless people are unable to hide their pregnancy, so I will never be able to break through and win for the rest of my life. However, at this moment, Luo Qiqi looked at the teacher again. Zhang Xian also understood the other party's intention. Just nodded. After all, he is just the alchemy teacher of Qiqi. But he also did not accept him as a disciple. So now, taking someone else as a teacher is not considered breaking the rules. After obtaining the teacher's consent, Luo Qiqi just stepped forward and paid respects. At the same time, he said, "I promise. This big girl. I have always admired the eyes." The former teacher. But he did something. Make the girl instantly think he's a big pervert. Going out about things. Just now, Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi learned from Wu Yangzi's message. Just promise the other party. He will use his unique method of playing the Qin to refine Qi. If we go to refine a sacred artifact, he will retrieve the treasures left over from ancient times. Teach it out. After understanding this treasure, after being a treasure that can hide a broken fetus, Luo Qiqi looked at the teacher beside him. After obtaining his consent, just stepped forward and paid respects. At the same time, he said, "I promise." However, Luo Qiqi knelt down like this. Rumors have once again spread within the famine. You have made a vow. I will no longer conceal the secret of this treasure. Before I was caught, hidden underground in my old house, the 3-star land spirit. You just need to set up a 3-star formation there. Put down 3 pieces of righteous energy. Things will naturally jump out. The 2 of them heard. I was momentarily stunned. Zhang Xian almost fainted. He meows, "You've been hanging up for over 2,000 years. Who knows where your old mansion is? Worried about what the hell the dragon is. However, after a moment of contemplation, Luo Chichi finally said, "Teacher, this teacher without adopted children has been dead for 2,000 years.
But there are also many strong players who have achieved victory in Honyuan Imperial City.
Their average lifespan is also between 1 to 2,000 years old.
If you want to find it, it won't be too difficult."
I heard the students say that Zhang Xian is no longer entangled, so I gestured for it.
Let Xiaoqi take a look at the inheritance of this inexperienced person.
The two of them quickly stepped off the stage.
A book about what happened here.
I learned about the exported books. Originally, there were over 20 members of the alien race living here. They will capture anaerobic particles. I hope that through him, we can help everyone hone their bodies, achieve the effect of prolonging lifespan. But unexpectedly, with the passage of time, anaerobic offspring will defeat these alien races, gradually starting from hands, feet, and feet, refining the final move. Turn them into puppets as seen outside. See here. Zhang Xian guessed. This no lamb. When I was caught by these guys at that time, I must be filled with anger. Therefore, after more than 20 members of the alien race became his puppets, they were slowly eliminated. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only one puppet outside. As for why one was left behind, Zhang Xian estimates. When this no lamb was about to be ordered, left an instruction for the other party, let him always guard here. After learning about these, Luo Chichi suddenly remembered the regulations of Mingshi Hall. So I told Zhang Xian, "Teacher, according to Professor Wu Yangzi's technique, there are at least 20 or more members of the alien race in this underground palace." He turned everything into puppets. He killed so many members of the alien race in one go. If we report it to the Mingshi Tang, the greatness of this achievement, enough to keep a family thriving with Pepsi. Listen here. Zhang Xian also smiled. Looking back on this matter, just go back and register for the cafeteria in detail. As for how to reward, it's none of our business. Let's leave this place first and then talk about it. Although the book left by this senior records it, as long as the original route is returned, by utilizing the surrounding mechanisms, one can exit. But there's still a big guy outside. We still need to solve it before we can leave. Upon hearing the instructions, Luo Chichi just put away the red rock roof in front of me. Then he also took out a long bow. Zhang Xian sees that the students are ready, jumping up and flying upwards. Not long after, it stayed in midair. With a wave of his big hand, he suddenly grabbed downwards. One by one, the aura of the formation rises from the ground. All returned to Zhang Xian's hands. Immediately afterwards, the darkness ahead gradually disappeared. Puppet reappears. Luo Chichi saw the situation, quickly shoots several arrows at the opponent. The puppet can see the opponent attacking without considering the swordsman's side. Still charging straight ahead. Go up, but Rocky 7 swords. All arrows fell on this big guy. It won't cause any harm to him either. On the contrary, the other party suddenly attacked me. Feeling anxious, pick up the longbow, cover your face with it, and throw it over. At this moment, the puppet, which seemed to be going crazy, waved casually. Give him the longbow that blocks his view. He swung his big fist and threw it at the opponent. Just when Chi-Chi felt hit by this punch, it's definitely time to finish the calf. I saw a cold flash in front of me. The puppet's body suddenly shook. The head lands directly on the ground. Seeing the scene before my eyes, Chi-Chi's heart couldn't help but tremble for a moment. Then he looked at the other person with a frightened expression and asked, "Teacher, what level has this ice rain sword reached?" Immediately after, I heard the teacher respond that it was a semi-holy level. Suddenly, the suburbs shook. I almost fell down without standing firm. After all, he really can't understand. I was in a coma just now. Surprisingly, he was able to develop a semi-holy level weapon. However, Zhang Xuanjian's student's face was full of disbelief. It's also quite strange. This renowned teacher academy. Everyone is not blowing him up in the sky. No lights on the ground. How did you meet these geniuses from the academy? It's like they've never seen the world before. Thinking about this also leaves me speechless. So I said it to the students. Put away the things. Let's leave here early. Upon hearing these words, Luo Chichi also suppressed the shock in his heart. After putting the items into the storage ring, turn around and look at Zhang Xian. I handed him a book. Also mentioned, "Teacher. This is Teacher Wu Yangzi's body refining technique. The secret to reaching the pinnacle of martial arts skills." Zhang Xian watched as the other party presented the book. With a light touch of my finger, I pushed it back. "And he said you received the inheritance from Senior Wu Yangzi. This is his unique technique. I don't want it anymore. After all, this doesn't comply with the rules. You need to study hard. Strive not to disappoint." His hope, however, Zhang Xian's professional ethics. Let Luo Chichi admire and be moved immensely. After all, he knows. The teacher is willing to walk with themselves. Also for the possibility of obtain the physical training technique from Teacher Wu Yangzi. Nowadays, the martial arts are in the forefront.
He actually refused because he didn't break the rules.
But I saw this scene in Luo Chichi. I secretly made a vow in my heart. In the future, Zhang Xian will be his role model to learn from.
Zhang Xian is already in the library,
watching Wu Yao's profound secret silently curse at him.
What kind of broken secret code was targeted at? There are 78 defects. This is truly a zero-level peak refining technique. Are you playing with me?
This level of broken book would actually be treated as a treasure.
We still need to take it out for inheritance.
How can I practice if I lose this?
See here. Zhang Xian is also very depressed.
So I didn't bother to deal with this broken secret book either.
Take Luo Chichi and leave the hall. Walk towards the exit direction. But we arrived at the exit,
also according to the location recorded in the book.
Find the mechanism.
So both of them tried their best but couldn't activate the mechanism.
Therefore, Luo Chichi once again took the books left by teacher Wu Yangzi. Carefully review. I just realized that I need to activate this mechanism. It requires pure physical strength to open it. After learning about these, Zhang Xian just asked the students.
Apart from the martial arts manual just now, which is a profound secret,
are there any other body refining exercises available?
You can see the other party releasing the book.
Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He really didn't expect it.
I just casually said it myself. The other party really has. After all, Luo Chichi is also an alchemist. Previously, he was evaluating 5-star gas refiners. I have collected many techniques for refining bodies.
So now we can just randomly take out a few hundred copies. Quickly.
Zhang Xian put the book in front of him into the library.
Spiritual movement.
Collect all the books on physical training. We have compiled a brand new book of 5 essential profound techniques.
Open it casually. Discovering new techniques. There are only 4 defects left. So Zhang Xian asked Luo Chichi to join him.
Go back to the hall first to practice the martial arts. However, after returning to the hall, the two of them began to cultivate separately. Just when Luo Chichi saw Wu Yao's golden body dripping with liquid,
my heart turned cold. It actually says,
it takes 2 years for talented individuals to reach great success, and those with weaker talents need at least 10 years.
But just as he was thinking, when I have to be locked up here for 2 years,
Zhang Xian, just tell him not to overthink.
Practice early. Strive to go out early. I dare not continue to daydream even after hearing this.
As soon as he gritted his teeth, he began to memorize the first level of martial arts.
2 hours have passed.
At this point, Luo Chichi also memorized the entire content.
When I was about to cultivate,
I heard the teacher standing up and saying Xiao Qi next to me.
Here we go. Luo Chi 71 seems a bit confused by the common saying. I haven't even started practicing yet. We have to leave now. So I asked the teacher, where are we going?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded and said to leave this place.
Don't you want to leave? Listen here.
Chi asked with a puzzled expression. Let's go.
Of course I want to leave. Isn't it just that we need to cultivate?
I just finished watching the first dose of the medicine-free golden body.
I haven't had a chance to practice yet. However,
at this moment, Zhang Xian responded with a slight smile and said it was okay.
I have completed my cultivation. You'll practice slowly after you go back.
Without addressing the other person's doubts, he walked towards the exit. Soon the two of them returned here again. At this moment, Luo Chichi looked at the teacher in front of him.
Extend your arm.
My whole body sparkled with a golden light.
A fierce force.
The mechanism immediately buzzed. Immediately afterwards, the broken dragon lock was opened directly.
See here. Luo Chichi is completely foolish. Isn't it the first weight of the martial medicine gold body? Why did the teacher use it? What's going on here? He didn't say this was the inheritance of teacher Wu. Doesn't he read this book? Have you watched it now or haven't you? Also, the book doesn't say. Does it take 2 years to become a genius? It's only been 2 hours now. What's going on? However, Zhang Xianjian here broke the dragon lock.
I walked out with big strides. Seeing students still standing in place, lost in thought.
Just shouted what? You don't want to leave yet. At this moment,
Luo Chichi came to Zhang Xian with a surprised expression on his face.
Ask the teacher. You just used the Wu Yao golden body technique.
Zhang Xianwen also responded with disgust on his face, saying that it can be considered as
municipal level authority. I didn't originally want to learn either. But if you don't learn, you can't break this broken dragon lock. So I learned it for a while. It's just that this set of techniques is quite troublesome to practice. I just made some random modifications. But even so, there are also significant flaws. So I only practiced low weight.
However, Luo Chichi looked at him with a disgusted expression on his face.
I'm almost going crazy myself.
What does it mean to make random modifications? This is a top-level technique at level 0.
I just finished reading it here. You're good. You said you're a genius. Once you've understood, forget about it. What does can be modified mean? Now I have directly practiced it. My god. Even if you are a pervert, you can't be so lawless, can you?
At this moment, Zhang Xian ignored the other party's doubts. Just arrived at another stone gate.
I didn't see the figures of many people. I can't help but say that I don't know if they haven't come out yet. I still left first. I heard the teacher talking.
Luo Qiqi slowly woke up from the shock. Then he also came to Zhang Xian's side.
I observed left and right for a while. Just respond that they probably haven't come out yet. If there is a way back here, he will definitely come to find us.
Besides, the position of the Night Pearl has not been moved. It is highly likely that they are still inside the stone gate,
not coming out.
Just Luo Qiqi finished speaking. I just noticed that there is no broken dragon lock behind the stone door.
That means the door is open. Since it is so, why are they here now? I haven't come out yet. See here. Suddenly thought of something.
I just spoke with a terrified expression about the underground palace just now. It's the prison where teacher Wu Yangzi is being held.
And this is where the alien race resides. Is it difficult?
The spirit people from other places who were turned into puppets by teacher Wu did not die.
That's over 20. Listening to students' analysis, Zhang Xian's face immediately darkened. Although he doesn't have a strong impression of Yufei and others, but there is no sense of disgust either. I can't just watch it helplessly. The other party was killed by these alien tribes. So I told the students. I walked towards the stone gate and entered. At the same time, he also took out the ice rain sword. But I walked for a while.
What did Zhang Xian think of?
It just stopped. Turn around and look at the students. You should stay up there and wait. I'll go in alone. If something really happens to them, even if I go in, it's useless.
Instead, it will attract more people.
If it's okay, then I will also bring them out. Listen here. Luo Qiqi also knows with his own strength.
Words in front of puppets.
It really doesn't work, so I agreed to the teacher.
At the same time, with a worried expression on his face, he said to him, Teacher, you must be careful.
No matter what they do,
you must first ensure your own safety. Do you know that Zhang Xian heard this? Just responded with a calm expression, don't worry.
If you really can't beat it, I can still fly.